let's see if this will start up. Oh, it's already live. Okay.
All right, sweet.
Perfect.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at it and see how to fade.
Yeah. You got to see my radical transitions that I set up for this. All right. I'm gonna switch it over to Illustrator now. Look at that. It hasn't done it yet. It's still behind. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. I'll see it eventually. Oh, that's sick.
There it goes. Yeah. I was really like cool, and I was like, I wanted to go to blue like it does in Sonic 2. And then I figured out like you could set up a video to do a transition, and so
Ooh.
I just popped open After Effects and set it up real quick.
Huh. You know, actually, that brings me to that brings up a good point. Do we want our like zone transitions in game to kind of have like that effect? Because I'm not sure if they do or don't at this point.
At the end of Emerald Hill, where it sort of like fades to black.
Yeah.
Like, it goes nighttime, and then it's a little bit of blue at the end.
I think that was something I know in the last or the first demo. That was something that was had. I think the fade to blue was something we didn't implement, but we wanted to. Or I think it was just something. Actually, I just think it was something we forgot to do because I don't think it's particularly difficult to put in.
Yeah, like, I think Alpha Demo had like it had like a bit of green in it, and like it had like this.
Yeah, it was just it was like the in the original game where it fades to blue, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we'll probably that's probably something we'll implement into the next demo. I could see us doing that. I know if you look at the demo 2.0 trailer, I made sure all of those fade outs were blue in that. Why wasn't it letting me just select this? Go away, Dropbox. I don't even think that actually shows up on the stream. Okay, but what do I want to do here? Where's the, here's that tool, here we go. Excellent. Man, I'm gonna have to...
Oh. Sorry, that was my alarm.
Oh?
I said, I'm weird, and I set 2-hour alarms throughout my entire day.
Oh, okay.
Just so I can keep track of like my timing when it comes to like freelance work and things like that.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Once I started scheduling, it became a pretty valuable asset.
That does seem like it'd be something to be useful.
How does that work?
Oh, like
when you're freelancing, you have to like keep an exact time of like I started this minute, I finished then, and like is it important to keep those kind of records?
It is, depending on like more specifically for your payment, but depending on what you agree to, it can be different. Like for this freelance task that I'm currently doing, it actually doesn't matter because I am working on cleanup for an animation, and I'm being paid per frame. So technically, the amount of like my payment isn't determined by the amount of time I spend on it, but I do like to keep a good record of my timing because if I do like 4 frames in an hour, then I'm making like less money than if I'm doing like 10 frames in an hour.
Right.
So it gives me like a good incentive to just kind of work quickly and make more money, essentially. It just feels like I'm making more money despite making the same amount of money.
Well, technically, you would be making more money because you'd have time to do other stuff. But
that is true.
That's the thing.
Is there
whenever-
like a flat rate before the hourly rate comes in? Is there like a flat rate? I know.
It does depend on like what you agree to. I mean, typically the industry standard for like cleanup tasks, like if you're a cleanup freelancer, starting off is around like if you're an absolute beginner and you're just starting, you basically work at the minimum the minimum wage. Sorry, but yeah, like as you get better and you become a journeyman, which is what is the level I'm at, you get around about 25, between 25 and 40. And then if you hit like the professional range, you get paid 40 plus.
per frame, or is that per hour?
Per hour.
Okay.
Per hour.
I know if it's like, and this is actually a thing I think is interesting about like with the paid per hour and you know paid per frame is sometimes, like oftentimes you would think being paid like per frame would be cheaper.
Mhm.
And like cost less, but in a lot of cases, like especially in the case of animators work so fast. I've found
Yeah.
that oftentimes whenever they're working per hour, that's actually the less one where they end up getting less money out of it.
Yeah. I mean, the major advantage to for like the front, like paying per frame from like a business perspective,
oh, it's
or
just
like
that you
if
know
you're
how
the-
much you're paying at that point.
Yeah, like
And
you have a fixed payment.
yeah, and then you can know for sure like this is going to fit within our budget and everything. But at the same time, like it's very possible like you might be paying way more than you would have if you were paying them per hour, and
Oh yeah,
you just wouldn't know.
it's actually kind of funny because
I think per hour though is typically the better option, just because like then like the animators too can feel like more comfortable with like what they're doing and stuff, and they don't feel like, oh man, am I,
yeah,
you know, like they're knowing they're gonna get like a fair payment no matter how long they spend on it. But
they
you know,
typically do that for in-house employees though.
oh yeah, well in-house employees
Yeah.
always get paid like
Yeah.
per hour, I think. Actually, sometimes they don't. But
Salary based, I believe. But,
yeah, well yeah,
well, I mean, it's same deal.
Yeah,
pretty
it's-
much.
they have a more guaranteed payment.
Yeah, it's definitely steady and less scary than freelance payment.
See, freelance is interesting because in a lot of ways, freelance can be better, but it
Oh,
can
yeah.
also be worse. The big issue with freelance is just you have no idea how much you're going to be making.
Yeah,
And like one week you might make a ton of money, you know, and it just that might be like the best week ever. And it's like this is why I'm doing
Mhm.
freelance because I can make like so much more money than I can, you know, in an actual like job. But at the same time, you know, it's less stable. So you don't know
Yeah.
if like yeah, like you're getting so much money now, but like you know, what about tomorrow? What about the next day?
yeah, because the greatest advantage with freelance, you get to set your rates, you get to work when you want to, you get to work from home in most cases, and also you're essentially you can do multiple jobs, whereas the downside is that you don't have a safety net.
Yep.
So basically, the price of that level of freedom is comfort, like the lack of comfort.
Yeah, it's definitely not for everybody.
Yeah.
Although
I'll
I
say
do
it's for
know-
me though.
Oh yeah, I know like there are a lot of people who like they specifically like they did work for like some company, but then they like quit to do freelance because they wanted that freedom and stuff.
Yeah.
But you know that's some people are just in freelance because they can't actually get an in-house job, and
Yeah.
they do want the in-house job.
Yeah, most unfortunately the in-house jobs are like limited by location.
I also know there just aren't very many. Like a lot, the
Yeah.
animation industry, I know, is mostly freelance. Like throughout the world, I think Western countries have more in-house jobs for animation, but I know like
Yep.
most animation, just like most animated shows, because even like Western shows, like a lot of the animators working on those shows are freelancers. Like, there's a ton of shots that are like that was done by just some random dude that they found on Twitter, and they're like, "Hey, you animate good. Can you animate this shot for us?"
Yeah, like if you want to land an in-house animation job, you have to live in 3 specific areas. You have to either live in LA, you have to live in Canada, or you have to live in South Korea.
Well, also,
Like if you want it to be,
I was
yeah.
gonna say Japan, but most of those are actually not in-house
Yeah, South
jobs.
Korea.
There are in Japan they do have some in-house jobs, but like animation in Japan is like done almost entirely by freelancers, except for like a few exceptions.
Well, that and their studios are kind of like they're like home studios that are rented out
Yeah.
in some cases. I mean, it's almost like the animation industry now is kind of like is almost similar to how manga is handled in Japan now. Especially since most animation studios are looking at Clip Studio Paint for their animation programs now.
Or I know Japan's been using Clip Studio Paint for years at this point. Is like the rest of the animation world like eyeing that up now?
Yeah, we're the rest of the world is just now kind of catching on. We're too busy using Toon Boom and Animate or Flash.
Yeah, see those programs, like a lot of those programs are like can be nice sometimes, but like some of them are just like they're a little bit overkill. And it's like, look, the stuff that you're doing, you just don't need that. Like you don't need all of that stuff.
It is like it is the machine gun of animation software. Like Toon Boom and TV Paint are like they're the tanks, they're the missiles, right? And most of the time, you don't need that much. You don't need that much power. You just need a good, simple workflow and people who actually know how to get the most mileage out of what they got.
For sure. Yeah. No. Like, because I know a lot about like how Japanese animation's produced, and like a big thing that like because I know like a big thing about Toon Boom and stuff is that you can have all these effects, but like if you just do things with no anti-aliasing in the cleanup stage, you can do a ton of stuff with like After Effects and like other like effects animation packages, just because you can you can set it up so that you can just have like because there's no anti-aliasing on anything. And everything's like a solid color. You can be like, okay, I want this specific color, and you can sample out that color, and then have the After Effects apply like a glow to every instance of that color. And then
you can create like false color maps and things like that.
Yeah, it's super like you can do a lot with that, but like it's and then you can add the anti-aliasing back in like after all of that's done, just because there are tools for that. That's what I do whenever I do like more standard type stuff, because I know with S2HD like the way we're cleaning things up is it's technically really impractical.
Yeah, I mean it's weird because the entire philosophy behind this fan game is that the player should be able to pause it at any moment and basically have an illustration.
Yeah, that's to some extent, yeah. I think, like, I don't know if that was something that was so much intentional as it's just something that happens. Because if you do look closely at, like, some of the animations, they're not, like, perfect, like, on every frame.
Oh, yeah.
And I know, like, also, like, a lot of people, like, there are a lot of people who, like, think Sonic 2 HD looks fantastic, but they think it only looks good in motion. So
I mean, I can believe that.
Yeah, which I can respect that like viewpoint. Like I think that's fine, because there is a lot like put into these animations and stuff. So.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say this: like the greatest challenge of doing like cleanup, or actually just doing any artwork for this game in general, is that we're trying to make this game look as absolutely beautiful as possible, and this is the biggest one, is that only the people who are willing to go slow or stand still can truly appreciate the finer details. But when you go fast, it's like, and you get like all this information just blazing past you, it actually makes Sonic feel I mean, I want to say it makes them feel faster. The gameplay kind of doesn't feel faster because of the way that the camera is zoomed out so that you can see more of it. And I think that's just a side effect of it being like just the
Just-
widescreen nature of it. But
well, it's technically
Oh,
because
it's-
Sonic 2
yeah.
HD isn't actually full HD. It's slightly smaller because it turns out that the sprites are not 4 times smaller than 1080p. Oh,
I actually prefer
if
that the
you-
camera is zoomed out.
It does look good. It gives you a sort of more cinematic feel.
Yeah.
It sells that widescreen a lot better. But yeah, if you wanted the camera zoomed into the normal, I think that comes out around 960p or thereabouts.
oh
I think
yeah.
it'd be a good option to include though, if you could have like a zoom, even if it just upscales.
Yeah, we maybe at some point we'll have to. I know, like, yeah, fixing that would require us to like redo everything. So
Yeah.
that'd be a whole thing to do. But
Yeah, that's kind of.
I feel like
And you
at
don't
a
have the
certain
source files for a lot of art that we've done, like especially like Emerald Hill. A lot of those source files, we haven't got them anymore.
yeah,
yeah,
like
a
some
lot
things
of-
would just have to be completely recreated.
Yeah, I will say, like, a lot of the older, like compared to like Chemical Plant Zone, like Hilltop and
Emerald
Emerald Hill, their art is super simple. So I feel like if the biggest problem with fixing things would be Chemical Plant, because Chemical Plant is just a bit of a monster in
Yeah.
terms of how
Like,
much.
the background.
Oh gosh.
I mean, you could just re-export it at a slightly. Yeah.
Like, I was
But
saying,
you could just re-export it slightly higher res and probably get away with it.
Well,
The
how much of
problem
it
is
is
there's-
vector?
Oh, all of it, except for the
Okay,
cloud.
that's good.
Yeah, no. The problem with doing that is just that the background is made up of like multiple different pieces across multiple different tiles, and also like the way I did some of the shading, it doesn't scale. Like it's like specific. It's like pixel perfect shading in some cases. So like while it is all vector and stuff, so it's not like, oh, it has to be completely redone. It would have to be like reworked quite a bit to
Yeah.
be upscaled even just a little bit, especially because we need everything to be have that pixel perfect smooth, like everything is touching like by the pixel.
And plus, you'd have to redo all the tile sets and all the textures and everything.
yeah.
Which that's just painful me even thinking about.
I mean, it's a nightmare for everybody involved except for the animator. So
You're like, oh man, I don't got to do anything. My job's done.
Yep.
Those animations
Yep.
still work.
I can sit back, sip lemonade. It's fine. I'll just be in the background saying, "I know how you feel."
I mean, it would probably take less time than it did to make the zone initially, but it would still take a lot of time. Like, it would be a lot of work.
I actually want to say it might take the same amount of time depending on how much, like, how far you would go with adding in the detail. Like, to give a good example, like if we were to look at like Grounder, for example, the circles are meant to be like bolts or whatever. If you were to do, like, if you were to go higher res, you would actually have to go into every single bolt, add like more lines, more shading, and all that. And
I think you could get away with just giving them a little bit of shading, but yeah, you would have to. They wouldn't work the way they are now, where they're just these flat things like that. Like, they were really took advantage of the fact that usually you see them like this, where they're like, that looks fine. That looks fantastic. You don't. It doesn't need the detail. I know, like, my approach whenever I'm doing vector stuff to begin with, actually, and this is actually something like the stuff that I did. A lot of that would probably scale up a lot better than some other stuff. Whoopsies. So, but that's even my stuff. There's still a lot of stuff that's like, it's resolution specific and it won't work at higher resolutions. And then even if it could, even if it could easily be scaled up, there's still the fact that you have to scale all of them up, like, and that would still take time. I don't know. Maybe one day we can we'll find some person who's like willing to do the work just to scale it up, so we can just all sit back and be like, well, here the just make somebody else do all the work.
Another thing too, depending, like, I don't know how accurate it would be, but I think there are like AI based programs that can.
Oh yeah.
Like,
that.
Yeah, I don't know how it works for this though.
No, that wouldn't. Because I know, like, we have experimented with that, and it does it does do a really good job. Like, it's surprisingly good, but it's still not quite perfect, and some stuff it definitely messes up on. And like, if we were going to, you know, upscale the resolution, like, we'd have to do it like for real.
Yep.
Everything's per pixel, and like you're always changing between pixel view and the vector view, and trying to get it looking right for that resolution. So
yeah,
we've kind of already gone too far to really turn back in that sense.
It was definitely a lot of work just to like get to this point. So I mean,
I still think about like making the chemical plant zone background, and there are so many points where I'm like, I'm finally done, and then we're like, this part's feeling a little bit empty. Maybe we could add something here, and I'm like, God, no, please stop.
Yep. Oh, let's add some drains at the bottom.
Yeah. I was super upset about that. I was very much not wanting to do that. But I ended up
do what?
Yeah.
When you like added
drains at the bottom.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh
those drains like right at the bottom. I remember, like, that was something I remember we got. It was all done. Everything was imported. And I'm like, we're done. I finished the background. It's all in there. I can rest. I can be happy. And then they're like, I feel like this is a bit empty. Maybe we can add something else.
Oh man, you had a Sakurai moment.
Which, I mean,
you'll never be able to rest.
In the end, we got it implemented in there. Honestly, I never do get to rest. I've been like, just, no.
I understand, man. I understand. Trust me.
Hopefully we're not going to have any instances like that for Aquatic Ruin. Aquatic Ruin was a lot more like pre-planned though than Chemical Plant, which is definitely.
There was a lot of emphasis on planning it out.
Yeah.
I think Casino Night though, like that background for Casino Night, there's so much you could do with it. It'd be Chemical Plant all over again.
Yeah. And I feel like Casino Night zones. Well, wait, we were talking about Casino Night or Chemical Plant.
Yeah,
sorry,
Casino Night.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I was saying it would be like Chemical Plant all over again.
Oh yeah, I mean, it would actually. I personally think it would be a lot easier than Chemical Plant, only because a majority of the images are just going to be like color shifting.
That's mostly animations, which you basically have nothing to do for Casino Night, Mike.
I can animate a flipper and maybe a conveyor belt, maybe.
See,
the boss. Oh yeah, the boss. I'm gonna enjoy that.
I'm trying to think, because I guess like we probably would put like a smear frame on like the flipper.
I would handle it the same way I handled the catapult. So yeah, it would be a smear frames for sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, because it literally just pivots like on an axis. So I'm honestly like wondering, like, do we even need to do like a whole like rough frames for it? Because it's just such a like.
See, I'm at the point where I feel kind of bad, because I'm like, I know that as a majority of the animations for that stage is literally just this red color is now blue, that blue color is now green, the green color is red, and that's it. It just loops.
Yeah. Well, you can help us out with the vectors, because you may not be as skilled with that as like those of us who like that's literally what we do on the
Yeah.
project. But you can't I mean, I know with like even with Chemical Plant Zone, you did like some vector stuff and like
I did some.
yeah, well, I did do like a lot of like editing of them afterwards. Like that did
Mhm.
save me so much time.
Okay, as long as I'm not creating more work for you.
No.
Then, all right.
No. I mean, to some extent, like I like doing the work. Like I do love working on this project, and like I also am a little bit disappointed that like I don't have the time to just do all of Aquatic Ruin Zone myself.
Yeah.
But it is nice to have the help as well. Like at the same time.
Yeah, I can understand that. It's I can help out with vectors more if I once they're busy, but you know,
Right.
I think, I think for casino night, my biggest goals would be the boss animations and the slot machine, and that's probably it.
Right. Yeah. Well. I mean, on the other hand too, like because there's so few animations, those are going to be some of the best looking animations in the game.
Oh yeah, they have
Oh yeah.
they have to be.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be the flashiest looking stage too. I mean, nobody wants to go to a casino that doesn't look like
Oh yeah.
that doesn't have like the right level of appeal. You know, like
For sure.
it's.
I think yeah. I know
it's
we've
gonna be
talked
such a
about
fun
doing like
stage.
some stuff with like lights in that stage, which I think
Yeah.
that'll be pretty interesting to check out. Okay, let me see, because I'm trying to fix it up so that it looks like it looks good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that should be fine. That should be fine. It's a little wobbly, but you're seeing it at a smaller detail, so it should be fine. I think I'm like completely done with the drill. I'm happy. You know what?
Wait, you're completely done with the drill?
Well, just the arm drill. It's the thing I've been working on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no worry. We're not there yet. I think I will get the treads next because I do want to get those. Yeah, I'm gonna get the treads. Because if I get those out of the way, the rest will just be like, boom, done. You know, Mike, I'm kind of looking at this, and I'm wishing, because the wheel has screws in it, and I'm wishing you had animated the screws. But
Oh, really?
yeah, because they need to spin around the wheel.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right.
It's fine though. I got it. I can do this.
Okay. Well, actually, you know what? There's like, you mean like the those circles that are within the wheel?
Yeah, the little nails on the wheel.
Okay, I think part of the reason why I didn't animate those is because they fall in line with the 8 positions of the pivot rod.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. So like so literally you could move each pivot rod to like the center of like each one. So it wouldn't look like it would move anyway.
That might
I mean,
be weird
it would
looking.
have the motion of movement. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where we'll have to like see it in motion to know for sure.
I'll take a look at it. I'll do that first.
Yeah.
Do the easy thing and then do the hard thing. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, let's get those. Boy, let's get those treads going. I've been dreading those treads from the beginning here. It's not like they'll be hard to do. It's just they'll be time consuming to do.
Take a while.
Yeah, this is the part that's going to take the longest, or the turn animation will take the longest. I'm not yet sure how long the turn will take. Because on one hand, like the turn is like it's the turn, but on the other hand, it's only a few frames, so able to be fine. And then after we get all those done,
High detail but low frame count.
4 unique frames.
Yeah, 4 unique frames. But you know, once we get that done, then we just have the final animation, the bursting out, and that one's super easy. And I think I should be able to get that one done as well. Let me see here. Okay. Okay, this is my frame. I can put these into a group thing. Well, a layer. Illustrator's layers are weird because they kind of work like groups technically, because you can make like a bunch of sub layers.
Yeah.
Which is nice. If you ever like open up any of my Illustrator documents, you'll see that I abuse the heck out of that. Everything is like nested inside of like a million layers, which I feel like other people would have difficulty navigating it, because I do not label my layers like at all. So like, yeah, good luck anybody who opens up my my files. Although that being said,
I think
yeah.
when I was starting on this project, I think I was doing the same thing until I realized, oh wait, I'm working with other animators. I should probably maybe be a bit more considerate to them. But
Yeah,
I
most
think for
people
a
aren't working
while,
with my files, so it's like
yeah,
it hasn't really even been like an issue for me. But also like, and also for like me, like even like if it's something like I've made like years ago, like the moment I open up that file, like I know where everything is. Like sometimes it might take
yeah,
me a
it's
minute
weird. Like it can
to
be
find things.
like years can go by and you'll still remember it.
Yeah. It's I don't know. It's one of those things, I guess. Although I know some people like, because that's actually something like a lot of times like the advice. I'm trying to figure out. I can do that. A lot of like the advice for people are like label your layers. It's always because they're like, well, what if you close your Photoshop file and then you have to go back to it later on, and then you don't know where anything is. And I'm just like, I don't have that problem. I always remember where my stuff is.
Yeah, like the only time I can ever truly picture it ever being an issue is if you're working with like a team that's
Yeah.
also has to use that file.
Yeah, that.
But yeah,
And
it's like
I
the
feel
only
like
time.
at that point they get very angry at me. They'd be like, all right, look, Coral, bro, we really need you to label your files.
Yeah.
But which I mean, I guess at that point, ew, that's not what I want. At that point, I guess I guess I could label my files. Oop. Oh, let me turn off. Oop. Turn off pixel preview. Oh, pixel preview is off. That's right. Okay, let me. I keep like, no one can see this, but I keep popping open the Photoshop file like on the side, so that I can see the animation, because you know Illustrator doesn't have an animation preview. Let me see. Oh, okay. You've got. I'm trying to see how you've got the perspective moving on this tread here.
Oh, okay. I mean, pretty good chance it's probably incorrect.
Oh no,
But
it looks fine, so I'm just gonna like go with it. I know like there are some cases where like, you know, you'll give me an animation and some things look off, and then like I'll make corrections. I remember I think one time there was like a turn animation, like an eye was like kind of messed up. Like I think it was slightly too small, like on the reflect, and it didn't match up or something.
That one, I think that one was Wisp, wasn't it?
It might have been. I don't know. I remember like I ended up correcting that one myself, just like whenever I was in there.
Yeah, I feel like that one had
like, luckily, I've got a fairly good sense of like depth. Like fixing turn animations is something I can do pretty good. I'm trying. For some reason, I'm not like. I'm seeing in the Photoshop file. There's something going on, but I can't. Oh, I think I see it. Like I can't see it in the. Let me turn this off. It's because these are scaled down. Maybe it doesn't matter. Oh no, there it is. I can see it. Okay. Yeah, it's really tiny. This is gonna be really small. I don't think I need to. You know what? Let me turn off all of these. Just get those out of my way. Oops. Let me lock that. Turn on spreads. Okay. Boom, there we go. Alright. That should probably be fine. And I want to duplicate this piece there. Okay. There we go. So what are people in the chat talking about?
They're pretty quiet.
Oh, really?
They're all talking
mesmerized.
about how late it is where they are. Listen, none of you have me beat.
What was that?
Oh, none of the people in mentioning the time where they are have beaten me.
Or are they like all behind in the video or something?
Oh no, they're saying like, oh, it's 12:30 where I am, it's 1:20 where I am.
Oh.
Yeah, for some people are watching from like halfway around the world and their time zones.
Oh wow. Yeah. For no reason.
Oh, the excitement in your voice just now.
Elation.
You don't understand. It's like I'm seeing like there's the little spinny wheel thing animates on all 8 frames, but like, you know, that's easy. All right, let's get this done. Oh man, I am so happy. Like, look, I like making this art, but
It's tedious.
Sometimes you get the things that you're like, as much as you love doing it, you still would rather not spend. You know, you'd rather spend less time than more time, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
the nature of cleanup.
What was that?
Would you have noticed if we didn't say?
Oh, I would have noticed it
eventually.
No, I would have noticed it eventually. Because like basically I would have gotten to frame 5 and been like, wait a minute, this is the same frame as frame 1, and I would have like probably lost my mind at that point because I was ready to do like more than that, but no, I would have.
Like I said, when I do animations, I take shortcuts, man.
Well, yeah, no.
If I can.
Honestly, especially because like of the way the cleanup goes, like taking shortcuts like is definitely like go for it. Please do.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a cleanup guy by trade, so I know how it goes. I know those long nights when you're stuck doing everything frame by frame.
Yeah. Actually,
that's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
In fact.
Yeah, no, like with other like more standard animations, like I think I can do those a little bit faster than this, but that's just because there's less to work with in those. Also, I can use a tablet and like I can work faster, I think, with that, because then you don't need to move things around. Like I could get, let's see, I think I could get this animation done probably like, if it was just lines, I could probably get it done in like 3 hours maybe. But it's not just lines, so it's going to take me longer. I don't know how long though. I'm hoping it's not going to take me too long. Probably not. I think now that I know that it's just, you know, the 4 frames, I'm reevaluating everything. I was ready for it to just be like a horrible slog through this, but oh man, I'm very happy.
And that's what you get when you when you're making a little poster with the Badnik going around. Just for you guys watching, that poster had like 300 frames.
Did you set it up in
Oh, yeah.
Photoshop or like what?
Yeah, I set it up in Photoshop and it had
Wow.
304
Okay,
frames.
I want you to know.
Wow.
I want you to know the next time you do something like that, you can do it in After Effects. I don't know if you have After Effects now that I think about it.
I have it, but I don't really know how to use it. So
Okay, please,
it can't be too hard in Photoshop.
please. Oh gosh, I can't imagine doing that. Please learn how to use After Effects so you can just set something like that up real quick. Because it like literally setting up that that GIF would have taken like maybe 10 minutes in After Effects. I have no idea how long you spent making it, and I'm scared to find out.
It took longer than I thought. I thought it can't take that long. And then just sort of the time blowout. And then Photoshop couldn't even export it.
Oh god.
Yeah, if you're gonna if you're gonna make animations in Photoshop, you might want to keep them underneath 50 frames. Because I think how many frames was that GIF, by the way?
He said like
304.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Did you have to manually move each frame into place?
Well, no, I did. I grouped them because it's 8 frames. I grouped the 8 frames in a folder. So when I reached the end of the 8 frames, I just moved the whole folder across.
Okay.
And then tick 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 tick, 8 frames, move the folder.
But then you.
It took yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't want to know about your methods.
To figure that trick out.
This hurts me. Please, next time you're gonna do something like that, ask one of us to like show you how to do it in After Effects. Like it might take you some time, like longer than it would take like myself to do, because I know how to use After Effects. But like it'll probably still be faster than doing it in Photoshop, because Photoshop isn't built for that kind of thing.
Like I actually think what you probably could have done is like create a smart object and then have like the Grounder's normal animation play in like the smart object and then move that around in a separate file.
I don't think you can do that in Photoshop.
Yeah, I don't.
That's basically
I don't know.
Like with basically the way you do it in After Effects is that like whenever you import the frames, you can set it to be like a loop, like you can set it up to be an image sequence, and then you can set it to loop. And then basically you just need to move that loop around and you're good to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I only thought it'd be like 3 or 4 loops, but it turned out to be a lot more.
Yeah. No, it's yeah. Well,
Because in one loop he doesn't move very far. He only moves like maybe 20 pixels in one loop.
All right. My fear of this animation was unnecessary. It's a lot easier than I thought. It's going a lot faster than I felt like it was going to. I don't know why I was like feeling like so oof about it.
Well, I will say that the Grounder GIF preview was it's impressive.
Oh yeah, that was a really cool.
That was really cool. I feel so happy just seeing it move. Taking its first baby steps, and
once we get these animations done with the live stream, we should post an update with the same thing, but like let's set it up in After Effects this time.
Yeah.
See, one of the benefits that I have with myself being super lazy is I am, like, if I think something's going to take a long time, and I think there's a faster way to do it, I'll just straight up learn how to do it the faster way, even if, like, it ends up taking me longer with the faster way. Which is why I learned how to do vectors in Photoshop, because I was like, man, I could recreate this in Illustrator, but that would take so long. I think actually the first The first one that I did, I was working on, I was like, let's recreate this in Illustrator, and then I like 5 minutes in, I was like, I really don't want to do this, and so then I was like, all right, let's just do this in Photoshop. And it took me longer than it would have in Illustrator, but eventually I figured it out. And now I can do Photoshop just fine, and I prefer Photoshop for animations.
Jeez, my phone is really blowing up.
If Illustrator had like an frame preview thing at the bottom like Photoshop, would you prefer Illustrator?
I would definitely like it more for animation, but there's other tools that Photoshop has as well that still makes me prefer it for animation to some extent. Mainly, like, the layer styles are really great for animation, because then you know that's less points you need to move around. Illustrator has like this the appearance panel, and if you set that up correctly, you can seriously reduce the amount of shapes you have. And I know, like, whenever I'm making my bases, I tend to do that a lot. And also, whenever I clean up bases to prepare them for doing the animation, I'll sometimes I try to eliminate a lot of the shapes and stuff, and I'll use the appearance panel. But without the layer styles and stuff, there's still only so much you can do. If it had the layer styles the same way Photoshop does, Illustrator would just be unbeatable at that point for anything, and if it had the timeline. But there's one other thing too, and that would be a transform tool. It doesn't really have the transform tool the same way Photoshop does, and that saves a lot of time with the animating, because I can just use the warp transform or whatever to just move things around. Illustrator does have a warp transform, but it kind of breaks a lot of the effects, so I can't use it. But if it had one that didn't do that, oh boy, Photoshop, bye-bye.
Shadows and glows sort of mess up when you try it in Illustrator.
Yeah, it's because, I guess, I don't really know why it messes up. It doesn't really make any sense to me. But I think it's because, a lot of the effects are technically raster effects. And so whenever you try, for whatever reason, I have no idea why it needs to do this. It probably doesn't need to work this way, but whenever you use the transform thing, it wants to rasterize them. So that's that's unpleasant to work with.
You're making light work of this tread. You're about halfway through it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was so worried, oh man, this tread's gonna be a nightmare. But really, honestly, I just need to move these points around just a little bit, and for the most part, I just need to shift them over, and they're good. And because it's so small too, I don't need to worry too much about how is this gonna look
The screws are big circles.
Yeah, the screws are big circles. They're not even perfectly placed on here anyways. Which, sometimes I look at Lapper's work, or Lewis. I don't know what he goes by now. He's got I don't know, whatever. Anyways, point is, I look at his work sometimes, and his work oftentimes he just has solid shapes. They look great at the resolution we're working at, but he really knows he doesn't do more work than you need to do, and sometimes I'm like, man, I want to do that.
Yeah.
But I know with
faster of working to the rest.
Yeah, I know whenever I do my stuff, there is a lot of things that are just resolution dependent, and they wouldn't work at different resolutions. But a lot of times, if I was doing the screws, they probably wouldn't look this way. I'd probably be like, all right, I got to do the screws, make them fit in here nicely and match up, which is unnecessary.
I think this is exactly the sort. Yeah, this is exactly the sort of asset that would be tough to upscale.
Yeah, this one would be one of the ones.
You basically have to do it all from scratch.
Well, yeah, you could. A lot of it could be reused, but it would definitely be.
The body could.
there would definitely it would definitely have to have a lot more work. I know, like whenever we were talking about like, upscaling stuff, some time ago. One thing like because I used the grabber to demonstrate how like, well, yeah, everything is vector. Like just because we upscale things, like they don't look good automatically. Like which is why like in the demo 2.0 trailer with the run animation at the end there, the mock speed because I wanted that animation to look really nice in the trailer. I added a bunch of extra details and refined the shading better so that it looked good at that higher resolution. But that's that's just that. What is this? Oh, it's down here. That's just for that trailer. And then the rest of the game, it's...
Oh, well, no, we did reuse it for the, like, before the title screen. And Sonic runs past the logo.
Oh, yeah, we did reuse it for there, too, yeah.
Yep.
I forgot that we...
I was like, you've got this. Let's reuse it.
Yeah, I forgot that we...
Which, that's probably
that.
some good...
Yeah. Oh, actually, we could potentially use the smoke graphic in that as well, possibly. Maybe not, I don't know. No, actually, I don't think it would work out.
It's all flat at the bottom, so you probably wouldn't look that good in the gameplay.
In the gameplay, no. I'm thinking about like maybe.
And it would clip at the edge of the graphic.
Yeah, I'm thinking in the what's it called? Yeah. Also, I realized the bottom treads. I can literally just do them all at the same time and just shift them over because there's no perspective on them. Yep. So yeah, I'm basically done with this. There's just the bit in the back I got to do. And then we're done with this frame. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be. Let me see here. I want to move this one up here. You can't even see these parts. Why am I... Man.
You can see it from the side, but you won't be able to see the back.
No, it's covered by the part... I'm looking at, like, because there's these little bolt things connecting the treads. And I was trying to arrange the ones in the back so that they were, like, correctly layered. But then, like, whenever I was doing that, I just realized, like, you literally can't see them. They're covered by the wheel.
Another thing, actually, and this is like probably one of those little things that no one would notice. Those bolts are at the front of the tread, not the back. Well, it's at the back. I don't know why, because this is at the top. It looks like it's at the front of the tread, but it's actually the back of the tread.
There's this wheels in front of it, so all of the bolts on these ones you can't see. But I'll still like. It's not like it's not really a big deal, so I'll still like.
Oh no, it is. It is because because we're looking at the other side. So those bolts technically like should be at the bottom of the tread. But I'm talking about the ones you can't see. They should be at the bottom, not at the top.
Bottom of the tread. What do you mean?
Because you're looking at it from the back view, it's mirrored.
Oh yeah.
No, that's not right, is it?
I'm just gonna. I think it's like the resolution's small enough that like it's not even gonna matter anyways. But I think I understand what you're saying. Like it'll look good like at the full res. I think I can just. Oh, bro, this song's pretty good. That didn't work the way I wanted it to. Let me do this. Boom. Boom. There we go. All right. Yeah. There we go. That's... Yeah, alright. I'm almost done with one frame of the treads. Just have this
Some more
last...
good news is because the base frame's already done. You technically only have to do 3 frames, not 4.
Oh shoot, you're right. Wow. Oh wow, you're right, man. Man, yeah, I really overestimated how much work these treads are going to be. Which is great. That's always what you want. You want to overestimate the amount of work something's going to be, not underestimate it. I know that's something like oftentimes with freelance I've actually had where I give people, like, they ask me how long do you think this will take? Because that's usually like, because like whenever you're paying people like by the hour or whatever, that's, you know, you want to know, like, you know, how much am I maybe going to be paying here. You know, I'm like, I don't know, like 8 hours or something, and they're like, oh, that's really long, and then it ends up taking me 2, and I'm like, oh yeah, so it took me 2. My bad. Alright, I think... I think that should be good. And you know what I'm actually going to do, because there's the, you know, the bit with the wheel that's, you know, spins around, and since that one doesn't completely match up with the treads, I want to see if I can, yeah, I should be able to, where are my other treads? Here they are. I should be able to split that one out and into its own set of frames. Ooh, maybe not. Oh, maybe, hold on. Let me think here. Oopsies. Oh no, I want to get rid of this. Okay. What have we got going on here? Oh man, I'm hungry.
Same. I know how you feel.
We just passed the 3-hour mark on the stream.
The new stream?
Well, combined.
Okay, combined.
If you combine
That's
part 1 and part
honestly,
2.
I feel like I'm making better time than I thought I would be. Like, I actually, I'm making the amount of time that I was hoping I would make, is what I should say. Because, like, this, like, to some extent, like, I thought I was going to make, like, a lot more, but I was hoping, like, I was like, man, I hope, like, I can do, you know, do this. But yeah, this is going a lot faster than I thought it would. Check. Oh, yeah, that looks good. Okay. Trying to figure out how I can split this, because I want to split, oh, I think I know what I can do. I'm going to put this, okay, that's, put that in there, oh, that's up there. I want to put, okay, I'm going to use this as a mask. Yeah. Oh, let me blink. I did it. Oh man, I'm awesome. Okay. Let me just I should be fine actually. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. And then let's slip this out here. so if I slip this out here, there we go. That's good. Shoot, I feel like I think I'm doing the treads faster than I did the drill.
The drills. The drills look like, yeah, they can't take too long, and it's like 2 hours later.
Well, I mean, like, it's really simple to do, I guess, but I don't know, I think I was, like, looking, because I was really paying attention to how the, I don't know, I guess I was getting warmed up with the drill still, so maybe that's what slowed me down. Alright, let's see.
Yeah, that axle on the wheel shouldn't be too hard, right? Because you're just dragging it to the...
No, the axle will be really simple. I'm going to get it done, like, once I get the other frames. I'm setting it up so that I can have the axle on its own layers, so that way, like, it's not a part of the treads frames, or just treads layers, but it's, like, buried behind stuff. So
the axle's 8. They're on different loops.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, that should be good. Now, let's do the third frame of the treads. And then the fourth frame, and then we're done with the treads. That was fast.
Until the turn animation.
Turn animation is definitely going to be like the most intense one. Although, luckily, it too has very few frames. So it's not going to be too bad.
But I think the 2 treads in the turn animation run in opposite directions.
I think you are correct.
That's double the work.
I think that like with the turn, because everything is turning in that animation, I think it's probably not going to be too like much of an issue. Like it's just like, because basically, like, you know, whenever I'm doing that animation, like I'm going to have to change the perspective on the treads anyways. So like as I'm changing
That's sort of...
Oh, whoops. I don't want that.
You just have to tweak it.
Yeah, yeah. I think the turn won't go too bad. Okay, I got the bottom half. You know what? I'm just gonna group the bottom half together, because like the bottom stuff all moves together anyways. Okay, there we go. Now the bottom treads have all been grouped together. Oh, I see how you've got this animation set up, Mike. That's pretty clever.
What'd I do?
I was seeing how you had the animation set up. You've just got the treads moving one position over the 4 frames.
Pretty much.
Which, I mean, I guess that makes sense, but I don't know. I didn't have to think about how, like, the logic behind how the animation works. I'm just coloring it here, which is, I think, a much easier job. Okay, this one. So this frame, we're gonna down there. All right. There we go. Yeah, I'm glad I decided to do the treads when I did, because they're much easier than I thought they would be.
Yeah, I gotta say, making pretty good time on these treads.
Yeah. Dude, we just got one more frame for the treads, and then they're good to go. And I just need to get the axle, which, I mean, the axle, it's just some rotations. And that should be easy. Because I'll just use the rotation tool to set those up.
Crystal Core asks, are we working on the turning or moving the treads? Both. Everything.
Yeah, we're gonna get all the Grounder's animations done today. And also, like, depending on how much time it is after that, also possibly the single animation that I didn't do for the Wisp.
Oh yeah, the turning for Wisp.
Yeah, and then all of the
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all the Badniks will be done by.
yeah, we could do a Badnik
Oh no,
update.
there's one more animation. We also got to do the turning animation for Chop.
I
yeah.
don't think he has a turn.
No,
Oh
I
wait,
think-
does he have a turn?
I think
Yeah,
apparently
so
you either...
I originally thought once he starts charging, he can't turn. But he does turn when he's patrolling before you get close to him.
Oh, well then.
I think the thing
It
is that
was kind of not, yeah.
he basically sees you like once he gets on screen, so you're almost never going to see him turn, but he does turn, so...
Oh, no, there's a part where if you're above the water, there's like a little pool.
Is that what it is?
There's like, you know those three-sided platforms that rotate?
Yeah.
Where you've got like 3 platforms connected, the chains all connect to one place in the center.
So basically it's...
And there's like a pool of water.
Yeah.
And you can see them patrolling, and then once you jump in the pool, they start...
Okay. So it's basically one of those animations that you'll only see in a very specific situation.
I think that's the only place. Because I remember playing it. I'm like, hang on a minute, they are turning. That was after I told you. That was after I told you. No, don't worry about that one.
It's probably just like,
jeez.
because like you're usually you're in the water whenever you see them, and once they get on screen, they charge at you. Actually, I think they charge at you before they even get on screen.
I guess that means I have one more Badnik animation to make.
Yeah, it'll be an easy one though.
Yeah, I mean it won't be hard at all. It'll be super simple.
Yeah, and I'm hoping.
Chop some really simple Badnik.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
especially compared to Grounder.
yeah. Grounder's the like the main Badnik, I feel, in this stage.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Grounder's in his own cartoon even.
Oh
Very
yeah,
famous.
oh yeah, that's right. Grounder's in the cartoons. They made him into a character.
Grounder's even in Mean Bean Machine makes an appearance.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right, he is.
Which is clearly the best Sonic game.
I really like how you have the treads like bouncing up and down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I went the extra mile to make them as like close to like realistic as I could.
Yeah, you've really paid attention to the details on this one.
Yeah, my favorite Badnik, he deserves it.
Right, of course. Of course.
I'm not biased at all, I promise.
Well, yeah, my favorite Badnik is the grasshopper in Metropolis Zone.
That one is that's the one everyone hates.
Slicer?
Yeah, Slicer. Man.
The reason I like him is because after he throws his I don't know what they're called, his arms, he's vulnerable after that. He can't do nothing.
I mean, most of the Badniks.
You have to sort of
entire
be careful
game
how you
are
dodge
vulnerable, like all the time. But yeah.
No, but he can't hurt you. Oh yeah, I guess so. I'll tell you, Badnik, I really hate though. That fish in Hydro City with like the puffer fish where the spikes come out.
That one?
The reason I hate it is because I like to play Sonic. I try and kill them as soon as I see them. Then the spikes come out.
The puffer fish? Those are in Marble Garden.
Yeah.
I think
And also in Hydro City and Marble Garden.
I don't think they're in Hydro City.
They're
Oh, they
less. They are.
they
There
are
are.
sort of.
There's like pufferfish in
Oh,
Hydro
oh,
City.
wait, yeah, the puffer fish, yeah. Right, yeah, no, there's the
They're not as
bubbles.
threatening.
Yeah, there's bubbles, and
I
then
think. I
there's
don't think they're
the.
quite as threatening.
I think,
The Hydro City one's worse. It's underwater.
yeah, I think the Hydro City one is easier to deal with because with the bubbles, the insta shield doesn't work on them for some reason.
Mm.
I mean, yeah. Speaking of Marble Garden Badniks, I love the fake spikes. Like, that blew my mind when I first saw it. It's like fake spikes. That's so
They're
smart.
they're
And then the
just
fake capsule in Flying Battery, it was the same feeling. Same thing.
oh yeah, dude. Sonic 3 has so much like cool like little things like that in it.
Meta stuff. And then you can jump in Eggman's Eggman Beer in the launch base zone.
Oh yeah.
I
So many like little nods.
Yeah, I have to imagine like with Sonic 3, like how that would have been like back when it came out. Because like I played it like way later, like years after it already came out, and like we had like a bunch of like modern games and stuff. But like back when it came out, like it had like these cinematics and everything and stuff, and I'm just like imagining like it must have like people like must have been like had their minds just blown from like just how like crazy that was, like at the time.
Yeah, it was cool. I think.
Processing.
Yeah, the one thing that can never like that Sonic 3, like specifically Sonic 3 and Knuckles did that can never be recreated is how when Sonic 3 was released, there were areas that you couldn't go to because you weren't Knuckles.
Right. Yeah.
So like you had to wait.
There's just a lot of things in it that like it's just because it's just so common now in games. It's like, yeah, you're never gonna really recapture that. But back then, it's like, dude, you never had that in games before.
Oh yeah.
You never had DLC in games before.
Yeah, just lock-on technology was like a thing, and it was just way ahead of its time.
Oh yeah.
Even like the 3D special stages were huge back then.
Yeah.
I mean, like thinking of Sonic 3, you've got stuff like that airship chasing you in Angel Island zone and like Angel Island catching on fire. All that stuff you would not have seen in games before that.
Yeah. Dude, I'm like imagining like if you're just playing the game stuff. You've played the other Sonic games, right? So you're not like expecting anything. You get through the zone and then suddenly it's just on fire.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? I know exactly what you're thinking of right now, Carl. Like you're thinking about, oh man, if you was still on Sonic 3 HD and how you would go about doing it. I already know you're thinking it.
No.
I know you're thinking.
I was thinking that a little bit, but mostly I'm thinking more about like just how like whenever that game came out, like people like would have perceived it at the time.
Yeah.
I think like did you play it like whenever it first came out?
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean, I've been playing Sonic games since its inception. So.
Right. How like were you expecting it? I guess. Like what was your expectation going into Sonic 3?
Like the only thing that I knew up to the point of Sonic 3 was just like, oh, I hope it's as fun as Sonic 2. And then it turned out to be like the best game I ever played. And the craziest part was that there was a lot of things that Sonic 3 did that a lot of Sonic fans in particular take for granted. Like it had bonus stages.
Oh yeah.
Like that was not a thing. Like you either went into the special stage or you played the regular game. There was no fun little side bonus stage. Elemental shields, that was a big one.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I think, well, again, Knuckles. I can't stress enough, like Knuckles just being in that game, and the way Knuckles was introduced. Just, I mean, up to the point of of playing a Sonic game, when you play Sonic 2 and you've gotten really good at it, and then you've unlocked Super Sonic and you're just like, oh, Super Sonic's the best thing ever. Nothing can stop him. And then
Oh yeah,
Knuckles just pops out the ground.
punches them out of Sonic.
And yeah,
Yeah, there's a lot. There's just so much. Like honestly, I really love like Angel Island Zone as like an introduction to Sonic 3 because it really
Yeah.
does set the stage for like this is gonna be like this is a crazy game. And Sonic, I think all of Sonic's like first zones tend to be really great. Like even like Sonic 2, while like Emerald Hill Zone's not like super like wow, this is something totally new. Like it's still like really like it's still a pretty solid stage, and it definitely like sets you up like for what you can expect for the the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think what I like most about Emerald Hill was just the fact that it actually held back to let Chemical Plant Zone really shine through.
Yeah, Chemical Plant is
you
really
play
where
through.
things start.
Yeah, because like you play through Emerald Hill, and it's just like, oh, I'm playing a Sonic game. It's like Green Hill. I'm in a comfort zone, and then you get to that second stage, and it's just like, oh, Sonic can run past the screen. There's just so many really great memories that I have just playing the classic games.
Yeah, I didn't get to them until I was like, honestly, actually, it wasn't long before I started like working on games in general. Like back whenever we did, we're doing Sonic 3 HD. I'd only recently played Sonic 3 at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think it would have been like a few years ago. I was still like I was pretty young at that point, I guess. It was like back in 2011, and I was like 13 in 2011.
Oh man, that's right. I keep forgetting how young you are.
Yeah. And for a while, I was the youngest on the S2 HD team. I actually thought, whenever, because like I found out, because I thought like back then, like I was like under the impression, because this is what everybody always said, that like I thought everybody who liked the classic games was like in their 20s or something. So I thought everybody on the Sonic 3 HD team was like, I don't know, like really old or something. But then I actually wasn't even the youngest one on that team either. Because we had, and I was actually super surprised to find out this guy's age. I forget, his name was like Relic or something, and he was like a year or so younger than me. And I was like, wait. And like everybody else was like around the same age as me too. And I was like, huh. This is not what I was expecting. But with S2 HD, that a lot of the S2 HD team is more the age you would expect.
Yeah.
You've been at it for so long.
Yeah, that is actually another thing though. Like a lot of the newer people who are coming on board, like a lot of them are younger, which makes sense because younger people are usually the ones with more time. But still, there's something going on there.
Alright, we got a question from chat.
Oh, excellent.
Can you guys make an APK file of the game on Android or iOS?
Oh my gosh.
Again, this is another one that we've got in our frequently asked questions on the website. So Windows is the only confirmed release at this point. Programming for one platform is enough work. But we're open to the idea of porting the game, but it's not something that we're going to say yes, we're doing it. Like, I think let's just get the base game done, and then we can think about extras. Is kind of how we're seeing it.
I think they.
Except for like Mac is the only exception to that.
I was going to say I'm pretty sure they've ported the it actually the current builds do run on Mac and I think Linux. So I think like we'll probably
not perfectly.
Oh,
Yeah, we're still
experimenting
testing
with it.
right. Okay. Yeah. Well, I know
But
like
like
it makes
Android
me
and
pretty
iOS,
happy.
yeah.
yeah.
Doing it for mobile is a bit trickier as well because you've got like it's just programming for touch controls or whatever is just another thing to worry about, and we don't want the games to run differently. We just if we're going to port something, we just want it to be exactly the same.
Of course.
Just for simplicity.
I know like yeah. So yeah, the only like other systems that we're probably going to definitely have them on probably is the Mac and like what's the other one? Linux. Those are the only ones. The only other ones. Like consoles and stuff like that. First of all, with like consoles, there's also like issues with that just because those tend to be like more closely watched by bigger companies. So I don't like.
How would you even do it? You can't put fan content on console very easily.
You can do like
but
homebrew thing, but it's something that I think like even if like we technically like it's just something we're better off not like messing with.
Yeah.
Because like I know
you've
like
got our hands full already.
Yeah, like Sega's fine with fan games, but like you don't want like I think it's to me it seems like a bad idea to be like let's put this on like Xbox because we can because like maybe Sega won't like that too much and because that's where they're putting their games their games are on Xbox and like PlayStation and stuff and then if the fan games are on there too then oh wait a minute that starts to get a little I don't know something that I think is probably better to avoid. Because I don't actually there probably is like some person who has like a fan game on Xbox or something. But
there's always the Dreamcast.
I think like but with like the higher profile fan games like with Sonic 2 HD because like we do know like Sega knows about the game like Sega knows Sonic 2 HD exists like there's for a lot of reasons there's no way like they don't and we know that they do but
I mean they've even dropped a few subtle hints here and there.
Dude, if you looked at some of their official videos, like there's one video where they're using one of our images as like a background on one of their on like a laptop.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. I mean, I remember. Do you remember when we first saw that?
The
Emerald Hill wallpaper.
Oh yeah.
Just the wallpaper in general.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't think I was on the team at that point actually.
No, that was a while ago.
I know Andrew definitely wasn't on the team because he joined up like a few. When did you join up?
I came after you.
Yeah, you joined.
2016. I think.
Yeah,
January or February 2016, which is 4 years ago now. But
we've been working on this for a while, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was new. You sort of feel like you're new, and then people come after you, like maybe 1 or 2 recruitment rounds after you. Then you're sort of like, okay, I'm a veteran, and you sort of see the people that have been there for like 10 years.
Oh gosh. Most of us have not been here for 2 years. That's just like the only ones who.
There's a few. Like how many?
I think it's just Vincent.
Yeah, I think it's just Vincent.
Because it was 2008, wasn't it, when the project started?
It was it was 2007 or 2008. I think Ryan. Ryan thinks like he considers it whenever Vincent started working on it as the start of the project, which I think is
that was 2008, I think.
Which is a fair thing because if you include before that, like literally nobody who did anything for the project before that has anything to do with the project now, and nothing they did has anything to do with it now. So even if anything was done before Vincent joined up, like. Nothing they did like is relevant now, so yeah.
Yeah, there was a bunch of people that just sort of came and went.
Yeah, they because it was a community project originally and stuff. And something. But yeah, no, it's 2007 or 2008. Either way, Vincent's been here for a long time. Like, even if it's 2008, it's like 2008. 1 year difference. It's still over a decade. And I think Ryan joined up pretty early on too, but I don't know when he joined. He might have. Actually no, he's been here for a decade too. Now that because that's right, because the one demo, the original one was released like around 2011 or so.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
so
he has been.
Everybody from that's still here that was back in the alpha demo has been here for at least 10 years. So that would include Gambit.
That's 4 people.
I think Alex,
Gambit, and Alex.
Are they the only ones that are still around from back then?
Yeah, they are.
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember when I had hopped on, which was like, I want to say it was probably like a year or two before you had hopped on. Like T. Lopes was still part of it. I'm trying to remember who else, because I don't think.
We also had the guy who did the backgrounds for
Mike Hillard, I think.
Emerald I forget.
I don't think he did anything for the new demo though.
No, he didn't. Neither. T. Lopes was technically on the project at that point, but he didn't. He never actually did anything, and I also don't even think like.
No,
he was already done.
He did Emerald Hill. Didn't he do Emerald Hill Act 2?
Yeah, he did Emerald Hill Act 2, and I think he was in the beginning stages of like Chemical Plant Act 2 before being like called to work on Mania. Because once Mania was like in development, he basically just said, he didn't tell us he was working on Mania or anything like that, but he did say, hey, I got a huge game I got to work on, and I think we all sort of collectively knew that he like was an official Sega person at that point.
I think at that point we weren't expecting anything. I don't. Once Mania got released though, like it was like okay, all right, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, I had a huge suspicion, but I didn't say anything. So
I didn't think much of it.
I mean,
I just
was
assumed like
sort of suspicious.
He's busy,
Yeah.
But then
there was sort of
Mania gets announced.
Some suspicious activity. Like you look at Pagoda West's social media, they were like posting pictures and with Christian Whitehead and Stealth.
Yeah.
This is before Sonic Mania was announced. I'm like, what's going on here? And then in the Sonic 2 mobile port, in the credits, Tom and Jared are listed as special thanks. And when I saw it, I'm like, they gotta be up to something. They got it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was what sort of like clued me in. But another clue was another Pagoda West game called Major Magnet. Not sure if you've heard of it.
Yeah, that was their first game. That was their
very first.
Yeah, that was. They did that a while ago. But what about that one?
Ages ago.
All right, so the graphic. The graphic style.
Same as Sonic 2 HD.
And what was really interesting about it was that T. Lopes was also brought in to do the music on that. So I saw those two things, and I just kind of put two and two together. I'm like, oh, I know what's going on. And I'm just like, I'm just gonna stay quiet.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I did notice that, and I just completely forgot. I don't know. I remember waking up and seeing the announcement stuff, and I remember I was like, "Oh, dude, what?" And I was also like, "There's also a part of me that was like, I'm not surprised by this." Like it was, I didn't know it was like going to happen, of course. But like whenever it did happen, I wasn't like, "Whoa, I didn't see this coming at all." I was like, you know what? This does not surprise me.
It was the smartest thing that I think, like,
What's going on here?
like business-wise, that Sega has done in quite some time.
Oh, for
like
sure.
And it surpassed everybody's expectations.
Absolutely, it definitely did. What the heck is going on?
Yeah,
You could make
you
the
talk about.
argument, make the argument that Sonic Mania is the best Sonic game ever made. Personally, I'd put Sonic 3 above that, but you could definitely make the argument.
Yeah, you can.
Mike,
Like,
I have a question.
I know for. Oh yeah, what's
about
up?
the animation. So why is it from frames 3 to 4, the treads in the back just kind of shrink?
Wait, say what?
In the back on the animation, I didn't notice this until just now, but the treads don't actually, in the back, they don't move, they just shrink.
Oops. That's, I'm sure there's a very good scientific explanation as to how that is.
I could probably fix it, it's not a big deal.
Okay.
But I was trying to figure out, because I was working on the ones in the back. I don't know if you're actually, well, you're working on freelance stuff, but, I was working on the ones in the back, and it suddenly just hit me like, these aren't moving anywhere.
Yeah, I got no answers.
Okay. Well,
it was most likely just one of those things that I overlooked. Very, very much like with the hammer boss.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it happens.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I think I can fix this.
Okay.
Let me see. Yeah, because they just move. Okay, let me see. The one on the bottom seems to move pretty fine. So it's mostly just the one up. Okay, so
is it just the one that's like at the top?
It's the one at the top and the one like
yeah,
right below that one that shrinks. I'm trying.
Yeah,
to see.
I see it now.
Yeah. I think
it's got to be the back 3.
Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move the one up top. You know what? I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna move that one forward a bit, and then where is this? Where are my treads?
Yeah, I think what probably caused it was that I wasn't too concerned with the spacing of the treads on the back as I was with the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's most likely what happened.
That makes sense. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I think what I can do, I think I can just shift this one forward a bit, like that. And then that'll give me space to take this one and shift this one up a bit. And I can actually just reference my frame 4 here. Let me turn this, I'm gonna turn off that.
I'm asked, what are your favourite zones from all the Sonic games?
Ooh. Oh, wait, all of them?
The Sonic games.
Out of any Sonic game.
I mean, I probably could go with all, but it would take me a while.
Oh, I think he means basically a favourite zone all the time.
Well,
be from any game.
I'll give you 2.
Okay. Let's see what you have, Mike.
All right, so I'm gonna divide them based on like 2D or 3D because I feel like they each serve like a different kind of feel with their gameplay. But my favorite 2D zone of all time is Casino Night, and my favorite 3D zone of all time is Seaside Hill. Specifically the Sonic Generations version, but I also like the Sonic Heroes version a lot too.
Yeah, Seaside
Hill had really good aesthetic.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people seem to like a lot of people don't like Heroes, but I've seen like people be like Seaside Hill is actually good.
Yeah, I think it's the best 3D stage. Like, it does everything that it's supposed to for a Sonic game.
Yeah, that's kind of like the kind of thing, like, because I remember there's this video I once watched where somebody was like looking at all of like the all of the first stages, and he's like playing what's he called? Heroes, and he's like, "This stage is awesome. I thought everyone said Heroes was supposed to suck," and then he's like, but it was like a whole analysis thing and stuff, and he wasn't like saying it like he found out and he's like surprised and stuff, because then he like went on to be like, but then the rest of the stages are not as good as Seaside Hill, so.
Yeah, Seaside Hill made such a good impression that the rest of the levels, by comparison, don't even like live up to it.
Like Grand Metropolis was like for the second stage, so bland.
Yeah.
On a turner. And then you got like what was it? Rail Canyon. Like the whole level is just rail.
Oh, that is the rail level.
They were trying to recreate Sky Canyon from Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah.
Or Sky Rail, I think.
Yeah, that's it. But I have to say, I think the haunted level is pretty good.
Yeah. I like the music.
I'd say that was on the same level as Seaside Hill. Then they had that forest level again, copying Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea what the general.
You think on rehashing stuff from way back then.
Well, I mean, what they were trying to do was they were trying to essentially create a 3D Sonic game that had like lived up to the 2D aesthetic, and they actually succeeded. Like they succeeded with it, but it's just a shame that the level design, like I mean, even I don't have too many issues with the gameplay itself, but the level design is just super lacking, and I feel like they essentially had a Sonic 1 moment where they were like they put all their effort into like Seaside Hill and like maybe a handful of other stages, but the rest of them just sort of fell flat.
I mean, on a gameplay level, I think my problem with Sonic is like the idea of switching between the three characters is a pretty innovative idea.
It seems a lot of people like that idea.
I don't like how special moves, a lot of it is stop, jump in the air, hit this bump. It's very stop and start, and it just loses all the flow. And then, like, when they have enemies locked behind, like they have like a wall, and like the wall will only deactivate when you defeat all the enemies, and it's like no.
Yeah, well, another thing too with
games are about flow.
Right. Another thing too with Heroes is that like there's pretty much no reason to not just play as the flight character. Except when the game forces you. Except when the game forces you to. But like if it's not forcing you for the most part, like actually you're either going to want to use the flight character or the running one, the speed character. And the power one, there's not really any situations where like, or maybe it's the other way around. It's been so long since I played it. It might be that the speed character there's like no reason to really play. I don't know. But I just remember it being like in a lot of situations it's just there wasn't really an incentive to switch. I think Heroes was a good idea. I think like with better execution it could have been better.
Yeah.
But I think that's probably the case with like just a lot of things in general. Like there's so many games and movies or anything that I've just seen that's like this is a really great thing in theory, but the way they did it not so great.
Another thing with Sonic Heroes that bothers me is like the shading on the characters. They look super shiny. Those white highlights.
Oh yeah.
It's like you went from Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 with like kind of realistic character models, and then you just go to like plastic.
Yeah.
They were trying to get that Sonic 3 shine like aesthetic in there.
You know, a lot of people think the Sonic 3 sprites are pre-rendered 3D models.
I can.
They're not.
For like some of them might be.
There's actually evidence. There's evidence for that theory because in the beta for Sonic 3 that came out late last year, Knuckles was drawn in 2D, and then in the final version of the game, Knuckles is pre-rendered.
Oh no! The reason why I know they're not pre-rendered 3D, or at least Sonic's. I don't know about Knuckles because I have nothing to like go off of with Knuckles. I find it unlikely that he's pre-rendered as well. But the reason I know Sonic isn't is because if you compare Sonic's sprite to the original sprite in Sonic 2 and 1, The shading's literally identical, or not the shading. The shading's different. It's the pixels are almost identical. Like they match up almost completely, except for like 3 pixels. Like there's like a pixel on the shoe and the hand's bigger, but like the spikes are exactly the same. Except I think there's 1 extra pixel on one of the spikes. And then the run animation, again, it's like almost identical except for a couple of pixels. And like if this was a pre-rendered 3D model, then they heavily edited it afterwards to make it look like the 2D one. And it seems to me that it's more likely what happened was they took the Sonic 2 sprite and they just shaded it to look like a 3D model. Like if I would be willing to guess, my guess would be that they had a 3D model and they used it as a reference for like shading the sprites, but they didn't.
They did it. Yeah. I think in Sonic 1 they used a 3D model to help animate Sonic, but like a physical clay model.
Yeah, that would make
like
sense.
A pose.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, yeah. What are your favourite zones, Coral?
That's I honestly don't know. I think it's probably Angel Island, to be honest, just because just everything that happens in it, I feel like it's like a fantastic introduction. Because it's a fun zone to play, but also just like it has so much happening in it that it's just like every moment there's like something new coming. Like you go through the first act and then suddenly it's on fire, and then like, well actually no, you start up the game and then there's supersonic, and then suddenly this red dude pops out and steals the Chaos Emeralds from you, and then the stage gets set on fire, and then also like potentially like you find the special stage ring, and like that's going to be another big thing that happens. So like I feel like there's like a lot that happens in Angel Island.
Yeah, it's a very cinematic stage.
It is, yeah, and like that's something I really
very
like.
revolutionary.
Like I mean, like, and like the game, the stage itself is like fun to play. Like it's not just that like, oh, this stage just has all these cool spectacle stuff going on, but it does have cool spectacle stuff going on too. And I think that is part of what makes it stand out. It's actually one thing. Like I know some people like they when they talk about like the newer Sonic games, that they talk about how a lot of them are just they have a lot of the spectacle stuff going on. And it's like the classic games had that too. I think like the big difference with the modern games is just like is the way it's done, and whereas like the classic games, like it had the spectacle, because like that stuff's fun. Like it's fun to see those things, and those things are like can make things exciting. But like it also had like it wasn't just the spectacle, and I feel like a lot of the newer games are like there's a lot of automation to like the stages, and I think that's
a lot of moments when they take control away from the player.
Yeah, and even then, even if they don't really take control away from the player, like it's still like you're really not doing much. Like if you like take Generations in Green Hill Zone, there's that part where the big fish is chasing you, and like technically control isn't taken away from you, but you literally can't do anything except boost on the rail. So like control might as well have been taken away from you.
Yeah, all the quick step sections, like at the end of Rooftop Runner.
The quick step. Well, actually, yeah, I think I feel like in Generations the quick step sections. They're because I guess you have to click the buttons, I guess, but they're still like you're still doing very little.
Yeah, it limited the scope of the gameplay.
Yeah.
To like a binary state, basically.
The quick step sections were a lot more difficult in Sonic Colors, I found. There was just more involved in them. Whereas in Sonic Generations, they're probably targeting a sort of audience that might not necessarily be familiar with Sonic. Because a lot of classic Sonic fans would have got Generations, so they probably toned it down. I thought Sonic Generations got a pretty good balance. Like, out of the 3D games, I would say it's the best quality since Sonic Adventure.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Alright, guys.
The best Sonic games since Sonic Adventure.
have a big update. I finished the treads.
Oh, sweet.
This animation's almost done, which is fantastic. And then I need to.
How much is left?
I need to get the little axle thing, and I need to get the face drill, and then we're done.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think that'll take too much time. I mean, the axle is just gonna take like a couple of minutes. I was gonna say a couple of seconds, but like, I mean, it's gonna take a bit longer than that. All right, let's do this. Okay, so.
You know, it's so interesting seeing it in like this state where you actually see how clean the edges are, because I'm used to it being like in the pixel preview mode.
Oh yeah. I oftentimes whenever I'm working on things, I have them in pixel preview. Whenever I'm animating, because like it becomes oftentimes seeing like more detail makes it a little bit easier to match things up with the line work. Otherwise, like I just have like because if I just turn on the pixel preview, like I can't, like there's no information here, and it's difficult to really like move this stuff around like that. Like yeah, let's see.
I think there was a question in chat that says, "Have you tried? Let's see. Have you played other fan games other than Sonic 2 HD?"
Yes.
I'm not sure if that's addressed to us, but yeah.
I think it is.
Okay.
Too many. Lots and lots. Like, you look at Sage every year, there's like 20 fan games.
Yeah.
Yes, we checked them
I think
out.
we've all played a lot.
Yeah.
But probably, probably one of my personal favorites would be Sonic after the sequel.
Oh yeah.
That game just had a lot of effort put into it, a lot of creativity. You could tell it put effort into getting unique level tropes, and like even like art scenes had effort in them, and the music. Don't get me started. So I would say that's probably one of my favorite fan games. Got its own Wikipedia page. Actually, the Wikipedia page for Sonic after the sequel was featured as the page of the day on Wikipedia once.
That's really bizarre.
It is. It was so random, but
yeah, after the sequel I think is impressive and noteworthy simply due to the fact that like it was a fan game that was actually completed, and that's something you don't get a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time when you like look at Sage, it's usually like you get like the first level of like a game that's like in the works, and then you rarely get anything after that.
Well, the thing is, because a lot of them are made by people who are like a bit younger,
Yeah.
And they have time at that point, and then they get older, and then they have other things to do. And for some people, what it is that they end up going professional, right? And then at that point, they don't have time for fan games anymore. One thing that makes Sonic 2 HD unique is that a lot of the team was already professional to begin with. So it's like with Sonic 2 HD, it's not like, oh, you go off and become professional. For apparently with Sonic 2 HD, what it is that you're a professional, so then you go work on Sonic 2 HD.
Yeah, basically, Sonic 2 HD team members are basically the Avengers.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
What the heck is this thing? All right, I'm gonna have to take
Wait, what happened?
Nothing happened. There's like a weird like shadow on this. Oh, I see what this is. Ugh, I don't like that. I'm gonna have to hold on. Oh man, I'm gonna have to remove that from every single layer. Let me. I'm gonna copy this up to here though. There's like a shadow, and it needs to animate. Where is it? I can't find it. Is that it? Nope. Hold on.
What are you talking about? The wheel shadow? That's like
there's like a big hold on, I can't. I'll find it and
Yeah.
I'll show everyone. Maybe it's not a part of that. Is it? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I see. It's already... Okay, never mind. I'm good. I don't need to delete something. It's already a part of this thing. Okay. Let's see. How am I going to get this in here? I know I can use... Oh, my... There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay.
Alright.
I thought I had to do...
Right.
Like, move it around. It was this one right here. I didn't realize it was already separated from the wheel below.
Okay.
I thought it was a part of that, and so I mean, it wouldn't have been like too big of a deal, and like, you know, it's not like there are often like things like times like that where like, I miss shadows or something, or like I like on one layer, and it's like the shadow should probably be on this layer. You know, you just gotta go with it when that happens. Lock that.
Oh, someone actually mentioned AM2R, even though it's not a Sonic game, it's a Metroid game, as being like a genuinely great fan game that was seen to completion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, another thing too. Actually, I know the guy who did after the sequel and before the sequel. He's actually a friend of mine.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You know, I wonder if I'm just gonna say Freedom Planet. I'm not sure. I know it started off as like a fan game of Sonic, and it became its own thing. But I mean, yeah, Freedom Planet was just. I was very impressed by that game and how far it was able to go.
Yeah, Freedom Planet. It's like you know, it's not a fan game now.
Yeah.
But like yeah,
which I'm happy about.
Yeah, no, I think it not being a fan game was what really allowed it to be what what it ended up becoming. But I think I do remember because it was posted on Sonic Retro like years ago, and I remember seeing that document. And I was like, oh, this looks pretty neat. I'll check this out once
yeah, do you remember like the really early sprites of Lilac was like a hedgehog?
Oh yeah, she was a hedgehog. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, it was very much like Sonic fan game. I remember that was actually something because I think they'd actually done the Kickstarter at that point already, anyways. But they were like, we don't like that Lilac. We want to really divorce it from Sonic more because they make it seem less like a fan game, and that's why they changed her from being a hedgehog because they're like, look.
Yeah, I think it's all for the better. Like, I especially love that she's a dragon and how it has, it fits so well with, the, because a lot of the aesthetic that's in that game is, there's a lot of traditional and modern Chinese aesthetics that are in that game. Just having the main character be a dragon just really...
Yeah, that does really fit with that very, very nicely.
Yeah. Man, I can't wait for Freedom Planet 2. Yeah, cannot wait.
Upcoming fan games, which ones are you excited for? I'll say like Utopia, just because it's such an interesting idea.
I'll be honest,
they're trying to innovate with something new.
Not super big on Utopia. I think what they're doing good stuff with it, but I'm not really into 3D games. So for me, I look at Utopia and I'm like, Utopia, it's definitely solid work. It's true, yeah.
Games.
Yeah.
Especially Sonic ones.
Yeah. Well, 3D is just way more complicated. Our team couldn't do 3D, but that's mostly just because our team is comprised of 2D artists. But
and probably another fan game I'd say I'm quite excited for is Sonic Studio, which
oh yes,
dude, one of our guys is doing that one. Of course. Excited. Yeah, I should say that one's the one I'm looking forward to most.
Yeah, same.
A big part of it is just because it's one of our guys doing it, but also he's doing amazing stuff with it. Of course I'm looking forward to it.
Good.
It's
I mean, everything about it is just fantastic. I mean, not just on like a surface level either. Like if you look at the technical aspect of it, it is really impressive.
Oh yeah, no, he's
Mm.
really got a lot of this, a lot of that stuff down. Like he knows what he's doing.
Mm.
And
Oh,
I
it
know
looks like
like
there's a question.
a lot of people
Uh,
before he made the game, they were like skeptical of a Sonic Maker type game, and to be honest, I was one of those people too. But like
Hmm.
he really, he really pulled it off. I think actually he because he was asking people what they thought like before he really like went through with it. He was like, "What do you think about this?" And I think what he was doing is he was trying to see like what people were like, what problems people could see with it, so he could try to like address those problems and like make sure it was great. And I think he's succeeded from what I'm seeing.
There was a question that got brought up in chat where they asked us, "What do you guys think about the Sonic Chaos fan remake?
I
Really
oh
cool.
that one.
The one that's by A Plus Start, and
Yeah.
it was like, yeah,
I think it looks pretty good. It looks like Sonic Mania, to be honest, which is what they were going
Yeah.
for. But
yeah.
So-
I'm actually going to give a special shout out to Maxi the Man for making like the music for that fan game because it sounds just godlike, and
yeah.
I absolutely love it. So like, not sure if he's like at all in the chat or watching this, but if he is, just saying.
Well, maybe some people in the chat will look them up. It'll get more.
Mm.
They'll get
Yeah,
some
I kind
new-
of feel like if you're a Sonic fan and you like hearing remixes of Sonic music, like Sonic music, you either already follow him or you know of him, or like you heard of stuff but you just don't know who he is. I kind of feel like it's at that point.
Mm, Yeah.
Mm. Roadblock Snuck asks, "Wait, is this game still in development?" Yeah, you're watching it right now, live.
Oh, all right.
Mm,
I
I love it.
Okay. That's a wonderful question. Just watching a live stream of the development. Is this game still in development?
But I love that because everybody thinks that we're dead, and
They do.
it's just I don't know what to say anymore. I kind of feel like anytime we post or anytime we stream, there's always going to be someone who asks or just wants to make sure that we're still alive. And
Yeah.
I
I don't believe it. That's the thing. Like, I was thinking about this previously, and I think the reason why people keep asking this question is because the project got cancelled in the past, and it was just
Yeah.
like such a shock. It was right after the demo, and then boom, cancelled.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the reason. Like, I doubt people who were following the project after the revival would be asking those kind of questions.
See, that's something
Right.
that, I would think too, but like I've seen people where they're like, it's not that they think the game hasn't been revived since the initial cancellation. It's that they just think we re-canceled it again, because I see people saying like, oh, they canceled it again, and I'm like, when did we cancel it
Yeah.
again? Where,
Yeah, like
Where-
after
where's your
like
information
after we
coming
did
from?
I mean,
Demo 2,
What was that?
yeah.
I was just saying, like,
I was-
after we did Demo 2, it was like,
Yeah. Well, after demo 2,
The demo
like,
out, guys.
what was that?
I mean, like, we put a demo out. That's proof
Oh,
that it's
yeah.
not cancelled. You know.
Well, that's the thing. They think
Um,
it got canceled. I think after that demo came
Yeah,
out.
I
That's
think
what
it.
is.
Yeah. Like when there's a silence for like a few months or whatever, they'll be like,
Game's
"Has it been
canceled. It's
cancelled?"
over,
Because I
guys.
think it's because like they've been burnt once before.
That could be
So
it.
it's just
yeah.
I think that's the reason for it.
Yeah.
That's just my theory. Could be wrong.
No, like I always tell people, like whenever I see people like uh, thinking it's canceled, I'm like, look, game's not canceled. The thing is, the only problem we have with getting this game done is that we have very little time. But there's no internal issues. Like before, like what got it canceled initially was that the programmer, and they didn't even try to hide it too. Whenever it initially got canceled, like literally, like all of them came out and they're just like, yeah, Lost sucks.
Yep.
There goes my alarm. It's
But
2 o'clock now.
now
It's been 4 hours.
yeah, now all of the programmers that we have, all of them are great, and none of them are like holding the project hostage. Also, we have multiple programmers, so I don't even think any of them could do that because it'd just be like, all right, well,
Mm.
then let's just stick with one of the ones who isn't doing that. But none of them are doing that, so that's not a problem. Yeah, everyone on the team is.
I mean, the other thing is, like, if we were in a position where we were forced to think about cancelling,
Yeah.
what would happen is we would just get more staff on board, and then that would be, bang, problem solved.
Yeah, that actually is probably what
Um,
would happen. I feel like if we were in a situation where it's like pretty much all of the current team members were like, look, I simply don't have the time to work on this anymore, like we'd probably, could bring on more people and stuff. And like, to be honest, like if I like for whatever reason, like I don't think I'm going to, at this point anyways, I don't think I'm in a situation where I'm like, I can't work on this anymore, I don't have time. Although I am struggling to find the time. Um, I'd be like, if we brought on new people, like I'd help to try to make sure like they could get up to speed like with everything and like maintain the quality that we've been going for. Because it's a lot easier to like if other people do work for you to be like, hey, look, here's how you can make this, improve this a bit. But I don't see that happening. And plus, this is a hobby project. I want us to go faster, and I'm trying to, and I feel like maybe there are ways that we can, but it's okay if it's not being worked on 24/7. Is what I've come to accept, I guess. But yeah, if we did need to get new staff on board, I think that's what would happen rather than us being like the game's canceled. Because there are a lot of artists out there who.
And it's cancelled.
Yeah. Oh
I
shoot.
wish it does an April Fool's post. Just go, the game's cancelled. Bye.
That'd
People
be-
take it seriously.
Yeah, April Fool. I feel like I like the April Fool jokes whenever we like I like how whenever we joke about like the game being released in 2050. I really hope it's not released in 2050. I hope it's before that. But like, I feel like if we joke about like the game's canceled, I feel like that's just like because that will be spread around even if it is April 1st.
Yeah.
So
That's
I feel like
rumor spread too easily.
yeah, I feel like it's
What
better.
we could do is after every demo release, we just cancel and then we resurrect, and then we just suddenly just come back and they're like, "Oh, you're back!" And then we're like, "Yeah, we never left, even though we did."
That'd be amazing.
It's back again.
Every single time we release
That might be a good trick to get more likes. Just say the project's back again.
That is true. I think.
And then they'll be like, yes, it'll get hips a like.
Yeah, I think
Really
actually
good
some
idea.
of the biggest.
My social media mind's ticking.
Yeah, aren't some of like the biggest social media posts the ones like right after the revival?
Yeah. Well, the demo posts were bigger. The demo posts were easily the biggest one.
Oh, right,
Yeah, second biggest was whenever they announced, which you'd expect because
Right.
that was like so.
Well, then it's back, and they're
up-inducing,
like, "Hey, we're back, and also we're looking for new artists," which is great because, like, at that point, like, I saw their back, that it's back and stuff, and I'm sitting there and I'm just like, "Dude, they're back and they're looking for new artists." I have been preparing for this, for not that long at that point. I'd only been drawing for like, I've been doing it for like 3 years at that point. I've been working on Sonic 2 HD for longer than like I haven't in my art career at this point.
Wow,
Yeah.
it is something to think about.
Yeah.
I mean, real talk. This fan game project had leveled me up as an artist in such a huge way.
Oh yeah, I think at this point,
Yeah.
like, I've moved past like what the project can teach me, but definitely like
Hmm.
early on, like whenever I first joined up, um, there was there was definitely a lot that like I was like picking up new things and stuff, and it was also really nice because like with Sonic 3 HD, because I was like the only artist for a large amount of the time.
Hmm.
So like I had to do everything, even if like I couldn't do it. So it was nice like with Sonic 2 HD where like, I mean at this point I can do a lot of the stuff. I can't necessarily do it as well as like everybody else on the team, but like I can do a lot of the stuff at this point. But like I don't have to, and that's really nice. Like just to not have to do it. Um,
Yeah,
but,
I know exactly how you feel with that.
Yeah, but early on, like with Sonic 2 HD, it definitely was like, I guess I definitely did learn like a fair bit, but at this point, like, because I'm just doing like for the most part with S2 HD, I'm just doing the stuff that like I've always done, which is just the vector stuff, and it's not like there's like you don't usually have to do like anything like particularly like unique with that. Like it's all like the same stuff, like and everything. I still enjoy doing it though, so that's good. Also, I am done with the axle, so now I just need to get the nose. And it is 3 o'clock.
Cool.
Ooh,
Has
fantastic.
we've been going on for how long? 2 hours now at this point.
4 hours.
4.
After 4 hour mark.
Oh, I meant for like the new one. Yeah, 4 hours. Okay, cool. Cool. We're
Two,
making
well, the first stream ended 2 hours.
we're making pretty
So we've got
pretty good time.
Questions
Yeah.
come in from Still Core. What do you think of Sonic Robo Blast 2?
Love it.
I've never played Sonic Robo Blast 2. I know it's like an OG fan game. Like it's like been around for like ever.
Yeah, I absolutely love it.
Yeah,
It's,
I've never played it.
Let me see.
Like
if I
especially
can
their
see
latest
it.
release.
All right, I'm just gonna try. I'm gonna try and see if I can cheat with the face drill real quick. I don't think I can. I think I'm gonna have to do it.
I highly recommend cheating if you can.
That's well, yeah, no. Like I said,
It looks like you should be able to do it if you wash the hand drill in a bit horizontally and then resize it.
the problem is doing.
I mean, that's what I did when I animated it, and I do remember there was like an issue with like how it moved, and
no, it's
I
not
think
gonna work. Yeah,
yeah,
it's not gonna work.
sorry.
Ew, it's fine. I don't think this one will take too long because like after doing the hand drill, I've got a thought for it. Like it's a little bit more. I understand it a bit more. Plus, we've still got time. I think.
Yep.
Yeah, I think, man, I'm thinking about the turn animation, and that one's now the one that I'm dreading. I'm like, oh, the turn, man.
Well, the good news with the turn is that it's only 4 frames that you have to do because the rest are mirrored. Except, well, the front isn't a mirror, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, but even just like that's the thing. Like I'm just like, well, it's just those 4 frames, and then one of those frames is going to end up used for the the bursting out animation, and that animation is going to be nothing because I think honestly like a lot of it's just scaling, and I think I can get away with rotating for a lot of it. So like I think that one's gonna be a breeze. Like we'll be like we're spending hours on this one, and we're probably gonna have an hour or two on the turn. But then once we get to the burst out, the wall burst one, it's just gonna be like, boom, done.
Yeah, I feel like at most it'd probably take you like 8 hours at most, maybe not even that long.
To get all these?
Yeah, to do everything.
Okay. Right, yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering if we're gonna get an 8 hour. I was prepared to do an 8-hour stream.
It was 8 hours last time.
It was, but like that boss animation, because it's just because there was like a lot more details. I was also interacting with like the chat a bit more during it, so
Yeah.
it took me a bit longer. I'm not doing that so much this time, so it's a little bit better. I think I'm probably going to grab food though right after I finish this animation because I'm really freaking hungry.
Yeah.
I'll have to figure out something that I can
Same.
make that is nice and quick, so that way we can get back to work real soon. But
Yeah. I might actually head on out and I don't know, go get a burger or something.
right, yeah, I won't do that because I want to get back fast. I'm trying to think because I want to know. Like I'm think like part of me is like I want to make. Oh, maybe I could make spaghetti actually. That'd take a bit of time though. I'll probably just warm something up or whatever. I don't know. I'll figure it out after I get this done here. Oh wait, I messed up. Hold on, let me undo this. All right, here we go. Let's.
Oh, somebody in chat mentioned Sonic 3 HD. Said Sonic 3 HD pissed me off a bit when I heard it was canned because it was right after hearing about Sonic 2 HD getting canned.
Oh, Sonic 3 HD wasn't canned. It wasn't actually ever really officially like canceled. Basically, with Sonic 3 HD, what happened was we. Hold on. Oh, okay, that's that. Hold on, where's that one?
There was another question, but I'll answer it after you answer the current one.
Oh, okay, hold on. I'm just looking for. Okay, here we go. I was looking for a
All
piece
right.
inside of my compound shape. What was it? Right. So basically, what happened was, well, basically we joined Sonic 2 HD, but it was never actually officially canceled. I will say at this point, like, it's if it's not canceled, you're probably not going to see anything from it for a very long time, if ever. So you can just assume it's canceled at this point. But it was never. I don't think we ever officially canceled it, as far as I recall.
All right. So the other question that we had was, let's see, what do you think about Sonic Project Hero? And I actually don't know what Sonic Project Hero is, so I can't really comment on
I
it.
was gonna say I don't know what that is either.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry if it's like a new thing and we're just kind of out of the loop.
See, I don't know. I haven't heard of that one. I don't think. Or if I have, I just forgot about it. 'Cause there
Yeah.
are a lot of fan games being made like all the time.
I feel like there's even more being made now since
Yeah.
it's been a while since Sega like released something official for Sonic.
Well, there was a big boom in like fan games like once Mania got released. I think part of that is also just because like a lot of those guys, Sega had this was no secret. Sega advertised the fact that hey, these guys used to do the these guys are fans. They used to do the we used to make fan games and stuff. Like that was something like they definitely like talked about like a fair bit. So
they didn't explicitly mention our project, but they hinted at the most they could without mentioning us by name.
Yeah, no, I don't think they ever mentioned any specific projects, but they just said these guys come from like fan games and the hacking scene and stuff like that. It's like it was something like they were very like open about. And I think like a lot of people like they saw those like interviews and like them talking about that and they're like these guys make fan games. I can make a fan game, like because I feel like whenever you hear like because this is what this is what happened with me like whenever I was like what got me making fan games is like I found out that people made fan games. Like I didn't realize like people made fan games and that you could like that was something you could really do. I just kind of like I don't really know what like I thought. Like I guess I kind of knew that like yeah, like the people who make games, they're just like normal people or whatever. But like I feel like I think like part of me, I don't know, like part of me just didn't make the connection that like I didn't need to do anything special. I could just go and make the game. And I think seeing Sonic 2 HD, because that was the game that, you know, I saw and made me be like, I'm gonna go make a Sonic 3 HD. You know, that was really made me realize like, yeah, I can just make a game now. Like, what am I waiting for? And I feel like Sonic Mania, just hearing that, you know, these guys did fan games, probably did that for a lot of people. So then they went off to make fan games. But I do remember, like, back whenever I got into fan games, like, everybody who was getting into fan games at that point, like, it was always Sonic 2 HD, Sonic 2 HD. And, like,
Yeah.
Everyone, you know, we all wanted to do the next Sonic 2 HD and stuff. We were all, like, super into Sonic 2 HD.
Yeah, it was so impressive. I still remember seeing like the first trailer for the alpha demo, even though it wasn't technically like it. I don't think it was gameplay because I think it was actually just After Effects and like the sprites were like layered over actual gameplay from like
Oh
original
yeah,
Sonic
yeah.
2. It was just sort of yeah.
That's not.
But I mean,
that first trailer is not real gameplay. It is done. It was set up in After Effects. You have been lied to.
Mm.
I was blown
And
away.
that's the
When
thing
I
about
saw
so it was cool.
it.
Yeah, but the thing with that trailer was, it like showed the full physics implementation, like Sonic running over the bridge.
Yeah.
And then a few months after that, there was a post to the Facebook page saying, "We've now completed the physics implementation. All the bridges now work." And I remember seeing that and thinking, "The trailer had it. Why are you saying that now?"
I don't know if they ever publicly. I don't know, like back then. I don't even know if it's actually ever been. I mean, I guess like we've talked about it, like in like the stream, for example. But I'm not sure if we've ever stated like on a like post or anything like that trailer isn't real gameplay.
Mm.
No, it was in. Yeah, I think Tom and Jared spoke about it on Sonic Retro.
That's what I think they did mention that because
They did.
yeah, because I know
They did.
like you know they said literally nobody played. The first time we played the game was whenever you guys did, and people were like, what the heck is the trailer? And they're like, yeah, that actually isn't real.
Actually, you know what we should do?
The second trailer is real
Right.
gameplay, by the way.
Yeah, I was just saying.
Yeah.
While on the subject of trailers, it would be kind of nice if we were to like do like an homage to that alpha demo trailer, since we actually will have special stage now.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Oh,
maybe.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like recreate it with the
Yeah.
running through the loop, but this time. Oh, I really like that idea. We should
Yeah,
like
like-
we probably should start planning out like the next trailer actually.
Yeah, we actually don't have any plans for it, so I apologize for you
some-
mentioning that just in case. But
We've got. I mean,
it's
we
such a good idea.
we've got some ideas, but I don't think we've ever like formally talked about them or like started organizing them. I think we're getting to a point where we probably should though.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't
if
expect
they are
anything, by the way,
ideas
people
and you're
watching
impatient.
this.
Yeah.
I should
I
specify
apologize.
that. Oh, Dan's in the chat. Hey, Dan.
Yeah. Yeah, quite a few team members are in the chat. I don't know. Hey, do you all want to just hop in and just talk
come hop in the voice
the
chat.
live stream? Yeah. I mean, it's not scary.
They don't buy it.
Well, they might not have mics. Well, I know.
Well,
I know
Dan,
Dan.
yeah,
has them.
Dan makes like
Yeah.
he does this whole animation study thing.
There you go.
It was
Hey,
actually
We got one.
Yeah, I didn't want to just jump in and invade. I
oh,
was just like,
and
okay,
your
I'll just
microphone is
stay in the
nice
chat.
this time. It's actually at a good volume and not because I remember you had
Oh
the good
yeah,
one.
I remember the last time that was terrible.
Yeah, I didn't realize how bad it was until like afterwards. and I was
Yeah,
listening
just
into it,
from
and I was like, oh wow, your microphone. First, the big problem is it was super loud, especially compared to mine. But uh, everyone seems to have at least a decent microphone now, so we should be good. I think mine's actually the worst
Well,
one. I want to get a new
We
microphone.
hope so. We hope so until we watch it back and you realise that I'm just really distorted again.
Yeah. Well, everyone else sounds good, like, at least coming through Discord. The only person I don't know about is myself. So,
You sound great.
all right, that's good then. Yeah, but yeah, I was just saying though, Dan, he whenever he sent us the email and stuff, I was like, oh hey, I know that guy. He's got the animation study. So that was pretty cool.
All right, well, now that we got one more person in, I don't feel so bad about leaving to get some
Oh, no.
food.
All right. See, I've got. Oh yeah, hi cat.
Yes, cat.
Oh, dang, your cat.
Come here. All right.
I'm
Cat's,
prepared for more meows right now.
She might be quiet now because I picked her up and
Oh,
she's
okay.
like sitting on my lap. Well, she's sitting next to me. She's in my chair, like next to me. But if I didn't do that, she would be meowing. No, don't try to eat my sandwich plate. I ate a sandwich before I started the stream, so I was actually.
Oh, by the way,
We need to know.
not sure if you saved, but you might want to save just in case your cat like walks over the keyboard or something.
Oh, she can't walk over it.
Oh, okay.
It's in like this little drawer. She's literally never done it.
Oh, okay. It's just I've seen
Oh yeah,
people
no, I
post
know.
pictures of like, yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Even
like,
if you
the worst she can do is like she'll maybe step up and press the space bar, but there's no like it should be fine. Also, like I did save a little bit ago, so we should be good. I think whenever I did the boss
even if you lose your
animation,
phone.
that whole 8 hours, if I recall correctly, I think I like didn't save for like the majority of it.
Yeah,
I have a
remember
habit of
that.
doing that. Like I do an entire thing and I don't save. I think I've gotten better at that though. But like a big thing like for me is because like Photoshop and like Illustrator, like a lot of other people seem to have them crash a lot. They don't really crash for me very much. And at least with Photoshop too. Like whenever Photoshop does crash, it's not a super big deal because it tends to like store your progress. Which I have had some like moments like that. Usually it's actually not Photoshop crashing. It's like something else happening that like causes it to like me have to close the program or something. But I have had some like close calls with that where I've been like, oh no, have I lost my work? I think there have been a few times where I have lost my work, and I think there was actually something on Sonic 2 HD. I forget what it was, but I think like I lost like I did like pretty much everything, and then I completely lost it, and I had to start over on it. Like it, which that's something you have to do sometimes whenever you lose something. Like
Yeah, that's
whenever
the
you're
worst.
whenever you're doing personal work, if you lose something, it's like all right, whatever. I can just I can just go on to the next thing, right? But like whenever you're doing like a project like with Sonic 2 HD and stuff, it's like this thing needs to get done, and you're the one who has to do it. So in that case,
Yeah,
you just have
anytime
to.
that happens for like freelance especially, but like if
Oh,
you're
yeah.
working for someone else or doing something that's like team related, then it gets especially scary.
Oh yeah, especially because like with like with freelance stuff, because like if you're getting paid by the hour, like that's like work down
Oh
the
yeah.
drain, and I don't feel like you can charge people for work that like you literally didn't do.
Yep.
So like, yeah, that's
Yeah. I've had that happen to me once and I'm like never again. Never
Yeah.
again.
yeah, you gotta wear that because like yeah, because especially like if you're working with like smaller people, where it's like they're like they're not they usually have tight budgets and stuff, and like you can't be like drop it on them like, hey, so like I was doing the thing but then like it crashed, so like technically this took like twice as long normally, so pay me twice as much now. Like that's not like I feel like that's just punishing them for your program crashing, and like it's not their like they're not the ones who did it. But Yeah. Now, on the other hand, I feel like if you're working for like a bigger like AAA studio, and like I know sometimes like they have the freelancers like work on their systems, and I think like in that case, like if you're going into their place and their systems like break, then it's like, bro, your system broke, so like, this is on you.
Well, I mean, if you're going in
Yeah.
like on location and you're like working with like their tools and like whatever
Right.
they assign you, you're basically working salary or hourly
Well,
at that point.
well, yeah. Like, I mean, you're still you can still be classified as a freelancer in that case.
Right.
But it's just like you're using their systems, and like whenever you're using their stuff, I think it's usually I would expect like in whenever if it's somebody else's tools that are failing, then that's on them. If it's my tools that are failing, that's on me. That's my view basically.
Yep.
So like
Okay.
I guess if some person wanted me to do freelance for them like remotely, and they sent me a system, and their system broke on me, I guess then I'd charge them for it, because they're like, bro, your system broke, mine doesn't do this. All right. I know like there's one artist, he Anthony Jones, and I think every artist has like a story about how they lost all their work and had to restart. But like I remember he did like this thing, and he did it. He's actually really fast at like painting now, but I think back then he wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember what like with his story, like what happened was he he had this project he was doing, and he spent like the whole day painting it, and then like he accidentally saved over, and he's like, I'm gonna have to be here like the rest of the night, basically. Because he would do sketches like in his break time, and so he, and like what he found out is like whenever you did it once, the second time it always goes faster, and he usually ends up looking better anyways. So like that's one thing too, like that you can like look at, like that's the one silver lining. Like whenever, if like I do lose my work, I just think I'm like, all right, I lost my work, but on the plus side, it's probably not going to take as long to get it back. It's probably going to look better. So.
Yeah, like I think after you've done it once, you just have that muscle memory,
right.
and you can just quickly do it again.
Right. Yeah.
You get anxiety where it's like, well, maybe this time it won't be as good. I had it perfect before.
Well, see, I think the mentality too, whenever you're doing things the second time, is like you lost all that work and you're just like scrambling to get it, like to re-get there. So I feel like there's less of that at that point.
I guess it depends how much you've optimized what you've done.
Yeah.
Like if it's really highly optimized, then it will hurt.
Oh, I guess you're doing the programming stuff. So I don't know how. I guess with programming though too, like you don't need to refigure out how everything works, because I know like a big part of programming is like the problem solving.
Yeah.
So.
But also you've got stuff like source control, so you never really tend
to
lose
yeah.
your work anyway.
That's true.
It's either stored, or it's like stored on cloud, GitHub or something.
But if you forget,
you accidentally save over it.
Yeah.
Then at that point you can just go back.
Right. I think the only problem with that is if you just like you lose stuff, like you overwrite something before you like commit it, would be the problem.
Yeah.
But I don't know how often that like becomes an issue.
Not really too much of an issue.
That's nice. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, with art, I know like once you do something once, like you tend to have a pretty good feel for like how to do it. So it just becomes a lot easier like the second time, I guess. That's my experience anyways.
With programming as well.
Yeah.
You're obviously working with multiple files, so it's not all like all your code isn't just in one file. And if you accidentally save over that, you lose the file. You lose maybe like a section.
Yeah. No, I work because like I do stuff with Unity a lot. So like, and I mean, I'm not doing any coding in Unity because I can't. I mean, I actually can kind of code. I can do very basic stuff. Um, but like I like put stuff into Unity and implement those things. So like I know like there's a lot of like messing around with different files and everything. So it's not just like you've got this one file that you're working on and that's it, and then you lose that and everything's terrible and it's yeah.
Yeah, I can't think of anything which, unless like, you have something major like a hard drive crash, but then like that just happens to anyone anyway.
I have not had that happen to me. I hope it doesn't, because I have a lot of stuff on here. I know usually, oftentimes, like if your hard drive does fail, though, you can still retrieve stuff from it and stick it on a new hard drive.
Yeah.
Because like my old hard drive, like from my right before I joined the team, my computer just died, and I had to get a replacement. And everything on that old hard drive, like I was able to plug it in and like get it off of there, so like it wasn't too big of a like, oh no, everything's terrible, like I lost all of my stuff. I actually have most of it on my new hard drive at this point. So I have files on here from all the way back in like 2011.
It depends how it dies. If it's obviously the disk stops spinning in it or some sort of mechanical fault, then that's going to be a pain.
Oh,
you
yeah.
have to swap the disks out to a working one. If it's just like the file or petition table which gets corrupted, then, well, if it's petition table rather, then yeah, that's pretty easy
I didn't,
as well.
Yeah, I didn't have to do anything too fancy to get the stuff. I just needed to plug it into my system, and then and then it was just like a thing. I do know like if that doesn't work, there are like more like hardcore ways to get stuff off.
Yeah.
But luckily I didn't.
Forensics.
Yeah, luckily I didn't have to do anything like that. All right, man, we're almost done with this animation. We are killing it here. All right. And then I'll export it and I'll have the preview. I'll see if I can get Photoshop streaming whenever I set up the preview so that everyone can see it. And then I'm gonna grab food as and take a bit of a minute, a bit of a breather, and then I'll jump into the rotating animation.
Yeah. Speaking of food, I am officially going to head out because it's burger time.
All right. See you
All
once.
right, then I'll
once
be
you
back
get back. All right, we'll see you when you get back.
All right.
That was the other question I had is while you're taking a break, what are we doing with the stream?
You can talk with the chat, I guess.
Just talk with the chat.
I mean, I'll come back and
Tell
with
them all
my
the secrets.
I'll probably come back with my food. So like, no,
Okay.
I'll chat with them there. But
I just realised I haven't actually been paying attention to the chat for like the last 10 minutes. I remember like chatting with the chat last time. It was quite good. Yes, Amy, jump in the chat. Amy's in
You get a
here.
wrench.
We're still going. Well, I've only just joined.
who's jumping in the chat?
Oh, Amy's in the chat. She needs a spanner. Wrench.
Oh.
You got a wrench.
Someone get Amy a wrench.
I'm on to it.
Oh, the oh right, the mod thing, yeah. I forget that's a thing because I'm just like, oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm just like because I have the like I'm on the S2HD YouTube channel, so if I post, it just looks fancy and highlighted. Unless I like log out, which like last time the stream was going, because I was monitoring it with on the S2HD account to make sure everything was going good, which I'm kind of doing now, but stream's going real nice. It looks like there's no issue showing up here, which is great. Part of that is I know how streaming works fairly well, so I know how to set it up pretty nicely.
It has been pretty smoothly apart from the dropout.
yeah,
That's no one can really.
the dropout and getting the dual stream going with Facebook.
Yeah, that was not fun.
No, but
Badnik.
yeah, no, like the good thing was is, like I knew like once we got that sorted out, like everything should be fine, because like I said, like I know how streaming works fairly well, so like I can genuinely like set my stuff up fairly nicely, but I know like whenever we're doing the like like with Mike streaming and stuff, like you know I'm trying to monitor everything and stuff, and you know he's the one doing the streaming, so it can be a you know that more problems can arise at that point whenever you have that going on, but you know we got it working out.
So one person only reach, as opposed to multiple people reading chat, or no one reading chat.
What about reading chat?
Figure out. So by the way,
I'm
maybe
pretty sure we're all.
one person.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think
Wait,
we're all looking at the chat except for Coral.
yeah, I'm the only one that's not really looking at the chat. So sometimes I ask you guys. You know, I've asked like what the chat's up to. What are they up to right now, by the way?
They're talking.
That okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that adds up.
I don't know. There's lots of people talking. And
How many people are? Hold on. I want to see. I want to see how many people are watching. Right now we have about 52 people watching, I think. Wondering what the max has been. It's been pretty steadily like about 50 people. I don't think they're all the same people, I'm pretty sure, but it's been pretty steady.
I think we were at about 80 at the start.
Oh wait, that's right, because we also had
Then we had
the last
on
one.
Facebook.
Yeah, the first stream, because there's always a spike right at the beginning where we get up to 100, but that always like tends to drop down. I will say our live streams are actually like surprisingly like active. Like we have like 52 people viewing right now. Most live streams do not have that many people viewing. Like because I've checked out like a lot of like development live streams, and like many of them they just like they have like a handful of people. Like we get some pretty decent numbers. I'm sure like compared to like you know like really big streamers, like you know we have like this is nothing, but you know for like development streams, you know like looking at those, like our numbers are real good.
Because as well as that, it's your animation live streams. There's actually something going on the screen. If it's coding, then not many people really that interested in coding. It's not something which is visually appear.
Yeah, that's something I think it would be nice to have. I do think we should get a coding live stream going on at some point, though. I think that'd be really fun. I am curious to see how popular it'd be. I feel like it'd be more popular than you'd think. Because to be honest, I'm really surprised that people are interested in like watching live streams of like me, you know, cleaning up this animation. Because it's not very exciting. Like it's mostly just me moving stuff around, right? And you know, but people watching that. So like you know, you say like you know, coding isn't very interesting because it's just like a bunch of text and stuff. But like, we might be surprised. It might be that like those would be like more popular than the art ones. I'd be surprised by that actually. I wouldn't be surprised if they got some decent viewing though. Like I would expect coding live streams to still get some attention. Because keep in mind, like the Sonic fandom, like they do like the coding and stuff. Like that's something that is like respected in the Sonic fandom. So like, I feel like they'd be more popular than you'd suspect.
We did have a coding time lapse a while back, and that
I think
pretty good. But it just sort of like a bunch of lines running around really fast.
Yeah, you can.
But in a live stream,
yeah. Our live streams are super
in a
fast.
live stream, you could sort of yeah.
I don't. Our live streams aren't designed in a way to like actually give people any insight on how we really make the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They're just way too short for anybody to really gain any useful information about them. Like I can watch like the live streams of like you know, or not the live streams, the time lapse like of you know myself doing like the because we have like the Pocky time lapse. That one's actually on my channel and not the Sonic 2 HD channel. I can watch that and that video and like be like, yeah, that's what's going on. I can see that. But I also did that. I can also look at like because we have the supersonic, or no, we have the grabber, not supersonic. We have the grabber cleanup that Vincent did, right? Because I know how the Photoshop works. Like I can look at it and be like, oh, he's doing that. Like yeah, I see what he's doing like in the video. But like if somebody doesn't already like have a pretty good idea like how things are done, like those time lapse videos, like you're gonna have no way of actually figuring it out.
Yeah, like the animation, you can see what's happening because, like in the case of Grab, it's just Ricky drawing, and you can just
that one's really straightforward.
Just sped up because he's drawing faster. But then when it gets to the vector, it's just like I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, no, like you can't tell what's happening.
Moving.
Yeah,
and it's done.
Yeah, the animation. I think animation time lapse. It's just because it's just somebody drawing. Like it's a lot easier to be like, oh, okay, that's going. Like there's nothing fancy about it. Animation's like really straightforward. That's actually one thing. Like a lot of people ask me, they're like, hey, what software can I use for animation? And I'm always just like, dude, you can literally use paper for it. Like you don't need any fancy software. Like that's actually like whenever I first did animation, I learned to do it on paper. So don't get me wrong, they're not good animations, and I'm not really an animator much myself. But like I can animate, and what got me started when I first started animation, it was on like physical. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. It was on physical paper.
Otherwise, the question about Sonic Infinity Engine just keeps coming up.
What the heck is Sonic Infinity Engine?
Exactly. A, some people don't know what it is, and B, if you do know what it is, I've seen it on Twitter, I think. If that's the one I'm thinking of anyway, it looks pretty good, but as I said previously in the chat, it just looks like the start of the fall of the Sonic 3D series. It looks like Sonic 06 kind of graphics. And yeah, that's kind of somewhat to be expected because it's a modern 3D game, but I don't know. There's something which is a bit strange, like for instance the Badnik design in it just looks too new. I don't know. I don't really like the new Badnik design in 3D games.
I see.
And stuff like the homing attacks, it's got the silly lock-on symbol as well. So, for instance, Sonic Adventure 2, that's my idea of a Sonic 3D game. If they had, like, the Sonic Infinity engine, but with the design of Sonic Adventure 2, that'd be great. Like homing attacks, which just home onto an enemy rather than showing a little target over them. And well, I don't know. I don't think the Sonic Adventure 2 Badnik designs are actually that bad, but obviously Sonic Adventure 2 was just really quite bad graphics. Like, anyway. It wasn't the worst.
Sonic Adventure 2 sort of started the generic Badniks for every zone kind of trend. Whereas with Sonic Adventure 1, you had original Badniks for every level, basically. I think some levels shared Badniks, but you definitely had some original Badniks.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think they should go back to like, well, I mean, have we ever seen the Sonic 2 style Badniks in any 3D game?
Generations.
Yeah, Generations.
Actually, I think Sonic Lost World had a motor bug in it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Lost World. I think
Sonic Forces.
Yeah, a lot of I think the newer games, they do have the enemy design is a little bit different.
Ryan said that came for you as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing with Lost World was that we just come off Generations, which was very clearly a step in the right direction, and then you see Lost World, and you're just like, what is this? What are they doing?
Look, Lost World. Like whenever, like I haven't played Generations, but like, or not Generations, Forces, but like, the level design in Forces, like I'm honestly amazed at it, like in a bad way.
Amateur.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I'm sure. Like, I don't know.
I'm really out of touch with all the 3D Sonic games.
Yeah, I'm not really big on 3D to begin with, but it's just like with, I don't know, with Forces, like, because there's that the Shadow DLC that they had, and it has it has Shadow, like, there's like this one section of the stage where it's got Shadow like dashing back and forth across like a thing, and I'm just like, what is this? And people made fun of that like a lot because it was just just really like boring level design, and like that was literally like the entire stage. 'Cause I think Shadow's like thing is it. I think the way his levels worked were a bit different, but I don't know. It wasn't very. It was not a very good. It wasn't a good look, basically, I guess.
Intermission sounds kind of poop, but Sonic 4 is bad. The designs are really nice.
What
This
was
is Sonic 4?
Sonic? What
The designs might have been okay, but I didn't like the art style.
of Sonic 4?
I don't even think I played Sonic 4.
Nope.
Oh, I played Sonic 4. I liked the art style of Sonic
like a Flash
4. I actually can see that a little bit. The Flash game. I wouldn't say that it looked like a Flash, because like it realistically, like Flash games can't look like Sonic 4 did. At least Episode 1. Definitely not Episode 2. But like there are definitely elements of it where it has that little like kind of cutout look that a lot of Flash games have, where it looks like they took like a bush asset basically and cut it out. Sonic 4 Episode 1 definitely had that. Episode 2, I thought Episode 2 was okay. I don't think Episode 2 was great, but like it wasn't like horrible. And I liked its art style, though. I would say I thought that Episode 2's art style was pretty solid.
Episode 2 definitely was a great improvement on Episode 1. I think that whole like tag team aspect again kind of ruined the flow. It wasn't a bad idea.
I think that it was a good idea,
like
but
classic Sonic.
I think it was a good idea.
Execution.
And I think I agree. I think the execution. I mean, none of Sonic 4 felt like a classic Sonic game. But yeah, the execution, I think, with the partner stuff, I think that was the biggest issue. With the partner thing, because like you basically like you press the button and then it freezes the game all of a sudden, and like that really kills like the momentum.
You have to wait.
Yeah, and I think
cutscene.
If it was a lot faster, I think if it was a lot faster, it would have been like it would have been pretty fun, you know. Like it would have been a pretty nice mechanic. Because that is one thing. Like I think Episode 2 was pretty nice with, where it had like the team mechanics. Like I thought that was a pretty good direction. You know, I'd like to see it done a little bit better.
I mean, another thing with Episode 2 is sort of like, yeah, we've got Tails now. Here's Tails. Aren't you guys happy? And it's like kind of just a cheap way of building hype. You look at Sonic Mania; they didn't build up the characters. They're just like, here you go, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles. We know what you want. And they even threw in Mighty and Ray.
Mighty and Ray was like a real that was the real the real surprise. Like nobody, well, I mean, some people might have been expecting that, but most people weren't expecting actually, there were actually some hints, now that I think back to it, about like Plus, but I don't think people were expecting Plus to be quite what it was. Like when Plus came about, everyone was like, "Oh wow, this is like a huge update." Not quite to the level of Sonic and Knuckles expansion was to Sonic 3, but it was a pretty big thing. Also, I think I've gotten this drill done, the face drill. Let's see. Yep, frame 8. I'm going to do a quick look over on these frames, and then I'm going to get the antenna, and
and the blue light.
Oh yeah, and the blue light will be done. Let me think. I need to think about how I want to.
Exciting.
Yeah, I want to think. I'm trying to think how I want to. Oh, there's one thing I forgot. Let me fix that in here.
Addict the Hedgehog's asking, what do you think of Sonic and the... There's 7 rings, but I reckon he means secret rings.
Sonic and the Seven Dwarfs.
Sonic and the Secret Rings?
Yeah.
No,
it's the Dark Ages.
I played Sonic and the Secret Rings, and it hurt my wrists, so I'm kind of upset about that. It specifically hurt my wrists, in the last level, because they want you to shake the Wii controller, ridiculously crazy, and I have no idea why they thought that was a good idea. Because, it's not I guess it gives you an exercise, but I don't think it's a healthy exercise. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on Sonic and the Secret Rings. It gave me a real exercise.
Try playing Sonic 2 HD again, but I couldn't figure out how to make Tails fly. Is there a button?
He can't fly. Sonic 2 HD? Yeah, can't fly.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's sort of like, if you let Tails fly, he'll just be able to fly over Emerald Hill Zone. Anything stopping him. And he'll just be able to fly straight over a quarter.
To be honest,
zone.
though, I feel like allowing, even though that's what he can do, Tails isn't Tails if he can't fly.
And that's the thing, yeah.
I will tell you, a big reason...
I feel like if he wanted to, yeah.
A big reason he can't fly is because he needs a tired animation, and he doesn't have a tired animation. So, he can't fly.
He just never gets tired. Give the fans what they want.
I guess we could do that. Just Tails, he infinitely flies. Oh man, that'd really break the game. That's actually another thing about it though, because you mentioned how the balance issue with him just being able to fly over the whole stage. One way to potentially combat that is making him get tired a lot faster than he does in Sonic 3.
I think people would complain if you did that though. But
maybe
I would include Tails Flight as a cheat code.
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. As I always say with future stuff.
The jury is still out.
Yeah. All right, there we go. That's fixed. Now let me double check everything else here.
Kind of funny. There's people that generally say in the chat, "Oh, you should add some secrets into the game."
There are secrets in the game.
Onto that.
If we don't add, if we say in the chat, if we add secrets into the game, then they're not going to be secret.
I mean,
not going to be secrets.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have
We have stuff.
Yeah. We've got because there's.
You have the Metal Sonic in Chemical Plant. That was probably my favorite secret that we've done.
Oh yeah, dude! I love people just accidentally
it's way more than we
finding it.
Needed to.
Whenever in the
just lose their mind.
Yeah, because I remember there was this one playthrough that we found, and I think the guy playing it he was like, oh, I'm actually gonna there's this secret way I'm gonna go that way and stuff, and he hops up there and stuff, and then he just runs across Silver Sonic. He's like, wait, what? It's always fun, just to see people discover the stuff and like everything. I love, and like this is a weird thing. Like I guess it's because like I played a big hand in like bringing them to life. But the credits sequence, like I always love like whenever people get to the credit sequence, and it just starts playing because like nobody's expecting like the credit sequence to have like these crazy detailed animations and stuff, but it does, and I think like. And I'm really happy with those. I really love the zoom in at the beginning with the credit sequence, where it just zooms into the book and the table. I'm very proud of that part. It was actually really easy to do, but like, it looks nice.
It came out really well. I think the thing is, like, people finish the demo like, oh, they're disappointed, oh, it's done, and then they just hit with the credits like, you know what, it's not too bad, it's finished.
The only issue is that the music plays out of sync a lot of the time in the game, so that's a little disappointing. Because I remember like I've watched people play through the game a few times, and then like they get to the credits, and the page is supposed to turn like once it goes like because it goes like the dun, 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 and then it like slows down, and then the page turns like right once it goes dun, and I love that part, but like half the time the music plays out of sync with it, so you don't get that, and it's not as satisfying. Nobody realizes it though, because I guess you just assume like, oh yeah, this is how it's supposed to be. It's not how it's supposed to be.
Probably the same with the splash animation in Chemical Plant. It's probably like, yeah, that's it, and they don't realize.
I'm really surprised nobody had commented on that, because like whenever I look at it, like there's very clearly like a frame that's just out of alignment, but nobody commented on it. I do like that splash animation though. We need to revisit it before we release the next game. Clean it up a bit. Yeah, I can.
I think another reason that Metal Sonic in Chemical Plant worked so well is because we put way more effort into it than anyone would reasonably expect.
Oh yeah.
For an Easter egg. It's like, you just can't believe it. Like, they did all this just because like 1% of people will go in that route.
Oh yeah. It is definitely like, it's a secret where it's like it's a lot of work was put into it for being like in an alternate pathway that most people aren't even going to go through. It's actually funny though, like whenever we released the demo, because it took us like a good while to make all of Chemical Plant Zone, and James was playing it. He's on the team now, but he wasn't back then because he's helping with the music now. He played through it, and he's like, I'm starting to realize why this took you like 2 years to make. And I'm like, yeah, dude, there's a lot of detail in that background. It really was the background.
Oh yeah, like I joined the team, and I think the concept for the background was done at that point, but none of it was vectored.
Yeah.
And
I remember like, we got the top.
Wow, this concept is so cool.
Yeah, we got the top part done, and the top part was like, that part wasn't too bad. We got that part done. And the big problem became the lower section of it, where we just kept adding and adding and adding and adding and adding and adding to it. And it was already really detailed to begin with. Like, as I remember, like initially, like I did something that was like really close to the original. It was literally just like the way the original did it. And then we basically looked at it and we're like, nah. And so then we did something totally new. And I think Nurkin, he did a bunch of concepts for it, and yeah, it got out of hand.
Probably like one of the most expansive concepts though that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's like I saw a concept like, this is gonna look so good when it's vectored, and like 1 year later, I didn't think it would take so long.
Yeah. It was, the background in Chemical Plant Zone was just like a whole year to do do its just all on its own.
The best part is when you finish, because you don't see the background much in Act 1. You can see a little bit of it,
Right.
but there's not much. But then when you start Act 2, it goes down that 45-degree pipe, like right down to the bottom, and you just see the whole background scroll past you in like 2 seconds.
See, no,
And whenever you see people react to that,
I love that though, because it's like Act 1, you're
good.
like, you know, you're above the plant, right? Like you're not inside the plant yet, and then Act 2, it's like you're descending into the plant and you're like going deeper into it. And I feel like because the boss fight happens like at a pretty low point in the level, and I feel like so I feel like Chemical Plant Zone, like our version of it, it feels like you're descending into the plant. Whereas like the original one doesn't have that feeling. I don't actually think you really do descend all that much. Well, actually, I guess you do descend a fair bit.
The reason is because we have the seamless transition between Act 1 and Act 2.
Oh yeah, that would do it. Yeah.
So normally at the start of Act 2, it pulls you right back to the top. It resets everything. But because we've got the seamless transition, Act 2 is situated like way lower than meant to be.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, at the end, I think it makes for a really, really awesome transition and feeling just for the stage entirely. All right, let me turn this antenna into a stroke, and then I'm done. It's done. It'll be done, guys, any minute now. Hold on. Okay, I can't see yellow on here. Dark green, that works. Smart guys.
Honestly, I know you weren't in earlier, but we got a question asking what your favourite design was out of any Sonic game. So what would your answer be?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh god. I have to think about that one.
That's
I don't know, actually.
how we
Actually, I think I know. I think it might be Lava Reef.
Oh, Lava Reef's a good one. To be honest, I really love all of the Sonic 3 stages.
It's really hard to choose.
Yeah.
Because I'm stuck somewhere between like Ice Cap Zone and Lava Reef and I can't remember even what it is called. Sand Level Number 1 from
Andopolis.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. No, they're really interesting stages. There's nothing like, specifically awesome about them, but I just really like the design of them.
Oh, you like Sandopolis?
Yeah.
Oh, I like Sandopolis too. A lot of people really hate Sandopolis though.
Sandopolis 2, I don't really like too much.
Okay.
Oh, I like Act 2 more. The thing with Act 2 is it feels like you're trapped in a vast, expansive place, and you feel like you really could get lost in there. Not in the sections where you've got the rising sand. I'm talking about the like puzzle sections near the end.
Yeah.
And it's got like the original gimmicks, and then I think it's just very unique level, and just really well designed. But yeah, if I were to pick my favorite, well, I'll start with 3D. It has to be Skydeck Sonic Adventure. Like that level, it had the right balance, I think, of the grand scale, the difficulty, the cinematics in the visuals. Like you have that section where you're sort of chasing all those fighter jets on like the runway, and the runway's collapsing. And then there's the part near the end where like gravity goes out of whack. It was like you think, okay, level's got to end for sure now, and then they just put another section in, and it's in the middle of the game, and you don't necessarily know at that point that it's the middle. But I just think that's a subversion as well of having the big man's base in the middle of the game instead of putting it at the end. So there's a lot of things I like about that level.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And in my opinion, that Sonic is the pinnacle of 3D Sonic.
Yeah, for 3D games, to be honest, I have no idea what my favorite one would be.
actually, for 3D games, I'm probably going to say City Escape.
City Escape.
It was such a good first level. It's so cheesy and cliche. But it was a good first level.
Yeah, Cityscape's nice. I don't know.
It's way too easy.
I think a lot of I personally think like Sonic in general is just like really easy, which it's actually funny because like I think Mario's a pretty hard game. And I've had people like they tell me they're like oh no dude Sonic's harder, and I'm like, bro, what? Sonic, you literally like just need one ring and you can just cheese literally all the bosses. I think it's probably
Not
like,
their thing zone.
what?
Not their thing zone.
Oh well. Yeah, you can't. Most of the bosses, like for them, like Death Egg Zone is like a huge like difficulty spike. Like I guess I can understand people finding that one difficult. I don't know. I've just always just found Mario to be more hard, like in general. But like I never really played Mario, so that's also probably a factor too. It's just like what you're familiar with.
I always find it weird on Death Egg Zone why they didn't just give you at least one ring.
To make it more
That's
epic.
the point.
Yeah, but it makes it more epic. But imagine you've just trawled through the entire game. You finally get to the last boss, and you've only got
Then you
one
lose
life.
all your
You're
lives.
sitting there thinking, oh yeah, I might be able to do this in one life, and then you jump and get killed by a random hitbox, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I got to Death Egg Zone with like 20 lives, and I chewed through all of them.
Oh
That was
damn.
like the first time I got there. I didn't know how to beat it.
Why
But yeah,
is this blue?
see, like when we talk about extras, an extra that I really want to do is an original Death Egg Zone. Like have a completely new one,
Oh
and
yeah.
then you just have Act 2. And then because you lose all your rings when you start the new act, so you preserve that 0
Or the
rings.
Death Egg Zone before the boss.
Honestly, I think if you have a full Death Egg Zone, just no rings the entire zone. Get wrecked.
Oh no, that's too harsh.
With anti-gravity and
I'd have one shield. Have one shield, and then have it like right at the start, and then if you're able to get through the whole thing without losing your shield, you can take that into the boss. Because you keep the shield at the end of Act 1.
That could work. Yeah. Death Egg
But
Zone.
you have it like super hard.
Oh, dude, I love that Death Egg Zone has a it has that theme at the beginning of it, and it's like
Yeah.
it literally only plays for like 3 seconds, but it's like a full theme.
That's why I reckon they were actually going to do a full level. Because why would you make like a...
Oh, yeah.
Not necessarily, because Masato Nakamura's demo track were done before the game was created.
Well, I guess at that point
Like,
they
he
were
was
probably
just
like,
given concepts.
yeah, they probably were just like, hey, we need this a final stage type level. It's something like this and stuff. And he's like, all right, here you go. Probably, I imagine they probably weren't thinking too much about like what's the like they might not have had it like locked in at that point, anyways. Like what exactly? Like they might not even known it was like going to be like the Death Egg or whatever. It might have just been final zone thing. And it might have become the Death Egg at a later point. Because I know like Sonic 2 did go through like a lot of changes throughout development, and it was made in like a year or so. So like those changes must have come super fast.
Oh yeah.
Like
Although a lot of stuff got cut from Sonic 2, like that's a well-known fact. So it's no stretch to believe that they would have probably planned for a... Because, they came up with the name of the zone, the environment, the level theme, and then
well,
it's
the
just
environment
like...
is just
there is no
recycled
zone.
chemical plant zone assets, but there is the
They
constant
did the
art.
same with Hilltop.
That's true, yeah. Presumably they might have stuck with the chemical plant zone tiles for it. Regardless, I do think Death Egg will be fun to make, just because like I don't think we'll recycle the chemical plant zone tiles for it. I think we'll probably end up doing something like give it its own
unique identity.
Yeah, its own
All I'd
stuff.
say is, if we make a Def Egg Zone, we need to have some sort of Easter egg in there referencing the Hilltop Zone tree. That
Oh
needs
yeah,
to
the
be in there
hilltop, the
somewhere.
final, the real
Even if
final
it's
boss of Sonic 2 HD, the death.
even if it's just like a Hidden
Hilltop
Palace
Zone tree.
Zone style mural on the wall with a little pixelated
Oh, that
image of a
reminds
tree
me.
or something.
You
Wasn't
have it
it?
growing in a pot plant.
Wasn't in the boss stream where like we came up with there was the whole Hilltop Zone tree final boss discussion that we had.
Yeah.
And I think somebody in the chat actually like made a thing with it or something.
That was me.
Oh, was that you?
I made the
I think there was
tree
somebody else who
in
also did it.
final boss.
I-
Yeah, then they made like a million trees.
Oh, they did like okay, all right, I see, yeah.
They had like all the trees and a big X across the screen, I think, or something. I can't remember.
Yeah.
You have a hitbox on the tree, so the leaves actually spike you.
Oh, that just reminds me of you know those troll Sonic and Mario games
Yeah, maybe.
where the completely troll games where you'll try and jump onto a platform and the platform will realise that you're about to jump on it and then just suddenly drop or something.
I thought you were going to say it moves out of the way.
Well, yeah, it pretty much does. And then there's other ones. You need to have a look at it and see. They're just quite fun. You need to know the game like off by heart in order to beat it, because it's one of those games. I can just imagine something like that where you're running through the level, like running past a load of trees, but one of the trees has a hitbox with spikes on it.
Just a random tree. It's
Yeah.
actually it's not just a tree. It's actually technically spikes, I guess. All right. Okay, I think I'm done with this animation. Just want to check the. Oh yeah, that's gonna work.
We're going to make another HD game after Sonic 3 and Knuckles HD. We're not even
After
doing
Sonic 3 and Knuckles HD.
You're getting
Wow,
ahead of
this
yourself now.
person. Usually people are like, are you gonna do other HD games after Sonic 2? And then this person's like, oh, they're doing Sonic and Knuckles HD for sure. This person is.
That wasn't a question. That was an order.
Oh, was it?
Uh,
Did they not word it as a question?
No, they didn't. Well, technically, they didn't put a question mark after it. They just said, "Are you
Are you
guys
guys-
going to make it after Sonic 3 and Knuckles HD?"
All right. Are we going
So
to
the Sonic
make
3 and
it?
Knuckles HD bit, that wasn't "Are you making that?" It's just you are making that. What are you doing afterwards?
the thing is, if we finish Sonic 2 HD in 2050, Sonic 3 HD will be finished in like 2100. So I don't know if we'll be around.
That's very optimistic. I think Sonic 3 HD would be finished in, because it's a much bigger game, like way bigger. Probably 2200 is when we can look at a Sonic 3 HD. 2200.
That's only Sonic and Tails. We still haven't added Knuckles in.
Right, yeah.
So it's gonna be another couple of years.
Yeah. Yeah, let's say 2300 just to be safe.
Okay, it's 2333.
In all honesty, though, I think if anything's doable, Sonic 1 would be the
Oh,
most doable.
dude, honestly, Sonic 1 is so tiny, like, I legitimately think we could get it done, like, a year, maybe 2.
2 years, maybe.
Yeah, 2 years max. Like, I couldn't see it being more than 2 years, to be honest. Like, Sonic 1 is, like, really, it's a small game. Especially, like the
When the
battle.
hell Sonic 2 8-bit HD comes first? Game Boy version. I was gonna say Game Boy version. Game
Oh,
Gear version.
Reuse the assets.
Alright, yeah, I finished up with this animation, I think. Oh, wait, I need to copy the stuff
actually
in the
got it
back
on the
real
game.
quick.
I just don't have a Game Gear to play it on.
Oh, I also need to, I think, let me see here. I think I might need to, well, maybe that's fine.
do it like Star Wars Sonic 2, then Sonic 1 HD.
Yeah, I think that should be fine. All right, let's get this exported real quick. Literally, you're gonna not be able to see half of the exporting process. It's just me turning on frames and turning them off, and then saving them out. It's very boring, but also very time-consuming. Okay, let's do this.
Control-Alt-Shift-S.
Actually, I can't. You can't do it that way because you have to save for web. Oh, actually, it is Alt-Shift-Control-S. Is that what you said? Oh.
Yeah, Control-Alt-Shift-S.
Huh.
It's a nice little shortcut.
It's actually a little like uncomfortable to do. I usually just use the menu.
It's uncomfortable to do, but it's still better than having to go File, Export, Save for Web. File, Export, Save for Web.
No, I usually do the File, Export, Save for Web. That's why I didn't know the shortcut, because I never use it. Where are my frames? Oh, right, I need to... I'm copying them back. Right, okay.
Obviously, you just keep one hand on the shortcut keys, so you don't actually need to move them. The other hand can be selecting stuff.
Right.
And then you can just do Control-Alt-Shift-S, Enter, I think, and then that will go to the Save Web, and then press Enter to save. You might need to do Enter or something.
Let me turn all those on.
My very slight Photoshop knowledge.
I mean, yeah. That's how Photoshop
Does.
Okay, why can't I
That's how it do.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, yeah. Yeah, Photoshop and Illustrator. In Photoshop, you can just, like, and this is part of why Photoshop is also better for animation, you literally can just click on the render video, and then that will just automatically export the frames. But you can't really do that with Illustrator because it doesn't have a timeline. Maybe one day, somebody who knows how to make add-ons for Illustrator, make me a timeline add-on. I'll get the game done faster. There we go. All right. I want to turn off this stuff. Oh, and I also
My mum came and brought cake. So I'm muted.
Oh, all right.
Happy birthday.
Is it your birthday?
No, it is my birthday.
It is?
Not for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, do you know when the Sonic 2 HD stuff decided to include the chemicals falling on Robotnik as a reference to the unused animation to Plant Zone boss? That would be one which I guess Winter Hell or Coral will probably know.
I don't know when we decided to do it. It was kind of something that like we talked about like pretty early on. I think honestly like we had it like on the list of animations like from the beginning. So sometime in the beginning, I would say. Yeah. Oh no, are these not perfectly lined up? Hold on. I'm about to cry. But not that much, though. Yeah, they're not perfectly lined up. That's fine.
Well, the band's mental.
What looks mental?
Just all the lines. Too many lines.
Yeah, it's because I have all of the frames selected, because I'm copying them over to the treads in the back. So, ooh, actually, one thing I just thought of is I could potentially offset the oh, I think I'll do that because I can turn on the different frames for the things at different times so that it'll be offset a little bit. Like they'll still like move at the same speed, but they'll be offset. I might try that. and see how that looks.
I don't think you can do that in Flash.
What in Flash? This is Illustrator, man.
Wait, oh yeah, that is Illustrator. I thought you were in Photoshop.
No,
My bad.
no, I'm an Illustrator. I wish I
To
was
be
in
honest, it
Photoshop.
doesn't look much different from Photoshop.
It looks the same, but the functionality is very different.
Oh yeah, I know the functionality is like massively different.
Yeah, not
The
necessarily.
UI looks
Yeah, I
so
don't know.
similar. Unless you look at the top left-hand corner and see AI, you're never going to know like really what the difference is. I don't know.
Yeah.
The toolbar on the left, is that the same in Photoshop?
What bar on the left? No, the toolbar. The toolbar is different. I mean, it's similar. Like some of the tools look the same, but hold on. I gotta let my cat out of my room.
Those people talk about Sonic Advance. Sonic Advance. I think I played Sonic Advance 3 briefly. Don't have an opinion on it because I didn't really play it much, if at all. So there's that. And Sonic Rush, played that a little bit, not much. Hey, Amy's got a Photoshop over. What are you photoshopping, Amy? You're making the Amy graphics. I'm coding in Amy. Yeah, you're totally coding Amy into the game as a playable character.
What's that now?
Amy's got Photoshop open.
Oh.
So she's playing the Amy character for the game.
Oh man, everyone's in the chat. I'm missing so much. I'll have to. I probably won't rewatch the entire stream because it's just so long, but I'll probably check it out a little bit. That's the one thing, like I like doing, like being the one doing the, the drawing here. But you definitely miss a lot in the in the chat and stuff. Oh gosh.
That makes it look like Photoshop. No, I don't think it's light grey as such, which makes it look like Photoshop. The whole UI is essentially the same as Photoshop.
Yeah, Adobe.
Both Adobe.
Yeah, Adobe likes to keep their software really similar between them because, for the most part, people who are using one are using the other. Especially whenever it comes to like Illustrator, like everyone who uses Illustrator, they probably have. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to make sure nothing is like out of alignment here. They probably have Photoshop, and the idea is like you want people to be able to like seamlessly like transition from one to the other without too much hassle. So that's why they have like the UIs being the same. All right, and my treads are. Yeah, it looks like my treads are lined up pretty nicely. Oh wait, I know I can't line up my treads. I need to look at the first frame. There we go. My treads are not lined up very nicely. Oh, that's excellent. This is much nicer than I thought it was going to be. Okay. Hey, now my treads are nicely lined up. I needed to delete a few things for shadow purposes. I'll probably just delete. Actually, wait. Never mind. That stuff's covered. I don't need to do anything. Oh, I guess that thing's not covered. I guess I'll. Well, how can I do this? I'm trying to think. I think I know what I'll do. I'll just add a shadow like above it all. Yeah, that should work. And that should look good too. Okay, that's lined up pretty nicely. So I just need the. I just need this shoulder bit right here. Okay. Alright, let's get, I want to turn, Oh gosh, it's baked into every frame. Let me turn it off on every single frame then. The shoulder bit is the last bit I need to get lined up. And we should be just about good to go for this animation. And we'll be able to move on to the next one, which is great. I'm ready to move on to the next one. Well, first I'm gonna get some food.
Going to be in the same stream?
Oh yeah, no, dude, I'm doing I'm finishing up all the Badniks in this stream.
All the Badniks or just Grounder?
Big one.
Yeah, it's really just the Grounder and well, I guess there's also the there's the turn animation for Chopper. One of the animators needs to get that Chopper animation done in time for me to get it done in this stream. That clearly needs to happen. Then I can get the Chopper turn as well. But
we're now streaming till 2050, and you're finishing the rest of the game.
Oh gosh.
Hold up, why is?
Hang on. Yeah. Cam is asking all of them. Well, all of the ones that haven't been done yet. Not all of them.
Yeah, all the ones that haven't been done yet. I actually thought we'd done less of them, but no, because I did the wisp before, and I did and Tyler got the isn't he Masher? I think he's called Masher. But maybe he is Chopper. Hold on, what is he? Oh, Chop Chop. That's what it is.
It's Chop Chop.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he got the Chop Chop. He did a pretty good job on that one.
Turn animation for Chop Chop. Does it turn? I still can't remember.
It does turn. We talked about this a little bit earlier. Apparently, there's like a point where you can see it turning, like in the water whenever you're not in it. So. It's an animation that literally you're almost never going to see it, which is why we thought it didn't turn at first.
Yeah, because it idly just goes left and right and keeps kind of effectively circling the same area, and then as soon as you get to the water, it just
dashes right at you.
Kamikazes itself past you and off the screen.
Yeah, which is why you never really see it turning, because normally you see them when you're in the water.
I still find it with the amount of people on Twitter who are just coming out with all these things you don't notice in Sonic games, like the swinging platform, which is actually a raft. How people had never seen that before is just strange. I know Mike hasn't seen it before, I don't think.
How nobody's seen what?
The swinging platform in...
oh, right, the boat platform.
ARZ.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aquatic Ruin.
Yeah, that one, I was really shocked to find out how many people didn't know that was a thing.
As Cam says here, I really don't go underwater at LZ, so I forgot it existed. Oh, well, you mean the Chop Chop? I thought you meant about the raft.
Yeah.
I was going to say the raft is
Very wise of
underwater.
you to avoid the water.
Raft. I still find it wisps. Yeah, wisps are in the game. Yeah, the swinging platform though, I've known about that for a while. Definitely since I was a kid, but I don't tend to. I don't actually remember it from when I was a kid as much.
Boom! I did the back shoulders in like 5 seconds. I am amazing.
When I was looking into the swinging platforms recently, the actual swinging bit, obviously I stood on the second swinging platform for a bit too long whilst I was testing, and then it happened. I was like, oh yeah, I remember that. That was in the game. Yeah. So I remember it a little bit more from nowadays.
And this back on. Okay. All right. I think. Oh right. I need to add a shadow down here. Back wheels. Now we want back trail. Oh my gosh.
Attic is asking, what's your opinion on Sonic? Well, I thought Sonic Colors was okay. Wasn't the best, but it was alright. I thought like the level concepts were very interesting, and the gameplay was alright. But like the boost section, the problem is you had to get the wisps it wasn't charged by rings, so that kind of it, it controlled when you were able to boost a lot. And then a lot of the 2D platforming sections. I mean, it was good that there was 2D, but it wasn't on the same level as classic Sonic games.
Yeah. I more or less agree with that.
Multiplayer bug in Sonic 2. I don't know the multiplayer bug. Go near the end goal, goes but not passing it, and then drowning music starts or something.
What's that?
After 59 seconds, you die. In Sonic 2, apparently there's a bug in multiplayer, which someone's only recently found about a month ago.
I see, that makes sense to me, just because who plays multiplayer?
Yeah, but you think someone would have noticed it, like, in code. Oh, then again, I don't think anyone really goes through the disassembly unless you're doing stuff like creating a fan game.
I'm curious, have you guys made any discoveries going through that?
I don't think many people are modding multiplayer Sonic 2.
So
And I personally don't tend to go through the assembly.
Oh.
I hate the assembly.
who wasn't it? Wasn't it Amy who was? Because I think, well, it was Amy who was who did the stuff with the assembly, wasn't it?
Yeah, Amy's really good at the assembly.
Yeah, I remember. I think like that's a big reason why like we brought her onto the team, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that looks good.
I mean, I'm alright at general programming C#, but in terms of game programming, there's still a lot which I need to learn, and in terms of assembly, I still need to learn how the assembly kind of works. I know roughly the idea of it, but it's just such a pain. You're learning instruction code for a different processor, and the way it handles things, it just...
Somebody says, you know the Badnik names. People of culture, I see. I mean, we are remaking the game, so I feel like if anybody would know the Badnik names, we should know them, just because we spent so much time with them.
Oh yeah, that's that fish thing.
Fish. To be fair, occasionally I do forget their names, but like for the most part, like I do like know the names of all of the ones in Sonic 2, especially if it's like.
Can you remember all the animals?
Oh gosh.
Oh no, that's too hard.
You never pay attention to the. There's Ricky. there's I don't know all the animals. I know there's Ricky, Pocky. Obviously, the Flicky.
There's usually like they come in pairs.
Yeah. There's Cucky, which is an unfortunate name. There's
Okay. The pig.
The pig.
Porky.
Yeah, it's Porky.
Casino Night, right?
I don't even know if it is Porky. I don't think that fits.
No, I think it is Porky. I'm pretty sure it's Porky, because they all have the Y, and they all kind of have a little bit. Some of them have like more English-based names, but I think a lot of them have like they're Japanese, but they always have like the Y on them, and they're like named after the animal that they are, sort of like. Oh, maybe not though. Hold on. I don't know. Some of them are named after like have like relations to the maybe Pocky.
We've got them in a file somewhere. There you go. Becky, Cucky, Flicky, Locky, Mickey, Pecky, Picky, Pocky, Ricky, Rocky, Tocky, and Wocky. They all end in CKY, which is why Porky doesn't fit.
Is it not Porky? Which one's the pig's name?
Picky.
I swear it's Porky. Oh, it's Picky. Picky, okay.
Test. Amy's in the stream.
Hello.
Welcome to the stream.
Oh, cool.
Do you know which one the pig is?
Welcome to the stream.
I'm gonna have to look that up. Thank you. Pleasure being here.
The pig is Picky.
Can you make Knuckles
Picky?
3 Knuckles.
I know the. Wait, was the pig? I know there's the bird was Pocky, right? No, that's Flicky.
Yeah, the bird's Flicky. Well, there's
Then
Pocky's the rabbit.
Pocky's the rabbit. All
Yeah,
right.
see, I definitely know that one because like I colored the animation. Well, I colored the hop animation. Leo did the falling one. I think there were a few like
Yeah.
adjustments to the fall animation that I did, but like that was mostly done by Leo. Yes,
Okay.
that's,
Definitely,
that's the
everyone
animals.
knows who Flicky is, though.
Yeah, Flicky's
Okay, here we go.
the OG small animal.
The pig is picky.
Yeah, we I think somebody in the chat mentioned that, and whenever they said that, I was like, ah.
Oh, yeah, Stephen Morris, Big E's
Yeah.
dude. And I think there was someone else.
Alright, I'm gonna
before
export
that
these
I
frames. What am I
mentioned.
doing? Okay.
Maybe not. Nope.
Oh boy, I really exporting the frames is the part that I hate the most because it's just really like you're not actually doing anything. Where are all my frames? Oh gosh.
Oh, yep. Someone in chat brought up the rat animal is named Mickey.
The rat's named Mickey? Is it actually
Yeah.
named Mickey?
It's actually named Mickey. I'm looking at it.
Oh my god, that can't be. Can they get away with it?
Well,
Not
it's now,
anymore.
I'm
But I
wondering.
guess that's
Oh, yeah, no, it's not a-
Nintendo.
No, I mean they could probably get away with it because Mickey's not a mouse. It's a rat.
See, that's what I'm wondering.
There's
I'm
a difference
like,
there.
I don't. I'm just like, okay, I don't know. I'm wondering, like, because Mickey is like an actual just normal name. Like, does Disney have any sort of copyright over the name Mickey?
No,
Wouldn't have a
no.
trademark.
No.
What
I'm
if
assuming
it's the name
like,
Mickey in relation to like a rodent though?
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Like that's like
I don't know.
all right.
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know all the legal stuff.
Yeah, neither am I.
But knowing Disney, they'd probably try to. They'd probably try to.
No doubt, I feel like Disney would definitely be like, yeah, this is our name. But
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, like, can they do that?
Felix, the cat.
I think they're beyond the question of can they do that. They have money.
They sure do. All right, let's see here.
Sonic was like based on a mixture between Mickey Mouse and Fear the Cat, apparently.
Oh gosh! Whenever I
Right.
copied over the drill frames, something got left behind. It's okay, I can fix it.
Oh yeah, I mean, classic Sonic definitely does have that like classic Disney B-Works style. So I mean, you can't really sue on those grounds. Since I mean, maybe you could, but they haven't. I don't know.
Well, there's like, I think the main reasons because Sonic has a lot of like it's got the Death Star in it. Like it's literally the Death Star.
Also the Dragon Balls.
Right. Well, and I know in Japan, like the copyright laws, like it's a little different. Like in Japan, they're like they let like I think Japan is more like okay with that kind of thing. Wait a minute, what the heck's going on here?
I think it depends how much.
Oh, this frame is fine. Okay, hold on.
Copyright. I mean, they're inspired by, but at the same time, I don't think it's enough to actually,
I think it qualifies as parody is the thing, so I think that's why they're able to get away with it.
Oh, that's probably it. I didn't even consider that.
Yeah. I think in Japan I know things work differently because they have like a huge like market of like people just selling they straight up sell fan content. Like here we're like we're like, oh, maybe not. In Japan though, like they do it a lot. So I think like in Japan it's like there's it's a different situation there.
Yeah,
so,
I'd imagine like over in the States, it's like you can't do parody as long as you like differentiate it enough. But over in Japan, it can be like your parody is literally named the same as the thing you're parodying.
See, the thing is, in Japan, they actually do have like very similar copyright laws to us. It's just that like that's something like they just they just kind of like apparently there's a big reason as to why they don't do anything about it apparently because most like a large portion of like artists and people like they got their start. Oh wow, what's going on? These are like seem out of a line. Oh right, they bob up and down. Right, my bad. They like a lot of people get their start through like these fan works. Like all the people like they have like the really big manga and stuff. Like half of them started off just like doing like random fan works and stuff. And so part of it apparently is that they don't want to like get on somebody's bad side who they might have to work with because like they don't know what is going to make the next big Dragon Ball, and it might be that guy who's making a fan comic of your IP, and you know you might want to work with him in the future. So apparently that's part of it. Oh good, I only had 2 frames that were messed up here. So but yeah, we don't. I feel like we're probably like even like in the Western world. I think like we're probably going to go down that route too eventually, just because like so many people like in video games, and I know like other industries too, like got their start. Like there are like a ton of people are getting hired like for fan art that they did, right?
Yeah.
And so I feel like at some point like you know companies are gonna start turning a blind eye, just because for one thing, a lot of them are going to be like, yeah, we used to be you, so then it's kind of hypocritical.
Yeah.
But also I think like it's you know it's the like you might be working with the next that person might be the next big like you know they might have the next big thing, so you don't want to ruin your chances to work with them.
Yeah.
Sega hasn't shut us down yet.
Well, Sega has their own deal going on. I do wonder part of that if it's because they're a Japanese company, but then at the same time Nintendo's a Japanese company and Nintendo does not care.
Yeah, Nintendo really needs to learn from like fan works and stuff.
Yeah.
I really don't like their approach.
It's like
I think the thing with Sega, it's Sega of America that is friendly toward fan content most of the time, rather than Sega of Japan.
Well, Sega of Japan
I know
could shut us down. Like they could all do it. But none of them
Yes,
do.
they could, but they don't.
Right. It's the American one's the only one that's straight up just said keep making fan games. Like we think they're cool.
Yeah.
But the other branches of Sega have like they haven't said anything about it, but they haven't done anything about it either. So.
Yeah. I'm guessing as long as like none of it like dramatically upsets anything.
Well, yeah, that's what everybody does. Like anytime like there's a potential like somebody might be possibly profiting off of a fan game, like it's everybody treats that as like a huge deal because they don't want to upset Sega, and profiting off of a fan game seems like a pretty good way to upset Sega. So it's generally considered a bad idea.
I mean, they did shut down the Boots of Rage thing, right? Because they were asking for money.
Yeah, apparently that's the big one that people often talk about.
Oh yeah.
As an example of like they shut that one down. That's literally the only fan game they've shut down, and also it was apparently already finished anyways. So even that one's like a weird story.
Oh yeah, I actually can't think of any like Sega fan games that have been legitimately shut down for no reason.
Yeah.
One thing which I found the other day was I was having actually last night I was having a look at the Switch. I can't remember what it's called now. SXOS, the Switch little hacking device thing. Turns out that apart from Nintendo being big on their IP kind of thing in general, they've also started having a look at, obviously, shutting down the people who made the SX device, Team Execute. They shut down their website, and then they're shutting down resellers of it. And then, just going a step further, you can now no longer access any of the websites about it because in the UK they've got a High Court order. So the ISPs have shut down all the websites as well. They are just
all over.
That's relentless. Gosh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like, I can understand to a certain degree they've got to protect their IP. And I wouldn't say, like, obviously, in terms of hacking and piracy, that's a good place to do it.
Well, the big
But,
thing that a lot of
that-
people are upset about is that they're affecting games that have like just completely been abandoned, and like you literally can't find them anywhere, and it's like impossible, like because people want to preserve those things, and but Nintendo, they're not doing anything with it, but I guess they don't want other people to have it either.
Yeah.
Where
That's
are?
The other thing I find strange is the amount of companies which could do
Oh, I
an
see what happened.
absolutely awesome thing with what they've got, but they choose not to.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, well, just as a example, as we're on the subject of Sega, like a 3D, a 3D Sonic game, which is basically a 3D classic Sonic game, but without the idea of generations and just like let's say a HD Sonic Adventure 2 Battle Remake, for example. That sort of style thing, remade in HD. Why haven't they done it? And same for like a HD remaster of Sonic 1, 2, and 3. You think they would be all over that?
Well, a big part of it is just the like its cost. Because like like for us, okay. Apparently, I did these frames wrong, so let me redo that. Oh man, I thought I was done with this already. Ugh. Okay. Hold on. Frame 2.
With Sonic 3, they don't want to even release an Android iOS port of that.
Yeah.
Who knows why?
Because they've probably got some sort of copyright issues.
It's the music. It's got to be.
I think it is because they had
No, wait. You mean I was zoned out for a second. You're talking about Sonic 3, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
It can't be maybe it is the music, because like people make the argument that it can't be the music because like the prototypes had like the PC version music, but then even then like we don't know who made those, and probably Sega doesn't know either at this point. So it'd be a lot harder to credit and like properly license.
Yeah, I suspect that a part of it is they don't want to release it with the PC music. What is going on here? Like I don't think that they're like. Hold on, sorry.
I mean, the thing is, if Sega wanted, they could easily buy back the rights of the music from the Jackson estate.
I mean, they might not.
It would be
able to.
expensive. It wouldn't be that expensive, surely.
It could actually be really expensive. These things are like, a lot of times those things can be like prohibitively expensive.
Yeah, like we're talking about Michael Jackson here.
Yeah.
They probably don't think it.
Yeah.
Just for a few music tracks.
To be honest, like, and I honestly would like that makes like that I can completely understand that. Like if that is like what's making them be like no.
Yeah.
Like. Kind of, I guess that like that's unfortunate for the rest of us. No re-release of.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh, welcome back, Mike.
Yeah, just eating like a lot of burgers.
I haven't gone to eat yet because I keep noticing like little things that I need to fix about this animation real quick.
Oh.
Like they're not. It's more so like I go to like export the frames. Also, I actually realize I can offset the treadmill animation because basically what I can do is rather
It's literally just like the vertical lines, just like flying.
I'm gonna before I do that. Okay, that should be fine now. Before I export these, which I'm very nearly ready to export these. Let me check I want to double check the turn animation.
Okay. Say.
Oh, save. That's a good idea, Mike. I think I've only saved once this whole time.
Is the stream still running? 'Cause apparently.
The stream is.
It should still be going. Is there
It's still
any?
gonna
Are there any issues going with it, or?
I think it just like dropped out for a second, but I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it
it's still
said
gonna-
no data for a minute. It's good now though.
It happened earlier.
Alright, yeah, I think my internet probably like poops itself occasionally, but should be fine. Okay, hold on. Where are the animation? Here's the turn. Oh yeah, you definitely have the forward frame. Here, I'll download this real quick while I'm at it too. But I actually want the GIF of it. What the heck?
Oh, I just realized that you said GIF.
Yeah. I say GIF. The proper way to say GIF.
Technically, there is no proper way because it's an acronym.
That is technically true. Yeah.
I've thought about
know.
this before.
I know the creator of it wants it to be GIF. That's not why I say GIF. I just say GIF because, like, I don't know. Whenever I saw it, like the first time I saw it, like that just made sense to me.
I say GIF.
I'm a jerk.
I'm pretty sure 99.
I say GIF because I'm a terrible person.
I use both. Yeah, I'm the worst. I use both.
Yeah, looking at the turn, I say Jife. No, looking at the turn, yeah, looking at the turn animation, I feel like I could make it work with the offset, but maybe we can look at that later on. I think I'll just leave them like, I'll leave them as is for now.
Okay.
Just to make things easier for the moment. But it's definitely something that I think we might want to revisit later on. I say that, but I honestly I don't think we will revisit it.
Oh no, not Ocarina of Time. Sorry, I'm just reading the chat. Someone pronounced it Ocarina of Time.
Oh.
That doesn't seem too bad. I knew some people that said oh.
I don't know.
I think it is pronounced Ocarina actually.
OBS looks like
Same stream because it's the same key and everything. But we'll see.
Yeah.
Part 3 coming up.
Part 3. To be fair, I've never streamed on YouTube, so I have no idea how that works.
Hey, if it happens a fourth time, we should just call it part 3 enough.
Part
we
4 episode.
It should be back.
Part 4 episode 1.
Oh.
And a lot of the team is in the chat here.
Actually, I think this is the well, there's only 4 of us now, but there was 5. But yeah, like yeah, it was the most people that I think we've had.
John Croft asks, with remasters being a thing as of late, would this project still be made finished if Sega were to announce a remaster trilogy? My response to that would be it would depend heavily on what their remaster trilogy looked like.
Yeah.
Although I will say, I feel like I honestly don't think Sega would do that. Like, I feel like they would probably talk with us because they have like a relationship with like the fans, and I feel like people would view that as like a little bit like even though like they're well within their right to do that if they want to. I feel like it wouldn't go over super well if they were to.
And
do
besides, we'd be more than happy to like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Honestly, even if we had to completely scrap everything, like if Sega was like, "Hey, look, come on board," I'd be like, "All right, let's go."
Yeah, the entire team. I'm pretty sure, no question.
Yeah. But
To be fair, there hasn't been an occurrence where like a big fan thing happened that lined up with what Sega was doing. For Nintendo, it's happened a few times.
right.
Yeah.
All right, let me get
Suspiciously so in Nintendo's case.
Yeah.
Think they're stealing ideas there.
Mm.
Honestly,
Well, I mean, it was.
I actually don't think they would be.
I remember. Do you guys remember? Was it Mega Man Cross Street?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that started out as a fan game, but then Capcom decided to officially release it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I know
I think that
they're.
was before things fell out between Inafune and Capcom. Now I don't remember.
I think that was like right. Was it right before that happened, or was it
Yeah,
right
I
after?
think so.
I think that was like 2012 when it came out.
Let me
Hmm.
pull everything back up. Oh my gosh, what happened to my?
I'm checking the stream.
it's-
It is coming in. It is coming in fine.
Yeah, the stream. Yeah, the stream should be fine right now. It just had a bit of a moment there. I mean, it's behind. Actually, it's actually not that far behind, but it is behind. But that's how streams always are. Well, actually, not always. There are like you can have like the super low latency streams, but like that requires higher bandwidth,
Yeah.
which or lower settings. But I don't think we need that. So
Yeah. No, this is fine.
yeah.
I know Twitch has had really low latency streams as of.
Yeah, Twitch is. I don't really. I'm not a big fan of Twitch. We could actually stream to Twitch like at the same time as YouTube. I don't know. I've looked at
That would take a lot of bandwidth, though. Considering what's been going on now, I don't think that would be a good idea.
Oh well, we'd use the Moon Crush Studios or whatever it's called service to do that.
Mob Crush.
So it for
Oh, all right.
Mob Crush, right? So it would from my end it would just be streaming to there, and then they would be streaming to all the other platforms.
Oh, so they're the ones that would host it.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I don't think you can stream to multiple places at one time on OBS. Anyways, I think you need to have like an intermediate service.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
The idea is that it saves you bandwidth.
right. All right. Let's see here. Okay. I'm finally at the export phase, guys. Save for web.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
It's been gone for 6 hours. Wait, no. Yeah, 6.
Yeah, it's been a little bit longer because there were a bunch of things like right at the end there that took a little bit longer for me to work out than like I was expecting. But it's fine. The one thing I will say is the other animations will be a lot easier like on the export just because each frame is completely unique. Which makes them a little bit easier to export because I just need to turn on like the frame, turn on the next frame and stuff. All right, now I'm trying to find a place to actually save this to. Let's go Aquatic Ruin Zone.
Somebody in chat brought up. Imagine there being mods for Sonic 2 HD.
I think there are mods for Sonic 2 HD.
Yeah, no, that's how I.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I think that's how I ended up on the team because they like hacked it.
That's how
Oh, it was you.
a couple of the
Yeah.
newer programmers got onto the team, which I think is funny. I remember because with Steven, he was making some YouTube videos about it, and I remember like Winterhell was commenting in them, and he says to Winterhell, he's like, oh, I can, I did this thing, I can send it to you if you want. And Winter's like, yeah, I don't need it, I work on the game. Which is a very amusing thing. Like, tell us what was that like, Steven? Oh, he left.
Oh
Really?
yeah, no, he's out for a smoke, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember. But yeah, that's.
I feel like when people think of mods, they think of things like Sonic Extra Large HD or something.
Oh yeah, those. I feel like those would be a lot more difficult to make for like with Sonic 2 HD though, just because.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Like the when I knew I wanted to be on the team. I knew I wanted I thought the best way to show like my experience would be to actually modify Sonic 2 HD itself, and well, obviously it'd be easier to write code than to make art assets, so that's what I went for.
Ah.
I'm probably gonna.
You're probably gonna.
I don't know. Like I feel like if I had the capability to mod, which I mean I don't know anything about like the coding side of things, but from like the art side of things, I would absolutely love to just randomly make like the huge Sonic sprite or the or like change rings to actual onion rings or something like that. Just something silly.
Oh yeah, Sonic 2 XL. I actually
Sonic 2 XL.
I really like it as a mod.
Probably one of the best.
Oh, we're saying like the same thing here.
I think we are.
Yeah. I like because the mod, like, first of all, it's kind of amusing because he's like eating onion rings. But also, and then it's got like some like they actually like did like some work on it, you know. But then also like there's a bit of a challenge to it. Like it's actually like a legitimate like change to the game that makes you like have to like think about how like you're working with the rings and the running and everything. And so
low ring run.
And that definitely makes it. Oh shoot! I realized I forgot the glow. Let me see what frame that's on. I can just add it in as I'm exporting these.
Yeah, it's one frame. It's like right at the end. It should be frame 8.
It is frame 8. Cool. I'll add that in right on the last frame. Then, because
yeah, it's no biggie.
I don't want to stop exporting the frames right now. Okay, let's see. I'm on. Oh man, this is where things get complicated. I think I'm on frame 3, right? So I got to put everything to frame 3. And this is why Photoshop is a lot more fun to export from. 3. Oh gosh, I really hope I'm not messing anything up here. 3. Frame 2. Okay, let's put it frame 3. Okay. Frame 3. Frame 3. Frame 3. Okay. That's 3, 4. Okay. Frame 3. Frame 3. Okay, everything's on frame 3. Cool. We can do the next export. Save for web. 2. You can actually see like any of the menu stuff pop up because OBS does really poorly with like other windows opening up inside of a program.
Yeah.
But
window managers are weird.
Right. I'll post because once I do get this exported, I'll make a preview of it, and I'll post a link to that in the chat. Oh wait, no.
All right.
Leave that on. I think. Wait. Yeah, I'm on frame 4. Okay. So then everybody who's watching can get a nice look at it, and you can see the fruits of our labor so far. Yeah.
Are you about to play it?
No, I'm still exporting the frames. It takes a while,
yeah,
because I'm an illustrator, and it takes a while to do that. And also, I have a lot of layers going on.
You did that quick.
Yeah, no. I have a lot of layers going on, so I need to make sure I'm exporting everything on the right frame. Okay, that needs to go to frame 4. Okay, I think I've got everything to frame 4. Frame 4. Frame 4. Frame 4. Frame 4. Cool. Yep. Yeah, no, it's the exporting process is. I wish I could export them that fast in Illustrator, but Illustrator is not made for this kind of thing. So sadly, I cannot.
I forget. What resolution do we export at? Like how big is this?
This one is 4 times the size of the original sprite.
Okay.
And the vector, I just like the vector itself is made like at that resolution, and it gets exported at that resolution.
All right.
Like you can scale them up like in the export, but like there's a lot of things in here that just will not look good scaled up like that. So
yeah.
I
I remember hearing like there were like some assets that were like exported at higher resolutions, but maybe I'm just misremembering.
There's some things that are higher resolution, yeah. But yeah, no, this guy is he's 4 times the original resolution. Yeah, if you export him like if you scale it up during the export, it tends not to look very good. But okay, let's see here. Frame 4. That should be frame 5. Okay. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Cool. We got frame 5. All right. I'm getting into a little bit of a rhythm with these. Hold on. Yep. With these. 6. Okay. File. Save for web. Okay. 7. Wait a minute, did I make a mistake? No, I did not make a mistake. Whew. Yep. Okay, save for web. Alright, one more frame.
You're near the end point for this animation.
And let me real quick. Let me add in that that glow. I think what I'll do for the glows, I'll copy this. Okay, paste it up there, and yeah, I'll do that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make this white. Set it to overlay, and I'm going to blur it. Oh wait, actually, actually I'm gonna do it in here. Overlay. Cool, and then I can go object, effect, Gaussian blur. How does that look? I kind of want that to be a little bit more saturated. Let me see, maybe oh gosh, hard light's pretty intense. There, maybe not hard light. Color dodge. Yeah. Color dodge.
You said hard light, and my first thought was the studio that made the mobile game.
Oh yeah, no, it's the blending.
Yeah, the
mode.
blending mode.
Yeah.
Yeah. First, yeah. Don't worry. I'm well versed in Photoshop. My mind just drew a blank for.
Right. Gotcha. Oh wait, I don't have the preview on. I think maybe if I lower the, that's a little bit too low. 80%. Lower the blur a bit. Okay, that should work. Then I want to add a new fill. Oh, that's a stroke. Wait. I do want to add a stroke, actually. Put it down. Ah, shoot. No, I can't do that. Doesn't work. Never mind. Oh, whoops. I need to paste a new one. This one, I'm going to put down here. I'm going to invert it. There we go. I'm going to increase the size to, well, probably not a 6. Let's try 4. No. 2. That should work. Effect, Gaussian blur. screen? Hmm. Oh, those look the same. Over that. Ew. Yeah, let's go with screen here. Okay, I think that should work for the light. I'll have to see how it looks in the export. Luckily, oh, actually, that does look pretty good now that I'm zoomed out. All right, let's export this frame. Frame 8. It has been done. All right, I'm gonna put together a preview real quick. Script.
Cool.
Load files into stack. Browse. Where's my thing?
Let's see.
Thank you. Oh wait, okay. Photoshop is opening the frames, and pretty soon I will see if I screwed anything up or if things look good. Hopefully things look good. Or I'll cry. Actually, I probably won't cry, but make frames from layers. Reverse frames.
We'll all cry.
Let me see. 0.5. Okay. Another. Oh man, it's the moment of truth. Oh, I think I exported a frame wrong because it's freezing. Hold on, let me see what frame I exported wrong. But it looks good other than that, so it should be fine. Oh, I forgot to change everything on frame 8. Hold, I just added the thing. Let me fix that. Okay, that's good. Frame 8. Frame 8, frame 4. Oh shoot, that's an issue.
What happened?
I think I need to, god damn. I think I made a mistake exporting the, yeah. I think I made a mistake. Exporting the frames. Oh good, it's just on frame 7. Okay, I need to re-export frame 7 too as well. Okay, but all the other frames are good, so frame 8, okay, frame 8 should be good now. Let me export that, or re-export that, save, frame 8, okay. Now for frame 7.
Someone asked about the door in Chemical Plant, and now I want to look in their assets and see if that actually was fixed, because I don't remember.
No, we went off of what was in the original game.
Oh, so just verbatim, huh?
Yeah, like ours is technically using the glitched sprite as a reference. I don't think that wasn't really something we intentionally did, but like I guess it works as like a reference now. So
yeah, I mean it can always be modded to be fixed.
Well, you'd have to
just like the original.
You'd have to remake the door.
Yeah.
Like the artwork's different on it anyway, so.
Yeah.
It's not really messed up if we drew it like that intentionally.
Yeah, no, like, because we intentionally drew it like that, so, like, the art's, like, made in a way that it's supposed to look that way. To be fair, though, like, the original one doesn't look like it's glitched.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I have.
Yeah, looking at the art, I don't think it's gonna be more than a matter of just like swapping the tiles, because there's like, yeah, you definitely went with the original as reference. It does look good close up, by the way.
Thank you. I was the one who made it. Let me see here. Go here. I made like 90% of the stuff in Chemical Plant Sim though. That was another thing that was really fun when watching the all the playthroughs, is people like talking about how great Chemical Plant Zone look, and I'm like, yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, honestly, for me, the background is what brought all of it together. That's what made me realize, oh, they're getting serious about this HC stuff.
Well, I'm glad,
Right.
because we were talking about this earlier. That background took a year to make.
It was worth it, honestly.
I thought it
I
took
rem-
2 years, actually,
I,
because it was
I,
the
rem-
top and bottom.
Well,
I,
because the top didn't take a year to make. I think because the foreground also took a year to make, including the top part of the background. But then it was the lower part of the background that took
Okay.
another year. Oh, dude, this is actually looking quite good here. This turned out lovely. I'm amazing. Actually, this is
I
on
probably need to wait to see it. Is it playing like in the stream now,
no,
or is it?
it's in. I have it in Photoshop. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can add a. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it to pull up. I want to see if I can get it to pull up Photoshop. Okay, because then I can like show it in the. Oh, I can't do it that way. I can show it in the thing. Hold on. Give me a second here. All right, where's Photoshop? Photoshop Untitled. Let's see. Doesn't look like it'll let me show it, because a big issue. Like, this is what, like, if I try to share Photoshop, like, this is what it shows. Like, it really does not like the layered windows OBS. There is a way to do a windowed capture, but let me see. Yeah, I'll just export the GIF and share it that way. Let me turn that off. Okay, let's export this animation here. Boom. I'm gonna give it the black background that we always have. Oh, whoops! I gotta go to the first frame. The black backgrounds that we always show them on. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah,
when I want to show off like GIFs, I just get lazy and I just put it in a browser.
If I look closely at it, there are a few things that. Well, I mean, it's not a big deal. They're fine. I don't think anybody else can notice them except me, so I'll just leave them for now. Maybe I'll fix them off screen. Okay, save. Grounder. And let me go to in. I'll post a link to it in the chat.
the thing about doing this on a stream is that none of the fans would be able to like point out like two individual pixels that because the stream's not that high.
Oh yeah. Well, for most of the screen I'm zoomed in like super close, anyways. But I also didn't have pixel preview on for most of it, so like none of it was even in pixels to point out. Okay, where is it? Images. Grounder, here he is. Alright, it's uploading. Here we go. first animation complete.
Hey, that looks nice.
Yeah. Somebody says, bruh, Nurkin's art is so good. Nurkin's art is so good.
Oh, that looks amazing.
Yeah, it turned
Great
out real
job.
nice. I see. That's one. This is the one part that like working in Illustrator is like fun for, because you can't see the animation, so you have no idea what it's gonna look like, and that really sucks when you're making it. But like then once you finally get to preview it, and like it all comes together, it's like, like
Yeah.
that's like it's
So
like I get to be there with
is
you
this-
guys, being like, wow, this turned out great.
Is it this? This is still considered a work in progress.
This animation, I mean,
Yeah.
it's possible there could be some things that are adjusted, but this is more or less like final, probably.
Yeah. I do like the way the conveyor belt moves.
The conveyor belt, the treads.
Oh, the threads?
tre-
Yeah.
Treads, conveyor.
Yeah, they.
I'm not mechanically inclined.
Yeah, Mike did a really good job animating those. Like, I think it definitely shows up in the animation, but like he's got them like kind of like bouncing up and down a little bit, and I
Yeah.
think and that gives like a bit of extra realism to them. Oh, I'll have to. There are a few things I'll need to re-export because I'm noticing something like on the axle. There's one of the screws on that wheel pops a bit. So I'll probably need to correct that. I do feel like it looks a little bit odd though without the screws turning and them just sitting there. I'll probably look into that.
Which?
I think the wheel should like move with the arm.
I'll look into this. I think I will look into the giving the wheels some movement. But yeah, anyways, that's this animation. So the next one will be the turning, which I downloaded a moment ago.
All right, I'm head out, guys.
Oh,
Ingrid.
All right.
All right, you take it easy.
See you later.
You
See ya.
going to go to sleep now?
Yeah.
'Cause it's like, isn't it? What time is it where you are?
2.
2?
In the morning.
It's we'll just keep it at that. All right, see you guys.
All right.
See ya.
All right then. Let me. Oh, here they are. Okay. I'm gonna export these frames real quick. Then I'm gonna take a minute to go grab some food.
Yeah, take your time. You've been working 6 hours straight.
Do you remember the
It's
boss
amazing what weekends
animation?
can do.
Do it. Oh no, this is me like
Boss-
all the time. This is just how I work. Hold on. We had the boss animation, and it's just 8 hours straight. I think I did take a minute to
with-
grab food in that
With
one
the
too,
with the
though.
hammer.
Yeah, with the hammer. My favorite part of that animation is the smear frame, though, and you can see me figure it out in the in that stream. It doesn't take me long to figure it out, but like I do change my mind about how I want to approach it. Like like after I do it, like try it one way, and then I'm like, this doesn't work, so I did it another way. But yeah, that's my favorite part of it because like I think the smear turned out real nice, just like nice and stretchy. All right, where do I want to put these animations? Okay. I'll just stick them in here with the grounder ones. Mike, are these ones also like the 2 times the size of the base frame?
They should be.
All right, gotcha. Yeah, I think they are. 526. Let me see. Oh well, I was gonna look at the size of the Yeah, it looks like they're about the same size. I was gonna look at the size of the dimensions of the what's it called, the images, but they're different on for both of the animations, so I can't do that. But all right, anyway, so I've got those on my system, and I'll, whenever I get back, I'll open them up, and then we will prepare. We'll set up the document for the turn animation. Then we'll get that turn animation done, and then it's just the the bursting out animation. That animation's gonna go like that animation's gonna be done in like real fast. It's gonna be nothing. It'll be like the chill out animation, the winding down one. But all right, I'll be right back. Well, not right back. It'll
All right.
give me a minute.
Yeah. Ooh, weird.
Also, on another thing, we need a we'll be back screen.
Yeah, we should probably look into getting one made.
You could probably just use like Sonic's like waiting sprites.
Oh, that would be fun. Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll mention that to Alex.
You mean a waiting screen with Sonic tapping his foot? I haven't left yet, by the way.
Like either tapping his foot or like laying down or something.
Yeah, that actually be a great idea. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, let's talk. We'll have to talk with Alex about that for sure.
Cool. There we go. Just the regular screen. Okay.
Was that like a quick fix?
Yeah, I think he just took I think he took a screenshot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm just really excited about how Grounder looks.
Oh yeah, no, it looks nice.
Yeah.
Are we still coming in through the stream or?
I believe so. I believe they can
Alright.
still hear us.
I forget. How far are we with not with the objects in Arazzi, but with the tiles?
So as far as like aquatic ruin zones type, I know that it's hard to really discuss it without like
Yeah.
but
yeah, that's with a lot of stuff.
yeah, I'm just gonna say 50%.
Okay,
I'm
that's
just gonna say
good.
50%. That's probably the safest way to say it.
Yeah, no, I remember we had some concepts, and I just wasn't sure like how far along they were.
Yeah, because with the like with everything that people expect to see, that's done. With
yeah.
with things that might surprise some people, that's not done.
Okay, 50-50. That makes sense.
Oh, people are like, when will be the next stream? We're not going anywhere. We're just taking a quick break. My apologies for being quiet. I'm also working on freelance of my own.
That's quite all right. Not really a lot to talk about anyway.
Yeah. Man. Oh yeah, everyone thinks we're dead because we have long hiatuses. Yeah, that's just life. A majority of us are freelancers, and we do this in our spare
Yeah.
time. So there's we do it in our spare time, but there's not a lot of time to spare, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. I still want to. God, now I just want to get a dev environment set up on this system again, because like maybe once I start coding for the game, maybe I could I could try and contribute to some progress stuff. Because like, wasn't that the only reason we like put out a special stage check demo? Was because I just went so far ahead with that.
Yeah, like to be honest, the special stage stuff was like I know for a fact that for the next demo, our biggest focus is special stage and aquatic ruin zone. So yeah, like people already knew that we were working on aquatic ruin zone, but what they didn't know was anything involving special stage. So the fact that you really went ahead and like got a lot of stuff like kind of going with the special stage and how we were able to like have a video and everything to show people, like that was really cool, by the way. Like,
oh yeah, I mean, looking back on it, there are a lot of things that I wish I would have changed, but just the fact that it was out there is pretty.
Yeah.
I should mention, in case anybody's listening, what you see in that tech demo video, none of what you see is final. We are making a lot of changes under the hood into assets. So be prepared for that. It's looking very promising so far.
Yeah, I think I would even go as far as to say that everything in that video is no longer there.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, no, I don't. We're like using a completely different process, I think, huh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, someone asked, will you be taking inspiration from how Christian Whitehead did the Sonic 2 special stages? In a sense, I mean, there's not too much he changed, really, I think. There's just, like, the half pipe was 3D, right?
For the mobile version, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, aside from the 3D half pipe and, like, the increased draw distance, there wasn't really anything that was different from the original. So, I mean, we're kind of inherently taking inspiration from it anyway, because it's going to be improved from the original. Because, I mean, like, when you look at the Sonic 2 special stage and you wonder, like, how do I recreate it? At some point, you're going to think, I want to do 3D with this. Because, like, that's what it was made for.
Yeah, like, I kind of feel like with the special stages, there's quite a few ways that you can go about it, and figuring out the way that's, like, I wouldn't say optimal, but just the way that's, like, the best fitting would probably be, like, the route that we'd go. Like, I don't know much about how it all works at all. That's like that's a programmer thing.
Yeah, and I will say it was hell trying to get the tech demo up and running the way it was. I had to do a lot of, like, little tweaks just to make it presentable. But secret special stage level, we don't have anything planned regarding that. But if we do come up with it, then well, you'll see once it comes out.
Let's see, secret special stage level. Is that a reference to the Knuckles mobile?
Was it Knuckles? You mean no? I think they mean like the hidden 8 special stage where there's like a corkscrew.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, we don't have anything planned like that for now. But if it does come up, then well, you'll see once it comes out. Different backgrounds for the specials. I mean, obviously, it's gonna be a given that each emerald is gonna change the special stage in a different way. We're still figuring that out, but we don't want to give out too much details about that.
Yeah, I'd say at its most basic form, just expect like it to be like in the original with the different color track. Yeah. Would Sonic and Tails also be hand-drawn in the special stage, or maybe you guys could use 3D models?
We're doing back and forth about that, right?
Yeah.
Like, do we have a definite approach yet?
I'm pretty sure.
Because if we do, I don't. Because if we do, I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah, I don't think we've told anybody about that yet. But we have been going back and forth about it.
Yeah. The progress that we have made is coming along really well, though. There's a lot of one of our artists has a lot of promising work for that.
Yeah, like I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I'm just mesmerized by this ground.
Yeah. Someone was asking if we're gonna sneak a green grounder in somewhere. I mean, that's not the first time it's been brought.
Yeah, it would make for a fun Easter egg.
I mean, the question is where though.
I think the best spot, if we were to sneak it in, would be in that one spot where Grounder is, like where those leaves are, because that Grounder misses you.
It like blends in. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think well, the reason it misses you because it's a bug. Like it should be able to hit you there, but even then, that's a bit of a cheap shot keeping it in the leaves like that.
Well, I mean, like so what we could do is we could make it so that Grounder never hurts you. It's just there.
Maybe one off. That could get a bit confusing.
Yeah, it could. I mean, it's funny because the green Grounder is like it has to. I mean, it is a reference to the Sonic or the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog Grounder. So it's like that Grounder was kind of dumb. So it would make perfect sense in a way that it would miss. But I get how it can be confusing.
I mean, worst case scenario, it could probably be like a background element so that like you can tell it's not interactive.
Yeah, like it would be cool to see something like that. I mean, no plans for it obviously, but just, I mean, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we've had similar plans for like Scratch, but we don't know anything about what we're gonna do with that or if we're going to do it.
Yeah, like there's so many ideas that the group had internally tossed around, and we were just kind of like, let's just focus on getting the actual game out.
Yeah, we're focused on like the assets and like getting the content from the original recreated, and then once we got that all settled, then we'll focus more on making it unique. I mean, that's not to say it's not unique already. We actually have Aquatic Ruin Zone is shipping along very nicely, and we do have a lot of unique touches that I don't want to talk about right now.
Yeah. So the Grounder turning animation hasn't been started yet. We only did the forward moving Grounder animation, which hopefully people can still see it from like the link. I know it's like further up.
Yeah, I can repost it.
Yeah, we should repost it. Oh, Dan says he's gotta go. All right, you take it easy, Dan.
It was already reposted then.
Oh, okay, cool.
Somebody already. I didn't. I guess I missed that link.
Yeah, I don't see the
Alright.
link either. But
All right. There's already work on the turning animation. I think. Like I remember seeing like lines for it in roughs.
yeah, like we have the line art complete, so it's just a matter of it being done in a cleanup. It'll happen in this stream.
Somebody asked, "What's with the elemental shields hidden in the game?" That those were created before I joined the team, but if I were to guess, it's basically the same thing with Mania, where it's like you just create all these assets and you're not even sure if you're going to use them or not.
Yeah, I think that was just something extra that, like, I don't know if there was like a programmer who was just messing around with it and just decided to leave it in there. There's also like a couple of other things left in demo too as well, like night mode.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing about the shields is that it couldn't just be a programmer because, like, we made HD assets for those. So it's like, it might have just been, like, practice, just trying to get trying to nail the style, like a design study.
Okay, because I do remember, like some of the team members came like fresh off of Sonic 3 HD, and they might have like those assets might have came from there. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, to be fair, I don't know how long those assets have been in there. So.
Yeah, that was actually something I didn't know was in there.
Yeah, apparently we have a HUD graphic for Knuckles, not his head, but a single red triangle. Which, fair enough. I mean, it's probably in there because that'd be the easiest thing to make, but
yeah,
that doesn't mean to imply that there's anything planned for Knuckles. It was just made because it was easy to make.
Yeah, I feel like the issue with including Knuckles is that it's not just adding in like another character that can go through the game. If we add in Knuckles, he literally changes how the level layout because he can just break the level, and it's like it would be so much work to have to kind of go back and like redo things, and then on top of that, if the mobile version even went as far as to like add specific areas that only like Knuckles and Tails could go to, so it's like it adds way too many questions and variables to like bringing them in. So like don't expect Knuckles anytime soon because he literally is a game changer.
Yeah, because it's like the new area. Because like even if you like make new like level layout like parts of the level for him, it's like, do we make new assets for this or do we keep the original? Like questions like that.
Yeah.
So I've returned.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm still gonna eat my food yet. But I'm here while I'm eating it. I see somebody in the chat is asking, hey, so what's with the elemental shields hidden in the game? And I can completely explain those because those elemental shields were made entirely by me, and they were actually not made for Sonic 2 HD. They were made for Sonic 3.
So they were for Sonic 3.
They were for Sonic. They were for Sonic 3 HD. And so I also like that. This person, Super Kirby 982 says, I honestly like the electric shield animation. You guys looked fluid, and I gotta say, I really don't like that animation, but thank you. I really did not know how to animate back then, and I straight up just copied the original sprite. I probably do it a little bit differently now, but back then, I was just copying the sprite. This was made. Those shields were made a really long time ago. But yeah, basically.
I mean, we all gotta start somewhere.
Well,
you know what?
Yeah. Those were put in the engine by Winterhell because he was working on Sonic 3 HD with me, and so he had those frames, and I guess I don't know why he coded in the elemental shields, You'd have to ask him about that. But I guess whenever he was coding them in, he's like, I have these animations for them, so let's just use those.
Yeah, why not?
But yeah, so there's the story behind what's up with the elemental shields in the game. I'm glad you like them though.
I feel like if we did update the graphics to them, it might be fun to make them look like how they look in Mania rather than how they look from Sonic 3.
And the Mania elemental shields are just beautiful.
I think I feel like if we updated the elemental shields, we'd have to have Leo. We'd have to have Leo on that, especially for the fire one. Especially for Leo is he is the king of fire animations, just hands down. So, but and if you think the ones that are there now look great, man, Leo would put them to shame so fast.
Yeah, I will say this too for those in chat. If you have not seen Leo's fire animations, definitely check them out, especially the boss flames, because they were perfect.
Yeah, go fight the boss in Hilltop Zone. All of those flame animations, that was Leo.
Record a video of yourself playing and play it back in slow motion.
What?
I said record a video of yourself playing and play it back in slow motion so you can appreciate it.
Oh. I see.
You know what? One of these days, we should probably stream one of us playing Sonic 2 HD second demo.
we gotta do a.
You know what? I'm surprised that hasn't been done yet.
Yeah, I think whenever we initially released the demo, we wanted to do a lot of updates related to the the development of it, because there was a lot, especially around the end, there was a lot that was done, but we just ended up not doing that for some reason.
We got tired.
Yeah.
I think that was it. Yeah, because right after release, we were all a little bit burnt out, and so while we were definitely wanting to get started on Aquatic Ruin Zone, we were also kind of wanting to take a break for a minute, and we definitely did. There was definitely, I think, a good month right after we released that demo, where I think very little got done, but
yeah, it was definitely a trying time for us during that crunch. It was.
Yes. Oh, I guess I think the stream's caught up to us talking about Leo, so they're asking if Leo did the Hilltop boss animations, and
yeah,
I assume they haven't gotten to the part where I said it was him, but they'll get there soon.
Yeah, it's actually kind of hurts to not talk about the new stuff, because we don't want to spoil nobody.
I will say, people are talking about live streaming the next version. That actually might be interesting if we if we released it, we had a live stream where we played through it and commented on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing I realized. I was talking about coding live streams and stuff, but then I realized depending on what I'm going to be working on, depending on what I'm going to be working on, I'm not sure if that'd be a good idea, because it might reveal assets we don't want to show off yet.
Right.
So it might just be, so if I were to do a live stream, it would probably just be quality of life stuff.
I mean, to some extent, that might not necessarily be a problem. What programming stuff could we stream that would be interesting to watch? What does the chat think? What's programming stuff would you like to see?
Well, I did have this idea a while back. This is a bit of a big change, but I've always wanted to revamp the collision system, because the one we have right now is not totally accurate.
Right.
To,
yeah. No, that was the big thing about the collision was it was something, there were issues with it. It was basically what we had was a kind of a compromise to get things working without, because it was glitching really hard before. It was technically more accurate before, but there was a ton of glitches.
Yeah.
But those glitches made it kind of really hard to play, so we ended up going with that. But it was definitely something that was inaccurate, and we wanted to revisit. So yeah, that could be actually a pretty good thing to live stream, fixing up the physics.
Yeah. I'd have to figure out where to start, like put a roadmap out. But once I can do that, I'm pretty sure I could get to work. Because I mean, because I already have some experience with like the collision and all that, and like at one point I've actually like converted all the data, like the
Right.
original like collision and everything, so I could just like import it in as like raw bytes and just work with it.
That might be. Yeah, that could actually be a really interesting stream. And you could probably stick with the demo 2.0 stuff, so you wouldn't have to show anything new.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd
Yeah,
be a
I'll
pretty good
probably-
idea. We should propose that in the after the stream to the rest of the team.
Yeah. I mean, I could probably work off the 2.0 branch. I don't think there's anything.
Oh, I don't
recent
think.
that-
I don't think it'd be necessary to work off of that branch. You'd probably you could just like because how does it work actually now that because I was just imagining like you need to test it out and stuff, and you just stick with like Emerald Hill Zone for example, like in the testing.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably stick with Emerald Hill Zone, but I might need to test out other zones too to make sure that
Right.
like loading the stuff between zones works.
Mm.
But I don't even know how like we have our code organized right now. It's honestly a bit of a mess.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, here's a little tidbit for the chat. We use Git to manage the game code. I know a lot of projects use Git, so that's probably not much of a surprise, but yeah. So we use Git, but the way the Git repo is organized is very confusing. I know Steven's tried to alleviate it, and he's done some good work. But honestly, we probably the best approach would be like to just bring the code back in from scratch and just start the repo over. But at this point, it's way too late. Such is computer science. Happens a lot, but if I can find like a stable branch that if 2.0, if I could work off of that and like none of it like interferes with what we're working on with the other content,
Well, I should
then I could probably
hold on.
Go
a minute,
ahead.
because I should warn you too about like working off. There were some changes. Well, I guess you might notice these things, but they might be things to like really pay attention to because there were some changes after the 2.0 to make sure like the angles were treated the same because the collision is vector based rather than the pixel on like the original game. So that I guess it would be something to pay attention to. So that's something like whenever you do get to the collision and stuff, you'll definitely want to make sure you don't lose that work done on there.
You know what? I think I'd have to work off the newer builds anyway because like if I change the collision system, I'd have to change how like every single object works.
And not to mention, my favorite shortcut was removed from Chemical Plant Zone back to.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh yeah,
I don't think it's coming back.
Oh.
yeah. No, that's
Shame.
it's not a feature; it's a bug.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean that's like I know I thought of the idea like a while back, but at that point I thought of more drastic changes, like starting the engine from scratch, which I realize now is too big of a thing. So I could probably like take what's existing and just kind of swap part of it out. Super Kirby 982, yes. Lewis is working on Sonic Studio, and it is shaping up to be. I'm really liking how it looks. Has anybody else been keeping up with Sonic Studio?
Oh yeah,
Sonic
it
Studio.
looks amazing.
Oh yeah, dude. Sonic
Yeah.
Studio is great. One of our guys is working
Yeah.
on it or making it. Like
No, that's what they brought up. They're saying how Lewis is working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Lewis is working on Sonic Studio. Most of the artists on the team are like freelancers, so they're probably working on like stuff for other games. I know Nurkin, like, he shipped, what was it, Blasphemous?
Yeah,
Well,
he was
he
working
worked
on
on,
Blasphemous.
yeah.
Yeah, he did a lot for them.
So, I mean,
Actually,
Yeah.
he did fan art for them initially, and I guess they liked his fan art so much that they're like, bruh, get over here. Because then he ended up doing, he did, like, all the key art for them and stuff. So, like...
yeah.
Which doesn't surprise me. Like, he's, like, a great artist.
Yeah, I feel like if he does fan art, that is just his fan art just becomes the new official art.
Apparently.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, considering a lot of the people on the team are like freelancers and stuff, the chances are there's always something they're going to be working on. So that like nothing's.
I do know. Leo is doing Phantom Gear, which is an indie game that he's doing.
Ooh, oh right, that one Mega Drive thing.
Right. Yeah, that game's honestly, I really do think it's like one of, if not the best looking. Actually, I don't know. There's some really good looking Genesis games.
It does look really nice.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. Like, it's not like it's. I mean, it's retro graphics because it literally runs on a Genesis, but like, it's not cheap retro graphics. These are like high quality, like really good retro graphics. And I think that's like one of the things that people really notice about it whenever they see it is because like this game looks good. But that's what he's doing.
Isn't Tony? Tony's
working,
also working?
Yeah, he's doing
he made some chip tunes for it.
Yeah, I've also I'm working on an indie game myself as well. I'm the lead artist for that game and also the director. Like, I'm like the guy in charge of that entirely, more or less. But so I'm doing that. That one has not been publicly revealed yet, though. But once it is, I'll probably post it on my Twitter.
Is it the same game that I know of?
Yeah, it was the one. You were with us on there. I actually do want in the future, because you do the spine stuff, and I want to use spine for because like our game that game's very different from Sonic 2 HD, but I want to use spine to like probably animate like the environmental stuff, like the way Ori animates the. Have you played Ori or seen?
I've seen Ori. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's the
very smooth.
But they have like these environment animations, and they're done with like spine or something. And I'm like, that looks like a good way to do it. So like, I definitely like in the future, I do want to get you to help out with that potentially, if like you're available, of course.
Sure.
But that's probably not for a while.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because I've gotten like way better at using spine, and it's to a point where like there are times where I trick people into thinking that I did something using a 3D program, and that's like the greatest compliment that I can receive. Yeah.
Yeah, spine's really good with that sort of thing. It definitely has that look.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I got laundry going on.
All right.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how long I'll be gone. Probably like a few minutes, but I'll be back.
Super Kirby says, it would be fun. This was a while ago. It would be fun if you guys did streams for stuff other than Sonic 2 HD, like maybe playing some other games and fan games and such. We could all watch you guys play and have fun and stuff. That could be interesting. I know. I will say. I am at some point intending to start up a YouTube channel with like for Let's Plays, but like because I make games, I'm doing it with another friend of mine. He's a game designer, and we want to make like Let's Plays, but focus on like while we're playing through the games, like talking about the the level design and how the levels are put together and how like the game's put together, like in that sort of thing, like while playing. Because I feel like a lot of like the Let's Plays, like there are definitely a lot of videos where people analyze like gameplay and game mechanics, but I feel like I haven't seen that from like with Let's Plays, and certainly I've never seen that from people who are actually making games and talking about them.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to come across that.
I mean, a big part of it is people who are making games are like busy making games, which is the big reason why I haven't done it yet. But I think like I do. Part of me wants to also get it too, just because like I'm pretty confident like that could be like a pretty big channel.
I feel like I have once thought about doing like a YouTube channel where I kind of go over like where I talk about like the business side of freelancing, because a lot of people just don't know it. Like they know the art side, but not necessarily like the business side of things. But then I thought about how much work that would be and how much work I have, and I'm just like, probably not.
I think I've seen a lot of people, like there are people who I don't think I've ever seen anything that's completely dedicated to that, but I have seen people who
Yeah.
have talked about that.
Yeah.
Quick reminder to check the email about 3D model. I suggest. I'm gonna be a little organizer for that. Yeah, I saw the email. Is that your
Oh yeah, it's
your 3D model?
it's that
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's.
guy.
Yeah, they're. I've seen your 3D models before, and I think they're really fantastic. But well, I'll let the rest of the team know about your application.
I need to learn 3D myself. It seems like, I mean, it's such a valuable tool for like two-axis rotation animation, but
Absolutely.
and among other things. But
yeah, I was kind of blown away whenever Tyler was saying he did the 3D for a lot of his animations. I'm like, oh, really? Dang.
yeah, I was actually kind of it was interesting because the two of us have like such a different approach when it comes to like handling rotation animations and for the game, and how he'll use a 3D model and I'll just use like
You do
a top view guide.
Thing, yeah.
Yeah.
You guys seen the 3D model of Sonic from the classic Japanese artwork? I'm not sure. I might have.
What was the question?
All right.
Oh, welcome back.
Thank you. What are we talking about now?
What were we talking about?
We were talking about like 3D.
Oh, right.
And
3D,
how, yeah.
Oh, right. Someone was asking about the, or Super Kirby 982 was asking about the 3D. Oh, yeah. I've seen Alexander's model. Alexander's I think that's him in the chat, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh wait, is that him?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Wait,
That's
model...
actually pretty cool.
Yeah. Here.
Wait, what model are we...
Here, I'll, let me see. What's your Twitter? Oh, they...
Me?
No, not you. They...
Oh, okay.
Alexander, in the chat.
Yeah.
I want to ask them what they're, if they can, like, because then the other people can see the model that we're talking about. I think. Yeah, it's a real nice model. Alright. Let me move this out of the way. Set this here. Okay. Alright. There we go. Okay. This person. All right. Turn animation. Let's get this set up. Let me go back to Illustrator. I love that transition. I'm so proud of that transition.
Oh, the blue.
Yeah, the blue fade out and fade in. I don't know if the live stream's shown it yet. I don't know how much the delay is.
It hasn't shown it yet.
Oh, there it goes. All right, let me... Okay, first I want to pop them open in Photoshop. Wait, shoot, I messed up. Nope. Okay. File. Scripts. Load files into stack. Browse. Animation. Grounder. Forward PNGs. Alright. It's importing into Photoshop, and then we're going to import those into Illustrator, and we're going to line them up. you did a really good job on that model.
Oh, I see what he's asking.
Yeah, somebody sent us an email about the. I can't tell you if like you can join the team now because it's not up to me. But
Yeah, no, it's
I'll definitely present your let the rest of the team know that you're reaching out to us.
Yeah.
I will tell you, because we actually do have a 3D guy on the team already at the moment, but I don't think it would necessarily hurt to have more. So I'll see what the rest of the team thinks, and I really like your work, so I'm definitely behind you myself. But we'll like I said, that is not up to me. So we'll have to. We will respond to the email and let you know.
Yeah, the thing is, like, we're welcome to like bring in more contributors, but we worry about like how much work we'd have for the people.
I mean,
because like we don't want to bring in so many people and then like not have anything for them to do.
Yeah, I feel like to some extent that happened with the animators.
Oh yeah.
A little bit. I mean, I guess there's still work to do, but make frames from layers.
But a lot of it was like availability.
Sure. I mean, I feel like to some extent we just like we bring people on board if they're skilled enough. I know like there was a point where it was a little bit more like what is it? Wait a minute. I did already have it opened up. I had the GIF of it open up. I didn't need to do all that. Okay, let me open it up in Illustrator. I think there was a point where we were like more less open to people joining, but
yeah,
I feel that now that's not as much the case.
Yeah, because I think the problem with it was like there's too many people that wanted to join.
We never actually had that problem, I would say. I think everybody who has been qualified to join has joined up with the project. The big issue is there aren't a ton of qualified people. There are definitely a lot of people who want to join. Like, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of people who want to join, and I'm sure, like, in the initial, like, whenever the project initially, like, opened up and was like, hey, we're back, that probably was, like, a ton of people, like, being like, hey, I want to join. I know I was one of them, although at the time I was unable. I've told the story in like the other live streams, but like my computer was had just died at that moment, whenever that happened, and so I was, and also at the time, because they said they were looking for Photoshop. I didn't know how to do vectors in Photoshop at the time, and so I felt like I needed to use Photoshop for it, and I didn't think like Illustrator was something I'd be allowed to use. And so I tried doing the submission stuff, but I was using a different computer that didn't have access to full time, and like where is this? It was so it just wasn't like, it was just not my best work even at the time. Although I do think it is interesting, because whenever I did end up joining up later on, I was looking at the forum that we used to use, because we used to have a forum. It was not used a whole lot. It ended up getting abandoned for the chats eventually. But we had this forum, and I saw like my first submissions, which they weren't very very great, but they were used as an example about how like you can deviate from the original sprite. Like, it doesn't need to be like completely the same.
Yeah, because if you want like the same sprite, just play Sonic 2.
Yeah, it's actually funny too, because I was looking in because like once I joined up on the team and stuff, like I could see like all of the like the discussion and stuff, and there was the the discussion, and there was actually a discussion about like me joining the team, and it was really funny for me to read, because like I knew the whole background as to what why my submissions were the way that they were, and like what the whole situation with them was, but obviously they didn't know that. Honestly, part of me thinks like I should have told them, but it was funny looking out there because they're like, maybe like, you could join up, we can teach him the style. I probably could have matched the style much better under normal circumstances even back then.
Yeah.
But it was just interesting to see that, like, I even at the initial part, like, I was at least considered, even if ultimately they decided not to, which is fair. In the end, at the end of the year, I ended up joining up on the team anyways. But it's just something I think about sometimes because I think it's a little it's interesting, and I wonder, like, if I had joined up right then, could we have gone further with because like whenever I did join up, there was like practically no progress on Chemical Plant Zone. There had been like some stuff done. It's just most of Chemical Plant Zone hadn't been done like at all. Oh shoot! I just moved something on accident. Grounder. I don't know what I moved, but it doesn't matter because I'm not looking for it. Wait, no, that's the move anim. Turn. Here we go. Okay.
Yeah, I do remember we did get stalled on Chemical Plant Zone for quite a bit of time.
Yeah, as whenever I joined up, that was like my first task. Make Chemical Plant Zone. Yeah, and it's also interesting too because, like, now, like, I've done so much for the project and I'm involved in it like in a lot of different levels.
Yeah.
That it's just interesting that, like, I wasn't even like one of the people who joined up like initially.
Yeah, I often forget that because I'm like so used to. I'm just so used to thinking about.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, someone join us. Hey,
You guys
welcome.
still doing this thing?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, it's still
here.
going. Welcome back, Tyler. One of our
Taylor.
Taylor. Okay, my bad. Taylor. We've got.
Okay.
We were talking about your animation methods recently. And then I started
My
talking
animation
about
methods?
how you use the 3D a lot, apparently.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, which I thought was really neat. I kind of want to see you do like. I kind of want to see that. Didn't you say you were recording like a lot of your?
Yeah, I got into the habit of now like trying to record anything I'm working on just to, like, I don't know, it motivates me to work
Oh
faster.
shoot!
Oh.
Illustrator's.
Yeah,
really
I'd love
weird.
to like do process if I can
There it goes.
record something soon.
Yeah, I think
It's not anything crazy. Like I just kind of like basic model. If you like know how to model, you can kind of like do it real quick. And
I know
get
how to
some
model. I don't
basic
think I can do
perspective.
it. I don't think I can do it that quick, but that's probably because I just don't use 3D a whole
Yeah.
lot. But
Yeah.
yeah, any of the did you use 3D in any of the videos that you recorded?
No, not yet.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's one that I want to see a time lapse of that one. That's what I want to see. That'd be
Yeah.
really cool.
But I'm sure there's something that'll pop up in the future for like another stage that I'll end up using D for. So be sure to.
Nice. All right. I'll be looking forward to that. I'm trying to figure out how this lines up with the Badnik here because I don't have the Mike. You're here. I'll ask
Yeah,
you.
what's up?
Is there any point on the Badnik that like kind of the first frame of the turn is like static on? I'm trying to figure out where I can line it up with the with this frame here.
The very centermost top of the dome.
Oh, does the turn just remain static on that?
Yeah, because it's like.
Oh yeah,
it's,
you're right.
It's
it
literally
does.
based on like a center, like the center mass of
Okay.
its body.
That's convenient. That's good. That's good. I can work with that. I think that should be good enough. Yeah.
Oh, one other small tidbit that I'm not even sure if most people are going to recognize when they see it, so I'm just going to mention it now for everybody, including chat. When Grounder turns, I made sure that his treads were moving in opposite directions.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll definitely notice that because because I'm cleaning them up here. But yeah, I remember whenever you did that, you were very proud about that.
Listen, this is my
The first try.
Grounder is my favorite.
That
Yeah.
little touch of realism.
I mean,
Yeah.
it does make
Yeah.
the turn look super nice. Like once we get this done, and we see like how this all like comes together, it's gonna be real nice for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Actually, you know what? We did not post that in the graphics channel, the Grounder forward cleanup animation.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. We should put that there because I only shared it with the chat. Hold on, give me a second. I'll drop it in our team chat real quick. Here it is.
Okay, so that just the first part.
Yeah, I finished the first part. I'm on the turn now. Part of me, I don't think the turn will take as long, to be honest. Like the turn is still like there's a lot more moving bits, but
Yeah.
to some extent,
It's frames.
that can be a little bit easier because you don't need like then I'm not worrying about like what's moving and what's not. But also the big thing is there's just 4 frames, so that alone is just going to make it all the more fast. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Grounder cycle looks great, by the way. Nice job.
Oh, thank you, and thank Mike too, I guess.
Like, I mean, I'm just amazed at how the treads look. Because they look so...
Yeah, they turned out... I was a little bit concerned whenever I was cleaning them up. I was like, these look good in the thing, but like, maybe while I'm cleaning them up here, maybe there'll be some problem. Maybe there'll be something that I need to fix here. But
I would have been worried about some lighting issue or something like that.
yeah, no, the treads are like the same. The lighting's the same all around. All right, I'm cleaning up.
Okay.
Or it's more or less the same all around, so it's like it's not an issue. Actually, I'm gonna take. There are a few things I might change up though, on it, but we can look at that after the animations are all done. Right now, I'm just getting rid of all of the extra frames so I can just have a nice clean thing for the turn. Okay. I want that. So frames, drill. All right, I only have the. Axle, treads. All right, frame. Oh, there's my light. Does he light up when he's turning? No, he doesn't light up when he's turning. I'm gonna delete that then. I don't need that anymore. Deleted.
Yeah, the forward moving is the only time his chest lights up.
That's a nice touch.
Yeah, thanks. It was I don't know. It's funny because I'm just like, I wonder how this would look. I didn't even intend on it like having like any particular kind of like look. I'm just like, you know what, for the A-frame, let's just make this thing blink.
I might change the
Makes
way
it
it
feel
blinks.
more like a robot.
Yeah.
Like I might do a bit more with it after the stream, but I think even like the way it is now, it's probably fine. And to be honest, like most of the other lighting looks like that, so it's probably, I don't know. We'll see. That's always how I feel after I finish animation. I'm like, this works, but maybe I'll change this or do this. Sometimes I do, and sometimes I just leave it as it is.
I've had moments where I go back and I think I'm adding something. It just gets too complicated. I'm like, yeah, I really didn't need that.
Yeah,
it was fine the way it was.
It's actually one thing in Mike's animations. He's really good, especially now at like knowing which parts need detail and which parts don't.
Yeah.
And I really like. It's just really nice to work with his animation just because of that.
That's a godsend for cleanup, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if he put more detail, it'd be fine. It'd just be kind of like unnecessary. but like, cause like he doesn't
Yeah,
draw like
I
like
try
on
to
the arms of the grounder. He'd actually hold on a minute, Mike.
yeah, what's up?
How dare you? You didn't. I have to draw in the. Oh no. I have to do the Robotnik thing myself.
Oh, dang, that's right. You do.
It's fine. I think I think I can do it. I have an
If,
I have an idea on how I
hmm.
can do it pretty easily. So we should be
What?
we should be fine. I'm thinking,
Yeah, I forgot about the Eggman logo.
Oh. Oh.
I only noticed it now as I was talking about Mike leaving out details, and then I realized, wait, that detail is on the turn as part of the turn animation. It's a very important one.
Oh dang! Yeah. So
think-
you
I
remember what
think
I
you
was
can
saying
kinda,
earlier about the forward animation and how that particular shoulder part was literally just like a ball that would bob up and down. I'm just gonna say, oops, I forgot it.
I mean, in the forward frame, it's not. I don't know how to spell antenna. Alien thing. Alien thingy. Okay. Because aliens have antenna, so alien thingy. All right.
Alien thingy.
Well, that's what I named my layer. I don't know if my layers are like show up in. Oh, they do. Okay. That's a good thing they do because half of the stuff I do is like in the layers. Especially right now.
Yeah.
All I'm doing is layer stuff at the moment.
If you didn't see that, it would just look like you're not doing anything at all.
Yeah. And then people just see it's just a screen staring at this Badnik doing nothing.
Really? Someone in the chat spelled antenna, and that doesn't look right.
Well,
Is
it's
that
weird
really how
because
that's spelled?
yeah,
Yeah, that is how it's spelled.
it's,
Antenna's spelled weird. That's why I can't spell antenna because
like
I know how to spell it. The way they typed it, that's the plural form. Antenna is antenna, no e is the singular form.
oh my gosh.
So like
Spelling was-
yes, yeah. So like
What?
if you're talking about one antenna, then it would be antenna ANTENNA. But then if you're talking about multiple, it would be antennae. That's with the e at the end.
yeah, that makes sense.
Latin is weird. At least I think it's Latin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is one of the Latin root words, and then the others are all Greek roots or something. I don't know. They all come from different places. English is a crazy language. All right, let's see here.
I know my Photoshop files are just filled with spelling errors left and right because I'm just like,
No, most of
I
my
know what it means.
files don't have names. The only reason I'm naming things here is because, well, a big part of it is just because a lot of these layers were already named to begin with, and so it's just kind of like, I'm like, oh, I should name them too. Normally, I don't name layers.
I mean, I guess it depends on what I'm doing. If it's something that's be like passed on, I definitely want to keep organized and like make sure that the other person doesn't have a hard time with my file.
That's the kind thing to do. I don't think I normally do that. I probably should.
No.
But I don't think I do.
It's nice.
I know. I think I usually whenever I do pass them on to people, I do try to clean them up at least a little bit. But I don't know. Sometimes like my files can be a mess because like I was saying earlier. Were you there whenever I was talking about that? Like I can pop open like a document even if it was like years ago, and I might not immediately be like I know exactly where everything is, but like eventually it'll come back to me pretty quickly and like.
Yeah.
So I never
if I don't
name anything.
I open a file again, I'm just like lost, and it takes me like 10 minutes to figure out where something is.
Oh yeah,
like, I gotta keep organized, or else I'll lose my mind.
Yeah. That's a thing like with the tutorials and stuff. They're always like, make sure you name your files just in case you have to reopen it later on and you don't get lost.
Yeah.
And I'm always just like, yeah, I don't have that issue. I tend to always know where my stuff is.
Yeah. We'll say if I'm painting like a background or something, no, I'll just new layer. But if it's something like technical, like I keep it organized.
Right. Okay. I'm trying to see here. Alright, it's gonna go pretty on the side. I'm thinking what I'm going to do with this thing. is I'm going to see if I can make it into a symbol and then do a warp on it, and that might work out for animating it. I'll have to see.
I'm curious to see your workflow on this and how you sort of do things like this.
Like the turn.
Yeah.
It's not too different.
How you handle the lighting and all that.
This one, I don't think there's going to be too much lighting wise. Well, actually, let me see. Oh, I guess there will be. Yeah.
Or like the head.
The head's gonna, yeah, because the reflection needs to switch over to the other side. That's actually one thing I do like about the turn animation is you do get to mess around with the lighting a lot, because we don't have that in the rough animations, which can be both that has its benefits and downsides, I think, because there are definitely some cases where I feel like having the shading in the animation can be nice, but
probably for like organic stuff, it would probably be nice.
Organic stuff?
Yeah.
Maybe.
You can kind of figure it out with mechanical stuff pretty easy.
I don't know. I don't feel like there's too big of a difference in those. See, one thing I will say too, though, is like shading and lighting is kind of like, I consider that to be like my best area.
Okay. See, yeah, I struggle with that. So.
Yeah, it's like shading, lighting, and colors and stuff. Like those are the things like I know quite a bit about those things. My skills in other areas aren't quite at the level of my my skill with color and shading. But that's
did you learn that so well? Because you're self-taught, right?
Yeah, I just studied it at one point.
Yeah.
I mean, part of it was just
it just kind of clicked.
Well, part of it. So with the colors, like I actually did a lot of research on them and eventually like figured out there was like no information like back then.
In the day.
Yeah, it was like 10 years ago. Like it's not 10 years ago isn't really all that much time, but the internet was a different place 10 years ago. Especially when it came
nearly as many tutorials.
Oh yeah, it's like tutorials were quality tutorials especially were very lacking. Like now every single professional out there has like their Gumroad account with like 1 million tutorials on there. That didn't, there was no Gumroad 10 years ago. You had to go onto DeviantArt and find some 12-year-old's tutorial that maybe had information on something. What I ended up doing though is I think there was like a thing that I read where I think it was somebody who, I think it was like a game development post somebody did, and they were talking about like color palettes for their game and like how they were figuring them out, and like I think that was like a big start of it. Part of it, a big part of it too, is just my own experimentation, and like I just kind of figured it out, which I think is like like that's a huge way to like I think figure things out too, is just experimenting yourself.
That's kind of how I figured out colors, was just like trial and error.
Yeah. But then a friend of mine, he's actually another fan game guy. He's doing Sonic Freedom, Triple Jazz. He got this book on color, and you know, he was showing it to some of us, and you know, I was looking at you know, I was reading like the because he showed some like screenshots from it, and I'm like, oh dude, this book is amazing. This is exactly like what I think about color. He used some different terminology than I use. Like I think he, instead of like, because I say saturation because like I learned digitally and stuff, and I think he said in the book he says chroma, and he was saying saturation was something different. I forget what it was. The book said saturation was, but the thought process and the idea were the same. Like if me and the guy who wrote that book like were in the same room, me and him would not be disagreeing about like colors and stuff. We'd be saying like exactly the same things.
Remember what the book was called?
I can check and I can let you know. I definitely like highly would recommend that book. I'll take a look at it and I'll let you know for sure.
Sorry, I had to bail for a few minutes, personal reasons, but I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
We're talking about colors, I guess, and how I learned to do colors.
Colors,
Oh,
my
sort of.
That
favorite.
book actually did exist back whenever I learned colors, but I didn't know about it, so wish I did. Would have saved me some time. But then again, at the same time, I think like another part of like why like I find like I'm good with colors is that um is that I figured them out on my own. At least in part.
Because I can sort of intrinsically know it.
I can actually explain it very well. But yeah, there's like yeah, it's just like it gave me a better sense to it that I think like I would have otherwise. Although then again, I feel like that book like if you I don't know. I guess your mileage may vary. Maybe I'm not sure. What I will say is the information in that book, pretty solid information, from another person, from a person who
Another person, okay.
who does color stuff, and I don't think any person who does
Professional.
color stuff would disagree that book is pretty solid.
Okay.
Also, don't listen
Someone in
to
the chat is asking if Triple Jazz is alive.
Yeah, I really hope he's alive.
I hope so.
I spoke to him like a few days ago. I think yeah, he was
Was
telling
alive
me
then.
about yeah, he was alive then. So
Probably knee deep working on, what was it? Sonic.
what was that?
Oh yeah, Sonic Freedom.
Yeah, yeah, Triple Jazz did he's doing Sonic Freedom. Sonic Freedom is only one level though. He's not making a full game.
Oh, really?
Sort of like a test.
Yeah,
I see, alright.
I mean, I think he would want to make a real game, but like, I mean, he knows like what the time commitment is because like he that have tried to make like or are making like the full games and stuff, and he's like, yeah, I don't want to spend like 20 years on a on a fan game, so I'm just gonna do the first level
Fair enough.
and that's it.
Fair
And I'm
enough.
like, yeah, that's fair.
More power to him.
Yeah. I know, like, with Sonic 2 HD, like I've said before, in the stream, like, this is like this is a project that like just a bunch of like a lot of professionals, because a lot of the team are professionals, are just doing because they really like Sonic, and so like I don't think like it's one that like it's not one that's going to be a and also we just have a bunch of people working on it too is another thing.
It's this train we started, and we just gotta see it to the end.
Yeah.
There's no.
I mean,
There's no
like
stopping this.
honestly, like there's still a lot to, like there's still a lot to do, but
Yeah.
we're getting close to the halfway point. So, and like it's
like-
definitely gonna feel really nice once we get there. Like just to
For
be
me,
like we're
just-
halfway.
Like a level.
Yeah, like just the fact that we are almost halfway done is just amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, considering like how much history Sonic 2 HD has, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't follow through and do the whole thing.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
No, we'll definitely get. It might take a while, but we'll definitely get the whole thing done.
50.
Yeah, 2050.
2060.
Oh gosh, 2060.
Well, yeah,
It's
that's
going-
true. Yeah, it
it's
did
going-
take another 10 years.
Yeah, it's going up. Might be 2070 next time next time we talk about when it's gonna be completed. All right, let's see here. I'm gonna attempt this.
Oh, there was a question on chat.
Question on the chat.
Super Kirby. Yeah, he says, hey, I don't know if this question stream or earlier or not. Will you guys be showcasing anything for Sage like you did in 2017?
Probably not this year.
Yeah.
That
Like
actually
3
hasn't
months,
been
right?
asked in this stream. I think it was asked in the last one. So
Yeah, I feel like it would be
Probably
cutting it
not.
too close if we even tried to aim for it this year.
yeah, I know. Like,
The,
Yeah,
the,
but
the
we-
worst thing we want right now is the deadline.
yeah, I feel like we could get something if we really wanted to, but I also know that I don't want to do like I don't have the time right now to do the work necessary to get things done in time for that.
We'd also rather have 3.0 be something special
Yeah,
rather than something that's just in 3
Right?
months,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
I'd rather. I feel like like you said. I think Demo 3.0. I feel like Demo 2.0. I feel like that one. I feel like that one it was okay. For some things to maybe be a little bit, a little bit messy. But I feel like for the next demo, that's the one where, that's the everything needs to be.
I mean, do we think we're gonna have the next playable demo within this year? Do you think that's gonna happen?
I think.
Nah. Most likely next year at the earliest.
I am hoping for next year.
I would hope next year.
I'm hoping for next year. I think with the new team members, I think we can get a next year released. Without that, I would say no, not next year. But with I think the new people who have joined up with us. I think that'll be a huge help to getting the game done next year. Also, we're also hoping to bring on some more vector artists too, because the vector art, that's the big thing and stuff. And previously with Chemical Plant Zone, that was all done by me, but I just don't have the time to do an entire zone myself anymore. So we're hoping to bring on at least one more vector artist.
That would really help a lot.
Yeah, I will say
I wouldn't help a vector artist, but I'm helping out.
What was that?
I was going to say, I will say, if anything, the fact that we project next year at the earliest shows you how much we have planned behind the scenes.
Well, how much we've done, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I feel like having things planned would make it seem like well, maybe, I don't know. Either way, but yeah,
I'm not implying that we would be able to get done by just the fact of what we haven't announced. Will take up a lot of that time. So so that's gonna be pretty exciting.
Yeah, we're definitely the next release is getting there, but it's still gonna be a while. Is the conclusion to everything about that.
But hopefully we can be more vocal and do stuff like this more often.
Yeah, I'm thinking because for me, getting work done on streams is there's a lot it's a lot because I'm just here on stream, so I feel like I can do it more easily. I guess I don't know.
You're blocking out a chunk of time, and it's not just doing vector art. You're also interacting with the community and other things as well. So I feel like that kind of motivates it too a little bit.
Maybe. Yeah, that can be fun. Yeah, I do enjoy. All right, look, man. I need you to know. I say maybe, and all of these qualifiers. I'm a very uncertain person about things. Apparently. Oh, see, there you go. I did it again. Apparently. What the heck is this? Hold on. Ew, I don't want that. What is that? Okay. I have no idea what that was. Oh, there's my... Okay. I want to actually group these into their own layer.
Question in the chat. What do you think about Sonic Forces?
We talked about that earlier.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I bought it, played the first level, and then refunded it.
Oh, well, dang.
Really? Oh, my. I still have the game. I beat it. I'd say it was fun, but I wouldn't say... It just pains me because there's a lot of potential, and that potential is ruined by understaffing. That's really all I can say. They did the best with what they...
I don't know I don't know why it turned out the way it did. I'm sure the team worked hard on it, but yeah, I didn't get the game because just looking at it, how short the levels were, and also I'm just not into 3D games to begin with, and also we had Mania at that point, and Mania Mania was all about that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mania was probably the more interesting game to a lot of people.
Oh yeah, I feel like Sonic Team, they thought...
Yeah, I love Mania.
Yeah, they thought that Forces was the main game, but nah, Nah, it was
Yeah.
it was Mania.
Yeah.
Mania was the main
You
game.
know, because
Oh, man.
I remember
Everyone remembers.
Mania and Forces were like revealed at the same time.
Yeah, they were
Not
Yeah.
same time, but
very
like
close. Very close. Yeah.
yeah,
It was
like
like
at
announced.
that like what was it, 25th anniversary party.
I
I remember they revealed Mania before Forces, and they revealed Forces like as a very end, like at like right near the end as like a one last thing.
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
So I think they were
Teaser, I
banking
think.
on they were banking on Forces to be the more hype thing. That might not have been a good move.
It was
Yeah.
not. No. That was Mania was definitely the more hype thing. I see. That's actually it was actually really interesting because like, because there was the Forces trailer that they had there, like the CGI thing with Sonic and Modern Sonic. People were like, Generations 2, I guess. But then
Yeah, no,
everybody
it
just
didn't
went
have-
back to talking about Mania because everyone's like, dude, but Mania, like, come on.
like yeah. Like first 2 days Sonic game in years. It's like it's
Yeah.
right next to it's right there.
No, it was Mania.
That and the fact that like Stealth and Tackle Man
Yeah.
were working on it is like it's what a lot of people.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, for us on the Sonic 2 HD team, it was actually T Lopes, Tom and Jared. Like that's who we were like stoked about working on it, because those guys
Yeah.
used to work on Sonic
Yeah.
2 HD. But yeah, I know a lot of
Yeah.
people were like, it was actually really funny because like a lot of people initially had no idea who Pagoda West was, and I'm just sitting here. I'm like, man, dude, come on, Pagoda West they were Sonic 2 HD.
Yeah, no, they did one game for
Yep.
Yeah.
Major Magnet and
yeah.
They did other
I-
games too, but yeah, Major Magnet was a big one. And if you look at Major
Circle
Magnet, it
Frenzy.
looks suspiciously like the art style of Sonic 2 HD.
Yeah, I noticed that when I
Yeah.
looked it up. It's like, oh, okay, so this is the same thing.
Yeah, it's the they. I mean, Tom and I think Tom and Jared, they were the ones who actually came up with like the whole style and at least in the Photoshop methods to actually achieve it. I know,
Yeah.
like as far as Illustrator goes, that was me and Lewis who did that stuff. Like me and Lewis
Just
were the ones.
figuring out the methods.
Yeah, in Illustrator, because that's because Lewis he was doing like because Lewis was involved with Sonic, like he was involved with like every HD project at some point.
Yeah.
Lewis he's like everywhere. He's doing everything.
I know he's honed his like vector skills for like years before.
Oh yeah. No, he was like he was actually involved with Sonic 2 HD back when it was a community project. You should
Yeah.
his work has improved significantly. He's also like the same age as I am, so he's like
Wow.
he was like super young at that point. But yeah,
Wow.
he's yeah he did, but yeah he was doing the the Illustrator stuff and and that's what I was doing too, like way back then. So like me and him, we were the ones who like really figured out how to do this kind of style in Illustrator. It's not really that hard. It's pretty straightforward. Most of it was him though, I would say. But is that good? Yeah, I think that's fine.
Is Pagoda West like still a thing?
I
don't know.
don't think so. I think it's Evening Star now.
Evening Star is
okay.
a different studio. It's
Okay.
what I don't know. See, I have no idea what Pagoda West's whole deal is.
Yeah,
Or if-
because
like,
I
if-
remember I looked it up
yeah.
one time, like recently, and it's like everything is kind of down. Like I don't think their
Their website isn't like it's still there technically, but it just shows like the Pagoda West logo and that's it.
Yeah.
I have no idea
Like,
what. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Weird.
I know Tom is with Evening Star, and I don't think he's
They're
with.
probably like migrating or something,
Yeah, I don't know.
like absorbing it.
Maybe you'd have to ask them about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's business stuff.
Yeah, that's
That's what it is.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
Side
yeah.
shop.
I don't know. It looks like I just don't know. I want to say like it looks like Pagoda West isn't a thing, but like the truth is I just don't know. I am curious to see what those guys do in the future, though. Regardless, like
Yeah, I know. I know.
Crazy.
Still, what concerns me is I know Stealth tried to do like that one game Vertebreaker, but it kind of flopped.
yeah.
Which makes me wonder, like, if he's actually still doing stuff. Like, what's the fate of
Oh, I think-
Evening Star?
Stealth. I don't think Stealth is involved with Evening Star.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think he was. I don't think he's a part of that. I don't. I'm not sure like of the details there, but I know like if you look at their thing, it's not like not all of the guys who worked on Mania are involved with the Evening Star.
Yeah.
But I know, yeah, Stealth
Working on Mania too.
maybe.
All we can do is cross our fingers. Did anybody catch that the recent Sonic?
What was that?
Cut out.
Did anybody catch the recent Sonic live stream?
I did not. Was there anything interesting in it? I usually don't watch the live streams. I don't usually have time.
Not terribly. It was mostly like merch stuff, but they did talk about like the situation with like what they wanted to announce and like how what's happening in the world that set them back.
Yeah, I know like they had like a lot of plans to make some big announcements at South by Southwest because that's like I guess that's where Sonic makes big announcements now. But obviously South by Southwest was like it was canceled, so then they're like, well, I got to come up with new plans now, and at this point they don't know. Yeah, I guess they haven't decided yet what they want to do as far as those plans. Or actually, I think. What was that?
No, I've heard them say. What I've heard them say is part of the reason why they haven't revealed anything is because there's actually like no news because apparently Sonic Team wants to spend more time on making the game.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. They say that like with every game, so.
Yeah, they do. I'll believe it when I see it.
That's my thought as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they did put a lot of time into working on Forces, but because there was less people, that kind of offset it.
Yeah, I think also with Forces, like a lot of that time was just spent on the engine, and they only had like a year where they were actually focusing.
The rendering tech that was barely even used.
Yeah,
Shame.
Yeah, I don't know about the details of how much it was used. I just know they spent like a long time building that.
You know something? It's always the engine, isn't it?
Yeah,
because that's what happened with 06, wasn't it?
Well, maybe no. 06 was just rushed terribly.
Yeah, I think 06 was just everything. Everything went wrong for
they wanted it out by Christmas, and they did not have the resources.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I think they had like engine issues when making.
Because I think it was.
They did have engine issues, so I'm not saying that wasn't a problem.
Because it was also their first, next at the time next gen
quote unquote next gen.
It's not next gen is PS5 and an Xbox, whatever they want to call Xbox now. I've given up with Xbox names.
I think they're doing Xbox Series X now, whatever that means.
Is it Series X? It is Series X, isn't it? Yeah, Series X.
We just call it the sex for short.
Oh my god! The full name is Xbox Series X, but they've also gone on to say that they want to just refer to it as the Xbox.
Yeah, because they don't want people to call it the sex.
Is that actually what it abbreviates to? Hold on, I need to check this.
No, I don't think so.
No, it doesn't abbreviate to it, but it's close.
Oh, it's because you get the SX. I see. I get it. All right.
Okay, that's
I know. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It
was funny.
You know what blew my mind when they announced like the upgrade to the Xbox One X, the abbreviation of it was just Xbox.
Oh yeah, that really upset me very much.
I think at that point people realized that like they didn't care about the Xbox name anymore. Yeah. I mean, they cared about the console, but like the naming, they're just
they're doing whatever it is they're doing, and we're just here
Yeah.
to
It's like
look.
whatever.
Microsoft. It's not even just Xbox. Microsoft in general. I have no idea what their whole thought process is behind names, because like they went from like they
Doesn't
got
make any
Windows, Windows 8, Windows.
Actually, there's a reason behind why they called it Windows 10.
I know it has something to do with like the operating things, or like the way like
Yeah, like because like internally, like there's a lot of like legacy code that
Yeah.
like only specifically ran on like 95 or 98.
See that
So to check like,
yeah.
string, it was just like Windows, and you can't do that because otherwise it would just mess up the legacy code.
See, that makes sense to me, but I also feel like if that was the issue, they could have like, I don't know, given it a name like Windows.
Like Windows Vista,
Yeah,
like a different.
Like I didn't need to have a number, basically.
They probably just want to distance themselves from 8 too.
All right, guys.
Like,
Number
like
8.
so much better.
That was so far in the past. We're on 10 now.
9 blew past it. We didn't need to do it.
Yeah. All right. Almost got the treads of one wheel done, and then we'll be on to the next one. Oh boy.
Yeah.
I think after I'm done with this,
It does look very tedious.
I'm probably gonna go to sleep. It's less. I feel like it's less tedious than you'd think it is, but that's I don't know. A lot of things,
Probably.
it's like I don't know. I do like doing this kind of
Just
work.
like you gotta move these, you gotta move every little detail. I see you like struggling to some of these anchor points, and I'm like, oh man.
Yeah, a few of them are getting a little finicky. Let me actually see, maybe if I turn off smart guides, because smart guides can get in the way sometimes with that. Let me see here.
I'm trying to even remember how Illustrator smart guides work.
I don't know.
'cause they're like
Smartly.
Sometimes. Sometimes they work the way you want them to, other times they don't. I turn them off and on because I know some people just turn them off and they never use them. I do find that there is some use to them, but it's very situational. It tends to be. It's usually whenever I need to snap something to another thing, and that's when I do it. But it can
We
get
just
finicky.
break the record for how longest stream we've done. See, someone commented that.
How long has this stream been going for?
Is it 6? Wait, 6 hours, right? No.
Well, you gotta add 2 hours to the count of hours, so 7. We're not quite there yet.
Okay.
Oh no, here we go. On YouTube, it says started streaming 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
Oh, so we've
there
been
was
going-
this is part 2.
Oh yeah.
About an hour.
Oh yeah, I started around. Wait a minute, I started around 11. So yeah, it's been about 7 hours, almost 8. So yeah, this is gonna be our long.
Wow.
This is gonna be the long one.
I mean, we're
And
on
next
pace.
time we gotta one up it.
Well, right. Well, so far I'm the only one that goes for like the crazy marathon streams. But then again, only the only other one who's done streams aside from me is Mike. So we'll have to see.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you are doing cleanup, and that's like a tedious and long process.
That is true. Cleanup does take a long time. I do like that we got the whole boss animation on stream. That was great.
Oh yeah. That was the first time we did the stream too, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I know, like, there were definitely some things we were learning. I feel like this stream, this one, like we're doing right now, is probably like the most like streamlined. Despite there were some issues, but there were some issues in the other ones too. So, there are always issues, but this one I think there's been the least issues. Also, I have my cool these things. My little transition screens, and I'm very happy with those transitions. They're completely pointless and unnecessary. But
I can't wait to use them 2 years from now when we stream again.
Oh gosh, I think we can get a stream going before then, hopefully.
Okay, I'm just shocked that it took us 2 years to stream again.
Oh, okay.
Mike, I think
the stream is for a second.
I think that was the transition.
Yeah, that was just me doing the activating the transition thing. Yeah, the stream's a little bit behind.
Really
Like I know, like you guys are watching the stream and you're hearing me, but they'll whenever everybody watching hears me, they'll see me switch to it right afterwards. But you guys are everything you're watching is behind, so it's going to be confusing. Oh, interesting. Oh, that must have been when I got food. It dipped to 12 viewers at one point. Probably whenever I was.
Oh
getting
yeah,
food.
because you were gone for a
Yeah.
while.
That makes sense.
And you know
That
what the
was-
sad part is that we told everybody that you was just getting like we were just taking a small break.
Yeah.
And they're like, nope,
I mean,
get back to work.
I mean,
Get back
look,
to no
look.
breaks.
It works out because like we basically regained like all of those viewers like once they started back up again.
Yeah.
So yeah, like it goes up
Well,
and down.
Yeah, that, and I think a lot of people said that they were just gonna get food too. Actually, I think that's what happened. They all probably just went and got food.
Yeah, a few people have been here for like a good
Well,
portion of the stream, which is pretty cool. Like I know I've seen like Super Kirby 982 has been in the chat like the whole time. I swear.
Yeah.
And I think that's great. Like that's awesome. Yeah.
Also,
I like that
taking a
people are
quick moment
enjoying
to just say thanks to the chat for even like joining us.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like I really
Yeah.
love like the last stream we did. Like this one's getting about the same amount of attention as the stream
Mhm.
from last week, and the one last week we just did it randomly. There was like no like announcement or anything. We just aggravated YouTube, and I think it's amazing that we can just start up a stream and immediately people jump on it. Like that just
I was actually shocked about that too.
yeah. It's
It's pretty cool.
That people care.
yeah, it's I don't know. I don't have like that kind of a following, like on any of my like personal like
No.
social medias or anything.
I mean,
So it's just
Yeah.
doing stuff like with
Close.
Sonic 2 HD. It's always such a blast just to see like how many people are actually interested in it.
Yeah, this is easily like the most famous thing I've worked on, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there was a point when Sonic 2 HD was just like it was the fan game, but I feel like
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I feel
Remember
like
that.
that's changed now. Like part of me wants to live in denial and be like,
Yeah.
no, Sonic 2 HD is still the fan game, but like I know like the people talk about like other
There's
fan
I think
games
it's
more
better.
now.
I think it's better when it's not the fan game because the fans, there's a whole bunch of fans. We want to encourage them to make their own stuff.
Right.
Oh yeah, no, I just mean like with like like this used to be like the most
Hold
like
on a second.
the biggest fan game basically, but I don't think that's the case anymore.
I'm just gonna say once we get demo 3.0 out or demo 3.0 out, we might be back.
We might be.
to
We might
that.
be. Because that's actually one thing. Like the fan games that I think have like kind of overtaken us, they haven't had any updates since since that. Well, it was actually before ours. So it could be like once ours comes back and stuff, people, it'll regain interest in it because I think once we release demo 3.0, I think that's when people are going to be like, oh wait a minute, I think they're actually going to finish this fan game.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We'll give them hope.
I think that's for 2070. It went up again. But yeah, I think like
You've
that's
raised my hopes and expertly dashed them, sir.
yeah. But I think, but seriously, I just think like once we release the next demo, like I think because I do feel like people like because at the end of it, and I think people got like understood this. Like we had the whole like "see you next time" message there, and that was a few people did realize like that's like it was a message to be like there is going to be something else because I remember there was at least one. I think there might have been a few others playthroughs I saw where somebody was watching and said, "See you next time." Like, oh, they're gonna have another one too, and I was like, yeah, that's exactly the message that I was hoping we could get across with that.
That was the point. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I remember because that was the last thing like that was you were basically seeing in the demo, and I remember, we did talk about that, the "see you next time" message and stuff, and we're like, in the end we decided, yeah, let's stick with that because we wanted to let people know that there is going to be a next time, and there will be. There still is going to be.
Yep. Even if
Let
that
they
next
all
time
die.
is like
decade from now. Even if it's a decade from now,
Oh,
there will
gosh.
be next time.
I sure hope it. It's not gonna. It is not. I will tell you this much: the next demo will be out before 2030. In fact, I'm willing to bet we'll probably have a few demos out before 2030, maybe.
I don't know, man. You underestimate my laziness.
Oh gosh.
Take his sweet ass time.
Yeah, well,
I
do.
mean, you know, beauty takes time. You know, it's just how it is.
It is true. You are not mistaken. All right. Let me. Okay. Almost done with this tread here. See, the good thing is that there are only 4 frames. Oh, only 4 frames. Only
Your
4
mind.
frames. You know what? I'm just gonna do this. I just got to remind myself only 4 frames. I will say, I'm a little bit tired, but I think I can keep going. Oh man.
It's cool. I feel like you'll get a second win once you get done with this one, and all you have left to do is like the forward. Well, not forward, but that front-facing.
Oh, for
drilling
sure.
one.
But like I've been up since like 2 in the morning, so.
Oh, that's right. You're like a early bird
Oh
kind
yeah,
of
I'm the
person.
real wake up real early kind of person, which is great. I actually was wanting to wake up early because I knew I was going to be spending the whole day doing this, and I wouldn't have time for anything else. And I wanted to do some studying of Japanese done because I'm trying to learn Japanese. And
Okay.
I wanted to do that before in the morning before the stream, anyways, which I did manage to do. Although the situation with getting the simultaneous stream going did that did slow me down a bit and take away a bit of my time. After this,
How long did it take us take you to get
it was a bit of time because we ended up needing Alex, and I guess Alex couldn't get into the email, and it was like a whole ordeal. But once Alex got into the into our stuff, she was able to hook it up to the Facebook, and we're good to go. The big thing is that the simultaneous streaming thing, it's really stupid. I really I am sorry, Mob Crush, whatever studio, I don't know, but please make your service better. Please, I know like it's free, but like please.
I'm sure they did all of the enough that they could.
Yeah, streaming is hard.
Yeah.
I think.
Like, I can't even wrap my
That was
head
a
around
technical
it.
nightmare. Yeah.
No, they could definitely make I think they could, because no other service that I've used is as finicky and as like works the way theirs does. Like, it's really not pleasant to work with, but we do it because we want to give the fans the place where they're gonna watch it. And like some people, they were watching it on Facebook. A lot of people were watching it I actually don't know which one was more popular. I'd actually be curious to
Like, I'll be honest, I actually forgot that you could even stream on Facebook.
Yeah, it definitely did get some attention. Like whenever I was getting food, I took a look at I was taking a look at the Facebook a little bit because I was curious to see what it was like over there. Because I mean I'm looking at the YouTube a little bit, especially just to make sure like and check that the stream's going smooth and everything. And so right now like everything's perfect, which is great.
Oh, you know what? I just now wait. Does Facebook have a chat?
Oh, it does.
Oh,
Facebook
wow.
probably has everything.
No. It's completely separate.
I just
I know
realized
we focus a little
I've
bit.
completely ignored Facebook chat.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
we're
go
not
look at
streaming on Facebook anymore now, so.
Oh,
we're
okay.
not? Okay.
Definitely next time though, we probably do want to have like anybody else who's in the, in the voice chat, like at least one person like checking on the Facebook. Just to, got to give them some attention.
Well, see, this is where we come up with our own streaming platform, so we don't have to worry about like going to like making compatible with every single one because we can just worry about our own.
Well, the reason why we're streaming to all the different.
That was a joke.
What?
I said that was a joke.
Oh yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I'm just saying, like the reason, like, it's to get them to Facebook. It would be nice to have my own streaming service. Then actually, a friend of mine, he actually did set up like his. It's not really like a streaming service, but like he set up a thing to let him like stream, like his own like screen basically, like through his own server.
Yeah.
Apparently, according to him, it's super fast, but it's also really insecure. That makes it sound like it has like social issues. It's really
Yeah.
There's there's no security
because
to
it's
it.
like, yeah.
It's very
I was able to hold like I was able to host like a minimal server on this laptop I'm using, but it was not fast at all.
Oh yeah, I think a lot of that would be
Like-
wouldn't that be the internet connection?
Probably, yeah. Because I mean, like, I'm trying to think. We get like 7 megabits, but I think like for like a good server, you need like something more efficient.
That makes sense. Yeah. Oh, especially if it's one of like all the big servers like Twitch and stuff. I know.
Oh yeah.
They probably have like huge. They have like they have multiple servers. It's not even one.
Oh yeah. They probably have rooms full of them.
Oh, for sure.
Buildings even.
Probably. I'd honestly be surprised if they didn't have buildings full of them. Actually. Because that's just like YouTube. I'm kind of scared of YouTube's storage stuff, like just how big it must be.
Oh yeah.
Like there's videos
Like-
from
like-
Inception that's still on the platform. It's like
for let's see, YouTube. Do they have their own separate headquarters, or is it all at Google's place?
I think they have their own thing because YouTube's so like huge. Like it's basically its own. It really is its own entity.
I just want to know, like, for as much like space, for as much like business area they take up, I want to know how much of that business area is just servers.
Oh, that's a good question. I kind of want to know that too now. It's got to be a lot. That's like there's no way it's like not like a good portion of their.
I'm thinking on at least 40%.
I mean, we're
At least.
uploading 8
Definitely
hour
at
streams.
least. That's not even like the maximum. Just at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hear that? We're at 8 hours.
Oh gosh, I can't. Oh man, I didn't want to go 8 hours.
Yeah.
All right, I was prepared for it to go longer.
My heart
Okay,
goes
over.
out to my heart goes out to the poor sap that slept through this whole thing. Like went to bed and then woke up and had no idea this happened. Because like 8 hours is
Oh,
like
yeah.
a traditional like schedule.
Oh yeah, well like when Andrew was on here and it was like started like at 12 in the morning and I'm just like, man, all right, I guess you're a night person then. But you know, like he could have gone to sleep, woken up, and we'd still be going. I think he did go to sleep now, but I don't think we'll be going with that by the time he gets up because I think we're most
That would be concerning.
done.
I mean, never say never.
I mean, next stream you're gonna do all the badniks, right?
Oh god! Don't tempt me. You don't want to know. You don't know what I am capable of here.
I think it would. I would like to stream like animation at some point. That'd be pretty fun.
Oh, I want to see you stream like an animation with like one of the 3D bases that you work with. Like I think
Yeah.
that'd be really interesting. to
I'm
see.
wondering if there's anything coming up that I could.
Oh yeah.
Well, there is one.
I didn't catch the Supersonic stream. Did you guys use the 3D thing for that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Mike was
Oh, that-
basically tracing over it. There's actually he's gonna make. I think Mike's going to make some fixes to like some things to make it more in line with the the in-game model. and
Yeah,
also-
because
yeah.
the quills are
Mhm.
too static, so gonna be going
Yeah.
over those.
I'm going to mute for 1 second. I'll be right.
All right.
Mhm. But yeah, apparently we need the chop chop needs a turn. So
Oh. Would that be?
yeah,
Would you use a 3D model for that one?
Let me look at him.
He's a
I don't
pretty
think
simple
so.
one. He's
I
kind of a
would think I
capsule,
would
so I
just,
don't, yeah.
the method.
yeah.
I feel like, yeah, he's so, like, the chop chop's so simple, like, you could probably just get away with doing it, like, by frame. I think, like,
Alright, I'm
3D, like, that's good for stuff
Welcome back.
with, like, more, like, especially stuff with,
Hey.
like, details on it. That's, like, what
Yeah.
3D is good for. Okay, I'm almost done with this wheel.
Might be fun.
I think.
It'd be fun to stream that. I mean, pretty simple.
Yeah, that could be cool. Yeah, we'll definitely. We can do that. I want to see. I really like the idea of like seeing the like collision and that sort of stuff fixed up. But it's definitely something because we don't want to like show off like too much new stuff. I don't know how much of like
Yeah.
the new stuff is actually in the game.
Yeah.
Now. How much like what is do we have any of Aquatic Rune Zone in the game at the moment?
I have no idea.
NES.
'Cause I don't even think the
I know we were working on importing the background assets, but that's about it.
have
Like
they actually...
everything. A couple objects I think use like concept art.
Okay.
I know a couple objects have those, but aside from that, it just uses the original game assets for now as a placeholder.
I think potentially what you could do is maybe swap out like any of the. I don't know if this would be something that like is easy to do, or if it'd just be like not worth it. But potentially swap out like any of the aquatic runes and stuff, because that's really the stuff that like we don't want to show off. Like anything like chemical plant zone or emerald hill zone, like that's.
I might not even need. I might not even need to like show off aquatic ruin because it's cool the way the collision works in the original game is the system is like so locked down. It's that like if one zone works, chances are all the rest of them work.
All right then. Yeah, you should. Then you should. Then you could probably just if you just stuck to chemical plant and.
Yeah, my only concern is like how to get the collision working with our graphics because like the way like things scroll and are rendered is directly tied to the vector system we have.
Right. Is that? I guess that'd be the challenge to get it to fit. I know it can be done because people have done it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I think that would definitely that'd be something I personally would really like to see as a stream, and I feel like a lot of other people too would like to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually ported the Sonic level system to another game engine that uses the same kind of technology our engine has, was written in the same language. So I know for a fact that I can recreate it. It's
nice.
just a matter of integrating it with what we have.
All right, that's good. Do you think was that something you'd want to do on a live stream?
Yeah. I mean, I can definitely look into it. I just have to get an environment set up. I know Victor had.
Yeah, he did a lot of stuff.
Am I allowed to talk
What was that?
about? Because remember, I'm on a different operating system.
Oh, the Mac port stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we mentioned that before. It should be
Guess
because
it's out
we've
now.
always been open about
yeah.
the fact that we are trying to get a Mac port together. It's just not a
all right.
priority. Or
Okay.
wasn't at least.
Then okay, I can be open. I just want to make sure.
Right, yeah.
So,
if
yeah,
there's
no, I know
if there
that,
is something you're unsure about, if it's something we should mention, you can always ask it, mention it in the
Yeah, all right.
that chat. Our Discord server that is not open to the public right now. Maybe we'll open it up one day. We'll see.
Eventually, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. I know Victor has been working on part of it for not for non-Windows platforms. I might take a look into that code base and base it off.
Yeah, I know because.
But if I can get the game, if I can get the game up and running, then I might be able to do it. I don't often stream, so I may need to figure out a setup for that too.
Oh, I can help you out with that.
All right.
Yeah,
Right.
I know a lot about how the streaming stuff works, so I can help you out. And I can also because with the we have a whole OBS setup here, and I can send you all of our graphics and stuff, so you can.
Ooh, all right.
Yeah, and I'll give you my transition screen. I'll give that to you too. I'll just upload that to the. Well, that stuff's all in the Trello, but I'll make sure you got all that stuff. Oh, actually, I have a scene collection is what they call it. I exported that, so I'll stick that up on Trello too. That way we can all use that whenever.
That would be cool.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. I need to get the axle, and then I think this tread should be done. Yep, that's my axle.
Someone in chat said, so much detail only to get destroyed in one hit.
Oh,
it's funny. We were actually talking about this last stream too, because when I was doing Supersonic, and I'm like, is anybody even gonna see Supersonic's corkscrew animation?
Well, think about it this way: Badnik, Robotnik feels when Sonic destroys them, because obviously he puts a lot more work into what he makes. So just you see him destroy so quickly, that must be how he feels.
Another good point on that is when we released Chemical Plant Zone, for a lot of people playthrough of that zone, the very first moment that they saw it, they were stunned to a point where they just they had to stop and just appreciate it. But then once the gameplay started, they were just running past everything.
Well, that's true.
It's a speed zone.
Yeah.
It's cool
it
that
makes
they
me
stopped everything and we're
well, that's Sonic in general. You just speed past the whole game.
Yeah.
But
it just makes me so happy that they had that cityscape at the very beginning of the zone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see
I remember first seeing it in the trailer. That gave me goosebumps.
Oh yeah, I will say I've mentioned this before, in the past stream, the that the background, the upper part of it, that's kind of being reworked on. I don't know if it'll probably show up in the next release. Maybe we'll see. I don't want to make promises.
But actually, another fun fact on that demo, not the demo, the trailer, is that we specifically only had the upper portion of Chemical Plant Zone shown because we knew that we worked a ton on the lower half for Act 2.
We wanted to save the. I think all of the gameplay in that trailer is from Act 1 because we didn't want to show the whole lower chemical. We didn't want to show the chemical plant basically.
Right. You know what's crazy? I'm not. No spoilers or nothing, but I just have a feeling that when we make our trailer for 3.0, we're going to do the same thing.
Oh, dude. I want to start. So I've got some ideas. I think it's time to start talking about, might be a bit of time before we start working on that trailer, but I think it's time to start talking about those ideas.
Yeah.
Start playing it out. I've got a few ideas.
Like directing it.
Yeah. I know with the last trailer, it was Ricky made he set up an animatic for it, and then we had another guy, a friend of mine. He was helping with the editing. He ended up not having a ton of time, I guess, and I ended up taking over. I actually just recreated everything he did in a day.
Oh wow!
Yeah, which to be fair in his defense, he already made everything, and it's a lot easier to recreate things than just to make things from from scratch. But it had taken a while and stuff, so I'm just all right, look, I'm gonna take over, and I'm just gonna rather than waiting for him to send me the files, because I wanted to get the trailer done as fast as I could. I was just I'll just recreate it. So I just recreated it, and then we had the trailer not quite done because there was more a lot, because that was just what he did, and there were still things that needed to be done to finish it up. But we got that finished up, and the trailer was definitely a group effort. Like, I did a lot of work on it, and if you look in the credits of the video, you can see the people who did the work on it and stuff. And I'm credited as like a main editor along with my friend, because he did do a good portion of the trailer. So we did want to credit him for the work that he did. But a lot of the work on that trailer was done by me, but also like a good few parts of it were contributed by other members, and a lot of parts of it was multiple members. Like, it really was a team effort. Like, one part that I really like, and I think is a great example of like the teamwork, is the shoe tap bit. Because Ricky,
that was really nice.
In time with the song, that was a really nice touch.
Yeah, but the shoe tapping, Ricky actually he did that initially, and he had the shoe, and Ricky's an animator. He's really great, really good animator.
Oh, definitely. He worked on like most of Sonic's frames, right?
Yeah, he did most. Yeah, Sonic was mostly.
He did Sonic's eye, Sonic and Tails' eyes when the.
Right. Yeah, he did that.
Yeah.
He also, but with that shoe and stuff, he did the shoe, and it was looking. It was not looking a little. Wasn't looking super great. Which he obviously he knew that, and I ended up working. I think I had him send me the files that he had for that thing, the shoe, and I ended up getting all the whole shading stuff for it in Photoshop and everything, and setting all of that up. And then I sent it back to him, and he fixed up the animation a bit. And like, I think that's like a good example within that trailer of like how much like it really was a team effort.
Yeah.
Man, what's crazy? I feel like the trailer for Demo 2.0 just raised the bar so much. Like, it's gonna be fun thinking of ways to like.
I've got
top that.
I've got ideas. I think I have one idea that I'm not going to talk about in here because I want it to be a huge surprise. Like, I want people.
Okay.
I want people to see it and just be like, "Oh my god!"
Okay.
No way.
I'm interested.
Yeah, you got me hyped.
I've mentioned it in our chat before. Although it was. I'll tell you guys about it then.
It's the thing.
The thing, yeah.
Yeah, the thing. I know what it is.
I do not know the thing, but
I'll talk about it after this. But it's something
all right.
I personally really want to do this in this next trailer, because I think it'll blow everyone away. 'Cause nobody's going to be expecting it. No one. And I think it'll really. I think that'll be like. That will raise the bar above the last trailer, like really high above it.
Ooh. Is that something like? Okay. You know what? I know we said that we don't want to like make promises, but let's make that a promise.
The next trailer. We promise you, the next trailer is going to be way better than the last one.
Oh man.
I think it will be. That is a promise that I think we can reasonably make. I really do like making the trailers. They're not important to like the game really itself, like, and it's making it, but they're really fun, and they give us an opportunity to do things that like normally we wouldn't do. What is this? I don't know what this is.
Because it's like you're not working. You can take your mind off of like working on the game for a moment to just hype what you made.
Yeah,
that's what makes it so fun.
And also, like in the last trailer, we had the mock speed animation where it's scaled up. It's a lot bigger than the sprites in the game, and like and that's really cool.
Oh, that was a new animation. Whoa.
Yeah. Like I know a lot of people really liked that part. In the end.
I like the look of it.
Yeah. Especially because
like that animation was so important, like to me specifically, that we got a mock speed animation specifically with Chemical Plant Zone because it's the fastest zone in the game.
Yeah. I really like the mock speed is also another good example of like the team working together, because I know like a lot of the team had input into the look and like the animation of the mock speed. animation. Like it really like that really was like one of the more one with a lot. I'm getting tired here. I'm gonna be speaking or very like I'm going to be I am having difficulty explaining this. I am going to be not talking completely coherently from this point on, I think. So please.
You can take a break.
Oh, I'm good right now. Honestly, taking a break would just make me like, it would just make things worse. Because the problem is like I'm just getting tired. What?
Even more burnout, you mean?
Oh, I'm not burned out at all. It's just I'm tired. Like I want to like sleep tired. Like I'm like, need to sleep. Normally I would go to sleep at this time, but I'll stay awake a bit longer for the stream. I want to get these animations done. Look, it's just the turn, and then the burst out it's going to be super easy. So we're almost there. All right, let me see. I want to turn on smart guides. See, here's another case where the smart guide is good for, because I want to get this like right in the center. I'm drawing out a new shape because that old shape just doesn't work for this particular frame. But I want to get it. I wanted to get it like right lined up with the last one. You know, the blue outlines usually work, but they really don't work out nicely whenever the animation is blue. Or the color of the thing that you're working with is blue. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I think that works. I'm actually gonna undo that. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna actually undo that movement. Yeah, there we go. And I'm gonna paste this in here. There we go. All right. Boop. Now. Oh yeah. Yeah, working. See, that's another thing I like about Photoshop. Adjusting the lights is also a lot easier in that because it's all in the layer style, so you just need to change a few values. You got to do it all manually.
Once I learned about layer styles, like just my whole world of possibilities just blossomed.
Oh yeah. See, a lot of
do a lot.
Yeah, a lot of like layer styles have like a bad reputation because people use them like, well, not good. But like, you know, I often like, you know, I'm like, look, layer style. It's not about the tool. It's about how you use them. And like Sonic 2 HD is like it is a great example of how to use layer styles the right way.
Yeah, I mean, there are good and bad ways to use anything.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually, because I didn't use layer styles to the extent that I do now, before I joined the project, and you know, after like learning like and using them with, you know, the vectors for Photoshop, now I like use them a lot in like my normal work, like outside of this. Like I remember, me and some friends of mine, we did some like. We did a little bit of a collaboration, like, and just drew some like pictures for fun, and you know, I was coloring one of their pictures and stuff, and like after I showed it, they're like, oh wow, this looks real good. I'm like, man, dude, shading is my area. This is why. And but you know, a big part of that was that you know, using the layer styles and just using them in just the right way to really enhance the shading. Like I really like, yeah, this.
Yeah.
That's
yeah, I never knew the importance of layer styles until this project, because when I was taught Photoshop, like it was by people who had never really used layer styles correctly. I never knew the usefulness of these tools, but now that I know, it's like
many people don't
it really does open up a new world.
Yeah, they're great for animation. Like I think
yeah.
Was it the last stream or this stream? I think I was mentioning about how like if you don't have aliasing on your cleaned up animations, like you can do a lot with them, and like one of those things is like layer styles, because you can just clip out the the colors nice and cleanly, and like that's like, so layer styles they're just fantastic for animation in general. Super fast,
and they can be
too.
duplicated too, and they can be saved.
Yeah.
And
yep, I use that constantly. I have probably like millions of layer styles now because I just like, I like that. Oh no, I tweak it more, and then I save it and save it.
Oh, I don't save any layer styles. I just redo them every time.
Oh wow!
Really?
I don't, because each instance is like, it's a new instance. Like, I don't know. Because I approach like layer styles. I don't view them as like so much a shortcut as I do like, this is me approaching a picture, and each picture like requires something different. So like I can't, like, at least for the Sonic 2 HD anyways. Maybe for something else like that would work out. But for Sonic 2 HD, at least, like, I've like how I like what layer styles I use, how I use them, and everything. It's all heavily dependent on the lighting setup and that sort of thing. And that's
true.
Just not
but I
something...
kind of use it as like a base. Like if I make a layer style that I really like, that I know that I'm going to use again, I kind of like duplicate it or like save it, put it on something else, and then like edit it because it's just faster.
Yeah, I don't do that. I just do it again, even if it's the same thing. I don't know. I feel like, because I feel like I'd have to think about it too. Be like, oh right, I made that layer style. Let me use that, and it's, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, whatever works, but
I guess it's like, I also, what is, oh, here it is. It's the head. All right, there we go. Different pictures. I'd be curious to know if Vincent, like how he handles that, and if he, I don't think he saves layer styles either, but he mostly works with the Sonic sprites, and I could see, well, then again, even then, like most of the time,
I don't see like where they would be repeated. Like it's not like, for instance, like the flower.
Why isn't this moving? Hold on.
Repeated most of those.
Okay, there we go.
You say?
The anchor points aren't moving for some reason. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Oh.
Or it's not letting me select like multiples of them. Okay. Just gonna turn all these things off.
We have a surprise guest in the voice chat today. My cat.
Your cat? My cat was here here earlier. Everyone knew she was here because she's super loud. She just like walked in. Like if you watch the stream, like you'll hear her immediately. She's just meow.
My cat is on my lap right now. She has a tendency to make it as hard to use my keyboard as possible.
Yeah, that was actually something I think Mikey's like, don't forget to save just in case your cat locks your keyboard. And I luckily for me, I do not have that issue with my cat because my keyboard's kind of like in a position where she really can't step on it. So, luckily,
it's not that she steps on. I mean, sometimes she does, like near the corners, but I mostly mean like she lays down, like right in front of where I put my arms. So I kind of have to. I have to kind of arch over.
Oh, are you using a laptop?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, my keyboard's like, because I'm on a desktop and my keyboard's like elevated above my lap, so like my cat's in my lap, like, which is usually what she'll do. It's totally fine. The only issue is whenever I'm using a tablet, because then I'm just like, all right, go like lay down on my bed or something. But yeah, I am looking at this and I am wondering a little bit like how I am going to handle the like the chest lighting here, because it is a little bit weird because like we have this shadow here and that's defining the edge of the chest, right? But then I need that shadow to switch over to the other side, and or not the shadow. I need the highlight rather to switch. Oh, I think I know what I can do. Ooh, that's gonna look funky. Well, not. It's actually gonna look really nice, but it's gonna. I meant funky as in like groovy.
Isn't it just like Side to the other side. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna here. I'll just do it now, and you can all see what I mean. Let me actually pull up the gradient editor. Ooh, it's at a bit of an angle. Oh, of course it's at a bit of an angle. Yeah, I do. Yeah, we want that angle. Let me think actually here. I might. No, it should be fine. Okay. So. Yeah. What I want to do, and I'm just gonna do that there. Ooh, that didn't work like I was thinking. Hold on. Let me think. Oh, right. I know what I need to do. No, that's why it didn't work how I was thinking. I need to take this color and put it here. That didn't. There we go. Okay. Do I want it to be quite like that? Trying to think like.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, Mike. I'm in the process of figuring out how to work out the lighting on the chest part. I think I've got it figured out though.
Ooh.
There we go. Yeah.
Oh. People in chat they're saying your cat.
Cat as in my cat, or
There was a cat. Apparently, there's cats.
Yeah, we're. It was Amy's cat. I don't know if. I didn't hear your cat, so I don't know if.
yeah, I mean
People can hear.
she's quiet until she meows. That's
Right. That's usually how cats are.
yeah. I mean, if she got close enough for the mic, you could hear her. But aside from that,
Somebody says they see a Pikachu face on the belly. Oh gosh, I see it.
oh, they probably
Oh. I can't unsee it now.
down.
Somebody also says, I wonder if people will try to mod Knuckles in Sonic 2 HD or even the next demo when it comes out.
I mean,
I
they
think
can
there's
try.
actually
They can try.
Knuckles sprites are in the game already, like in the code.
Really?
I think so.
I mean, they are in the code. They're just not.
Oh,
the
we might have
levels
actually
are-
removed the sprite because we did have like the original sprites in the assets. We might have removed them though before we released it.
Yeah, no. There are no traces of Knuckles in the 2.0 demo. The only trace of Knuckles we have is a single HUD element, a single HUD element, a single red triangle.
Oh yeah, we have his.
So so if you want to put Knuckles in the game, just go ahead and put that triangle in. You're good to go.
I mean, I guess if people really want
Redesigned
Knuckles,
them a little bit.
yeah, we could add them in the slot machine, I guess.
Once we get to
True.
casino night in 2028.
Yeah, don't worry. The game will come out sometime before you.
Yeah. All right. Oh man.
Be in an old folks' home. Still be able to play it.
Back in my day, we played the Sega Genesis.
I will say, I'm trying because I'm looking at the highlight and I'm just trying to think like. I think there's something I'm thinking I want to do, but I might look at that later because it's only 4 frames, as we've established. So I think it'll be easy to like readjust the lighting. Like adjusting the lighting, it's something that like often you do want all of the frames just to be there to really properly like get a good look at it.
Yeah, it's true.
But I do have a pretty good idea in my mind already, like how I want the lighting to work. I remember
This does seem a bit challenging. Like, how do you change the lighting to like mirror itself within 4 frames?
You just move it across the. Basically, it actually to some extent it does make sense. Like, but also in my mind, the way I think about it, because I imagine the light source moving in the opposite or rotating around the Badnik in the opposite direction that the Badnik is turning, basically.
I see.
Which, if you did that in a 3D software, you get the same thing. And
Like that would be how light works. Right?
Yeah, because light does not reflect.
Yeah,
Like it does not remain always in front of you.
that didn't stop the original Street Fighter.
Original Street Fighter. Yeah.
If we
Didn't
try,
need to be this detailed.
if we try to be more realistic and light supposed through everything, in my opinion, I don't think Sonic 2 HD would look as good.
Like if the light was more.
If there's a consistent
Automated.
light, if there's a consistent light source for everything.
Yeah, that could. Yeah, that would be a different look. I don't know if it would look better. I don't know if it would look worse. But it would definitely be different.
Yeah.
It wouldn't. It would lose like that sense of like illustration touch to it. I think.
Yeah.
Well, see, part of me thinks like Ori, but then at the same time, Ori had it had painted in shadows as well for like most of the environments and stuff. It's just the way they set up the lights allowed them to make it look more. Made it look like there was more interaction, like the things were more three-dimensional with the light than it really was. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a different look. It's a very different style, and I don't think Sonic 2 HD is a game for that. I would say, because I've said before on I think a past stream, I've thought a lot about what a Sonic 3 HD would look like, and one thing there are some things that I'm not 100% sure on because I'm not making one now. But one thing I would definitely want to consider, if I ever did make a Sonic 3 HD, is would we want real time lighting like Ori? Because I do think that of a Sonic game, Sonic 3 is the one where that would work because Sonic 3 does have the more realistic.
They definitely went with more realistic style.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it's got that
benefit
whole
from that. Yeah.
Yeah, so
I think
it's
not very whimsical.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit. It's still got the surreal element to it, because Sonic's always surreal, but it took the surrealism and tried to introduce it to a more realistic kind of. Yeah, I like the Sonic 3
in terms
style.
of the graphics,
yeah,
they all the structures. Not geometric like they were in Green Hill or whatever. They are.
A lot of them are still geometric, but yeah, no, I know what you mean. There's more realism to them, definitely.
Yeah.
They were definitely considering more what material is this actually made of, which there's a little bit of that, definitely in Sonic 2 and 1, but Sonic 3 they definitely thought about that a bit more.
Yeah, I feel like for Sonic 2 it's mainly on the metal.
Right.
But
yeah.
Because there's no other way to communicate that it's metal.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's actually a big thing too with Sonic 2 HD, especially after Chemical Plant Zone. We really pushed that metal there. The metal's still cartoony because it doesn't have actual reflections in it, but it's the way we shade metal is actually fairly realistic, without getting actual reflections. Yeah, it's surprising.
There's just a white light source without any reflection.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what color.
But going back to the light source thing, it makes me think about how just the interpretation of what the term Sonic 2 HD means. Because when you say a game remastered in HD, that could mean a lot of things. What we're doing is just one take.
Absolutely, yeah. No, there's a lot of different ways. Because I see some people when they're I don't like what you're doing, Sonic 2 HD, and yeah, that's fine. I think there are a lot of different ways you could do a Sonic 2 HD. This is the way we're choosing to do it.
Yeah, actually, if you want another case study on a HD Sonic 2, you could also look at
I know you're talking about.
What was the name of it?
Sonic Fan.
Yeah,
Remix.
Sonic Fan Remix.
Yeah.
Sonic Fan Remix is beautiful.
It's a very different take than Sonic 2 HD. Personally, I prefer Sonic 2 HD. Even before I started work on it, because I know I'm definitely very biased now. But I was definitely always partial to Sonic 2 HD. Which isn't to say Sonic Fan Game remix is definitely very it definitely was very very well done. and I think there's definitely some aspects of it that like I think are more interesting than Sonic 2 HD because just from its nature, Sonic 2 HD, it's an HD remake, right? So there's only so far you can do. Whereas Sonic Fan Remix, they were actually, they remixed the level a bit. They were changing things around. It wasn't like a thing, which is.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That looks amazing still to this day. That was like 2010.
Yeah, that was like yeah. Back then, it was like it was like super like crazy just because first of all there weren't a whole lot of 3D fan games, and then the 3D fan games that there were, they did not look good at all. And then Sonic Fan Game Remix comes around, and you're like, dude, this looks fantastic. I know.
Still looks good. I'm looking at it right now, and
I'm still
like blown away.
Yeah, I know. Like one thing, a lot of people because a lot of people who tended to there were a lot of people who preferred Sonic 2 because they were definitely compared a lot because there's a lot of similarities between the two. But I know one thing like a lot of people I saw is the amount of detail in Sonic Fan Game Remix. Like there's all these like vines and everything everywhere. Like a lot of some people
couldn't keep track of what you were gonna run into or not. Yeah, I heard
yeah,
that
some
too.
people felt like it was a bit much. I personally liked it myself, but I do.
Yeah, same. I didn't feel like I was distracted at all or anything.
But I know like
I've been playing Sonic for all these years, so.
Yeah, I know like a lot of people though, like they played through it and they're like, yeah, I like Sonic 2 HD better. Like this, I don't know, like there's too much going on in this song. Like yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But like
they probably just wanted to make the most of the fact that it was 2.5D, just to show like, hey, this is what if a 2.5D Sonic game was done right, this is what it could look like.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because
before episode 2.
Was that before Sonic 4 episode 2?
Yeah, like it was definitely before Sonic 4 episode 1.
Episode 2 was it before episode?
Yeah, I think it was before episode 1.
Yeah.
Because people were comparing the two and being like, wow, why can't Sonic 4 look like this or whatever?
Yeah, I don't like to. Yeah,
and they kind of took that to heart, honestly, with episode 2.
I do agree. I think episode 2, like episode 1. Yeah, episode 1, I do think like, Fan Game Remix. It's definitely like it looks better. Episode 2 though, episode 2 definitely. They definitely like figured things out for episode 2 and really. Like episode 2.
I'm looking at.
I think episode 2 looks.
I'm looking at the 2 right now, and it looks like they took like heavy inspiration from what Sonic Fan Remix did for like the castle level.
Oh yeah,
like, the ground tile and the grass.
Especially
basically the same thing.
I remember looking at that. I remember noticing that too, and I really don't like they do look super similar. Like
it's almost like real okay.
I don't know. It might be a coincidence, but they do look really similar. Like I do remember noticing that. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, episode 2 does make a really good first impression with
does.
Like its Sylvania Castle zone. Like it really, I mean, it really kind of set the bar with like the adventure that you were like hoping to participate in with that game. It's just kind of a shame. Some of the levels were a bit hit and miss, but
I actually like episode 2, but
I like episode 2 too.
I think it's alright. Like I was fine with it.
Like the style of it.
I definitely like the art in it. I will say that. I especially like I love like looking at the metal in it because that was a big thing in episode 1 is everything looked like plastic and there was literally nothing looked like metal.
It does not. It has not. I don't know why they put so much specular on that grass. It doesn't make sense.
Too much cell shading.
Yeah, I will say this much for episode 1 is that I absolutely love how Casino Street looks.
Casino Street is probably I think that one is probably one.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of bland.
I mean, like the background stuff was, but I liked how they handled like certain elements with like the foreground.
You know what? I am remembering there was they had like the Act 2 that they added for like the console version looked really cool. They had like a lot of cool elements in there.
Yeah,
remember that was pretty cool.
As someone that played episode 1 on WiiWare, I can't say that the card.
Oh man.
In Sonic 4 episode 2, noticed the lighting.
Yeah.
Nice, just like throughout the whole game, and
Oh, that's actually
kind of
one
beautiful
thing.
almost.
I remember somebody who did like a mod for it to like improve the lighting.
Huh?
For
I think they were
Sonic
just
4
like
Episode 2. Somebody did a mod.
There was a
They-
bunch
they-
of good mods for that game.
There were. Episode 2 had a lot of really nice mods. Yeah. Absolutely.
There was even a mod that added like classic Sonic and classic Tails, I believe.
Oh,
yeah, they swapped out with the
that was
Generations
done
model.
so well.
Yup. Yeah, it looked so official too.
Yeah. Like they even like did like the facial expressions and everything.
Yeah.
Like
I was really
it was
impressed with that.
it wasn't just like a model import. They like actually like change the animation.
Bro, what is...
It was that game was so close to being like a good sequel to Sonic 3.
Yeah.
The main problem was that it rode too much on nostalgia.
I think the issue.
Oh, actually, that's
No,
not.
it's not. I think it's the level design more than.
Yeah, I don't
Oh wait,
think
we
so,
talking
'cause
about episode 1 or 2? Which one?
I'm talking about 2. I
Okay,
don't
Episode
think
one-
rode
episode
too hard on
is good.
nostalgia.
Episode 1. I think so. That's actually a thing. Like, that's actually something interesting because a lot of people talk about like Mania being like just like nostalgia. And it definitely has a lot of that. But I think like like Sonic 4 is a good counter to that because Sonic 4 it definitely tries to push into that. But the big difference is Sonic Mania. It has that, but it also has more. Like I remember whenever because we had Generations and Generations had all those
All those city levels.
I was
Green Hills.
going to say it had like the the levels from the old games in it, and also it had the new stages. And there was a joke that people would say is they said that Forces has old levels disguised as new levels, and Mania had new levels disguised as old levels. And I mean, I thought that was pretty.
I never thought
I
of
kind of
it.
agree with that.
And like I never read that. I was like, yeah, kinda, because like I think about like Chemical Plant Zone in Mania, where it's like, the first act is literally just like from Sonic 2, right? But then you get to the second act, and it's like
I love
completely
the
different
second
stage.
Yeah, no, I don't want to say like the returning zones from Mania are just like taking from the original because they obviously wanted to do their own thing with them.
Yeah, no, they definitely expand about them a lot, and that's a big thing. Like, why I
Like-
think Mania succeeds, and Sonic 4, especially Episode 1, really didn't, because Mania understood like where what the role nostalgia played, because nostalgia did play a role, definitely, for sure, but it also understood like that you couldn't just have nostalgia. You needed to have this like solid
You had to back it
gameplay.
up.
Yeah, you had to back that up. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. All right.
I remember there was one reason like Sonic 4 turned out the way it is, or where I read this, so just take this with a grain of salt. But I remember reading that originally it wasn't going to be Sonic 4.
Yeah, that's
Just gonna I heard that too, that it was just gonna be like a quick mobile HD Sonic game or something.
Yeah,
it wasn't even made by Sonic Team. It was made by like their contractor
Dimps
or whatever.
As far as
Yeah.
I'm aware, that is true, but yeah, I don't know the source either
Seems
at the
true,
moment,
but
so I'm not I'm not gonna be like, oh,
yeah,
that's totally
like I
true.
said, take it with a grain of salt.
But I do think it is true. I'm like 90% sure. 'Cause I think actually I think another thing too that supports that, because I think it was actually confirmed, and
Really?
yes, and I think also in the game files it's referred to as something else for Episode 1, anyways.
Sonic the Portable?
It's referred to as something else, and to be honest with you, like I feel like if that's all it was, I don't think it would have had the negative reputation it ended up getting.
No, not at all.
If it was just Sonic,
it's just the title.
yeah, if it was just Sonic
People-
Portable, then it wouldn't have to be. It's no longer the sequel to Sonic 3. It's just a fun little.
Like if you claim yourself itself to be the sequel to Sonic 3, then you have a lot riding
Right.
on you.
Yeah, no, I expect a lot from a sequel to Sonic 3, and Sonic 4 did not get that. And I actually don't even think Mania was entirely what I would consider to be a sequel to Sonic 3.
It doesn't feel like a sequel. It
Yeah,
feels
no.
like a celebration.
That's
Yeah.
that's
A good
entirely
way,
what
a
it was meant to be.
celebration.
It was entirely meant to be a celebration. It wasn't trying to be a sequel, and I think to some extent that was probably a good choice because trying to be a sequel, like that is a really hard shoes to fill there.
Yeah, like
And
to be perfectly honest, I think the best sequel or like any Sonic game that we could ever consider to be a sequel to Sonic 3 is just Sonic Adventure.
maybe
Oddly enough,
maybe I that one's too different.
I don't see that.
Yeah, I don't. I to me, like, I mean, it's technically a sequel because it does come after it, and at least at that point, Sega was still thinking about
have
like
some of the same story elements.
Yeah,
Right.
there actually is some stuff in like the classic games that like hints at the story of the adventure games, if you look close enough.
the crazy part.
But so in that
it
regard,
is trying to be a sequel.
yeah, in that regard,
Yeah.
it's absolutely a sequel. But like, I don't know. To me, like,
Yeah,
if
just
I
not
wanted
in
a
like
sequel,
any other way.
Yeah, if I like,
Yeah,
I'm
like
thinking
gameplay wise. No.
yeah, gameplay wise, it's not a sequel at all. It's totally different. Yeah, but we need. I think I feel like also at this point, just making a sequel. I don't think it's something. Well, first of all, Sega won't try to do it again because they already have Sonic 4, so that would be a little bit confusing to people.
I think we
funny
surpassed the need for numbered sequels.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sonic 5.
Sonic 5.
It just sounds.
I've seen some people call Sonic Mania Sonic 5.
Oh,
It's like,
yeah.
stop putting numbers on things.
Yeah, some people do. Oh yeah, there have been people who've called it Sonic 5. I don't think it's trying to be a Sonic 5. I think they just kind of completely ignored Sonic 4 when making Mania.
Yeah.
Um,
On the
Numbered sequels
on
are
the
so
sub-
weird.
Yeah. On the
Like,
subject
the-
of it being the sequel to Sonic 3, I know that a lot of that, funny enough, a lot of that was built upon in Generations. Because in Generations, at the very end, Sonic like starts learning the homing attack.
oh yeah, they did that.
Yeah. And just like a lot of it was like, oh well, Sonic learned how to be modern Sonic from modern Sonic. That explains.
I
So
think
it's
that is what they were going for in Generations, and they decided not to go for that.
I
Forces.
I love that idea, but then Forces came along and just threw that out the window.
To be honest,
It's not Sonic.
I
it's
prefer
just-
Forces like approach where it's like different universes, because like if like classic Sonic for one thing is supposed to be older than modern Sonic, so that's confusing.
Older. How does that work?
Well, modern Sonic is
Classic
15.
Sonic games are older.
No,
No.
classic Sonic is 16, and modern Sonic. I don't know if he's 16 now, but he or 15, but he was 15 for like the longest time. I don't know how they're saying he is at this point, but that's what's going on. But he was 15 whenever he became modern Sonic, and he was 16. This is something like I've looked up like a few times just to make sure like I'm not misremembering.
I feel like they're inconsistent.
But yeah,
Probably because they probably changed it multiple times.
I think modern Sonic's age has been changed, but classic Sonic, he was always 16. It's kind of one of those things where, like, I think if you just do a Google search, like, it doesn't show anything up. But, like, if you do a bit of digging, and I know I think it's in one of the classic games manuals or some, like, it was something, like, around the classic times where they mentioned Sonic's age. Or maybe he was just always known to be 16 at that time. I don't know, but there's some.
I'm looking on the retro
some
week.
places he was mentioned as classic Sonic as being 16, but I know modern Sonic was definitely 15. For at least
Oh,
one.
no, here we go. The English version of Sonic Jam said that he was 16.
Oh, was that what it was? Okay, maybe in Japan he was always 15. I don't know.
Yeah, no, he was always. Yeah, so it says. Okay, I'm just going to read off this entire bullet point. Sonic's age has always been a tricky one to pinpoint. According to the Sonic technical files, it says he is 18, but it's kinda hard to tell, quote. In the video for those who pre-ordered Sonic 3 in Japan, Sonic's age was listed as being somewhere between 15 and 16. This continued with the Japanese version of Sonic Jam. However, the English version of Sonic Jam changed this to be just with the Sonic Adventure era. His age is now listed as 15.
Okay, so that's what happened. That makes sense.
And then what makes things more confusing is that Sonic canonically ages generations. He has a birthday party. So how old is he now?
So none of it makes sense.
That's why I was saying
really
I have
put
no
too
idea like what age he's supposed to be now because he had a birthday. I feel like they just kind of like ignored that and pretended it didn't happen.
Like, how long is a year on Sonic's World?
25 years, apparently.
I guess so.
I never really put too much stock into like the canon and the stories and all the inconsistencies in the franchise. This doesn't really never really cared too much.
I haven't really looked. I honestly am not too like concerned about it either, but I do think it's like a little bit funny just to look at. Like, I think it's funny because classic Sonic, like, because modern Sonic, he's just 15. Classic Sonic, maybe 16.
Yeah, so, between 15 and 16.
Yeah.
I feel like they were more consistent with it in like the classic games, but then once Adventure came around, they just kind of forgot.
That might be it.
Yeah.
I don't know, but regardless,
they tried to reboot the series like multiple times. So
yeah, so who knows?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on a minute. That reminds me.
What?
I one time looked up. If you look up, hold on. I want to check this real quick. Okay, well now it says something different. If you look, if there was a point where I looked up how old Sonic was on Google, and it said like some ridiculous age. Hold on, because I tweeted about it. Let me look at my Twitter real quick. I gotta find this.
Like, what do you have to like? How old is Sonic?
I forget exact wording I did. I want to.
I typed in how old is Sonic. Oh, it is right. I typed in how old is Sonic. 29 years. That's technically correct.
Yeah, that's what it says now. But whenever I looked, I might have looked up. I don't have the specific age that I or specific wording that I did.
Wow.
But it says 1,820 years old at one point. Here, look. I'll link it in this chat for everyone to see.
Just something like someone changed.
The age of Sonic.
Wikipedia page, something.
I think you just discovered the next plot point of the Sonic game.
Sonic's actually 1,820 years old.
Yeah.
I look at this like tweet and like I just posted it out and like now it's getting people are looking at it like months after I posted it. It's finally gonna go viral. Sonic is 182 years old. Hold on, I want to see. I think the specific search is age of Sonic. No, it just says 29 now. You can't look it up anymore.
Sega got.
They didn't want people to know the truth.
Wow,
Yeah.
I wonder. Okay,
Yeah, you discovered their secret.
I swear. Back in February, if you looked up how old Sonic was, Google insisted that he was 1,820 years old.
You know, this reminds me of. You know, see if that one image that was going out, and it's like, how old is Knuckle? Look at how long do echidnas live? You know, they look the same.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, hold on.
Alright, let me get back to work on this thing here. Okay. Alright. I'm almost done with this frame, kind of. Maybe. We'll see. I actually think I can copy over... Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
In the turn animation, are the because I'm looking at it and it looks like the treads and the drill are the same.
Treads and
Like
drill?
in the back, the treads and the drill, like the back versions of them. It looks like they're just copies of the front version. Are they?
Actually, yeah.
Excellent.
Oh my god, the meme gets worse.
What gets worse?
How long do echidnas live? Apparently, this is posted on February 2nd, so there's a third part to this.
Okay.
They typed in like how old is Knuckles? 16 years old. How long do echidnas live? 16 years.
Right.
And then they typed in when's Knuckles' birthday? February 2nd. It was posted on February 2nd.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember. I've seen that before. It does greatly amuse me as well. I just love that it's got the one guy.
Coincidentally, that's my birthday.
Oh, well, I'm sorry that you had such a tragic future on your birthday with Knuckles dying.
No, I was born in '98.
Where's my eye here? I can't. Oh, it's why is it in the center?
I'll be right back. I got one last load of laundry to take care of.
All right.
Wait, did she say 98?
I think
Jeez,
so.
I'm old.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh gosh. Oh wait.
I'm 96, so I'm kind of right there.
I'm 96 as well. Hey.
Hey.
But no, that's what I was saying like earlier. Like the team's just getting younger and younger.
Yeah.
Wow.
We'll have to pass it on to our kids in 50.
Dude, we're gonna pass it on to our kids. They're gonna take over.
It's your responsibility now.
Yeah, here I am, just Grandpa Mike, just
Just hanging in there slowly.
Teach you about animation.
back in my day we used pen and paper.
That's not even true. You don't use pen and paper.
Fun fact, I started learning animation traditionally,
Yeah.
but that was
Really?
like before I ever, because I wanted to be an animator like when I was really young, but I sucked at it. And then they were like, well, why don't you learn storyboarding or how to make comics and things like that? And then I'm like, okay, yeah, that's easier. And now here I am, an animator.
Yeah.
Never learned anything traditionally. Everything art related, I've always learned on a computer.
Oh, I've done a lot of traditional stuff. A lot of stuff I have learned digitally, but like I can do stuff traditionally. Like I've done like a lot of figure drawing traditionally, and actually
that's true. I've done figure drawing and like that's about it.
Okay, so you have done figure drawing.
Yeah,
I
get.
Okay.
There's
I didn't
something
count
that
that.
bugs
gotcha.
me about like a potential generation growing up without like having learned how to draw traditionally first. There's just something that's I don't know.
Hey, that's what it's gonna be. Like
Really part
most
of that
people,
generation and stuff.
yeah, most people now. Like I will say, like most of my learning, I did learn some things. I did learn some things traditionally first. Like I will say that. But most of my learning has been digital, and my I often tell people like I can draw traditionally, but my traditional skills are definitely like they're definitely lacking in comparison to my digital skills. And
I often try and use like Control Z and lasso tools on paper when I draw.
Yeah, I don't do that. I don't.
It just doesn't work.
I luckily do not. I know that like a lot of people like they do have that issue whenever they go over to paper. I do get upset about the fact that I don't have that option, but so far at least I have not attempted to do a Control Z.
I just picture some artists just like doing the Control Z finger motion every time.
I've done that.
Yeah.
I've done that. I've like, oh wait, I've done the motion like just like muscle memory. Oh, I messed up this line. Control Z on like my table.
I think the reason I likely haven't tried to do it traditionally is because I'm used to using so many different programs with different like keyboard shortcuts. So like, I don't
That's
know.
fair. It's control. I thought Control Z was always like a standard.
Well,
I've used a few
Photoshop's weird
programs that
about
was
it.
Control Shift Z.
Yeah.
I guess
Right.
until recently, Photoshop's was
Yeah.
different a little bit.
So like, yeah, like I've gotten used to like, I don't know. And also,
Because
I
I
think,
mean, Control Z does undo in Photoshop, but like it only undoes like first bit of history. If you hit it again, it like goes back to your.
Yeah, that's how it used to behave. It's
They changed that.
Yeah, they changed that to match with.
Oh really?
Yeah.
See,
God.
I don't use CC, so I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. I
They're not doing much.
really like they're not. Most of the updates are like there's nothing there.
Unless
I
you're
really
using
don't like
Animate, then yeah.
Anime had some pretty good updates.
They changed their name.
Oh.
So, yeah, you open the
That was a while ago.
Open the program
That was so-
and it's the same tools.
I like.
Maybe there's
Okay.
one thing that's better.
I like that they changed its name to Animate years ago. Everybody still calls it Flash.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
learned it was Flash.
it's hard.
I feel like just calling it like Adobe Animate, like everyone's like, I don't know, everyone just calls it Flash so much, so like nobody can commit to
They
the
should
Adobe Animate.
Called it
name.
Adobe Flash.
Yeah, why?
Oh, they changed
Okay,
it to distance
why
itself
they
from
felt the
the.
need to change it.
They
Yeah.
did. It was
They gotta call it Macromedia just to flex on the people that remember.
that they bought it from. They they changed the name because Flash Player has a bad reputation and like it was being phased out, so they didn't want to be associated with it anymore. But like the problem is
Right.
that Flash is already like heavily associated with
Animation, yeah.
Right.
with Flash Player, so like you
Yeah.
you can't change that and
Wait, does Adobe Animate still target Flash Player?
No, I mean it might be able to still export to it, but I don't like Flash Player is like it's a dying
Okay.
thing. So like I don't.
It still has the SDK though.
Oh, does it still?
Ooh,
I guess maybe it can still export to it.
Yeah, I feel like it can through like some legacy stuff.
Probably. It's I doubt it. It's probably not supported anymore though. Like they're definitely not working on it. Like there's no way. But yeah, I don't.
Right, I'm gonna have to duck out here again. So.
Are you
All right.
you out for
later.
good this time, or are
Luck
you
on finishing all these.
are you?
Can't wait to see them.
Oh, all right, you out for good this time, or you might come back.
I think I'm out for good this time.
All right, gotcha.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
Take care.
see you.
and thanks.
All right, see
See
ya
you
then.
next time. I mean,
Later on.
It's been a long day, so I do not blame you. Look,
Look, you're only at 9 hours. It's fine.
Oh yeah, it is 9 hours. Holy moly!
okay, only
Well,
9
we've
hours. No
officially-
worries.
We've officially hit the new record.
Yeah. Look, I was prepared for us to go and make a new record for our streaming, so this is fine. Yeah.
Hey, I wonder if any other devs want to enter the chat. I'll probably make a post on
in the
our dev
Discord.
chat real quick.
How much longer is this gonna go?
It could go another hour. I hope it won't, but I don't know.
It will.
I don't know. You just say it will, like so happily.
I mean,
It probably will. Like
it
yeah.
will.
But it's so much fun.
It is fun. Like I won't say it's not fun, but it's definitely it's definitely some work here. I'm enjoying it, but oh man.
Labor of love.
Whew. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna head out in like half an hour anyway for dinner.
That's fine. I will likely take a break, like after I'm done with the next frame. I think I'm gonna take a minute. I'm not gonna be gone like I was as I was the other time, because I prepared an extra snack for later on in the stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm just here working on freelance, so I
Yeah.
actually don't mind talking because it's helping me out because I get
yeah?
to stay at my computer longer.
Oh, nice. Well, that's good then. I actually oftentimes, and I'm actually surprised. Like, I feel like I'm doing pretty well with working and talking right now. But I think part of that is just that that's what I'm here for, is to do the work, and that's my main thing. So I'm thinking like I got it. But normally whenever I talk with people while I'm working, like I just don't work. I know I will say my speed is definitely slower than whenever I'm just on my own working. Like, it's for sure slower, but
My only concern is that, like, if I do end up like doing like a coding stream, I just wonder what the heck I'm gonna talk about because we have a lot more artists on board than programmers.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's like,
well, I mean,
because like you can all talk about like the method you're using or like something
Right,
about the
right.
art and you all get it, but like I'd have to like explain everything. Not that I don't want to,
Well,
but it's
yeah.
like it will make things a lot harder.
Well, I mean, I can tell you this. Like, I know I know a fair amount about programming myself. Like, I can
Alright.
do a very basic programming. So, like, if I'll probably end up being around like during that stream and stuff. And,
I
like,
just recently read a book, and that's about the extent of my knowledge.
yeah. I will say this: your level is definitely way above mine, and there's definitely a lot of concepts and stuff like I just simply won't understand. Like, I'm very basic. But like I do understand like a lot of like about programming. Like, I've done some really basic programming myself, and also like I've just been working like with programmers for so long. Like, you know, I figured out because the big thing is like, especially with implementing stuff, you know, you gotta work, you gotta talk with the programmers, and you know, I've often been the one to do that. You know, talk with Winter.
Yeah, you can't just make art and expect it to go with the engine. Okay.
Right. Well, the big things that like, you know, I know like that I helped you know, talked with it was Winter Health specifically who I was talking with to get those implemented the way that we were wanting, was the shadows in the hilltop zone with the trees. That was a big thing, and you know, I remember like I talked about it last stream, but like we basically figured out we could make them opaque, and you know, I figured that out in Photoshop. At first, I remember I was talking with like Winter Hell and throwing out like potential possibilities, because like I know enough about how programming works. I'm like often thinking like, okay, so here's how I'm thinking things are working. Maybe this is a potential solution, right? But of course I'm not a programmer, so I just shoot it at Winter Hell as a potential possibility, and you know, he's like, you know, maybe potentially, or sometimes no, that's not it, right? You know, but you know, eventually with that one we figured out, you know, just make them opaque, and that worked, and it was fine. And then with the second thing was the caustic effect, and with the purple.
That's the heat, right?
What?
That's the cost effect. That's the lava. Right?
No, this is in chemical plant zone. So you know how the purple water stuff has like that moving like fractal on it.
Like the electricity looking stuff.
Yeah, the fractal. So Winter Hell, he set up like the fractal and stuff, and like you know, I kind of like ended up talking with him and like setting things up, and you know, like because we had like a look, and I had something set up in Photoshop, and I remember I was talking with him like, you know, so we could get it looking how like we wanted. And you know, like I said, like there are a lot of things like I do know about. Like I know like one thing, like color ramps, like you can have like, which are like gradient maps basically. And I knew like that was something like we could do like in the water. So I like, you know, I was like, oh hey, you think you know, maybe we could set up like a gradient map to give it more, you know, color depth, because initially it was just like a color overlay and it was just purple. But like if you play the demo now, like it has like, you know, it has those deep purple hues and the bright magenta highlights and stuff, right? And that's, you know, because we implemented the whole thing. But you know, that like just working with Winter Hell and stuff like on things like that, you know, it has definitely forced me to have to learn about, whoa, what just happened there? Have to learn about how programming works, like at least on some level, so I can talk about it. Basically, definitely not to like, you know, a super like high level, and I'm, you know, because I'm not a programmer, but I know enough that like I could carry a conversation about programming.
I mean,
just,
a good
yeah.
place to start is have you ever messed with the shaders?
I actually
like actually like sat down and tried to write one, because like there's a couple tools that like make it easy.
As far as shaders go, I'm very I've used Blender. I've also used Maya a little bit. Like this was a long time ago. Before I got into Blender, I would use Maya. And Maya I never really super got Maya's shader thing down. But I used Blenders, and they have their node graph, and now Unity has that kind of thing too. And so that's my experience with shaders. Like I've used those a little bit, and I actually really like those node graphs because they like I'm pretty good at setting things up with those. And you don't need to know how to code with them. You just need to
it's just visual editing.
Right. You just need to have a general idea about how things work. Like I think if you have absolutely no idea how shaders or how like programming and stuff works, like those node graphs, you're gonna have a hard time with them, even though they are easier than just coding. But luckily I do know a fair bit about how coding works and stuff. So like for me, like I pop into those things and stuff. And while I can't at this point, like I haven't really dived deep into them to a point where like I can like figure out like how to. I mean, I guess I've never really had to develop like a totally new shader. So.
See, I mean, ideally, I'd like like a node, like a visual programming environment for like making that kind of stuff for S2HG. But the thing is, like writing that tooling is very hard. It takes up a lot more.
I think like with S2HD, it's probably not worth the time, but it would definitely be a super nice thing to have. There might be. It's possible there are some systems out there that are like just already like available that you might be able to repurpose. Because I mean,
there's already like shading languages like GLSL, which I know a fair amount of.
Yeah,
There's this one tool I use that's like live coding that lets you like preview like your shader as you write it, and you can even like import like textures and stuff as samplers to see how they work. I think it might help as trying to figure out how an effect would work in the game.
Yeah, that'd be. No. Right, the treads are different. That's fine though. That'll be easy to fix. Yeah, Hold on.
Alright.
Wait, what were you saying?
That's all I was gonna say.
Oh no, I forgot what you said because I got distracted.
Oh,
I mean,
no, it's alright.
Yeah.
About there's like tools that let you like basically like live shader preview that let you preview the shader as you write it, and you can like import samplers and stuff.
Yeah, I think.
So you can like use textures in real time.
Right. That's actually something that's funny, like with the live preview thing. I forget what it was, but or how it was done rather. But I know that didn't work. I know that the time lapse that we have of the cleanup, or not the cleanup. Hold on, I'm doing like 3 things right now.
It's alright, take your time.
The coding time lapse that we have. There we go. I got there. I got there eventually. Like the way Ted did that one, he made it look like he was like everything was updating in real time. Apparently, that's not what's going on.
Wait, what?
I think he.
I thought he was like hot reloading it. What black magic was he?
I forget what the explanation was, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't being up. I'm pretty sure he said it wasn't updating real time. I think it was. I don't know. Maybe one of the other programmers remembers what it was because I can't quite remember. But there was. It's. All I remember is that time lapse is slightly misleading. If I recall correctly, I think what it was is I think he said he was like he moved like the respawn point for Sonic is what it was. So in the time lapse it looks like it's real time, but he's actually just restarting it. I think that's what it was. I might be wrong though. have to ask
Why
him.
That's a weird way of doing it. Why would you? You could just like implement like save states.
I don't know. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. It was something like.
I mean, I'm not him. You know, I didn't make the engine, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You'd have to ask him like what the details of what it was that he did.
yeah.
Like I said, I'm just saying like I'm pretty sure it's slightly misleading. Like it's not like I don't think it's that it's like it's lying per se. It's just that it's like it's not
Well,
updating
I mean,
while he's playing
yeah.
the game. Apparently, is I think what it was, but I forget what is actually going on. You'd have to ask him. And I forget why I was talking about that now. Yeah, I am tired. All right, let's do this. Okay. Oh man, I just froze for a second there. Okay. It's okay. I can do this. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna need a. You know what? I think I'm gonna take my snack break after this frame because I'm actually quite hungry, and my stack will keep me going for the rest of this because it's a very filling snack. Oops. Oh right, actually, I wanna. Right, I want to do this. Okay. Good. Okay. And I want to walk that. I honestly, that doesn't matter. So you can't see it, so I'm just gonna push it. Yeah. Yeah, you can. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay. Whew. Okay. Oh, actually. You know what? I'm just gonna speed up here a bit. I'm gonna stop worrying so much about because everything being super perfect because it really doesn't need to be.
Oh, you're just gonna get the basic stuff out of the way and then come back.
I probably won't even come back. The thing is, I have a tendency to try to line things up like super perfectly in a way that doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, if you have that tendency and you're working with vectors, I know firsthand that can be a terrible experience.
It's not so much that it's a terrible experience, it's just that I can definitely go faster if I don't do that.
Yeah.
So.
Perfection is the enemy of progress.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, that's exactly the problem we had starting off with Sonic 2 HD.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big reason Sonic 2 HD takes so long. Is we're a little bit perfectionist with everything.
Yeah. The reason it takes so long is that we have to manually approve every tree.
Yeah. Did you say manually approve every tree?
I said manually approve every tree.
Are you referencing the tree?
Yeah,
all right.
We run it by.
I'll try. Okay, look, I'm tired right now, so I'm trying to make sure like you're not talking about like what is it? Trees like
the Hilltop Zone tree. Or,
is it the Hilltop Zone tree? I'm just.
Yes, as Jim.
Okay. I'm just making sure because I know there are like tree things involved with programming stuff, and right now I'm tired, so.
I wasn't making a general programming joke. I was making a joke specific.
Okay. All right. I thought that was the case. I'm just very tired right now.
Oh jeez. Oh, who hopped in?
Me.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh, hey. Welcome back. Oh. We're getting there. We're trucking away at this second anime. What is this thing? I don't know what this is. Oh, it's the ball. I'm slowly losing my mind at the moment because like I'm just deteriorating from tiredness.
circle.
Yeah,
Beers.
it's fine. So my speech, as we go on, my speech is going to become more and more odd. Okay. I think if you look at and I'm saying a lot more now too. If you look at the beginning of the stream, I'm very confident I sound a lot more intelligent than I do right now. All right, let's see. The good news is I'm almost done with this.
Your eyes look like the Grounder's eyes right now.
Grounder's
just borderline open.
What about his eyes?
Said your eyes are probably like his eyes right now.
Actually, not at the moment. I'm not at that point yet. I'm not at that point. It'll be I think it'll be a bit of time before I get to that point. My eyes tend to get droopy a little bit later on in my tired cycle, I guess. Tired cycle, whatever. Right now I'm doing fine, guys. It's cool. All right. Let's do this. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, okay. Ooh, I want to... No, that should be fine. Okay. Alright, what's next? Oh, right, I need to sort out this thing. This little big bright light at the bottom here. The heck? What? That's nothing. Why is there a little shake there? Okay. Ooh, this is a weird shape. How can I solve this? I know what I can do. Okay. Actually, I want to leave that there for now.
Someone in chat just said, next time someone asks why the game is taking so long, just direct them to this live.
It's a good idea.
It's like you wonder why it takes so long? Okay, you go and make these assets. Tell me how long it'll take.
Look, I will say too, I'm one of the faster ones that actually, if I sit down to do it, I do this pretty, this is pretty fast. Although I can...
I mean, yeah, all things considered, it is really fast.
Actually. I would be going faster, though, if, not for the chat, because it definitely does slow me down a bit, but there's also a bit of motivation just to be, being here and doing this, so...
Yeah.
It's not all bad. But that's always what's going to happen if you're live streaming, because you're doing two things at the same time, and that's just automatically you're gonna you're not going to be performing at your peak ability. Right? But
this is what peak perfection looks like.
Yeah. For some reason it looks a little softer. Oh, it's because this looks okay. That should be fine. I think that. Okay, I want to do one last thing here. Okay, so now we have this.
How many frames have been done for the turn?
I'm still working on the first one.
Ah.
I think the other frames will probably go a little bit faster though, because there are a few things I needed to set up here too.
Yeah.
But now that and also like now that I have like the process down for it, the other frames always go quicker.
Yeah,
So-
that's cool.
This is the longest
I mean,
one.
it takes time.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, this is the turning animation then.
Look. The last one, the boosh one. Look, I'm giving up on words now. That one will be. Yeah. that one will be yeah.
Hey, you know what? I mean, if you need to take a break,
Yeah.
totally.
No,
We'll forgive you.
I'm good.
That's good. But if you're in a lockdown, then you don't really
Don't
have
push
much
yourself.
to do tomorrow. Quite likely.
No, it's fine.
Just do a 2-day stream.
2-day stream.
Yeah.
I picture it now. He's gonna be in like a hyperbolic time chamber.
I don't think I
Just
could go
recovering.
2 days. I think I'd pass out before that. Like I just start falling asleep. I know I could probably keep I'm not going to, but I could probably keep going on for another 8 hours right now. I'd be super tired, but I think after that second 8 hours, I'd be passing out. Like I'd literally just be sitting here and just like drifting off.
Listen, man, we're not in crunch time. Well, at least you're
no.
not. I am, but
No,
I'm in crunch time right now.
Look, I actually would have been in crunch time for another project, the indie project that I was doing, because we were going to showcase it at a convention, but every single convention is not a thing now. So,
Oh yeah, that's right.
yeah. So now we're just doing other things at this point. But even now, though, like even without that, we'll probably still have that demo that we were working on done in time for that, anyways, even though it's not happening. So, yeah, but yeah, no crunch time for now. I do know whenever we were working on the demo and getting that out, though, like there were a few days, especially that last day was like, I think I was up for 24 hours that last day just getting everything together, because it really was right up to the last minute. And yeah, 2 hours, like we were putting things in 2 hours before release, and I think there was the what was it, Hilltop Zone. That was one of the last things that got put in. We updated the background just a little bit. Like we just gave a little bit of an update to it. Nobody noticed. Of course.
Was that the color change?
It was the color adjustments.
Or was that
and,
something else?
It was all of it. It was the color adjustments. The hold on a second. The color adjustments. The mountains are a little bit more detailed. Like if you look in the trailer and you compare the mountains to the mountains that are actually in the demo, they have more detail to them. And that was like, I think that was like the last thing, or at least one of the last things I was working on. And I remember like I was working on it and stuff, and I remember because we released it during Sage, and they were doing the Sage live stream. And I remember, they were. I was talking with, because I was the one talking with the Sage guys about the game, and I asked them. Apparently, they were going to play Sonic 2 HD first, but I was like, "Hey, can you not?" And they're like, "Okay." So, I was like, "Look, we're putting something together right now. We'll get it to you. We'll try to get it to you for the stream, but it's not ready right now. They're just
Just some final touches.
Yeah, luckily, they respected that. But I remember, by the end of the stream, everyone's like, "Where's Sonic 2 HD?" And at that point, like we were getting it together and trying to upload it and stuff. And I'm like, I think I actually just sent him a download link to the file directly myself, or something like that. I can't recall what it was, but. Yeah, like I remember, like right at the end, everyone's like, "Where's Sonic 2 HD?" in that stream, and that was fun. And then they got to end the stream with Sonic 2 HD, which was a pretty good ending, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was quite a few people that were just blown away by it when they first saw it, and I'm just, nothing could ever replace that feeling for me, except for maybe the 3.0. We'll see.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know, man. Like 3.0.
Well, it sounds like yeah, it sounds like y'all got some pretty good ideas for 3.0. So I think we can blow it out of the water.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I'm like just looking at like what we've already done for 3.0. Like I'm excited to see what people think. Yeah, and like we were saying, like because we were saying earlier, 3.0 that needs to be like that's the release. Like that's like 2.0. It's like it's us being like, hey, look, we're back, right? Like for real, we're back. 3.0 is like us to like we got to show like not only are we back, but you're not ready for what. Get ready for what we've got in store. Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what else is cool about 3.0 is that it features like a majority of everyone's favorite stage, since most people like the first half of the game anyway.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's got a lot of those. Aquatic Ruin, Hilltop Zone. Does anybody like Hilltop Zone?
I like Hilltop Zone.
Oh, all right, there we go. I'm fine with Hilltop Zone. I just don't know like what people's like opinion, like the general like I don't know. People
I feel
think
like
about it.
most people tend once they hit like for most people it's like Emerald Hill through Mystic Caves.
Yeah, Mystic Cave likely will not be in this demo.
I'd cut it off at Mystic Cave, but the thing is, by that point, you're also like that's the point in no return.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think Hilltop Zone is underrated. People always say it's like a copy paste, but
to some extent it is.
Like Hilltop Zone was meant to be there from the start.
Oh yeah, it was supposed to be a I think the future version of
you mean past version?
Or was it? Oh yeah, it was the past.
Yeah,
the
past version.
Yeah, Chemical Plant was the future version, wasn't it?
No, I thought it was like what is it, Rock World? I don't know. Let me look it up.
I don't know. Well, whatever. It was meant it was meant to be like that's why. Well, that's part of why it's reusing the Emerald Hill Zone assets because it was supposed to just be Emerald Hill Zone, but. Yeah. Dude, what is this song? Oh, dude, Sonic 3D Blast has some, like, weird, like, orchestra music going on. It sounds like something
Are you listening to the Sega Saturn one?
Let me see. Yeah, it's this, Sega Saturn. It had, like, this chanting going on, and I'm just like, what? There's some really weird, like some Sonic music, it's like, this sounds like Sonic music. Other Sonic music is just, like, out of nowhere, and just, like, what is this? And I really like Sonic R, its soundtrack. Really like its soundtrack, but the music is just so like it's so different from like every other Sonic game.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Hilltop Zone is the past version.
Okay, yeah.
Either Green Hill Zone, Chemical Plant Zone, or Dust Hill Zone.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. I think maybe. Let's see. What am I doing here?
To be fair, this is the same concept that lists two separate zones as Genocide City 1 Zone and Genocide City 2 Zone. So.
Right.
And to think people want us to include like the hidden levels, and I'm just like, I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for somebody to be extra and just be like, hey, you should add the time travel mechanic.
The time travel mechanic. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Well, then we'd just be making a totally different game.
We'll let people mod that.
See, I would love to see like mods of Sonic 2 HD where people like just add so much to the game, but I do know like it's so much harder just because like of all like the quality of art, and like with pixel art, even if the quality is a little bit lower than like normal. Like you can kind of get away with it a bit because pixel art, it's the nature of pixel art.
It's inherently low resolution.
Right. But like with this one, with Sonic 2 HD, oftentimes if things are like off, like you can really tell, and I think like so it's the bar is a lot higher to get a passable, like not even like necessarily like a great one, just like a passable like if like let's say somebody wanted to mod in a stage, like getting something like the artwork to a passable stage, I think would still be like a lot more of a task than getting something to a passable point with and there are some people that like whose like work I've seen, and like I think they like if they wanted to, which I don't think they would, but if they wanted to, I think they could do a passable, maybe even a pretty decent one, stage mod for like Sonic 2 HD, but just because somebody can doesn't mean they will, because that's the other thing. Like, I mean, you need to have both.
You know what I like?
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to see inevitably somebody's going to make a Sonic 2 HD mod that puts all the original graphics back in.
Probably, yeah, probably.
I mean, they do that with Mania already, so.
Yeah, that would be interesting, because that's the thing, like we won't be doing, just like you might be able to find some of the original assets within the files, but like while I think it would be very cool to like have it so you could switch between the like the new art and the original art, we don't want to do that, just because like then literally Sonic 2 is in the game. There actually are also some issues with doing that too, just because like the animations, some of them are like they're misaligned sometimes, like they're not lined up the same way.
Yeah.
And
but it would be different if we were to like recreate all of our HD assets and remake them in pixelated form. Like, but then
well, that's a whole other thing.
We're making Sonic 2 HD, not Sonic 2.
Right.
Yeah. But like one thing, another thing too is that there's a very specific part in Chemical Plant Zone at the beginning of the stage that the collision in the Sonic 2 HD one is different. It doesn't match up, like the terrain doesn't match up.
Are you talking about that like right after the large hill?
Which part?
You said at the beginning of you said the beginning of Act 1, or?
Yeah, it's at the beginning of Act 1. I think, or it might be Act 2. I can't remember. I think it's Act. No, yeah, it's Act 1. Yeah, Act 1.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about like the twisting pipes.
Yeah, right before the twisting pipe, there's that little like tunnel thing.
Oh, yeah. What about it?
So whenever I was doing the artwork for that, I noticed that the original art for the tunnel part doesn't actually match up with the rest of the like it doesn't go into the.
Oh, like it doesn't like flow. It doesn't flow into the pipes.
Yes, it doesn't flow into that. I'm having very difficult time here.
That's fine.
But yeah, it doesn't flow. Yeah, if you look it up and you might be able to find it. And like if you show it to me, I can confirm it or something. Is that good enough? Ooh.
In any case, it's getting close to dinner time, so I think I'm gonna hop off for now.
All right.
All right then.
Hang on, I'm confused here. Have the tracks got like 10 times wider?
What?
The track.
Well, yeah, he's turning.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, it's a perspective thing.
Yeah.
I thought those were like the difference between two frames, and it was just, he was staying in the same position, but his tracks just suddenly got wider.
Yeah. Grounder is quite hefty, and will get a little wider during the turn, and he'll reveal exactly how
Hefty.
rotund he is.
Yeah.
So with that, I think I'm gonna head off and get some dinner.
Okay.
Alright.
It was nice hanging out with y'all.
Yep. Likewise.
Yeah, it was nice.
Nice
Yeah.
stream.
All right. Well, have fun with the rest of the stream. I'll see you around.
All right, take care.
Alright, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. You too.
Alright, I'm trying to see. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay.
What I like about the stream is the fact that we've got like different people jumping in and out of the stream throughout
Yeah.
the majority of the streams. There's always like a good. I don't know if there's been like 2 people in the stream at any point, but for the majority
so
of it,
far-
it seems to be 3 or 4.
Well, there has been just me and Andrew, or there was just me and Andrew at a few points. But yeah, it's mostly been at least 3 people. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool just to have like some of the like different people from the team just pop in randomly.
Yeah.
Where's my thing?
But it also keeps you company as well, which is why I feel bad about one of Mike's previous streams. It was pretty much God knows what time in the morning, I think.
Oh yeah, it was pretty late.
Are you talking about the first stream? Oh, or are you talking about the last stream that we did?
I think it was the first stream. It was
Like
pretty
a year
much.
ago?
I think he spent about 5 hours on one animation. And he moved. Oh, sorry, no. Then there was a second stream. I think the first one.
Okay.
There were quite a few people in there, and then the second one, I think for the majority of it was just Mike on his own.
No, so what? So because we've had this is the 4th stream that we've done so far. In the first stream, it was just Mike, and we were like looking in the chat and stuff. We didn't have the voice chat stuff. We weren't doing any of that at that point. I don't even think Mike had a mic.
I didn't. I didn't even have a headset or a mic set up or nothing.
Yeah.
I was just creating art.
Yeah, but like we didn't do that, and then but I remember like whenever, because also we were still trying to figure everything out, and I remember like, especially because like Mike wasn't like directly like working with like the YouTube and like all of that stuff and everything, it was just easier to keep things simple for the first one. But then like we had the second one, and I was that one was with me, and first of all I have a microphone. And I have for a while. So then, and that was the one where we did do the voice chat. Of course, it was the first one we had the voice chatting in there, and it was just me and you, I think.
Yeah. Well, no, I think we had someone else. Well, I think it might have been me and you, and obviously someone else was doing the actual stream.
Well, I was doing the streaming. We had other people in the chat though.
Yeah, I was in chat.
Yeah, a lot of us are in the chats for these, and I don't know if anyone's still in the chat. What's going on in the chat right now? Actually, it's been a while since I've heard from the chat.
It might just be us 3 as far as like devs for chat, but yeah, I guess we could take a look at chat again because they've just been listening to us talk the entire time.
Don't neglect the chat.
Like I said, there was a bit further back. Someone was saying they're creating Sonic 3 HD.
Yeah, people.
Interesting. We'll see how that goes.
People talk about Sonic 3 HD a lot, and like we don't make any. We don't keep it a secret that like that is something like we did, like we worked on a Sonic 3 in the past, and we also aren't like I don't make it a secret that it's not that great. Especially like the demo, because
a lot of people really think that it is great. So
I mean, I know, but
perfect. It was a good start.
Let me put it this way. Like the demo that you can find online, it was made by me back in 2011. I had me and a bunch of other people, but I had absolutely no experience at that point, and it really shows. Like none of the skills I have now, I had like none of them. I was really just learning things as I went, and I did learn a lot, and it's a huge reason why I'm like able to do Sonic 2 HD right now. But back with Sonic 3 HD that demo was just not great, and I remember a big reason why we ended up releasing it, despite the fact that it was very much incomplete, is because like I personally was really wanting us to release it, because I was done working on it. Like I wanted to redo stuff. Like I was better. I hated working with these, all of my outdated files and everything. They weren't good, and I wanted to move on and update stuff. I wanted to redo things because I knew I could do them better. And that's,
yeah, you know what? You completely redid Mushroom Hill, didn't you?
for the
like
most
at least
part. I redid
foreground.
like 99% of Mushroom Hill Zone. There were a couple of things that like I never quite got around to. Like the background was the big thing that I never quite got around to.
Do you still
redoing.
have those files? I'm actually kind of curious to know what you think
I've still
about
got all
them
of
now. Like,
so some of them I still I think there's something to a lot of them. But I know a lot of them, like, they're a product of like the situation I was in at the time. Because so a big thing, like, whenever I was working that, because I was the only one doing it and stuff, and it was such a huge project. I was burnt out like 90% of the time whenever I was working on that project, and I think, in part, I think that's why like now I have a really high tolerance to burnout. I just don't get burnt out very much, and I think part of it is because I just spent so much time working on Sonic 3 HD while just being burnt out from everything. And also, it was just, there was a bit of, throughout a lot of it, I was also a little bit overwhelmed just because, first of all, there was just so much to do, and I had to do all of it. There was nobody else. Like, I wanted to get other people on the team, but, like, I eventually, became, like, really... Eventually, we sometimes got people, but like I was really cynical about it. Like I was just like, yeah, nobody cares until we show them something. Nobody's gonna care. And in order for them to show us something, I need to do literally everything here. So it was, so I think like in part like even back then like I could have done better. Just because I was burnt out most of the time working on a lot of the stuff, it definitely. It definitely was not the best work that I could have done because of that. And also, like, I've just learned so much, too, from working on Sonic 2 HD, like, especially, like, after Chemical Plant Zone, like, because whenever I first joined up with Sonic 2 HD, and I think this was the big mentality for all of us, too, is, like, we were more set on, like, keeping things closer to the sprites. And, well, we definitely did make some changes and stuff, but I think Nurkin, he really pushed that. He really showed us, like, just how much we could change, and that was something I think back on Sonic 3 HD I definitely wasn't thinking about. Like we did, like there was some concept work done on Sonic 3 HD. Like I wasn't just like around, especially near the end. I definitely realized like how that concept art was important, but it was nowhere near to the extent that on Sonic 2 HD concept art is like the backbone of everything.
Yeah.
And that's so yeah. I think a lot of stuff is there, especially the stuff that because there are some things like the foreground. It did have some concept work done on it. It's actually funny because whenever I was doing Aquatic Ruin Zone foreground, which you guys haven't seen yet, watching the stream, I realized whenever I was setting that up, I was like, wait a minute, I've done this before because it was. The way the vector is set up in Illustrator for that foreground, it's very similar to the Mushroom Hill Zone's foreground stuff. Like, yeah. So like once I realized that, I was like, wait a minute, this is easy. I've done this before. But yeah, that's different. Yeah, no. If I were to go back to Sonic 3 HD and I would want to completely start over. For the most part, there are a few things that I would update, and I actually have redone at this point. Actually, like a big one would be Sonic Sprite. Like Sonic Sprite, it's I really like it, but there are a couple of minor aspects to it. Like the sprite that I ended up with, that they grew to bug me over the years, and so like those are things I would correct about it. Another big thing too that I I grew to dislike about the style because it was something, but it was just something I was doing at that point, and like by the time like I realized like, maybe this isn't the best thing to do, it was too late. And that is like, every shadow is like a little bit, it's a little bit soft, and there aren't really many hard shadows in the in Sonic 3 HD, like the art that I ended up with.
Yeah.
And I think that's like, you know, that's something again I would also do differently. And then I'd also think about, should I do Ori lights for a Sonic 3 HD?
I mean, that would be awesome.
It would be awesome
if you did it.
They're not too hard to do either. Like I know how to set them up like Ori does, but it is still more work. But I don't know.
Are those 3D lights or 2D lights?
Unity has 2D lights now, but back when Ori was made, they're 3D lights. They work more or less the same though. So, like whenever it comes to lighting 2D stuff, I guess they work differently because the 3D lights have a Z depth to them, and so they can look a little bit wonky sometimes with the 2D art. I'm not sure they because they had like a whole bunch of people working on it, so they probably, you know, that was probably something that they like, you know, figured out, you know, how to sort that out and make it work in a way that would work with the 2D. That was actually something, because you know the indie game I'm working on, we have, you know, we're using Unity for that, and the most recent version of Unity, or I think it's actually not the most recent version, but the version that we're currently on right now, it has the 2D lights, and it also has a shader graph, and I'm like, this solves so many of our problems with the shaders and the lighting and everything, because the shader graph, like, the shaders that you make with the shader graph just look good. They just work, and it's amazing. And then the you know, the lights, the 2D lights are just, they're so fun to use, and you can set them up, and then there's like this layering that you can do with them, which I haven't really gotten a chance to really mess around with yet, but I'm really excited to like set those up potentially. But yeah, there's like, yeah, Unity's lighting system is it's real nice now for 2D games. Unity used to, it was always like you could make a 2D game on it, but it used to be that it wasn't the, like it was still like, it was definitely focused towards 3D, but Unity's become a real, like, you know, a real powerhouse for 2D as well at this point. All right, I think I'm done. I'm done with the first frame. I don't know how long that took.
Oh man, congratulations!
Oh, thank you.
It is. We're at the 10-hour mark. Hey, but you did it.
Okay, look, I'm going to finish. I said I was going to finish these Badniks in this stream. I'm going to finish these Badniks in this stream.
You can stop at any time, and no one would be upset with you.
I'm not going to. Alright, I am going to take a minute though to consume my snack. It's a protein shake.
How long we've got to stay away?
How long do you... I mean, you guys can leave whenever you want.
Oh, someone's put Sonic the Hedgehog to... Is that Sonic the Hedgehog 2's movie? Oh, the movie, yeah, okay. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 movie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean...
He's put in Cascana. Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the movie. What is it? The stream.
Torture yourself.
Oh yeah, this is definitely longer than a movie at this point.
This is way longer than a movie. Look, if any of you have been, like, I'm still seeing like there's some people who have been here for the majority of the stream, and I'm just like,
really?
Damn. Oh, somebody's asking, Sonic 3 HD had a demo release. Just gonna quick head over to Google. I'm curious to see what was done on it. Yeah, there was we had a demo release. It was back in 2011. This is a long time ago. So, you know, I think it'll actually be pretty interesting. I know like a lot of people like they're not artists, so like they'll look at like Sonic 3 HD and like to them it'll still look good, right? But you know, like for myself, I am an artist. I worked on it, and you know I look at it and I see all of the mistakes. It just looks like a mess to me. But yeah, you can find it. Like I think it's probably online somewhere. I don't know where. There's no like official link to it anywhere anymore. I don't think. Maybe I'll stick one up on my Twitter. Yeah, maybe I'll upload that old demo to my not Dropbox, my Google Drive, and then I'll have it. Oh my god!
Well, I mean, yeah, like everybody has to start somewhere.
A guy that loves pooping, wonderful name by the way, says that they joined like 20 minutes after the stream started. You're a real trooper, man. You've been here like the whole time.
Oh man. And you know what's crazy is that this is all for one Badnik. Keep in mind, like the cleanup for one Badnik. So like picture every level asset. Like I don't think we've ever shown like a stream or anything for like the backgrounds or anything like that, have we?
Hold on a second. Somebody posted that he's right. What did you say?
Weird noise.
I was trying to read what the Epic Gamer Bro posted, but my katakana, I'm not the best at reading katakana.
Oh, it's like the hedgehog of the game. Oh, sorry, the movie. It's like the hedgehog of the movie.
Hmm?
It's like the hedgehog 2, the movie. That's
what?
Katakana says.
Movie, right, okay, yeah, okay. I can read katakana, but with great difficulty. I need to practice it more.
Someone's shaking a bottle of water is weird.
What was that?
Someone's shaking you like a bottle of water or something. Ah, what is that noise?
Are you just...
Oh,
you staying hydrated?
That's my I have a protein shake. They're very filling, so
okay.
Whenever I went to get food earlier, I got one together.
Wait, is that your snack? Basically?
That's my snack,
it's just
yeah.
a protein.
Dude, they're super filling.
I prepared the snack for later. It's a protein shake.
Jeez. Well, is it like whey protein or is it like what is it?
It's I don't know. It's Vega. The brand is Vega 1. Vega 1, please sponsor Sonic 2 HD, or just me. You can't sponsor Sonic 2 HD. Sponsor me specifically.
Yeah, I was about to say we can't make money, but you can. Which you can't if it's through this, but you can if it's just for you.
Look, yeah, that's exactly like if some company like was like, I specifically just want to sponsor you specifically, Corral, not Sonic 2 HD, just you specifically, and wherever you are, I just want you to just talk, just randomly bring up our brand, and I'll just be chatting with some people, just randomly. I'll be like, all right, by the way, guys, have you heard about this this protein shake? It's really good. You guys should check it out. Sadly, I am not being sponsored by
anyone.
Yeah, I did actually. So I've gotten a few emails about from it's usually people trying to get you onto some service that they have. Like recently, I got some emails super confused about what it was, because here, let me look it up. But they were emailing me about some they're like, get deals with brands on our website or something like that, and I'm like, this sounds a little bit fishy. Apparently it's not fishy, but also apparently their website's not it's still not super great. It's not like you're gonna really make any real money on it. Oh, what was it? How long ago was this? I need to hold on. The big issue is I don't actually remember what it was. What was actually like what the email was. Oh, here it is. Yeah, they're like, I came across your Twitter page and I was wondering if you ever do product reviews or influencer campaigns. And I'm like, dude, my Twitter has like 300 followers. Nobody's paying attention to me.
Hey, you can influence those 300.
Okay, see, you might think so. Okay, it's 364. Those 364 people, they only care about Sonic stuff. I post anything else, nothing. So like they'll pay, you know, those influencers, they'll give me some money to, you know, advertise their thing, and I'll post, you know, I'll post it on my Twitter. Nothing. It's not Sonic. They won't care.
Wow. The downside of being popular.
Yeah, well, I mean, the main reason like everybody who's following me is in Sonic. It's because the main reason people are following me is because of Sonic 2 HD.
Yeah.
And also some of the like Sonic 2 HD, some of the Sonic art unrelated to Sonic 2 HD that I've done, because I have done like other Sonic art, because I do just like Sonic in general.
Yeah, you did like that one Sonic JoJo pose.
Hmm. Yeah, that one. I did that like years ago. That one was actually that one was the first. I actually did two of those. The first one I did was practice to get ready to do the Sonic 2 HD poster. The second one I did was after the poster, and I just kind of wanted to do a kind of like a small fun one, just like a little bit more simple than the poster. After the Sonic and Tails poster that I did. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I did a lot of I did do a fair bit of preparation to get that Sonic 2 HD poster with Sonic and Tails on it that we did with the airbrush style and that. Yeah. Because I remember I had an older version of that poster that I did in Illustrator with Sonic and Tails. It definitely wasn't, and I knew at the time too, like definitely wasn't where it needed to be. But I just wanted to get the idea out there. And then you know, we were coming up to the release of the demo, and we're like, let's get a new poster together, and I'm like, all right, I got this.
Hey, wait, is that the one where it's like?
So they're in the victory poses.
Geez. What poster was that again?
The one with the airbrush style, and they're in the victory poses.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
All right.
I know that one is my desktop background.
It's my desktop background too. It has been since we released it, which has been a very long time.
Yeah, my desktop is dedicated to Way Forward and Shantae specifically.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah,
if not for that, I definitely have Sonic 2 HD stuff.
Yeah, I'll probably update it because, like, I actually for the demo 3.0, I've been holding a new poster idea in my head. I'm gonna
Do tell.
For a while. Oh, it's like it's gonna have to be a surprise for at least for the people for the people watching. But it's something like I've been holding in my head for a while, and like I'm super excited to like do it. But like, you know, I obviously got to get the other stuff done first. But
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
Alright, Super Kirby 982 says, okay, you know what, I'm gonna do a BRB real quick, maybe eat dinner afterwards. If the stream's still going, I'll definitely stick around. If not, thank you guys for your hard work, dude. Thank you for like coming to the stream and like sticking around for so long. You've been here for like super long time.
There's 36 people watching right now.
36?
Yeah, 36. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is 36. I'm actually
no.
getting.
I jinxed it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's still. Yeah, We'll be going around for a while. The guy that loves pooping. Again, amazing name, man. After a quick search, I just downloaded the Sonic 3 HD demo that was mentioned. Definitely rough around the edges, but something I wouldn't mind seeing Fuller as it. Yeah, it's. I mean, like I said, that was made back in 2011 by myself. I don't think Mike was involved with that version. Were you?
No, I came in at the tail end to do like a Sonic running animation, but I wasn't sure if they actually made it.
You were there for a little while after before that, but then you left to do comics.
Yeah.
But yeah, you were not involved in the release of that demo. That was you got involved whenever the art was actually starting to look at least a little bit decent. So. And had a little bit more direction. Don't get me wrong; it wasn't great direction because I didn't really know what I was doing, but it still had at least some direction.
Yeah,
and some direction's better than no direction. So, but yeah, now I actually do know better how like art directing works and stuff. So like. I could probably do a much better job of that if I were to do a Sonic 3 HD now, but it's just too much work, and I'm doing other things at the moment. So I don't know. I would love to go back to Sonic 3 HD one day.
Yeah.
But I also don't want to because I don't want to work on fan games forever. As much as like I like doing Sonic 2 HD and stuff, it's such a time commitment that like I kind of don't want to do it again.
The only way that we'd probably be able to like feasibly continue doing something like that is if Sega had like hired us to do it. But
oh yeah, if Sega's like, if Sega's wanting us to do the full trilogy, like dude, I'm already there.
True. If they asked us to do the full trilogy, we'd probably add Sonic CD to it just for fun.
I mean Sonic CD would probably be another one that would be added there. Sonic CD, I feel like that would be an interesting one. I feel like for that one you'd have to you really want to dive into the surreal aspect of it, because it's definitely Sonic CD definitely went the more surreal route with everything.
Yeah.
And it definitely heavily put like Sonic's already pretty surreal with its environments and its artwork, but CD brought that to like the next level. Like it was, yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy what CD did. All things considered. Like,
no, I like CD's artwork. I just don't like CD's level design.
Yeah.
So if someone gave each of you $1 million anonymously in a blank envelope, well. It would be nice, but at the same time, no, because, well, at that point, I guess,
I mean, we can't be...
we cannot take money.
See, look, here's the thing. Here's what I tell people about, like, a lot of the people on the team, we have, like, some of us have, like, things like Patreon or like, we do commissions or something like that. Or we just, do other things or whatever. The thing, and if you want to support us, you can give us money. You can give individuals on the team money directly that way. However, that's actually going to take time away from the project. So if your desire is to see the project get done sooner, giving us money is actually counterintuitive to that.
Yep.
Yeah, the only people who can actually give us money to make the game faster is Sega. For anybody else, it's like, if you give me money, then I got to do what that money is supposedly you're giving it to me for. And I mean, I would love people to support me like on Patreon, which I do have, by the way. Please support me on Patreon. But you're not, it's not going to be it's not going to help the development of Sonic 2 HD like at all. So, if that's your hope, you will be disappointed. I'll be happy though.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny how I mean, it is cool that so many people are like generous enough to want to do it, but at the same time, it's like if you really care about the project, resist the urge to hand any of us money.
More or less, yeah. I will
Yeah.
say that actually is something I do think about. Like, I'm super wary of Kickstarter just because of like the nature of it. But I know
Yeah.
if we as a team, like let's say we finish Sonic 2 HD and then we decide let's do an original game like together, right?
Oh,
Like,
hell yes.
we could.
Hell yes.
I am 100% sure we could do a Kickstarter, and we could have a really high goal. I think like we could have one of those actually realistic goals, and
Yeah.
I think we could make that goal even despite it being really high. Like that's how much like I think this team has like that kind of a sway.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I'm also going to throw this one out there. Not sure if I should or even could, but like I feel like there are so many other games that are actually owned by like indie studios like I'll use Freedom Planet as an example. I would love to see games like that given an HD treatment. I mean, especially with its visual design.
Look, if Strife's ever like I want to do an HD Freedom Planet, like maybe because right now they're doing the second game, but like if they're ever on like a third game and they want to do like upgrade it, go HD, like dude, come
Holy
come
moly.
hit me,
Are you still
come hit me up. Oh, you're
That's
still
think we should
going.
do a Sonic 1 HD. But obviously, Sonic 2 HD's priority.
Yeah. I will say Sonic 1 HD, and I say this just like at a glance, but Sonic 1 HD is compared to Sonic 2 HD would be like, I feel like that would be done so fast.
It would. Look, I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it. Like Sonic 1, it is a tiny game. It is a really tiny game.
Yeah.
And
Tiny, the graphics aren't as detailed, like the tiles.
well,
There's only like 10 bad names.
Yeah, no, yeah, a lot of it's repeating patterns. So, and like that's something like I think if you're making an HD one, like you'd want to preserve that. Like I think you could do a lot of you could still do some stuff with it. But yeah, it's like Sonic 1. It's such a tiny game. Like
If it was keep it the same, but like not add any special features, keep it the same, upscale it to HD, not upscale, but redo it in HD and make it all pretty, and functionally programming it's pretty much a cut down version of Sonic 2 HD. So
it has its own little quirks, but aside from that,
I mean it wouldn't be like it would still take time, and I know how these things go. It would take more time than we think it would, but I think it would still be really fast. Like it wouldn't like a Sonic 1. See, a Sonic 1 like Sonic 3 HD, which is usually the one people talk about. You don't get a whole lot of Sonic 1 HDs, but Sonic 1 HD of like other games, Sonic 1 HD would be the most realistic for us to do, just because like it would honestly. I'll just like Sonic 1 HD. It would be so relaxing. It's so tiny. It would just be like, oh man, like especially after Sonic 2 HD, like we'd just be doing it, be like, guys, do you remember Sonic 2 HD? That was crazy.
How long do you have before Sage?
The thing is, who says we have to do Sonic 1 HD? The thing is, this is like a community passion project, and I think it would be the most fitting if we had if like another part of the community.
There have been attempts. The big issue is that like I was a part of one of those attempts. I actually have a lot, and this is why I know like Sonic 1 is like really tiny, because they have a large number of Green Hill Zone assets that I've done over the years. And like those are I actually did some of them. I actually worked on while like I was still involved with Sonic 2 HD, because it was just something like to do on the side. But I haven't really touched them in like a really long time, so I can't really say like I'm still working on it, because I'm not really. But it is something that like like there's been a lot of attempts, but the big issue is that like with Sonic 2 HD, like I'm pretty confident that Sonic 2 HD is going to get made. But like if somebody started up a Sonic 1 HD, right? Like a lot of people get started on these projects and stuff, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna make something like great and stuff, and then they realize just how much work it is, and eventually like it teeters out.
Like, oh man, making video games
And look,
is hard.
Who knew?
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Like I
Yeah.
get it. Like I'm not saying like you're not like games are a lot harder to make than a lot of people, especially haven't done them, like tend to think. But like it's still doable, and like if you want to do a Sonic 1 HD, like I am all for it. Like go make your own Sonic 1 HD. Like we don't have to make these things. In fact, you could make your own Sonic 2 HD
we don't
if
own
you wanted
Sonic.
to. We
don't own Sonic.
We don't own Sonic, and we don't own HD HD games. That actually,
HD isn't even. It's a concept. You can't own a concept.
that actually reminds me. Before this project got revived, who was it? It was me and a few other people. I was kind of there, just sort of as like I wasn't really going to actually like work on it because I was doing other things at the time. But we were talking about like doing like restarting a Sonic 2 HD and like doing our own version of it. And we wanted to follow in this project's footsteps basically, and like try to like do what this project was trying to do. But we were going to continue it ourselves. And it's funny. Like I said, I wasn't going to do most of it. Like I was just kind of there to like help people out with artwork because I was like among the people like that I've been around. Like a lot of times I'm like the art guy. So people like even though like other people are sometimes doing the art, they'd often like be like, all right, Corral, how do I fix this? And I'd be like, all right. But so we were looking at doing that, and that didn't end up going anywhere. But it does make me wonder, like, how many, like, are there other people, like, because, like, you only, like, I know, like, there are a lot of failures, but there are a lot of projects that, like, just you never even hear about them, because people, like, start them off, and then they cancel before they even get to reveal anything. Like, there's this one, fan game that me and some other people were going to, we're going to work on. It was, like, an original one. We were going to do, HD kind of thing, right? And, a big thing that made it fall apart, I think, is like disagreement on like direction and stuff. Which can happen.
I mean that Sonic 2 HD, so that tells you.
Yeah. So I mean, with Sonic 2 HD, like direction's super simple. It's a remake, and also like with Sonic 2 HD, we also have like we have like an established like thing. Like we know like everybody's open to like give their input and stuff, right? But like.
Yeah.
There are definitely some people like if there ever becomes disagreements, some people can come in and be like, we have like there's like Vincent or what's his name
Can Karma.
Ryan.
Right.
I know Nurkin also has a lot of sway. There are a lot of people that have quite a bit of sway in direction and stuff. I know I've ended up having like a lot of impact on direction and things like that. But like there are people involved that are like on the project where like if there's disagreement and stuff, there's somebody here who will get a final say. Although I actually really respect like Vincent and Ryan as people in charge, because sometimes we've actually done things that those two weren't like. They weren't like, yeah, let's do this. Like sometimes, like everybody else is like, I think we should do this, and they're like, it's something they maybe didn't like as much. But
it's all about pitch.
Right. Yeah. And so we've done those things, but so it's and that's definitely great. Like I feel like if they were like less like open to other people's ideas, though, even if it's something they didn't like, I think. That might not be as fun to work with, but I don't know. They're not like that though. They're very everyone on the team is like really great. So. Oh yeah, it's interesting. The stream has definitely people have dropped off at this point. I think it's just because it's later in the day and some people are probably going to sleep now. Like it's getting to that time. And I know some people have said they're like going to get some food and stuff.
Yeah.
But oh man, there's just right. It's really funny because the lowest point we had was right whenever I went on my food break, and it just went down to 12, and it's just this sharp indent.
By my watch, it's like 29 now. So I do think we're reaching a dipping off point for sure.
Yeah, definitely. The good news is this frame's actually going a lot faster than the last one, but then I'm about to get to the treads, and that's the part that really took most of the time. So we'll see how that goes. I think I'll get that one done faster just because I have everything in place, though.
I still think if there's anything which we add to the game which is kind of a bit like, does it differ from the original too much? I reckon that's something which should be coded in with toggle in menu or something.
Maybe. So far we haven't really had anything that's super different, so that hasn't been an issue. I know there are some things because one thing we've talked about is save state, and I know that's something I know a few I know Winterhell, for example, he really likes the classic way with the no save state, and you're get wrecked. you one try, and get good. And I mean, I definitely do think that's I do like that approach, and I think that can be nice. But at the same time, I also think especially for a game like this, it's nice just to go through and look at the scenery and stuff, and go back too. And I feel so that's something that we'll probably look at. I think it's likely we'll have a save though, just because this is a modern game.
Speedrunners can run it 50 minutes. Most people aren't speedrunners, and it can take
yeah.
Well,
I can
hour or so to run the game.
If you're not a speedrunner, you can get it done in 2 hours.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just saying speedrunners can do it in 15 minutes or however ridiculous amount of time they can do it in. But if you're just playing the game normally and not glitching through half the game, it's and also those glitches aren't even going to work in Sonic 2 HD. You're gonna have to find new glitches, new skips and stuff.
Maybe.
Maybe.
It's accurate if we make the old bugs work.
I don't know if that feels like a bad idea to me, just because it'll already have other bugs in it.
That was half a joke, but
okay. Well, I don't know, because I know it's something some people on the team have been I want that to be a thing, so I don't know. But all right.
No, well, I will say some of the bugs are just due to quirks in the physics engine, they're just inherently in there, but a lot of it is just the fault of the Genesis being so old and low resource.
Yeah,
a lot of bugs wouldn't be possible now because we can program in those checks.
Right. Yeah, I think
programming those checks. Just program it specifically that if you end up less than 0, it just teleports you to the other end of the level. It's just program it in, just to keep it the same.
Teleport people to the end of the level? Nah.
Yeah.
Nah, people gotta find their own. They gotta find new speedrun tricks.
Make them find new tech.
Yeah. To be honest, there's gonna be new glitches anyways. So
Nah.
Nah.
Definitely.
It's just gonna be no new glitches. It's gonna be all the same glitches.
My car's gonna be perfect, bug free.
Oh, bug free. Oh, okay.
No game's perfect.
Bug free. I actually remember whenever I was younger, my brother, I forget what game it was, but he insisted it had no glitches, and I'm like, dude, we were really young at this point. But I think at that point, this was at a point where I had already gotten into making games. I still didn't know I had no idea what I was doing, but I did know some things about what I was doing, right? And one thing I did know is that games definitely always had bugs.
Yeah, I mean, all software will have bugs.
Well, yeah, because a lot of times you're coding those things, and a lot of it's just shortcuts to get things done. especially
Yeah.
whenever like optimizations. Like optimizations are often.
I mean,
shortcuts.
like I say, all software has bugs. Technically, you can make software that will never have a bug, but that would take a lot of time and a lot of planning.
Well, wouldn't I mean? I think it would have to be a really simple software. I feel
Well, yeah,
like because the big thing I think like because like I can code up like a really simple like. I'm trying to think something that's really simple that you could get without bugs, but I do know like because I did do like some simple input things that I coded. I forget what they were, but in like it technically had bugs because there were some inputs that if you put them in, the system would crash just because it didn't know how to handle them because it was so simple. But I know there are ways to like fix that, and like with a simpler system, it's just a lot easier to handle those things. So the simpler a system is, and just the simpler a system is, the less likely it is to fail anyways. Because it's just really simple. But, like, games are not simple systems. They're very complicated.
yeah.
So there's a lot of points of failure, and I feel like it's probably technically possible to make a game without bugs. I feel like...
It would have to be a simple game.
Well, I just mean like even a complex game. I'm saying it's technically possible, not that somebody could ever actually do it. I think it'd just be too difficult. But
I mean, if you designed your own operating system and your own hardware to run it off, then maybe you can be bug free.
But then your hardware can have bugs too.
True.
Yeah, I feel like if it is possible, it is incredibly difficult, and I don't think I don't think there's any human alive that can actually do that. Maybe future humans will be able to make bug-free software with whatever weird programming software and languages and hardware they're using.
Yeah. The work of like making programming languages and like runtimes is really interesting because it gives you an idea of like the history of like what programmers have had to deal with and like what they want and what they don't want.
Yeah, that's actually something I was interested in a lot whenever I was younger, and I'm still actually quite interested in that. Is like how programming languages get made. I do know a few people that have made programming languages, but I've never gotten around to actually like asking them how that works.
I've been interested in making my own programming language. I know how to do it. It's just I'm lazy.
I feel like
it's useful and different from what every like existing language already offers.
Yeah, I feel like if I don't know, I guess it would be interesting, like as a learning experience, like at the very least, because I'm like I often think like about like utility, but sometimes like the utility is just like what you learn.
Yeah.
And that can be super valuable because then you can like you have another understanding about how the system works, and also like if you're making a programming language, like I'm pretty sure you have to, like that requires a lot of like knowledge of like the hardware and stuff, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Because
for me, my main problem with making a language isn't like knowledge of the hardware and stuff because I do like disassemblies of like modern programs often, so like I'm okay with like reading documentation and stuff, but for me the problem is maintaining it. Because you're going to make a language, you have to write all the documentation, you have to keep track of every change you made. Like that's a lot of work in itself.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Blank out while we're still on frame 2. Is the turning animation the track staying static when?
No, they rotate correctly. Mike was very proud of.
So one of them rotates
damn straight.
backwards. One of them rotates backwards, and the other one rotates forwards.
Because that's how it works in real life.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember when Mike. I think this is like around the time whenever I joined the project. Actually, this is a very old animation. But I remember he was finishing up the Grounder animation, and I remember he got the turn animation. He was like, the treads. They turn correctly. They're rotating correctly, and he was super proud of it. And, I mean, it does look great. Like it works really nicely.
Yeah.
I was just
like I made this animation
turning the grounder on the spot, or like having them roll forwards while turning. I was thinking, oh god, if that has to change now, that's going to be a pain in the ass.
No, we got it, Mike.
Good job, Mike.
Yeah, like I mean, it's interesting because I made this back in 2016, and it still holds up as one of my favorite animations that I've ever done.
Yeah, that's something that's interesting. A lot of my older stuff, like, I really don't like, but there's like that one thing, like you did it a
Yeah.
while ago, but even though you did it a while ago, and even though you've definitely improved, like it was probably like in a lot of cases, like it sometimes it's just everything came together like at the right time, but
Well, I think what it was for me was just the fact that I love Grounder
Right,
so much.
so you were
since he's
just-
just my favorite Badnik, and I just kind of went all out.
yeah, that'd also do it.
So this is going to be like getting this done is going to be to you what Supersonic is to Vince.
Like, let me put it to you this way: when that GIF was made of Grounder, like just going like from left and then turning and then going right and then turning back into left, it was like watching my baby crawl for the first time ever. It was like taking his first baby steps. And I was such a proud parent. That's how it felt.
Yeah. I mean, look, it is a really great animation, so like you should be proud of it, man.
Right, because I'd never seen it in motion before. Like,
Yeah.
It was always static and standing still. It was animated, but it wasn't going anywhere. And that was the first time I saw it go somewhere and like walk, essentially.
Yeah,
I was so proud.
yeah, it's awesome. Yeah.
Quite funny.
Well, pretty soon you'll get to see them, and yeah, this is definitely definitely these other frames are not going to take as long. Like I'm almost done with the second one here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So that's good. And then we'll be good to go. I'm definitely well, yeah. So it's almost done, guys.
Good. Thank goodness. I think you need the rest.
Probably.
So you're done after the turn?
Oh no, I'm gonna do the breakout. Yeah, no, dude, come on.
Never say never.
I said I'm trying to figure out what's going on with these things on the bottom. Hold on.
Yeah, Philippe, we've already discussed S3 level save file things. We had a discussion about that quite recently.
Oh,
I
like
mean-
S3 level save files?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes or a no?
Yes or no?
You don't know.
I mean,
we don't know.
In my opinion, Sonic 2 is about as long as Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and that game had saving. So
I think it's
I
a
think
little.
I think that tells you.
I think Sonic 3 and Knuckles is a fair bit longer. Like, because it has 14 stages, and Sonic 2 only has like 9 and
11.
11.
oh 11. Oh,
Well, I mean, if you go from like start to finish, you include, if you include Sky Chase and Death Egg, even though it's like one's just a side, one's just a scroller and the other is just 2 rooms. Yeah, it's 11.
Sky Chase is basically an interactive cutscene.
Yeah.
yeah. I wasn't. I think usually I don't include those two.
Yeah. Okay.
guess
If
it
you don't
is-
include them, then yeah, you can say 9.
I guess it is pretty close to it. But another thing too is to consider that like Sonic 3 has like really big stages.
Yeah.
Especially like
Oh,
stages
yeah.
like Carnival Night Zone. Like Carnival Night Zone is like it is a
yeah,
monster.
don't even get me started on Act 2.
Just
Yeah.
really, can we,
The
based on
barrel.
Amy's suggestion, can we just cut Sky Chase Zone out of the game and just use that as the between levels loading cutscene?
Ooh.
I don't know. I don't think it would take 2 minutes to load a level.
No, but like you
I
might
think
have
the stage takes
a
longer
couple
than
of
that.
seconds of Sky Chase Zone in between.
Well,
level.
Yeah,
I
but then
say-
we won't be able to hear the good music.
Yeah, like we
Yeah.
need Sky Chase to be in the game simply because it was in the
The-
original
the me-
game. But
And because of the music.
yeah, also it's also the background of Wing Fortress, so we essentially will have 2 stages made once we make Wing Fortress.
Yeah, I will say.
Wing Fortress.
Yeah,
Sky Chase will basically be our Wing Fortress Act 1, and Wing Fortress proper will be Act 2.
well, Sky Chase is just Wing Fortress's background.
Yeah.
So we'll
could
probably
at
we'll
least
probably
do
just
that,
we'll
right.
probably approach them all both as one stage, like just
Yeah,
one
fair
thing.
enough.
But we'll
Well, actually, what's interesting about the whole save state thing, or like saving in general, is like do we really need certain things to save? Like continues, for example. Like no one really, you know what I mean? Like
I'd say all we really need to save is just the zone you're in.
Yeah, potentially.
yeah,
I think we'll probably see. I think like Sonic 3 had its way of doing it, and I know like Mania copied that, but Mania was also trying to trying to be a
A new classic Sonic game.
yeah, it was trying to be
Yeah.
like, what if there was a game on the Saturn? That's what their
yeah.
that's what their goals were. Our goals are a little bit different, so we'll have to see if that might not be what we want to do.
Yeah, I mean, like Sonic 2 is fairly simple game. Like to be honest, we could just have like a level select
Oh, yeah.
unlock as you reach the level.
Right.
And call it a
What,
day,
what I'm
but-
mainly meaning is that like our goals with Sonic 2 HD, rather than being trying to be like a new classic game, is for Sonic 2 HD we're trying to be like, what if Sonic 2 HD was made like now? Basically.
Oh, you got a point.
Yeah. So like
Yeah, it says right on the website it's a modern reimagining.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like and in that regard, like there's like how do we approach that and stuff, like it's a classic game, but we're taking them, we're trying to think
Like it's a classic game, but that doesn't mean we have to like abide by the classic
Yeah.
limitations.
exactly and also that's not even like that's kind of like not even the point of the game of the game. Like the point of this game is to it's to be a not, to not follow the limitations.
Yeah.
And be all HD and everything.
Like, why would people complain about saving if we include a new save mode? Like, if you want to play without saving, you can.
Yeah, I do think regardless of if they're saving or not, and like how we're going to handle that, like there will absolutely be like classic hardcore no save mode, just like the original.
Well, I kind of feel like, again, that just brings me right back to the point of just having a simple stage select, because then if you just select the first stage, there it is.
Maybe.
I reckon we should actually have a hardcore mode which just disables all the rings in all levels.
Oh, that's evil.
And
I
gives
like
you
it.
one life.
Dang.
I like it.
Since you like Death Egg Zone so much.
Look, I was saying earlier, like as far as like if there's like a full level Death Egg, you gotta no rings, no rings. It's just
full game, no rings, no problem.
Oh, I just meant like a full Death Egg Zone level, just no rings, entire level.
I mean, it does have the word death in the name.
Exactly.
Point.
And it does have the word egg.
It does have the
Let's
word
put
egg.
eggs in it.
Dang, this
Oh, dude.
covers. We're talking about things that I can't talk about, man.
Based on how the chat's going. We could
Wait,
put
Steph, you
the
can't-
Legend of Zelda cuckoos in there.
Yeah.
So wait, Steph, you can't talk about it. Is there something? Because nothing's ringing any bells for me. I don't
There
remember
was,
if we discussed anything.
Well, Coral knows what I'm talking about.
Wait, what is it?
Was it that thing you made?
Oh, no, that was a different thing.
Wait.
But
Okay.
since Coral had mentioned something about like, what if Death Egg was like a zone that had like no rings in it, and we kind of went back and forth about that idea, like I think a few years ago, and
Oh,
again, something I can't talk about.
yeah.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah, the.
I mean, you can give me permission to talk about it, right? Please.
No, I don't think.
Oh.
I don't know. We gotta.
Probably not.
No.
I mean, it's not like a legal thing. We're running on like an honor system, right?
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is all anonymous things. Although I will say, like, I think if somebody on the team did just go out like revealing everything like we privately talked about, I don't think we'd want to keep them around.
Yeah.
Because like that just ruins like everyone's fun.
Right.
Now, if you like privately show your friends some stuff, like we literally can't do anything about that. We probably won't even know. So, but
I mean, like that's why it's private. Like,
yeah,
if it's private, you don't know.
I mean, you can technically do that like on like games where you have like NDAs. You probably shouldn't do that because like you know that actually is illegal to do. But
Yeah.
you could technically do that. Like they probably would never find out, but. Yeah, it's it's always fun to just like keep things under wrap, and then like once the time comes,
Yeah.
we give the big
And,
reveal.
In the year 2050.
2050, dude, we're on 2090 now.
Oh, 2090. Oh, where have I been?
In the Sonic live stream that happened a few days ago, when they were
Last
talking
week.
about the next game, somebody jokingly called it Sonic 3006, which is a bit mean, but
No, we joke about like how long the game's gonna take. It takes to make a lot, so it's all good.
I mean, yeah.
I think it's
making this game is a long process.
Yeah,
but
I think-
year 3000. That's pushing it a bit.
3,000.
I don't think even we can go for 1,000 years on this.
Look, man, I'm going like probably on like 10 hours. I'm doing 10 hours on the stream. I might be pushing 11 at this point. I don't know. I think I can make it to 30 whatever thousand whatever. Was it 30,000? I think I upped it. I think I upped it right. I think I upped it quite a bit.
Do you know? Fun fact: dinosaurs started Sonic 2 HD.
Dinosaur started.
Yeah, dinosaurs started it, and it'll be finished by vampires.
All right then.
Yeah, so
It's a
There you go.
that's a pretty big change. I didn't think dinosaurs led to vampires, to be honest. With
I mean, it
Vampires
development shift.
yeah, I guess it was just that long, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
But these vampires have infinite time to work on it.
Yeah, they're immortal, aren't they? Or they're supposed to be? I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it also depends like which vampires you're
vampires?
talking about.
wait, is it immortal if you can still die?
Biological.
weird.
It's biological immortality at that point.
Okay, because like you can kill vampires with like
Yeah, they
certain
have
methods like garlic or like
they have
like-
They can just step out in the sun.
yeah. Oh, that's something.
Yeah,
no,
sunlight, how
here's
could
here's what I love about vampires. Their weakness is a wooden stake through the heart, and I think it's really funny just because it's like, yeah, a wooden stake to a heart that'll kill a vampire. Definitely won't kill me. You stab me with a wooden stake, I'll be fine. I'm an old vampire. Definitely their weakness.
I mean, they have other weaknesses too, like garlic. They're allergic to that.
Oh, God, I
It's
eat-
werewolves are vampires. It's werewolves.
Yeah, like so
no,
if
it's
you
vampires.
feed a vampire some Italian food, and then it's just like, oh no.
Dude, I would
you go.
not survive as a vampire. I eat so much garlic. Like,
I love Italian food.
Yeah,
like,
same.
oh, see, for me, it's usually Mexican food.
yeah.
Because like I subsist like almost entirely on like guacamole.
Nice.
But like I'll make the guacamole and I'll put it together, and I put like 3 cloves, and they're decently sized cloves. They're not like huge cloves, but they're decently sized. I just put like 3 cloves in there, and I'm like, it's enough. That's enough not avocado. That's enough garlic in there. So I've actually
You ever have garlic fries? That's really good.
garlic fries.
I have, yeah.
Yeah.
I've put garlic on my fries, which I think is what garlic fries are. So yes.
I mean, garlic fries. It's a bit different because like you cook the fries with
Yeah,
the
that's
garlic.
what I mean. I've
So like all the oils just kind of mingle.
yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know if I've ever gotten them from like a restaurant or anything, but like I know like at home I've like chopped up some potatoes and cooked them with garlic. and that
It looks like we had a question. Someone asked, Sonic's Future says, you can make 2-player mode or versus mode in Sonic 2 HD.
I don't think
Well,
that's a question. I think that's a
not a
statement.
question. That's another order.
Oh, it is an order. Yeah.
I mean,
Whoops.
well, no, it's not an order. It's a suggestion. He's saying they're saying you
no. They're just pointing it
not
out.
you will.
They're just pointing
okay.
out that we can do it. Yeah.
Yeah, we can do it.
We can
Sure.
do it.
Will we do it? Well, you'll just have to wait and see.
I actually think
Yeah.
it's not something like we focus on, but I actually think there is technically like multiplayer support in the engine already.
Really?
There is. Yes, there is.
There is, but I don't know.
There's
It's incomplete.
There's actually a fair bit of net. There's actually a fair bit of net code in there.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, that stuff's something that it's literally you can. I think you can find it in the code of the demo if like somebody who wants who can dig around in
I've
it.
never actually tried it though. I'm not sure if it works.
It does not work out of the box. You definitely need to finish it.
Yeah. So the thing about the netcode is they it works. Like apparently it doesn't really work, but like it kind of works. Like you can connect to like a game with it basically, but like
which game?
What?
Sonic 2 HD.
Yeah, Sonic 2 HD. Like you can you can connect and stuff to like somebody else, I guess, that's playing or whatever. But it doesn't. It's really not like at a playable state. Like I've never seen it work, but apparently like this was before like it was publicly announced. Like apparently like some of the older team people like they tried it out. And I say the older team, but like at this point, I'm feeling like Mike and I could almost be considered like we're generation 2 on this team.
Thanks for that.
We've been here for a while.
Yeah, no, it's like Doctor Who. It's just generations.
Yeah. There's
the idea in the chat. There's Sonic 2 HD with the sprites of the sketches.
What was that?
I assume the credit sketches.
The credits. Oh, you mean Sonic the Sketchhog?
Yeah.
Like the sketches, like is it like the
cute idea?
That'd be a good idea.
That'd be
anyway,
fun.
sorry, what were you saying, Corral? I think you.
I forget. Something about the generations of the teams probably. There's oh actually wait no, because there's the super old generation. There's like the point whenever it was like community project. There's that point. And that's like the first one. That one was a bit of a mess.
Yeah, like did they even have an engine? Oh yeah, they did have an engine, sort of.
Yeah, there's a tech demo from back then.
There's 2.
Is there 2? I think there's just one. From back when it was a community.
I know because I have them on a hard drive.
Are you? I know it has different like executables where you can like play it at different resolutions.
Yeah, like different resolutions. Yeah, no, there's 2.
There's like the two different resolutions.
No, like 2 different tech demos.
I think I know what you're talking about.
What's the second one?
Oh.
There is one. Okay, so. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to like draw it out. I think for the different resolutions, they had like different levels, right?
No, it was all this.
I'm trying to remember.
It was all Emerald.
It was like one. Yeah.
Yeah, it was all Emerald Hill Zone because that's all that had really been worked on, and honestly, even most
I know they're all Emerald Hill, but I mean like different like layouts.
Yeah, it was different layouts, but it wasn't like all of that was like one tech demo. I think it was just different layouts, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. I don't have my external on me right now, but maybe if I remember, I'll.
I have that, and I know like those were all done at the same time, so I don't know if it'd be accurate to say like they're different tech demos. I mean, I guess they are technically, but it's like part of. Like,
they were labeled as tech demo 1 and 2.
It was probably like a version thing, I guess.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly where I downloaded them, but I knew that came off of Sonic Retro.
Yeah, there's. I think they're on the Sonic Retro, the Sonic 2 HD page of Sonic Retro. They have like the old tech demo build on there.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, no, they have the first tech demo release, and somewhere I have the second tech demo release.
Okay, I'm really curious about the second tech demo. Are you? Okay, I'll have to. You have to show this to us. Because as far as I was aware, there was only like the one.
I'm gonna grab the external right now.
All right.
I like, yeah, that other idea, Arcus, same sort of idea. You said either the sketchhog or the blue outlines, like seen here, as in half-done animation.
Ooh.
That sounds like a interesting idea because we've actually got the half-done animation sprites. I don't know if we've got it for everything.
So like make everything happen
most
and then just go back.
Super Kirby 982.
Interesting idea, but I don't think it would benefit our workflow.
Super
Well, no,
Kirby.
but maybe not like for the entire game because obviously, like, it would only be for Sonic.
Yeah.
Maybe do Tails ones, but in orange.
Oh, that'd be fun. I don't think I think we probably won't do that, but that is interesting. I will say, but anyway, Super Kirby says that they've been here through all of the generations, and that the tech demo title screen scared them as a kid.
Oh, because Tails jumps out. Yeah.
Does he jump out?
Oh, you know what's crazy?
I can't remember
how
the
many
title screen.
people. Like, how many people were kids when this whole thing began, and then they just grew up and became adults?
Yeah,
like, I'm raising my hand right now.
Yeah, like
I'm only 22.
Yeah.
God, I'm old.
Yeah.
I played when I was a kid in Sonic 1.
Look, I
like
yeah, we there are a few people on the team that were tech. Yeah, no, not even technically kids. We were just straight up kids. When it was, I was gonna say because like, but like no, because I was like around, let's see, 27. No, 2007. Yeah, I was really young in 2007. I was not aware of the project back then, but oh man, I forget how old I was. Let me open up a calculator.
Oh my god.
A calculator.
I'll have you know, I can do calculus and stuff like that, and I'm very good at math, but I really suck at basic math.
I believe you.
I'm really terrible at basic math. Like, I can't do it. Like, well, I can do it in my head, but like, it takes me a minute. I was 11 in 2007, so yeah, I was definitely a kid at that point, but I was
5.
You were 5 in 2007?
9. I think
Okay.
9 actually.
Because you said you're.
Yeah, 9.
You're.
Oh wait. I don't want to say what I was.
Let me actually rephrase that because my birthday's at the end of the year, so I would have been 10. For most of that year, actually, in 2007. So. Yeah.
I'm just gonna say in 2007 I was old enough to drink. For the first time.
There are a lot
legally.
of so you're 21. Yeah, look, there are a lot of people on the team. Like, I used to be the youngest one on the team. But that's changing now.
Times change.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't want that. Yeah, times. Yeah, things have changed. But that's fine. Like, I think it's cool just because like. I think it's like. It's interesting because like the age that I'm at now. Is the age that I think a lot of people tend to actually get good at things. I started off a little bit early, so I tended to be the youngest one around most of the time, which I often wonder, like, whenever people first met me, like, and they didn't actually, like, because there's, like, a local indie games scene here where I live, and I do wonder, like, whenever, like, you know, this like, you know, this 17-year-old, like, he shows up, like, at one of these meetings and stuff, and like everybody else is like in their 30s, and there's like this 17-year-old here, and like I often wonder, like, like what's their perception like when they first like meet, because I'll be honest, like oftentimes like I'll meet somebody and stuff, and like especially like if they're younger and all, because younger people tend to not have as much experience. I'm often like, I'm actually whenever I meet the younger people, I'm either really I'm wondering if, should I be scared of them, because they're either really good, or they're young and they haven't worked together, and I should still be scared of them because they might one day take my job, because they're really young and they're getting started at that age, so they're going to be good eventually.
By the way, I found it. This second tech demo release. I found it.
Oh yeah, what?
I'm looking inside the archive. It is all the files are dated October 6th, 2008.
I think that was the first one. Like that's the same day. Are you sure it's not just like a different version of the first tech demo?
The zip's labeled tech demo second release.
It could have been like a release with like bug fixes or something. Maybe, I'm not sure.
Oh no, it's a different release. I opened up the zip that has the first tech demo release. The first one's dated July 14th, or September. Well, they're not too far off, but one's earlier.
Okay.
I can't say there's a significant difference.
I feel I'd be curious to see what the differences are between these. I was only aware of the one, so now I'm interested. I want to know. I can't imagine there's a huge difference between them.
The second tech demo has a 3 times resolution executable.
I think that's the one that I have. Then, so it's the first one that I don't have. Okay, so it's the first one. Okay, all right. I don't know. I wasn't aware that there were 2 back then.
Yeah, I can like send you both zips. I got a Discord name.
I have sure. Send me both of them. I'll definitely want to take a look at those. I have also now, like that I know there's another one, like I'm like, oh no, my Sonic 2 HD collection is incomplete. Like I have a collection of like the a lot of the artwork from back when
like old assets.
Yeah, a lot of the old assets. Like I went through the I literally went through the entire archive on Sonic Retro and saved.
I think I have that zip.
Yeah, I've shared it before.
Yeah.
But I went through like the entire archive on Sonic Retro because, for one thing, like a lot of the links were dying, and I was like, look, I want to preserve this stuff, and I'm really disappointed that I didn't go through it sooner, because there's a lot that it's just gone. Like we can't get it back ever.
I've done the same thing with like the old Sonic redesign thread. There's a lot of good stuff in there that I made sure to save.
What was that?
There is a thread that they had a while back where it's like, how would you redesign Sonic? And it's just all the members they posted, like how would they like drew, or how they would depict Sonic.
That's interesting. Was this on Sonic Retro or?
Yes, it was on Retro.
Oh, okay. Do you have a?
This was like around the time episode 1 was happening. Sonic 4 episode 1, I think.
I probably saw that thread back then, because I've never really actively posted on Sonic Retro, but I've like often like I've lurked on there for like a number of years. Yeah. So I probably saw it, like, especially if it was like a more like trafficked thread at the time. I'd be curious to see that that folder that you have of that. It might spark spark some memories in me. Spark some memories. But yeah, that'd be interesting. Maybe I didn't see it too. In which case, I'd probably find out if I looked at it and I'm like, yep, don't remember any of these. But I can't imagine that like I didn't see like some of it. Yeah, that's one thing like that does disappoint me, like with like because a lot of like older image posting sites, they went down.
So, what is it? Like Image Flip, Photo Bucket?
I think Photo Bucket got finicky. It's actually and there are a few. I saved a few of those ones in my Sonic 2 HD archive where like I took screenshots of the.
Yeah, I remember some of those.
Yeah, there's just screenshots of the thing where the image is something that definitely wasn't what it originally was.
Yeah.
Because I just thought it was really amusing just to see them like where it's like they're talking about like they're like yes, the shading on this thing is like really and then it's just like a picture of like a
Picture of a real
tissue on the
person.
ground or something, and like I don't think that person knows that some random person found their photo on some website, but sorry, I have your potentially private photo.
Yeah, it's what happens when you share URL.
Yeah.
That is not.
Yeah, those things, they're not secure, but I feel like if I were to, I don't know, I think if like I ever, because at some point, at some point actually, it's actually something at some point I probably will like show off some of the old archive, but I probably won't show those images.
Yeah.
Unless they're just literally of nothing, but because I think there's one of them where it's like of a napkin or something. I don't know. But it's not a person's face. Like that one, I'll definitely show people that one because there's nothing in it. So, but if there's like one of somebody's face, like that one will have to remain buried in the Sonic 2 HD archive on Sonic Retro, where no normal person will go looking. Oh, come on, why isn't Illustrator's being kind of finicky with like moving the some of the anchor points today? Not really sure why that is.
Oh, did they? Huh. Interesting.
What was that?
Felipe says that the Sage this year will be awesome because there's a Sonic Panic complete version, Sonic Robo Blast 1 remake, and Sonic Utopia new demo.
I don't know what Sonic Panic is. I've heard
Is there a new
about the
Sonic
Robo
Utopia?
Blast 1 remake.
Yes, I didn't hear about Sonic. To be honest with you, I forget that there's a Sonic Robo Blast 1. I think it's amazing that it's been like however long it's been, and we're still on Robo Blast 2. Where's Robo Blast 3?
They're too busy perfecting Robo Blast 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, Robo Blast 2 has been around for like at least 20 years.
Yeah, it's been so long. I know it's like I think it's like totally new people working on it now. I don't even think it's the same like any of the same people from back when it started. Yeah, because I know like a lot of the sprites are done by his name's Motor Roach. Oh, you sent me the things.
Nice. Oh, I know that. Well, I don't know that person, but I know of that.
Yeah, I've spoken to him before. I don't know if it's really accurate for me to say like I know him, but like
yeah,
I've interacted with him. Like I've spoken to him and stuff, and like I actually remember there was he was working on like some animation thing. I think he was like some for a class thing or something, and he was like posting a thing and asking for like feedback on a trumpet that he did, and like I'm me, and like it was like a metal thing, and I'm like, all right, here's how metal shading works. Probably a bit much for what he was going for, but somebody else also gave something to him. But like, yeah, no, he's working on it, and I think I saw him say at one point that he wasn't like around like on the initial one, and also I actually think he's also on the younger side, but I'm not 100% sure about that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure like he's doing like a lot of the sprites now, and I don't think he was involved with it initially. And I know there are definitely a lot of people who are involved with it now.
It's open source. People are gonna. It's a public thing. It's like community contributions.
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, Sonic 2 HD used to be like that, but it didn't really work out for the project, and yeah, at this point, I don't think.
I mean,
yeah, I think projects like Sonic. What?
I like the idea of open source, but the thing is, the art assets, as far as I know, are not open source. Like that's created by closed. I think if Sonic 2 HD took a similar approach, or like the code you could contribute to, but like the assets you can't have any say over, then it would be more flexible.
I think because like the way like for the most part like we're pretty open to people joining the team now. Although I think we actually have had like a few programmers like email us actually. And I think like right now like the programming team, unless I don't know, you probably know like better than I would, like, but it looks like to me like you guys are like Like, it's pretty full right now. But I don't know if you guys need any extra help on anything. And also, like, I know,
No,
like, yeah. Like, also another thing too I think about is
we're not struggling with anything.
yeah, like another thing too is like I look at you know, the demo 2.0, and that was basically entirely like Ted and Winterhell. Well,
Yeah.
actually, hold on, my bad. We also had
Victor was part of it,
Victor.
right?
Victor was a big part of actually getting the demo out. Like without Victor, I don't think we would
Really?
have gotten that done. Oh yeah, he can code incredibly fast. I think,
yeah, no, I remember when we were working on like the special stage tech demo. I'm not sure if it's in the video, but like he set up like importing like the level layouts and everything in the character movement incredibly fast.
Oh,
like
did he?
in just a few days.
Oh dang! Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Whenever we were getting to releasing the demo 2.0, he was doing things in like 2 hours. I think it probably wasn't his best work. I'm willing to bet, but like
Yeah.
it worked. You know, it worked out. And I remember there was actually like there was some stuff that we were like the if you like the pause menu animations. I remember me and him.
Yeah.
We did like a whole bunch, like there was a bunch of back and forth to get that working. That actually took a fair bit of time, but and while we were doing that though, he was getting a bunch of other stuff. And he was like, it was crazy. Like I was just like completely blown away with just how much he was able to do in such a short time. Like he
This
yeah.
kind of what's going on already with the monogame port is the fact that obviously I'm trying to keep up with what's going on. And every time I make a change, he's already made about 5 changes.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my gosh.
Is now
Yeah, Kitty,
updated.
come here.
So it's trying to keep
Come on.
up with them. It's a nightmare.
You're
So for the
really-
moment, I'm just kind of taking
really
a short break from the projects until
Yeah.
that bit's been done. And once that bit, like the general
Yeah, you can
port's been
sit.
done, because I don't know what's
There you go.
going on with that bit at the moment, whether it's. 'Cause
I didn't know we were still doing anything with the mono game port because it's so that would help out a lot. I
Yeah,
just
'cause-
don't know like how much of it is like mono game boilerplate and how much of it is Sonic 2 HD. Because from last I remember, like our code just like hooks into mono game. It's not directly built on it.
Yeah.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
Mono.
Our game hooks on stuff.
I think I've heard of mono thing before, but I haven't actually looked into like what specifically that is. So this is beyond me as far as programming goes.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's almost somewhat beyond me because I don't really know mono game and I'm not very good at the.
I can explain mono and mono game.
Okay.
Should I?
Maybe. Sure. Go ahead. Let's do it.
Okay. Okay. So, all right. Let's do it. Okay. So there's this programming language called C#. It was created by Microsoft originally as a direct competitor to Java.
Right. That's stuff I know.
Back in like 2001 or something.
Mm.
Now, C#. Wait, if you're familiar with Java, you know Java runs on the JVM, Java Virtual
Java
Machine.
is what I have actually coded in.
Yeah, so like it runs on the JVM, like that's your runtime.
Right.
But so C# had something similar. It has the Common Language Runtime or CLR.
Mm.
That the CLR is like a I think it's the naming and like terminology is a bit weird, but basically it's like the CLR is a specification for similar to the JVM. And the .NET framework is an implementation. So at first we had CLR and .NET framework.
All right, you're losing me now with this .NET framework stuff. This is something I'm gonna have to look up to really understand because it feels like there's like a lot of layers to it. But
.NET framework is just an all-encompassing thing for C# and Visual Basic.
Gotcha.
And for instance, .NET framework is like the full version. .NET Core is a cut-down version of that, and
Not
.NET
quite.
Camp is a cut-down version of that to an extent.
Not quite.
That's not quite the case anymore.
What's
Going forward, they're abandoning the .NET framework and .NET Core naming.
Oh, okay.
Going forward, we're just gonna have .NET 5. It's gonna be
Okay, I'm outdated.
yeah. So basically, the .NET framework was a programming environment that was originally just for Windows, and Mono was supposed to be in that same programming environment to non-Windows platforms like Mac and Linux.
Okay. Oh, so it's
And
okay. I think
yeah, and so Mono Game is a framework for making games with Mono.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah, at some point I do want to get more into programming. It's just right now I'm not at that point because like
yeah. I don't think right now is a good time to think about it.
Like because like stuff like what are you doing? Hold on. I don't like you being under there. Don't be under my bed. Go somewhere else. Hold on. Go lay down. Go lay down on my bed. Okay. Anyways. But like so. Yeah, like, cause I've like I said, I've coded in Java before, really basic stuff. Like, you guys would look at the stuff I was doing and just be like, this stuff is for babies, because
right, I don't like.
It really was for babies. It really was like it's like it was the really simple stuff. And honestly, it like because I was doing a class of it for college and like it was super drawn out and like I think. Steven, he like showed me literally everything that they went over in that class, like the entire semester. Like he showed me all of that stuff in C# in like a single afternoon.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I appreciate your willingness to learn, but it's it's not something that you can pick up.
What is that?
I mean, like programming. I mean, it's not something you can pick up.
What do you mean?
I mean, I guess it depends on the person, but like for programming, it's a very broad thing that for a lot of people when they first start out, they think of it like through a very narrow lens.
For what?
So like when they start out programming with a language, it's like you're used to the concepts within that language, and you're not thinking about how other languages. Like if I even if you knew Java, if I showed you Java and then I showed you a language called Haskell, like that's completely different.
Oh yeah, no, I probably wouldn't be able to. I know, like if I look at C# type stuff and also some other languages, like I can kind of be like, okay,
yeah,
that makes sense. But I know those those are what are they, object oriented languages, and those tend to look similar.
Yes, because they often use classes and inheritance, etc., etc.
Yeah, and like if it's something else, like it'd probably be something that like I definitely wouldn't recognize. Probably, I would assume, but
basically, if there's a concept in logic or mathematics, there's probably a programming language based around it.
Right. Yeah. No. With programming, because like whenever like the little programming that I've done and the little like interactions I have, like, and also just like my own like history and stuff, like I think like I'm pretty confident like I could do quite well with programming because like I'm very mathematically inclined.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, math is like that's actually my area. So I'm actually like a lot of people like you'll see like artists and stuff and you don't think the artist is like actually a math person. I was the math person in school and I find math to be quite fun.
Yeah, no, I find math fun too. That's why I get excited about doing like graphics programming because I get to deal with like matrices and like projections.
Oh man, you're more. I think you maybe I don't actually. You've probably done more math than I have. I need to get back to math. Because
that's fair. Math is a pretty broad concept anyway.
It is. I've like because I go to like college still. Not for anything art related. I'm doing physics. That's not. I don't actually intend to pursue a career in physics. I just want to learn about physics. So like, going to college to learn about physics. And one thing like I want to get back into math for that because physics, a lot of math.
Physics is a lot of math, yeah.
Yeah. And like at this point, like I've only done up to like calculus 1, and calculus 1 is super easy. Like it gets complicated, but like the ideas behind it and everything, like what you're doing, it's pretty, like it's not really that hard. Which is something like I was told before I did it. But then once I like actually went and was like doing the calculus and everything, and like actually like like the what are they, derivatives and integrals and everything, I was like,
yeah, I was going to ask
really
about
easy.
that. Like how does calculus start out? Because I know there's quite a few things it can cover.
I know, like, well, I don't know how it's done elsewhere, but like with whenever the class that I did it in, I actually had to take it twice because the first time I took it was right around the time whenever we were doing the we were going to be releasing the demo 2.0.
Oh, so you sunk a lot of time, and I see.
Well, because I've always considered, like, especially back then, perhaps less so now, because like I've always intended to do like art stuff as a career. So I've always like, and Sonic 2 HD was like, it was definitely like a big stepping stone for me into that direction of doing that as a career. So like I didn't consider it as like me shirking my studies and like doing something I wasn't supposed to. It was like, no, like Sonic 2 HD was important to me as well back then, and it still is now. It's just I've got other projects that I'm also working on, but so, and then that was also the year that because at that point I still felt like I was thinking that I at some point needed to go full time, and at that point I'd only been going part time, and I was like, all right, this is the year I'm gonna go full time. And so I was doing, I had 4 classes, calculus, like, it's not hard, but college classes, they go really fast, so there is like a lot of work. And also like the teacher, especially that I had, gave us a lot of homework on a website, which I really didn't like that website.
Yeah.
It was a wonky website, but
was it like Blackboard or something?
no, but my school, we did use Blackboard, and I don't like Blackboard either. Blackboard is not, no, but it wasn't Blackboard. It was like, I forget what it was. It was some website that like the book wanted you to sign up to and everything. So we had to get the book.
Oh, it was like a proprietary thing.
Yeah, it was something like that. I don't know, but so she was having us do that and stuff, and I feel like I understand the reason for it, because like if you stuck to the work and did the things and stuff, you probably passed the class just fine. But like my problem is that I pass classes by doing the bare minimum of work possible, and that's kind of how I managed to do like a bunch of other stuff alongside, is because like I do the bare minimum. Luckily, I've got a pretty decent memory, and so for the most part, like I can get by that way and get pretty good grades. But like this one was too much, because I had all the other classes and stuff, and like all of my other classes are suffering. I had Sonic 2 HD going on, it's too much going on, and so like that in that class, like I'm good at math, but I just didn't have time for that class, so I had to drop that class. So then I ended up retaking it, and it went much better that time. But especially because whenever I retook it, because the semester before then I just did way too much, so I was just like, I'm just gonna do the math class this semester. So yeah, but the way it started off, it was that we did they started off basically introducing limits and stuff, which those are a little bit more complicated.
See, when back in high school, like when we had a brief introduction to calculus, just as a taste of it near the end of the year. Limits was like the first thing you went over. Right.
Yeah, limits are like the precursor, because like limits lead into the like we're having this art stream, now we're talking about math. And so many people find math boring. I want to look at the stream and just see like a drop of viewers just right once we started talking about math. Surprisingly,
well, I will add to that. I also enjoyed math, but I enjoyed it from like a business standpoint rather than like financial. Like that's what I preferred studying.
I see.
Yeah, for me, math is like I just like math in general, but also the like also I see math as like a tool to understand like physics and science and stuff like that. And like
definitely.
I feel like with a lot of physics concepts, like I can explain them very well to people, and like I definitely have a pretty decent understanding of them. But also like because of that, I understand that my understanding of them is incredibly flawed simply due to the fact that I don't understand the math behind them. And so like and I want to understand the math behind them because like I really want to like I just want to understand like those sorts of things. And so like I've I'm like I got to learn how to do the math so that I can understand this. And yeah, but that's a funky look there. But yeah, so that's why I'm like gotta get that math. Gotta understand. Also, I just like math in general too. Math is just like because I was always good at math. I think it was in second grade. Nobody realized I was good at math until like after, like I was like done with like the school and was like in college, and then it's like, oh, you were actually pretty good at math, like all of your like things and stuff. We probably could have had you like in more advanced placements and stuff to like accelerate that. So yeah, probably. Oh well.
Well. Oh well. Coulda, woulda, for programming, math is important, but it's honestly less about math and more about logic.
More about what?
Like you need logic.
Oh yeah.
You need to have a knack for like how something would work.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's like a big thing, like because whenever I like with the problems with a lot of things, like I don't understand like the coding behind, like I can't understand like how it's coded and stuff, but like I like whenever like there's a problem that like a visual, usually it's a visual thing because that's what I'm involved with and stuff, like I tend to read a lot about like the big like code stuff behind those problems and stuff to try to understand like okay what potentially might be our issue here, and that often helps me figure out how we can solve those issues.
Well, see, the problem is simple. You just write less bugs.
You just write less bugs. That does seem like that is definitely that's the way to fix it. Oh man. Okay, where's my? I'm losing track of things here. Here it is. Okay. This boy be turning. All right. Oink. Wait. Boink. Okay, here we go. Man, one of these days, we're gonna have a stream, and it's gonna have like 5,000 people. That's actually a ridiculously huge stream.
I was gonna say,
yeah.
Well, you say that, but there are people who do like streams that reach like the 20K.
I think.
Yeah.
Jesus. Like concurrently, like at like one time.
Yep.
All right, so because like whenever you end the streams, like YouTube tells you like the total watch time, like in like that people have spent on the video. I'm scared to see how large this one's going to be.
The number of people watching went up. We're at 39 now.
Yeah, it fluctuates. It's gone down like overall from the beginning. It was at like 50, 55, and like 60 at one point. And the first stream, like it peaked, like the first part of this stream, it peaked around like 100. Somebody's saying in the chat. that's a good chrome reflection on the drills. How did you guys do it? So, so basically, there are two answers to that. The first answer is that the chrome for the grounder was referenced from the drill boss from Emerald Hill Zone with its drills, and it's basically exactly like that. The other answer, and this is how it was done originally, is basically having an understanding of how chrome shading works, and that's kind of complicated. There's information online about how that works, but basically what you can imagine it like is that the black is the ground, and oh man, I'm trying to think of a way to explain this with words.
I can probably come in and answer that. So, like, basically,
give it a shot.
you have your darkest part of the chrome, which isn't technically like a shadow, is actually a reflection. And it's like it reflects the nearest object, but the nearest object appears darker.
Yeah.
And lighting, because it has a very glossy finish to it, lighting is also reflected off of that. So you just have, you have like your very, you just have like extremely high value, like meeting up very close to each other. And then on top of that, you also have like a bit of rim lighting because there's like secondary light bouncing around, which is why you get like this weird, like kind of gray gradient
for a second, Mike, because I feel like you're dropping in like concepts in there that are actually already complicated in themselves. Like you're like rim light in there. Yeah. The truth is, like, it's basically the way it's done is like, the guys who did it, and also like myself and others on the team too. Like the artists on the team, I should say. I actually don't know if all of the artists are quite as good at shading metal as like some of us, but we have an understanding of how like reflections work on this kind of material and how to replicate that in our drawings. That's really the easiest way to explain how we did it, because the whole theory behind it is actually pretty complex, and there's like
everything that I said basically.
Even that's like that's like a lot of that's a simplification too, though. Like it's not wrong. Yeah. It's just like because it's really complicated, and like there's a lot of different like approaches you could go to explaining it. Like you can have a full on course on just how to shade metal. I think like just like because there's just so much to shading metal. Actually, yeah. I probably wouldn't even do it like how to shade metal specifically. Because like the truth is like everything is shaded the same, but that's all more complicated stuff. If you check out Blender, which is free 3D program if you don't know, but it has this their default shader. It's the Principal BSDF, but it has like a bunch of sliders, and if you look at those and see how those work, that can kind of give you an idea about it and how that's going. But again, it's all it's complicated things, I guess.
Can we make a mod in the game where all grounders wear different types of hats?
What?
I mean, if you want to.
Is somebody asking this in the chat, or is this?
No, this is just.
Is this you?
I just looked at it and realised
Wait.
It had a very big round bald head, and it could do with a hat on it.
Oh man! See, now I just pictured Grounder with a cowboy hat.
Yeah, so did I.
Oh gosh. Oh yeah. We can.
Worked.
I see. Doesn't the Grounder in in that one cartoon have a cowboy hat? Or am I misremembering it? I swear
he's usually bald.
Is he?
Yeah, I feel like there was an episode that took place in the Wild West where he had a hat.
That's probably what I'm remembering, because I swear I remember him wearing a cowboy hat at some point. I never saw the show, but let me rephrase that. I swear I've seen like a screenshot of him wearing a cowboy hat.
Right.
I was gonna say.
Well,
if you
yeah,
scroll up-
he definitely has.
If you scroll up quickly, Coral, can you imagine him with a cowboy hat or a beret? A beret would work as well. Every hat would work well with a grounder, I think. And I think this needs to be a mod.
I can't imagine him with that. Yeah, somebody make it happen. Because I mean I could do it, but I also
The only problem is how are you gonna do with that antenna there?
I can see it on the stream.
yeah, you can
now.
just like cover it up or
Well,
something.
the antenna can just poke out the top. No one's really gonna notice.
Yeah. There it goes. In the stream you caught up. There's a bit of a delay. Which is not confusing for anybody watching it, except for whenever I say like respond to stuff to them and they hear it like minutes after. But for you guys, I think it's probably more confusing just because like you're hearing me in real time, and like I'm commenting on what I'm doing, but you guys can't see it.
Yeah, no, the chat. I mean, I don't know. It's weird. Because it's like we can talk in real time, and then the chat is also in real time, and yet like the video when we broadcast the video, that's delayed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little shorter, but yeah, for the people in the chat though, like, because they're hearing me and stuff, and like everything I comment, and like I'll be like, look, here's this drill, and you guys are like, what drill? But like the moment I say here's this drill, they'll see me moving this drill up to the corner, and they'll be like, yep, that drill, there it is. So, which is great. Which and on like, I mean that's, well, what just happened? That's fine.
Who's that?
Oh, hey, Gambit.
What?
Oh, hey.
Gambit?
You guys are madmen.
Gambit. Oh, Gambit. Hey.
What do you think of grounders and hats?
One of the OG members.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
I've been welcome to the probably going on 11-hour stream now.
Yep, 11 hours.
9 hours on YouTube.
Well,
yeah, there's an extra 2 hours that got dropped.
It's in the part 1. Okay. This is part 2. Part 1 was 2 hours. So.
We got a saga going.
Oh yeah.
And I went to work like all day, and then I came home and passed out for I don't know how long. And you guys are still doing this.
Yeah, it couldn't have been no more than 11 hours.
You're coming in. I want to say you're coming in at the end, but I don't know how much longer this is gonna be. Because
I don't know, man. The night's young.
Like
nobody's rushing.
Looks like you might almost be half done, maybe.
I'm more than half done, but yeah. There's
with the time difference. Can we have it so that the Coral goes to sleep and then Mike picks up the stream, and then when Mike's kind of finished with his bit of the stream, then Coral can jump.
Oh my god! So you mean take cycles?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mike.
Oh,
Mike,
dang.
we need
24-hour stream. Let's
right.
go.
No, Mike.
I would have to go first to make the animation.
No. Here's because like I'm gonna get the grounder done, right, and then I'm gonna get the single wisp. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna get the single wisp frame done because it's just one frame, right? And then you're gonna hop on. You're gonna do the animation of the turn for the chop, right? I'm gonna take a nap because like I'm gonna be tired at that point, right? Then I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna be on that thing. I'm clean up that turn animation.
I don't know, man. You're gonna be working till like infinity o'clock at this point. This time is gonna become an anomaly of some sort, and just it won't work right no more. You'll just be stuck in limbo.
I think
a grounder limbo.
I'm gonna get this grounder done soon. We're almost there.
Okay.
Soon. Is that our deadline?
What was that?
I said soon. Is that our deadline? Soon.
Yeah.
Soon could be like a few days from now.
Oh my gosh.
In my experience.
When it's done. That's when it's done.
It'll be done soon. before 12. Let me put it that way. I will have them done before 12. Whoops.
What
gosh.
time zone?
Oh, I'm in Eastern Standard Time, so that time zone.
Okay. Okay, so like, but I'm in Pacific, so that would be 9 my end.
2 hours from now. Let me. Yeah. Do you just know time zones off the top of your head, or time zone
Me?
differences?
I do.
Well, because you're just like that'd be nuts.
Well, I talk with a lot of people around the world,
I
so
mean,
like
so do I, but,
I have like a intuition for like who would live where.
Yeah.
So would I, but like I'm just
I'm-
like 12, and we're like, oh, that's Eastern Standard Time. Oh, that's just 9 in Pacific Time. Like
Pacific.
yeah, like you just know the difference. I don't know the difference like that. I talk to a lot of people. I am impressed with that that you just know that knowledge off the top of your head.
Yeah. I can say where Stephen is, it's about 7 a.m. No, 5.
No.
Oh no, you lost it. You had it. And you lost it.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna guess anymore. What time is it?
10 before.
10 to 4.
In the
Okay,
morning.
I got closer on that
You were
second
close.
guess.
Yeah,
It
you'd
always-
be -8, I believe.
Yeah, I was thinking
It always happens.
the way I think of like UK time. Obviously, there's going to be some deviances, but in general, I think of it like I just change my AM to a PM or vice versa, and then just subtract 3.
That's a pretty good approach. A lot of times, like whenever you're thinking about those sorts of things, like you don't need to be 100% accurate.
Yeah.
Especially if you're just trying to get an estimate, and like if they're like 12, there's about a 12-hour difference. Like you can generally get pretty close by doing that. I don't know. I've never bothered to learn memorize or even really learn the differences. I just look them up anytime I need to know, or you just ask a person if I'm talking to them.
What I do is I cheat. I just have everyone's time zones just in my phone. So I just open up my clock and I could just see the world clock basically.
Oh yeah, I forget that that's the thing that the phones have. I think mine has. I mean, mine definitely has that because like literally every phone has that. I don't know if I have it enabled though.
Yeah, I use it every day.
Use that. Shit, I need to get on that.
Yeah.
It's very helpful.
I'm gonna look up how to do that.
It's extremely helpful.
I regularly talk to people that are like +2 hours, +1 hour, -2 hours, -1 hour, plus like 6, 7 hours. Like I don't even know what the hell they do.
Yeah.
It's all over the place.
See if they respond.
All right, so
They're probably asleep.
yeah, so Gambit, you've been on the project since like
Dinosaurs.
dinosaurs. So do you have any fun stories for? Do you have any fun stories for the stream?
Yeah, be prepared to feel
Stories?
old to stream.
Oh boy.
Back to my day, rainbows run black.
Yeah, we can talk about the Lost Adventures.
I might have some funny pictures though. Actually, hold on.
What?
Pictures.
Oh boy.
Let me look for something here. Actually, I remember Lost made this like running animation of Sonic, and it was actually like pretty on, except for like the feet like extended. It was really funny.
Wait,
curious.
Lost me?
Yeah, he made like an animation.
What
It
did
was
he?
just, like line art.
Hold on.
But
Never considered him the artist.
Wait, what thing? What did he make?
I'm trying to find it.
Oh,
'cause
okay.
I took it and I like colored it in.
I thought you'd like already shared it, and I was like confused.
Oh,
I know
maybe
Lost.
I did.
Did you?
But it would have been a long time.
Oh, okay. I don't recall anything like. I do know that like you guys said that Lost replaced some of the art stuff with like something he did. Like apparently like the fire in Hilltop Zone from like the alpha was his.
Yeah, the fire pits.
Oh, the lava thing. Those, I remember when somebody
Yeah, like
found
like
those
that
in like
airy-
the old. And like the demo 1.0, and that they looked terrible, to be honest.
Yeah, they were. It was. Yeah, they. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why they didn't look so great because I don't think. I don't think Lost was like. I doubt he was the worst artist, but I don't think he was like the. He probably wasn't the best artist. I don't think that was his area. No offense to Lost, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe offense to him. He's a dude. I guess he's. I sometimes I wonder what he's doing these days.
He's definitely a person.
I'm gonna throw this in the off topic for you guys.
Okay, I'm looking at it right now. Let me find it.
Let me see.
It's uploading.
Alright.
This is something different though. It's not the anime.
Oh, okay.
This is something old. This is something the other Mike made years ago to make fun of people that were like complaining about our art.
Oh,
that's right. There was two
in
lines.
complaining about the art in which way? Because I know, was it the Flash one or?
Yeah, they were like, hey, you need to like.
Oh.
I don't remember, but that's what he had to say about that.
Okay.
I'm afraid I don't get it.
People were like telling us to.
Can we
thought
share
all
this
our
with
art
the
was
chat?
just like, oh yeah, I don't care. That's ancient, dude. Like we never posted that publicly. I don't think we just.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this before. I don't think.
Talking smack.
I feel like there's no reason to share this in most situations. It's just like, I don't even really know what it is.
Yeah.
All right.
Here's another thing that was.
What?
What?
It says pretty close.
Yeah.
Hold on. Wait. I think I've seen this before. Was this back whenever like everyone was like wanting things to scale down and look exactly like the pixels or something?
Yeah.
And like this was somebody's attempt at that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is very ambitious.
It was, yeah. That's.
This looks like somebody like took like a screenshot of the original game and like put like one of those like HQ filters over it and then traced it.
That's what they. I mean, yeah. This one does look more like that. I know a lot of like the older, like the back whenever it was a community project, like that's what a lot of the artwork looked like. A lot of it was not very good. There were a handful of things that were good, and also for some reason, back when it was a community project, I know like because like a lot of stuff was like some people had like their one thing, and that was like the one thing that they worked on, and like if you look through the archive, it's like, oh, they're really going at this, and then you look at the dates and like for 3 years, all right. This one piece for 3 years, yeah.
That's the price you pay for perfection.
See, I guess. I don't know. Like, cause like I mean, I don't know. I feel like, cause like we spend like a fair bit of time on stuff, but like we typically don't spend like that much time on like single assets. But yeah.
Man, I can't find this thing, but
You're looking for that run?
Dude,
yeah.
You gotta show this to us like
Where
at some
I had
point.
it.
I'm really curious. Like, I want to see this now. I want to see more of
There's no
Lost.
way I don't have it.
Attempts at animation. Wasn't there like something else aside from the fire that like he did in the alpha demo?
That I'm not sure.
Alright. I'm almost done. Alien thing.
Yeah, Keylogger was fake news.
Bad
code.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bug with direct input, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, a big that was a whole thing because like some people I guess wanted there to be something like that. So like the moment that people
Oh yeah,
thought
everybody
that
wanted
might
that.
be,
Oh yeah.
so they're like
And
keylogger.
Let's
It,
make
it,
this thing, everybody.
it makes for good writing. It's more dramatic.
Yeah, it was very dramatic. There were a lot of very dramatic blog posts about the project back then. There's nothing like that now though. The project needs more controversy now. That's how you make it big. We're too uncontroversial now. Everything's just like nice now. We need a fresh dose of controversy. All right, who wants to betray everyone on the team?
I'll recode the entire thing in Flash.
I would-
Oh, it'll be a Flash game for real.
yeah. Then we can actually.
There's your controversy right there. The whole time, everyone was right. It was made in Flash.
Oh gosh. Yeah. All right.
Man, I got files going back to like 2009 in here.
Oh dang.
Yeah, we were just talking about how old this project was exactly, like 2007. Wait, like as far back as that, and then it's like people were saying, "Oh, yeah, I was 9 then," and here I am. I'm like, I was drinking then.
I was 10.
2007.
But
2007 is when I graduated high
These
school.
signs come then.
Right? Like these youngins making me feel old, man.
And actually, I joined like wait a minute. I think I joined in 2009 or maybe 2008.
I know you were like.
I didn't know anything about digital art until like 2008.
I know, cause like I looked through, the, or I used to look through, like, and then I just downloaded everything from the Sonic Retro archive, and like I know you showed up pretty early on in it, and like you're just kind of like one of the people who's just there, and also one of the people who actually does good stuff. Like there were a handful of people that did good stuff. Most of them were people that were like actually went on to like do the alpha, but there were a couple of people that did some pretty decent stuff that just like I guess didn't stick around for that part of the project for one reason or another.
Yeah, there was a couple people that did some really nice work, but
Yeah, I know it was like because there's a.
they weren't reliable.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. I always got to look at the dates. Like I know there was somebody he used to do. I think the Master Emerald. That person did like a bunch of like Badniks and like stuff, and like I think they're not at the standard of like what we have now, but like they were definitely like they weren't bad. Like they were definitely like pretty you and like.
Yeah, you want me to hit him up on Steam, dude?
What?
You want me to hit him up quick? I can.
You have them on Steam?
Yeah, right.
Oh dang.
He's online. What the hell is his name on here? Oh, he's probably offline. I don't see him online.
Oh dang! You can't find one of the
Last
old.
online 2 weeks ago. Yeah, okay, never mind. maybe we're not gonna hit him up.
It's been a while, I guess. Yeah.
I just remembered. I don't remember. I'm trying to remember when this happened, but I'm somehow like I'm friends with Mercury on that was the programmer for Sonic Fan Remix.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we know who Mercury is.
Yeah, he I think Mercury did some work on. Didn't he do some stuff on Sonic 2 HD? Like.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. That was.
Like what? Was this like very early on?
I think a lot like he worked on some of the like the collision stuff, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, this was a while ago.
Yeah, I believe it was Collision.
Still has a YouTube. I could always check that.
Hey, I found a cool thing. I don't even know. I don't even know why I made this. I think Tom and I were just screwing around.
Yeah.
We like made some stuff. Dude, the layer names in this file are really funny.
What are the layer names?
I don't know.
Can you
how does
say
this
them on
feel-
stream?
Yeah, how does this stream feel about like colorful language?
Like swearing.
Yeah.
I have no
I mean, I
idea.
don't mind it.
I don't know. Is this a mature stream for mature gamers?
I usually
Is YouTube, are we child friendly?
I did click no on that. However, I don't know. I usually because like
I
Sonic.
mean, it's not anything racist.
that's
Well, that's good.
that's good.
That is very good.
I don't know. I'm gonna
I mean, I
go.
will say,
I'm gonna go with
from
no.
my
to be
experience,
safe.
there's quite a few youngins in here that
Yeah.
might not want to hear colorful language.
I mean, we've kept the language tone down throughout, so I think it would be best to keep it consistent.
Alright, well, here. I'm just gonna.
I mean, either way, yeah, it's good.
That's the name of one of the layers. Give me an idea.
Okay.
Wait, that is the longest layer name
That
I
is
think
a
I've
very
ever
long
seen.
layer
No.
name.
Well, I was going
So
to say,
Tom
you
and I
could,
were having a good time with the
you
layer
can
names,
just
alright?
leave out the last bit. If you want to leave it out, just leave out the last bit.
I think. I mean, obviously, so I don't want to say it, but like, you know.
I was thinking it was gonna be a lot worse, to be honest.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, me
Yeah.
too, me too.
And all, yeah.
This is
I
tame
don't wanna be
compared to what we
that
were
one guy.
expecting.
Yeah, I don't have to look down on team members now.
Same.
Yeah, there's all sorts of funny layer names. Like,
I'm just shocked at how long it is.
there's just copies of this.
Oh, so it's this name and then like copy 1, copy 2.
That's how every
Yeah, like this.
every file.
Oh, and there's one called Glisten and another one with Bloom.
What?
And then auto level, yeah! Well, this is a good one. Yeah.
Oh,
Auto
man.
bevel. Sorry.
Auto bevel, nice.
Oh,
What
wow.
is what is this a file for?
Oh yeah, I forgot to upload that. Hold on.
Go.
I want
Honestly, I
Hold
forgot.
on,
I forgot the context.
I want
It's
to.
in this file. I don't remember why Tom and I made this thing.
I'm slightly
If you-
scared,
if you
but
wanna
also
show
like I feel like you're making things sound weird. Okay, all right.
That
Okay.
looks decent.
Yeah, this. I don't know what this is supposed to be for.
It looks
but
like an
looks
emblem.
Nice. Well, I mean,
Oh,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
I
it's
think
an emblem.
maybe
I
that might
think-
have been something for like
Special stage.
start screen or
Oh,
something.
start screen. I like the
Oh wait, you know what I think it is? I think it's for the like the sound test, like the little like emblems on the sides.
Yeah.
Mm. I like
Oh,
the
have you
little
guys seen
highlights
his
on this.
concept for the what's it called? Words.
The words, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how words work.
Eh.
Hold on. Dude, this picking. Oh yeah, the menu concepts. That's what it was. Have you guys
Oh.
seen those?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
the
yeah,
old
yeah, yeah. I've
ones
seen.
that we
I
did?
mean, I know Mike and I have seen them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Oh.
know actually.
Oh, I found
Like,
the
is this a-
animation.
Oh, animation, let's go.
Animation, really?
What animation?
For I think this one. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is great.
I've seen people in the chat say they are 10 and 13. I think most of them are gone now. Oh, yikes. That's very, that's some, like in this chat, man, that actually doesn't surprise me. Because I know, there are actually a lot of people I know who are like, there's this one guy I know, Unlimited Trees, and he's like 14.
There you go.
Is this the animation
Check
from
that out.
Lost?
Yeah, I colored it in for him. Just-
Wait. Unlimited Trees is 14?
Yeah, he's 14.
Wow, I wasn't aware.
Wait, maybe I shouldn't say that on stream. Hold on.
No, I don't mean like
the minors.
No, yeah, well, he's like he's real young, but he's doing like his fan game, and like I'm like blown away by what he's doing because I'm like, dude, like whenever I was 14.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't
no,
do
I was
stuff
gonna
like
say,
this.
like, I'm not blasting him for anything. Like, for 14 years old,
Yeah,
that's,
no.
that's really.
Yeah, no, he's like I look at like the stuff that he's doing. I'm like, dude, you're. Like I'm afraid of like how good you're gonna be like 10 years from now or like even 5 years from now. Like he's if he keeps at it, like he's probably gonna like. He's gonna be one of those people that like he's gonna have the next big game. And then they'll be like, they'll have like the whole story where they're like, oh, actually, this person's been making games since they were like 12 or something. He'll be one of those people. I'm sure of it. He's gonna have something blow up one day.
Yeah, I mean, I've been interested in programming since I was like 10, but I never like put anything together until recently.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a few people, like some of them are like real young and then they just get started like doing these things and.
Yeah, I mean, you know what happened with Neil Cicierega?
What was that?
That dude, Neil Cicierega, he's. God, I mean, what hasn't he done? He's done a lot of stuff, but
I'm not sure I'm familiar
he's
with
known
that
for like
person.
he's known for like Potter Puppet Pals. He did a few mashup albums. He's the person behind Lemon.
Behind what?
Lemon Demon. It's like a band thing, musical act.
That's so old. What are we talking? That's like prehistoric.
He's still around and does stuff. But yeah, no.
He did, like Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's from like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
That's literally older than everybody in the stream.
Is it
I don't know about everybody.
Mike's sitting here feeling he's growing like this the grayest beard the longer this stream goes on.
Wait, how old are you, Mike?
I am 32.
Oh man, yo, I'm 31. I'm catching up.
Wait, what? Neil is 33.
Mike's beard grew slightly grayer when you said you were 31. Just slightly though.
Neil Cicierega is 33. I don't know how to feel about that.
33.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be 33 in a couple of months, so.
Oh man. But yeah, like what I was getting at was like he's got pretty famous, but like he did stuff at a young age, just like dabbled around. He went from like making like.
Yeah.
He got like a music making program, started doing MIDI. It started out doing like complete nonsense and just grew and grew and grew.
Dude, that's how it
really
starts.
Like, yeah, that's how it starts. That's how you do art. You just start from what you think is good. You just build up. You build up.
No, like not the nonsense stuff. Like I was talking about trees before and stuff. Like he kept doing. He does like these like weird little like doodle things in like MS Paint or something, and you see them and you don't expect like this guy's like actually an amazing pixel artist. And then he drops like his game on you, and you're like, dude.
Why do I have this at 300 DPI? What the heck?
What?
What's 300? Wait, 300?
Yeah.
Man, I was going ham on this thing, dude.
What's the hold on because DPI
Did you scan something?
No,
hold on because DPI is meaningless on digital systems. What's the pixel resolution?
Wait,
unless you plan to print it out.
Yeah.
I'm confused as to why I have it.
That's actually something that like often like because whenever you look at like advice.
So hold on, let me scale this down to 24% of its original size.
Like if you look at a lot, like there's a lot of advice on drawing like digital painting and stuff, and like set the resolution to 300 DPI. And, like, none of them actually explain what DPI is. They're like, this is your resolution, so obviously setting it high is good. And I'm just like, I don't think you guys know what that is, because resolution literally means nothing unless you're going to Well, the DPI means nothing unless you're going to print it.
Yeah, luckily for my Photoshop class, I was always taught to put it at 72.
That's usually, unless you're printing, that's like the best option, because like
Yeah.
pretty much everything uses 72. Like actually, Illustrator, if you import something like any other DPI, like it kind of gets it gets a little janky.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, DPI, it's dots per inch. It's literally, whenever it prints it, it's going to take each of those pixels, and if it's a 300 DPI, that means it's going to 300 pixels.
You're going to lose quality unless you have a really good printer.
Well, it's going to put those. It's going to put 300 pixels into a single inch. Is what it does. At 300 DPI. So if you want 300 pixels to fit within an inch, you got to make sure it's well, it depends on what size you want to print it at, but you want to make sure like it's a good enough resolution that it'll work whenever you print it. But nobody explains that, because half the information about like anything half the information online is just people repeating things that they heard without actually understanding it. So nobody explains that actually DPI is completely meaningless if you don't print, because none of them actually know what DPI is. But that's okay. Maybe. I don't know. Actually, part of me kind of wishes that people wouldn't like give out information about things they don't know about. Like in particular, like people who because there's a lot of bigger. I guess these are the older ones, because now there are a lot of newer ones, and they're like run by professionals, and a lot of like people who worked in the industries, and a lot of them are completely fine being like, dude, I have no idea what I'm talking about, but you know what? Here's what I do anyways.
Yeah, that's what I'm like sometimes.
Yeah, but that's what a lot of like who is it? There's this one animator. He's worked like with on like DreamWorks stuff. Ethan Becker, and his videos are very humorous. But one thing he often says is like he's totally fine being like saying that he has no idea what something is, but like he explains that like his whole approach is like, you don't need to know how all of this stuff works. You just need to know how to make it work so that like it can it looks good, basically. Which that's a good approach.
I'm uploading something neat. I don't know if I've ever shown you guys this thing.
Oh man, I'm scared. Or maybe I'm not scared. I don't know. So far, everything you've showed us, like you make it sound really like it's gonna be like something that's gonna like be horrible, but then it's like it's something fine.
Oh yeah, this is actually really cool.
Okay. Oh, that is cool. I think I actually don't know if I've seen this one.
Yeah, I made a couple different concepts back in the day for like menu selection and stuff, or level selection rather.
Nice. Yeah. The olden days. Sometimes I wish I was working on the project back then, but didn't have the skills at the time.
That was pretty exciting sometimes.
Yeah.
$12.
Let's go.
I feel like you're antagonizing me with this.
It's just a friendly reminder.
Yeah, in case you forgot.
Yeah, I just love doing it at this point.
Every time I hear how long it's been, I feel tortured. Hold on. I'm so close to being done. Just one more frame after this one. One more frame.
Okay. That's terrific.
Yeah, and then it's the breakout
I'm
animation.
gonna get a Coke. That's what I'm gonna get.
Alright,
I still completely intend to do the breakout animation in this live stream. I said I was going to finish the Badniks in this live stream, so I'm going to finish the Badniks in this live stream.
All of them.
Oh, he looks perfect with a cowboy hat. Oh, we need to show that to chat. Can we show that to chat, please?
Oh,
Wait,
God,
hold on, I didn't-
absolutely. Show this to the
Oh
chat.
my gosh.
That is wonderful.
Oh, we need to make. We just need to make a public post with that.
We should.
Just
You're right.
yeehaw. Yeehaw.
Sonic
That's one thing like I always liked about doing the April Fools, which I know we haven't done for like a few years because we just haven't had
Yeah.
time. It was just because we got to
Yeah.
do like some like silly stuff, and that's always fun to do. I especially
It's
love
like-
whenever we put like more effort than was really necessary for an April Fool's post.
Oh.
And oh man, I love a lot of our April Fool posts. Some of them are really great. I love the one with Big the Cat, not because of Big the Cat, but just the casual remark, the game will be released in 2050. just in there. And then
The
the
other one was Supersonic, right?
yeah, the buff Supersonic.
yeah.
I love
Buff
the buff
Supersonic.
Supersonic.
We just had a picture of Goku right there.
Yeah, what I love the buff Supersonic because like the Supersonic in Sonic 2, he was buff. Like he had some biceps. Like seriously, go look at the original
Oh
sprite.
yeah,
He was buff.
Sonic 2 Supersonic. He was ripped.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
I actually did. I need to look for them at some point. At some point, I'll probably like share them somewhere. I don't know if they'll be shared like on our like official accounts, but because like sometimes I share like some stuff that like I've done that just never saw the light of day, like on my like Twitter, and like isn't like unused stuff basically. But like at some point, I'll have to try to find because I did a version of Buff Supersonic that I wanted to try to see if like I could do one that that would fit, right? That would
like
look...
like a non-joke version.
Yeah, and like I mean a lot of it would just be like simplifying it, and especially because in our April Fool's joke we definitely pushed it really hard. Like we gave him like he's got like abs and everything. Like it's not, and it's funny because there were a few people in the comments of that tweet where they're like, I really hope this isn't the actual one. He doesn't. I don't like.
Ozzy, for the top hat one, you got to give him a monocle.
Oh, did you give him? Oh my god! Yeah, dude, give him a monocle. Where are you getting?
Give him a monocle.
Oh, dude.
Let me find Monaco.
Dude, what is this?
This
What
is
is this
perfect.
title screen thing? This is amazing.
It looks like something for like Sonic Adventure though, but yeah, it's like it is really amazing.
Oh,
Yeah,
I gotta,
yeah. And, some of these old assets look really cool.
Some of the man, we
I still
really
like.
we need to
I
make
really
an
like
art
our
book.
old menu concepts.
They're nice
Scanline
concepts.
99.
I think-
Who's that?
Oh, that's Tom.
Yeah, that's Tom.
Oh, really? I didn't know that was him. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
the
worked with that guy.
Like I recall seeing the name before. I didn't realize that was the person associated with it.
Yep, that's him.
yeah. Because
I found the
it all
April
started
Fool's
on
post, by the way. I'm gonna post it in chat.
the Buff Supersonic one.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a favorite of mine.
Yeah, I miss.
Oh my god! And when you click on the buff Supersonic, it gives you a yellow Sonic.
Yellow. Oh yeah. Yeah, we had. I love that one. There's a bunch of like little things in it. Oh, hold on, let me see here. I think there's actually, if I recall correctly, there's actually a secret somewhere. Like if you click on it, if you have to look around somewhere. If you click at a specific place, on the on here, like there's a secret link somewhere.
I'm trying to look for it.
Oh,
Wait, no. You know what I can do? I can just hit tab.
Okay,
Yeah, I was
it's.
just gonna say. Remember when you could just hit tab?
I actually don't think anyone ever found the secret link. It's in the It's in the the disclaimer section. It's just hidden in there. There's a secret link, and if in the right hand corner, if you click that, there's a lot that happens. Actually, there's
you will see the real Supersonic someday.
Oh my gosh! I forgot we did this. Oh my gosh!
I'm scared to click on this. Is there going to be audio?
There's no audio, no.
Okay.
It looks perfect in the article.
Okay, it doesn't end there.
Make
Click,
one random grounder pop
click
out.
again.
If you click on the yellow.
Oh, I see. This is a second image. That's cool.
There's I forgot we did this. I forgot this part of this. I don't think anyone found this ever. The secret link.
I had no idea about this.
Oh my gosh. And
you think someone would scrape the website or something and try to find it in the code?
Maybe, I don't know. It's just... Oh, that was a fun... That April Fool's post was really fun. And we didn't put that much effort into it, but we did put more effort than was probably necessary. Because I remember, who was it? I think it was Leo. Was it Leo? I forget. Somebody, before we released him and stuff, they're like, wait, you gotta fix the bicep. Because his bicep wasn't quite juicy enough. It had to be correct.
Not juicy.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay, so I'm looking at that Real Supersonic page. I'm trying to inspect it. There's a video tag in here. What the heck?
Wait, is there more to this? How much?
A video tag. What does this load? I kind of want to find out.
I don't know. I'm genuinely scared. I completely forgot that we have all these secret links on this one April. Most of our April Fool's jokes don't have these weird secret links.
Oh wow! The page loads a sound effect, but it doesn't play it. It's a Chaos Emerald from Sonic Chaos.
Okay.
Wait, no, not Sonic Chaos. It's just a Sonic Chaos Emerald sound effect. Let me see what that sounds like.
Yeah, I honestly don't remember why that's put in there or what the point of that one was.
Okay, it's just the original sound.
Alright. I don't understand.
I'm having way too much fun with this.
I don't recall. I do remember that we put the Chaos Emerald sound effect in there. Now that you're mentioning it, I cannot remember why we put it in there. I'm 90% sure.
It's not tied to anything.
I think we had there was some reasoning why we thought it was amusing, but I don't remember what it was.
You're killing me with these grounders, man.
You gotta share them. You gotta share them with the.
I know why the video tag's in here. The video tag was supposed to play the sound effect when you load the page.
Oh, we got a broken one.
Yeah, it's broken. Somebody forgot to set the auto start attribute to true.
Oops. Oh well. I think it worked whenever we first uploaded it, but because I remember
maybe could've.
I like that there's two. There's not. It's not just that there's the one secret link, but then you can just click them again, and it's before, after, and it's coming soon.
Don't see what use it. Don't mind me. I'm just bug fixing a 2-year-old April Fool's joke.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely need to correct that. I'll be sure to let Alex know that we need to fix our completely unnecessary secret link in our April Fool's joke that very few people are ever going to click on and find again.
Did you guys know I actually live near Alex?
No, I did not know that.
I think you had mentioned that. Didn't you also live next to Tom as well, or did you just pay him a visit or something?
Jared's from the UK, but he did come visit.
Yeah, I know you guys had a party after the alpha demo was released.
Yeah. Jared lived in Lincoln. before he moved to Oregon. So I met up with both of those guys.
Yeah, at some point we'll have to when we complete the game. That's when we'll have our big party where we all.
Dude, Tom like jumped me when I got to his place. First, I couldn't find the place because like navigating Lincoln is terrible.
Yeah.
And then when I finally figured out where the place even was,
Thank you, Steven.
it was like snowy, and Tom just like ran out from like he like jumped out of a car that was sitting in the driveway and like threw a bag over my head, like tackled me.
You guys plan? Somebody in the chat, Soundwave in the chat asked, "You guys plan on seeing this project all the way through?" That is the plan. Yes.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, but
I'm gonna
but
kill
when
myself coding backgrounds,
Like-
but yeah.
like we do want to see it through, but we have
Oh,
no idea
super-
when it'll be seen through.
Super
Top hat
Kirby
grounded in the chat
982 says that they found the Super Sonic back when it was first posted.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I mean, I
There's some
think
dedication.
people like. I'm sure there are people who found it. I just don't recall anybody like posting about it in the
Yeah.
like being like, wait a minute, maybe they did and I just forgot. I don't know, but I just don't remember. I don't think many people noticed it because it's just randomly in there, like at the bottom of the page.
It probably could be mobile, but it wouldn't be like the highest priority thing. The
Can
highest
it be
priority right
mobile?
now is just getting it done.
Yeah.
And
Every
after that,
stream, like the biggest question people ask is like, well, there are a few questions, but Android port, or I guess mobile port too, but usually it's specifically Android, is like it's like a question that gets repeated so many times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
question mark?
My main concern with it is that it would take up a lot of space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're not supposed to run 4K. Was it 4K or
It's
is it
HD.
It's just 1080.
Yeah.
Okay. You're not necessarily supposed to be able to run like 1080p games on a mobile phone.
Yeah.
It's just not. It's just not designed for that.
Why does my phone display have like a 5,000 billion pixel density screen then, man?
I feel like part of like the newer ones can probably.
Is it like an iPhone? Is it like a Retina display?
No, it's like a 5-year-old Pixel XL, dude.
Oh.
Oh, dude, I've got a Pixel too. I'm still on the first one as well. I think it's like dying
Yeah,
though.
so am I.
Like,
the only problem I have with mine is I think the battery's starting to like.
oh yeah, no, I have that issue too. Like, I swear it doesn't hold a charge like at all.
Well, no, it charges. It just, I think it loses charge.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't
Oh.
stay charged. Like, I swear, like halfway through the day, like it's at like 50%, and I'm like, I swear, whenever I got this phone, I could go like 2 days without charging it.
Oh, I could never do that, but.
I don't know. I always have it on power saver mode now, and like it still like just drains so fast, and I'm just like,
Have you tried using another charger?
oh, it's not.
'Cause, like-
I've had to replace my charger because my old one broke, but no, it's not the charger.
All right, because like I happen to have like 2 different USB charger cables. When the battery life on my phone started going bad, I swapped it out and it started working again.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't.
Like the charging went back to expected time.
Well, the charging is still like normal. It just doesn't stay charged. But I don't know if that's
Yeah,
Oh.
if the phone doesn't like the charger, it you know.
Yeah.
It won't charge fast, and it'll tell you that it's not charging fast.
Yeah, no, I've had that message come up. Like, it happened more often with one of the cables as it started to die out, but, like, when I switched to another cable, that stopped coming up.
Yeah, I actually think I do need to get a new cable though, because like, and I know it's this cable specifically because I got another cable and like it doesn't do this, but like the cable keeps like disconnecting and I have to like put it in a specific position. So like, and that cable's like fairly new, so I'm thinking that cable's pretty cheaply made.
I think this project started in like 2006 or 2007.
I think I don't know. I think because like
That was like early, like
Yeah.
people just talking about maybe doing something.
Yeah, that was like it all started because of that one picture.
Yeah, like it started. It literally started. It didn't start out as a game. It started as a what if.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then there were some people who were like, guys, let's just do it.
Let's do it. And now we're here.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's been a long ride for sure.
Dude, people still like just. Dude, people used to like flaunt that image around, like, "Oh man, it's so good. It's better than all your art. Your art sucks." And I'm like, dude, that picture is like actually not amazing.
I did used to think it's not bad, no, but there are definitely like as I've gotten like better as an artist, like I still definitely think like I like the image still, but like there are a lot of things that I look at, I'm like, it's a little janky there.
Yeah, I will say once we get to Def Egg, we're going to have a side by side comparison.
Oh, for sure. You gotta show like this is where it started off, and look what it's become.
Did I ever tell you guys that I just want Death Egg to actually be like a whole zone?
Dude, that's what everyone wants.
I feel like everybody wants that.
Like,
yeah.
we've talked about that like in the stream, but
yeah, it was about 3 hours ago, and
Oh, okay, well
3 hours.
I showed up.
I think it was about 3 hours ago.
A couple hours ago.
It maybe 4.
Yeah.
But we did talk about it a little ways ago, and I still can't talk about things, so it's fine.
Why can't you talk about things?
I just can't talk about things. There are things that must not be uttered.
I think you're confusing him. Yeah, no, I.
You know what? I'm gonna send you guys.
Yeah, I'm scared again. I shouldn't be scared. The things you've sent us have actually been pretty cool.
It's gonna get you guys all like hot and bothered. It's gonna be great.
Oh, all right, let's see.
We were implying.
Where is it?
Oh, dang! Yeah, here's that image.
What image?
They posted it in chat. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Here you go.
Oh,
So,
Andy posted in there.
This was a music submission from a guy called Blast Processing on Sonic Retro back like 30 years ago.
I just realized like the music hasn't been playing for a while because we got music quietly playing during the stream, but it keeps stopping.
There's music
in the stream.
Oh wait,
you guys can't hear it.
Right. Yeah, no, I have it muted.
I've got like potato internet, so you know it's gonna take a while.
All right, I'll play it once you upload it, and then the.
Oh, you're gonna like it. It's gonna
all right.
get all y'all.
I can't wait.
I'm
You gotta start
curious.
sweating.
I actually am sweating a little bit because it actually is pretty hot in my room right now.
Yeah, I'm sweating too. 'Cause it's
Same
freaking hot.
here. I'm sweating.
It's getting hot in here.
You know, I should probably turn my fan on.
We have debug mode in the game right now, so eventually that will probably be a thing that you can just use.
Yeah. Someone asked us if we were Sega fans.
Good question. Take a look at the stream.
Well, it's weird because I feel like my perspective on Sega has definitely shifted over the years, but I mean, I'm still considering myself a Sega fan.
Oh yeah. Here, hold on. I'm gonna definitely real quick.
I would question
take
what
a
you
listen to
mean by
this.
Sega fan. Because like
I'm a fan of their hardware.
They got some interesting hardware, or they had some interesting hardware. A lot of it was apparently very ahead of its time, and nobody liked it at the time. But then all the consoles ended up having those things like the online functionality.
Are we talking about
and
how the
stuff.
Dreamcast was like 2 decades ahead of
literally
every other?
Yeah. Like,
actually, not kidding. Like like at least 1 decade.
Well, I mean, because it had the whole online thing, and literally no console had online. I guess Xbox had online.
DLC.
Did it have DLC?
Yeah, it had
Oh yeah.
downloadable content. You could actually update your game. Like
Yeah,
if you
there's
had.
DLC, there's online multiplayer in a lot of games, like voice
I imagine it
chat,
wasn't super great,
keyboard
but yeah.
use.
That
Oh,
that
no,
is definitely.
worked perfect,
It was.
dude.
It
Oh,
was
was it?
decent.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
extremely
it worked
decent.
really well.
Wait,
Alright.
it was
I'm
still.
old,
Are you
so I
listening to
remember
music?
using it.
It was broadband, but you know.
right. Yeah. All right.
I just listened to that piece of music. That is
Oh,
that's
here,
something.
Let me pause what's currently playing in here, and hold on. Let me play this.
Oh, are you about to play it?
Shoot, yeah, for the chat.
There's a lot of. Somebody was really interested in instruments with high attack when they made that.
Oh, I think I've heard this before. I like the title Blast Processing.
Well, that's the name of the guy that made it.
But it makes it. Oh, all right. It works for the.
I can see why they called it ambience.
I really like that. That was one of the songs that was submitted on Sonic Retro that I really liked.
I can
Yeah.
see
Yeah,
why.
I mean, I can't see that working as like main music, but like if it was like, well, like they said, if
No,
it was like
just for the
ambience.
boss part. Like when you get to like where the boss first starts.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm sure once we get to the
Nice.
Death
So like
Egg.
let's say we have like a whole level, right? So the first act is like a normal stage, and the second act, or like, yeah, the second act, I guess, would be like the bosses, and then like that
Yeah.
music would just start playing.
Oh, that could be neat.
Oh, so it's more like like an act 2.
Yeah,
Alright.
that's how I imagined it.
I'm done with it. I'm done
Oh,
with
like,
it.
I
oh,
could,
man.
I could,
I'm
Got
going.
serious stuff going on now.
yeah, like all the drums go out and it's just you gotta concentrate.
Somebody
Like,
asked,
I could actually picture that
is
working
that
for
song
like
on
if we
YouTube
made-
anywhere?
Oh,
And I think the only place on YouTube that it's at is this video, so... Oops.
I mean, what we could do is we could make like
Maybe
we could make the
uh,
hallway leading up to the bosses a little longer, so that way you actually hear a bit more of the music.
Oh, we could do that.
Oh,
Right.
yeah, there could be like a run up to that area.
Yeah, or make it like super dramatic and whatnot.
I wouldn't make it like super long, but
Yeah. Oh, but I mean, like just long enough to where one spin dash doesn't end the song after like 2 seconds.
Yeah. Does anybody remember the music from Sonic before the sequel? They had a really good Death Egg remix in there.
I actually didn't really listen to a lot of music from before the sequel.
Oh.
Actually no, I did listen to some of it, but like it was so long ago, and like I didn't like listen to it a whole lot, so I don't remember most of it.
Okay. Yeah, no, there is a remix in there that I think I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it definitely is a good mood for what we should go for with the music.
I remember after the sequel's music more so.
Like
I'm gonna be
like the
straight
music.
with y'all.
Yeah.
I never
Yeah.
played it.
I never really. I
Hey,
mean,
that's fine.
no, I think I played before the sequel a little bit. I don't think I ever really played after the sequel.
I've played both. I'd argue well, I mean they both have good soundtracks, but I'd argue the soundtrack and after the sequel is better.
Probably, I could see that. Yeah, no, I think like the big reason like I never played like after the sequel is like because like I respect like Lake's like the fact that like he was able to make a a full
yeah.
fan game.
Mhm.
Like I think like that's definitely an achievement. But like I do think like it's definitely not like a super like sound game. Like it has a lot of issues.
Yeah, I know, and before the sequel, there's like this bug that never got fixed. That like you were underwater and you couldn't grab air bubbles.
Oh yeah.
Man, didn't we have
In the
Lake in
end-
here before?
What?
Didn't we have Lake in here before?
I don't
Really?
think so. I don't believe so. As far as I'll have to. I know like because I'll ask Lake because like I know him.
I'm
but
pretty sure he was in here before.
Was it?
I don't.
I mean, his
I really don't
his
think-
experience is like with the Click Team or whatever it's called.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
he
think
uses
that's right.
Unity now for his stuff, but
Oh yeah, like Spark and all that.
yeah, no. If you talk to him, I don't think like a project like Sonic 2 HD would fit his. For actually, yeah, no, he doesn't like working on teams. Because he doesn't.
Really?
Yeah, no, um, he doesn't like because, and I kind of understand this because like he doesn't think people are like reliable and they don't get like work done, and a lot of.
Yeah,
I kind of
because
understand
people are
that.
Screw off.
A lot of people don't get work done. Like like you'll like and like to some extent, like especially like with a fan game like Sonic 2 HD is like that's understandable. But like even then, like it's like you're trying to make this game here and stuff, and if somebody promises you like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna get it done, something they they just do nothing. It's like, look, man, it would have just been better if you said you weren't gonna do it from the beginning.
Yeah.
Or somebody does something and it's like not
good.
100% right.
Oh.
Well, I mean, it
And
could
then-
be good, but
and then
like,
they get
the way
upset
it's
if you
done
tell 'em.
is like not how it's supposed to be. I don't know. That might not make like that much sense to you guys, but
How it's
when you're
supposed.
dealing with level art stuff, it's very important.
Oh, do you mean like with the tile stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
a lot
no.
of that stuff is a huge pain.
No, I understand that. I
Especially
know.
with like background
Yeah.
stuff when you gotta start setting up stuff moving. Anytime
Well,
stuff moves.
I know whenever,
it's
like, 'cause
bad.
whenever I was working on the chemical plant zone background, like, there were instances where, like, I definitely tried to keep it within the, that grid, but I know there were times where it's just
Yeah.
like, look, this doesn't work in the grid, and, which, I mean, like, in the end, like that, like I think the background looks better for that. But actually, that's part of why like Sonic 2 HD, like whenever like I'm doing like working on an indie game and stuff, like I'm like, look, no tiles, like for an HD game, they're just not very fun to work with.
Well, I think they're fun, but they're also not fun.
Oh, I don't know. I don't like tiles. I feel like they're just super like. Just the whole way it works and stuff. It's fine for Sonic 2 HD just because the original game is based on tiles, but if I'm making like an original game and stuff, I mean, I guess I could see situations where maybe...
You should have tried doing that stuff on the alpha still.
Oh, yeah.
You want to hear some stories about that.
Yeah, I've heard about the alpha build had a horrible level editor in the past.
You want to... So alright. So
Story time.
Emerald Hill.
Dude, this is what I want here. Story time about the olden
It had
days.
2 tile sets. Yeah, my old man Gambit.
Yeah. Dude, it's story time with
That's
Gambit.
actually what my
You're
friends
always
call me,
the.
too.
Oh gosh, I'm just because like even like whenever we joined the project, you're always the one with like the stories about like the old times.
Yeah, I'll just be like sitting in a corner like, back in my day. Like, the rest of the time I'm just quiet, and I'll just randomly like crack open a cold one with the boys,
Yeah.
Talking about some random stupid thing that happened like 20 years ago.
20 years ago.
So I want to hear about
But
this
yeah,
letter. Like how bad?
Yeah, let everyone know about that letter.
It wasn't that it was bad. It was that it was a tremendous pain to like work with.
I feel like that's the same as saying it was
because
bad.
It wasn't bad.
I don't know.
Because
Okay.
Because it did what it wanted to do.
Exactly the same as the original games.
Ooh.
Wait, what?
Whoa.
Yeah. So there were 2 tile sets for Emerald Hill. Alright. And so all of the background and the foreground would be split up on the tile sets.
Yeah.
And the background would be rendered separate. So there were essentially 4 planes in the level.
4.
There was a high plane and a low plane for the
background and sprite.
A high plane and a low plane for the background. So the high plane renders over sprites, low plane renders under sprites.
Oh, right.
I see.
So,
Yeah, just like the.
in order to do that,
oh boy.
You had to. What's a good way to like describe this?
Do you have to like convert the art or something?
No, but
Wasn't there something about the art being black and white in the game? In the old engine?
yes. So
What?
The character sprites were actually colored by the engine originally.
Oh, yeah, that. I
So
remember
that
that's how you got like
colors.
the multicolored. Yeah, like the multicolored.
you can do
Sonics
that in
at
the-
end.
Yeah, so we could steal everybody's OC and like trigger
Yeah, no,
literally everybody on on the internet.
Yeah.
With the
We can do that in the current engine.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we
Yeah.
can, like, the current engine can do that, and, like, it can, well, I want to say it can look better, but to be honest, like, if you use a gradient map, like, it can look just as good, like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but that's how it was originally.
Yeah.
Let me just tiles that. Okay, so go look at Emerald Hills tile set texture 0 and tile set texture 1.
All right.
And,
like in our
look
current
at-
setting.
Yes.
Okay.
Just the current one. It's laid out the same.
Yeah.
Take a look at the flower field tiles in those. I want you to tell me what you noticed about that.
Levels.
Somebody in the chat said, so question for the chat, has anyone watched this stream, gone to bed, and come back since it started? Man, everyone's just roasting me in the chat now. Alright.
Okay, I have both textures open. You wanted me to look at the flower fields?
Yep, all the yellow flowers.
Oh gosh.
What do you notice about all that?
Wow.
Wow.
Are you seeing it? Are you seeing it?
Well, I'm not sure what to look.
Notice how they're all in strips. And
Oh my god! So, wait, so you had to like split them up so that it would scroll like the original.
Yes, I had to split the art and then match
Oh!
it up. And I had to do that for everything that would do any kind of overlapping like that.
Now I see why you take
everything in the title screen and Emerald Hill and what was done in Hilltop was all set up that way.
Yeah.
And the levels were built with the meta blocks, which are 8x8 tiles. Blocks
Yeah.
of tiles. And each meta block was assigned a number.
Yeah,
So
chemical plant zone would not exist the way
So
it
the
is
game
now.
would it would build the level with the meta blocks. So it'd be like meta block 1 goes here, 2 goes here.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar
it would
with.
duplicate them though.
What do you mean,
So
like
meta block 2 could be like this slope, right?
Yeah.
But that same one could be like butting up against like 3 or 4 different blocks somewhere else throughout the level. So if you have your tiles built to match up with 5 in the one spot, and block 2 is butting up against 8 somewhere else, I had to create a new block, edit part of it, and then put it in different spots so that the tiles work properly. It got to the point where I like memorized what all the tiles were, so I could just like just type them in and be like.
What? So what format was it stored in? I'm wondering.
Let me look.
Was it like because we currently use XML. Fun fact for the chat.
I don't remember what it was.
See, I feel like because I hear about that and I'm like, that sounds awful, and like I already feel like the current like the current level editor, it's like it's much nicer, especially in terms of layering, where you can have like a million layers.
Yeah, it could be better, but it could also be a lot.
Oh, it could definitely be better. There's definitely some things that could improve about the editor, but like it doesn't have like the severe limitations that apparently the old one had.
Yeah, they were just bin files.
What? You had to enter that by hand?
We had an editor like program that. What's his name? Saxman put together for us. But yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, I had a visual way to do that stuff, but
yeah. See,
now I'm putting together like chemical plant. I got like 30 different scrolling background layers and stuff like animating all over the place. Have you guys looked at the map file for that? Or not the map file, but
the tile set?
Yeah, the tile set file.
Dude, I was involved in making that tile set. I've definitely seen it.
Have you looked at all of the tile sequences and animations and sorted out?
Yeah, dude, like I was the one who made all those animations.
I have noticed at points that that it was optimized for horizontal strips.
Yeah, the chemical plant zone. Yeah, chemical plant zone isn't like that at all. Though that's just
the art is not designed for it.
Yeah, chemical plant zone is like we just did like a bunch of crazy stuff in it because we could, and because it would look great.
Yeah, but I was gonna say when you brought up like the strips and all that, this is jogging my memory now. I remember back when I was trying to get the original collision system working in a newer engine, I got that working, but then I tried applying the same art with it, and I ran into the problem of okay, so I got this system in where there's layers and stuff and everything's tagged, but then I got to the strips and they just had parallax values and it's why? That's the one reason I didn't go fully forward with making my own art system.
Slightly off topic, but I'm going to bed now because it's nearly 5 a.m.
Oh gosh.
Are you still awake?
Yeah.
At least you're alive.
Is it over there, Brett
It is nearly 12 o'clock here where I'm at. So.
It's 11. So it's what?
It's almost 9 here.
Yeah, you'll be alright for a while.
Hope you get a good sleep. I know a couple people here probably need it.
See you in a couple hours, man.
Yeah.
I'll wake up and the stream will still be going.
Yeah. The stream will still be going. No, it'll probably be over before you get up. We're approaching the end here. It's nearly done.
Okay. I have to wake up.
You guys need to stop. You need to stop allowing me to. Well, I guess unless you sleep only 2 hours. I don't know. I could see it still be going in 2 hours from now. But
man, I've slept for 2 hours and then gotten up and gone to work.
I haven't done that because I don't go to work, but I have slept for 2 hours. Just been all right, that's enough. I actually think last night I didn't sleep because I went to sleep a little bit later, and I ended up waking up at 2. So last night I didn't sleep a ton, but I guess last night that's all I needed. So
yeah, I work in a kitchen. I gotta wake up super early to get there.
Oh.
Because I open. Yeah, I work at a Chick-fil-A. In case anybody wanted to know, everybody loves nuggets. Go buy more nuggets.
Chick-fil-A. This video is not sponsored by Chick-fil-A.
A couple 100 pounds of them.
Yeah.
I literally made a couple 100 pounds of nuggets for lunch today.
I have major respect for people that work in food service. Because that seems really hard. I used to have an old job. I was at a retirement home, but I worked up back out back of house in the kitchen. I was a dishwasher. And, well, the thing about the retirement home is it was big, so it was more like a hotel. And it was a hotel where everybody ate. Yes, it was a hotel where everybody ate meals at the same time.
Yeah, have fun with that.
Yeah,
Wait, 8 meals at a time?
Oh, no, I mean like everybody was seated for dinner at the same time. Like everybody ate around the same time. Kind of like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was hell. I hated that job.
Yeah.
Yeah, my first job I was a dishwasher and a busser. So.
I mean,
at the same time.
Where'd you work at?
My first job? Yeah. I worked at a sports grill.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't really know what a sports grill is, to be honest with you. So like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
basically,
don't understand these reactions.
it's like a Buffalo Wild Wings or and we were right next to a college too.
Oh.
Oh, all right. Well, say no more. That part I understand.
Yeah.
At least with a retirement home, you know exactly how busy it's going to be every time.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's been stupid busy at work lately, though. Like the last few weeks, like we don't even
Really,
have our dining room open.
despite everything, it's been busy.
Yeah, we don't have our dining room open. It's literally drive-through only and like mobile.
Okay, that makes sense.
And it's like
I was scared.
It's like stupid busy. It's busier than with the dining room open.
Maybe it's because people. I don't know where you live, but I know like some people are like if it like is this like a super recent thing, like in the last few weeks or something?
You mean like that it's gotten busy, or?
Yeah, well, it's gotten busy.
Yeah, like the last 2-3 weeks.
Oh yeah, my thought is like because people have been inside so long and stuff, like just so many people
like losing their minds.
yeah. A lot of people like it's
like
literally it's rough out
losing
there.
their minds.
Yeah, it's probably just a bunch of people being like, I just got to get out somewhere. I'll just go get some like go to that place, go to the drive-thru.
Go buy spicy chicken.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. We're almost done here. I know I keep saying that, but
home stretch.
But really, we're almost done.
When I was working on chemical plants background, I kept saying like, I'm almost done, and then I'd be like,
Don't tell them how the it's almost done goes. I need them to believe that I really am almost done.
Well, here's another thing you can believe in: the number 13.
No, Mike, please stop.
What?
I'm sorry. I love this. Oh, this is.
Oh my god! He's alerting me to the amount of time that the stream has been going for.
Holy, just saw that. My god.
Yeah, we've hit the 13th hour.
It's the spooky hour.
Yeah.
The spooky hour. I mean, the 13 could also be a sign of good luck, depending on the context.
I don't think I've ever heard of 13.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, I don't actually.
I've heard both.
It probably is like in some people, because like. Did you know like what you go into buildings and they always skip the 13th floor.
Mm-hmm.
And I always find that really funny.
I think they do it in Japan too, except
no,
instead of 13, it's the number 4.
Yeah, it's the 4th.
Really?
Yes, because
I thought it was like 12.
No, they skipped the 4th floor because the kanji for 4 can also it can also be read as shi, and shi is the word for death. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, normally they use yon for 4 instead of shi, although shi does get used sometimes, but it's actually because the kanji typically have like 2 readings, where there's the Chinese reading, and then there's the Japanese reading.
Yeah.
And typically numbers are one of the things that get read with the Chinese reading almost like every time. But I'm pretty sure Yon is the Japanese reading for it. So they only do that just because it's like she's how you say death. We can't say that when we're counting. But they do say she sometimes. So I don't know. It's inconsistent, but. But like, I guess it also depends on how superstitious the person is.
Kanji ever. Like I can understand like how hiragana and katakana work, but not necessarily kanji.
They're kanji's overly complicated. I can read like 500 or so kanji. I'm still learning like others, but yeah, kanji's. So, like, kanji's really complicated just because they, like, half of them have, like, a million different readings.
Yeah.
And so, and oftentimes, like, there's a bit of a pattern to them, and, like, once you get, like, used to, like, how they're used and stuff, like, you can usually guess, like, which reading it's gonna be, but sometimes there's, like, a random word that just uses a totally different meaning, or just makes up its own reading, like, what is it? I think it's the word for tomorrow. I forget what the kanji are, but the word is ashita, and that reading it's just the word for tomorrow, and that's how you're supposed to read like that word whenever those kanji show up. But the kanji themselves never have that reading, like anything like that reading, like in any other situation.
I mean, you're bound to come across that in like natural languages. It just happens.
Yeah, well, it's because like they're just pictures meant to represent like ideas and stuff, and
yeah,
and like, what happens was that they with the kanji they would because they just took them from China because they didn't have a writing system, and they would and anything that they already had a word for, they're like, all right, this is today. This is our word for today, so that's how this is read now. But anything they didn't already have a word for, they just use the Chinese reading. So then you get like this big mess. But kanji's honestly not like as like complicated. Like once you like really start learning it and stuff, like it's simpler than people like think it is. Like don't get me wrong, there's
Probably
still like a lot to
than
memorize.
English.
What?
I said it's probably still simpler than English.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, I don't know if I can say it is simpler than English, because English, like, reading English... I mean, I will say Japanese is definitely... Japanese, the language, is definitely simpler than English. Like, it's pretty straightforward. Like every language, it has exceptions to things, because, you know, it's a language.
Yeah.
And that's how languages always work. But, like, English, I feel like English is like nothing but exceptions. Like there's supposed to be that what is it, the I before E rule or something, and it's like not even actually true.
Yeah, because there's
I before E except after C, except that's not true at all.
It's literally there's only
you
like
know that the word weird does not follow
yeah, no word follows the rule. Like very few words actually follow that rule. And it actually turns out that the words that do follow that rule are in the minority. Most words don't follow that rule, so it's not even a real rule.
Like the English language is pretty busted. It's just like it just borrowed too much from like everything else.
Oh yeah.
It works except for when it doesn't, which is.
It works.
When we do.
Like we're communicating in it now. Like clearly it's doing its job. It's just the really like. If once you start getting into it and stuff and like how the language works, it's just dumb.
English is like English is like the school bully that stayed in the hallway and like took money from other languages.
Oh yeah, they it takes it beat up other languages for spare grammar.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah, yeah. A friend of mine, he really likes that joke. He's told it to me a few times. I'm like, dude, yeah, you've told me this joke before. I know. Yeah. Yeah, English is messed up. Japanese has a lot less like influence from other languages, so it's more consistent.
Yeah.
I think its biggest influence is just like Chinese, so it's got like a bunch of like random Chinese stuff in there. Actually, it does have a lot of random loan words, especially from English. Like there are a ton of English loan words in it.
That's where katakana comes in, right?
Katakana is used for like the loan words. I mean, it's used for other things too. Like it's used for onomatopoeias and like sound effects, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is used for not loan words that aren't from China, because loan words from China are usually written in the kanji.
Okay.
Usually, I think there are actually some. What was that?
No, I was about to say like our names would all be written in katakana.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because of us being gaijin.
Yeah, I was pocket gaijin.
Yeah. I mean, you can write your name. I mean, if your name is like an actual word and can be translated into Japanese, then you could write it in like kanji if you really wanted to. Or you could do this thing that they do. So you know how like people have like really dumb names in English that don't actually make any sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's a universal thing. They do that in Japan too. And sometimes what people will do is they'll take random kanji and they'll just be like, all right, this kanji, this is how it's read now for my child's name. And it's like, that's not how that kanji's never read that way. It is now. Like that's so like I was actually telling a friend of mine, because I was talking to a friend of mine about the kanji and how that works for names and stuff, and he's like, oh, but like you got to pay attention to how like, because like sometimes like the kanji will get rendaku'd and stuff, and I'm like, dude, I'm pretty sure like with the names like they just make them up, like they can decide exactly how they want the kanji pronounced. And if they want to, they can just make up their own pronunciation for it. Most people don't do that. It's just some people do that. They have a word for it. I forget what it was. But yeah, so that's a universal thing. Everyone around the world decides to name their kids in very odd ways.
Some weird.
Unrelated, but I was muted for a minute because apparently my family's starting to watch the Sonic movie.
Oh,
Great.
Interesting.
I've already seen it, but I'm interested in knowing what they will think of it.
Yeah, that's
I'm interested in knowing what you guys think about Animal Crossing.
I have never played Animal Crossing, but everybody else
same
seems
here.
to play it.
Animal Crossing, good series, terrible community.
Oh well.
All right.
Oh, so
Talk about
we'll be right at home then.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're used to horrible communities.
When I say terrible community, I mean like there's people have compared like the community Animal Crossing and like exchanging goods and stuff. They've compared it to a black market.
Well, are you talking about
Are you
talking about the way
like
people
turnips and stuff?
Yeah, is that what you're talking about? You're talking about are you talking about like how people are like charging like really high for like their stuff that they're selling?
Yeah,
they've
compared it to like the stock market.
Okay, alright, I see what you're saying. I find that like I haven't cause I haven't played the game myself, but like I've just been reading about I'm like, man, dude, there's this stuff going on in this game.
Yeah. People like trying to like buy and sell like villagers. Like, what the hell is wrong?
Oh man. Hey,
Oh god. Oh yeah.
you guys want to talk about Raymond?
What?
Oh no.
You want to
Raymond?
talk about Raymond?
Is that
I mean, I would, but
Go look up Raymond on Google.
okay.
What's wrong
Raymond.
with Raven?
everybody loves Raymond. You know, that's good. That TV show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about.
Hacker gives out free Raymonds to everyone. That's the first.
That's how bad it's gotten.
I'm just
keep going down that hole.
Okay, so I'm imagining people are selling this villager for like a ridiculous amount of money, and some hacker just so fed up with it, they're like injecting the market.
That's literally
All right, now I'm curious to know. I want to see somebody write a report on the economics, like an actual scientific report, the economics of Animal Crossing.
It's hell.
I'm sure. Oh gosh.
What a time to be alive. I haven't even looked at the chat on the stream. I forgot about it. What do they say?
The chat's now going crazy about it, don't worry.
Let me see.
Everyone is thirsting for Raymond. Yes, they are.
Raymond, everyone. Oh, yeah.
Have you guys seen the picture of Raymond in the maid dress?
Probably.
That's what started it.
You actually can do that in the game.
Yeah, you can give villagers clothes and they'll wear them.
Oh, that's nice. Wow, you have been working for 11 hours. How long do you spend time on S2HD every day? Most days it's 0 hours, so yeah.
This is making up for lost time.
He's got to compensate for the last couple years.
Yeah, to put it into perspective, the last time we did a stream was last week, but the last time before that stream was about 2 years ago.
All right, see, Mike, now you're making it sound like we don't do any work except on stream.
What are you talking about? We don't do any work.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's what started it. That's what caused the thirst. I'm just gonna post that in the stream chat too.
Oh no.
Oh, I think I've seen people drawing that.
All right, so I have seen this then.
Yeah, I've seen people drawing that. It's probably if like this. I like on my Twitter a ton of artwork like that. I just come across on there, and yeah.
You have artwork like that, huh?
I don't know what you. No, not like that. I don't know what you're implying here.
I wonder if there is an emoji for what it is. I want to.
They didn't want to stop there. For sure.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. We've got.
Plus, he's got that heterochromia going, dude.
Oh, does he?
We can do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Look.
Let me see if I can find it. Where is this emoji? Jeez. Is it even up here?
Oh yeah, you can get like portraits of villagers, and I guess people were selling portraits of Raymond.
It's literally like anything to do with him like sells for a lot. Like not even just Raymond himself, just anything to do with him.
Man, dude, that's my.
People have asked for in-game currency just to like visit with their villagers.
No, you
just to like see,
just to see Raymond.
Just to see them.
Oh my gosh, dude!
Like,
there's a tourist. You're telling me there's a tourist industry
You can't touch him.
in animal. I really want to see like a full-on. Someone needs to make a scholarly article of for Animal Crossing. I need to see this.
It's very scary and chilling.
Well, it's weird because I mean I don't play the games, but I did get exposed to like Animal Crossing because there was I can't say this artist's name for reasons.
Oh, all right.
But yeah, it's one of those.
Like legal reasons, or
no.
Oh, just
or like they're drawing some.
This is a family-friendly chat.
Yeah, and it's just.
Okay, I got you.
It's an artist that I respect, and it's someone that I've actually like kind of like just followed mainly because like it's kind of a crazy thing that I like particularly do, but like people who draw that type of stuff, they're really good artists, right? And I'm just trying to learn, and it's like, but aside from that, like just about every time like this artist like posts something,
and it's Animal Crossing related. It's just like I'm like, oh dang, that art is really cool. It's weird what I'm seeing, but you know.
Well, I don't know why I'm seeing what I'm seeing, but it's pretty good.
I mean, I'm used to the Sonic community. There are things.
Yeah.
I know. I'm not trying to go there.
I actually don't see any like weird stuff from the Sonic community myself.
Oh, you haven't? Oh,
No.
Really?
Dude, people.
Oh, no,
I've had people.
Don't do it.
Would you like to go to DeviantArt and search?
I would prefer not to talk about it.
No,
Yeah.
I've had people tell me like they think like they're like, oh, I'm sure you've seen like a lot of like that seems like nah, dude. I've literally never seen that stuff. I don't like specifically try to avoid it because I'm pretty indifferent to like anything that I see for the most part. But like, I just haven't seen it. But anyways, yeah, that's probably not a topic for this stream here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just hit up DeviantArt and search for your favorite character plus Sonic the Hedgehog.
Like the shipping.
Guaranteed.
Did you know there's
No, just like the words.
Yeah. Did you know there's like what is it? There's like a lot of Christian Sonic fan art.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's always an interesting thing to me.
I don't think I like.
I mean, Sonic fans come in all shapes and
It's
sizes.
just,
I mean, you gotta have proper
I don't
balance.
think I
in
like
the
that
world.
at all.
I mean, every fandom's gonna have fans in all shapes and sizes. It's
Oh,
just
yeah.
Sonic, as well as a few others, exemplify some groups more than others.
Yeah, no. I actually like the Sonic community. I have no problem with them. I know a lot of people like they get a bad rap, but I'm like, nah, they're alright.
Yeah.
It depends.
Wait, I actually think that the absolute best side of the Sonic community is like specifically like the fan project side.
Oh,
of it.
absolutely. I want
Oh,
to
Just
yeah.
because how creative and yeah.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. Alright, we're almost there. Hold on. Oh boy. My music stopped. Let me play that again.
Alright, so we're almost done? For real? For real? For real?
No. I'm
Almost done with frame 3.
No, that's frame 4. Frame 4 will be a little bit easier because it's facing forward, so like the treads are just like they're just blocks.
Yeah, guys, go type your name in a search engine and put the hedgehog in.
Oh, you're talking. Oh, yeah. No, yeah.
Tell me what you find.
Mostly
You're gonna
just
hate
like
it. I guarantee
mostly
it.
just badly designed OCs. Let's see, just I'm gonna use my real
My
name.
favorite's still Cold Steel the Hedgehog.
Cold Steel the Hedgehog is a classic, though.
Yeah.
Nothing personnel.
Actually, if I look up my name in the Hedgehog, I get very little Sonic stuff. Surprisingly.
Well, see, my name's Amy, so guess what I find?
Yeah. I mean,
Got him.
Well, that's good for you though, because you like Amy.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
like Amy's
I
fun.
mean, how much do you like Amy though? That's real.
Like Amy is like actually one of my favorite like Sonic characters. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I don't think Sega's treated her well, honestly.
Hmm?
Like they could do so much with her character.
Oh, Sega?
But
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I don't like modern Amy very much, but I don't know. That's just me.
I like her like girly theme songs that make me feel like I shouldn't like them, but I do anyway.
They
Oh, yeah,
are
like-
really a good theme songs.
Like the cheesy pop rock sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Compliment the butt rock.
I feel like I need to listen because I think on Mike's stream actually, I think it was from Sonic Heroes and it was like an Amy theme. I'm like, dude, what song is this? Is this from Sonic? I think it was one of Amy's stream. Like I wasn't saying like as a like I don't like this song. Like I was actually like this. Like I was actually like quite enjoying the song and stuff. But I was like, this does not sound like a Sonic song. I think it was a theme of like an Amy's theme or something.
Yeah, and it was a theme between a lot of like the vocal music in Sonic Heroes does not sound like Sonic music. Like listen to
yeah,
Dark's music, and it's just
a lot of
tonal, like
yeah.
it is dissonant from like what you expect, and that's why I like.
I really like Chaotix.
Oh yeah, that's a really good one. Honestly, almost most
They're
of the music in
actually
Sonic
all
Heroes.
pretty good.
Yeah, Sonic Heroes has really good music.
Too bad the game wasn't like a little better.
Yeah.
Actually, well, you know what? The only issue with Sonic Heroes was that they stopped playtesting their games, and also that it was super repetitive.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
I do remember Izuka saying like they were under crunch, and he like had to help with a lot of the level design.
Yeah. There's
So I can't poop on them for that, but they did what they could. But I will say, aesthetically, I think Sonic Heroes is probably my favorite 3D game aesthetic because it gets so close to the classic games.
Like, what do you mean, like the visuals, or?
Yeah.
Yeah,
the visual.
I don't know. I don't really like Heroes art style myself.
Yeah, it's kind of plasticky to me.
Yeah.
Maybe not our set. I mean, like more like the art.
Like with the stages, like the way they're designed.
Yeah,
is
like
that what you mean?
stages.
Yeah, like
Okay.
motifs they use is
Oh,
very classic
okay.
Sonic.
Yeah, maybe I'd have to look at that again to see there. But yeah,
It's actually
potentially.
it's actually much better in Sonic Generations, at least in terms of Seaside Hill.
Yeah.
But
well, that yeah. Seaside Hill.
Oh
is
man,
like,
I love the theme for Seaside Hill. It's so good.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, man, I need to. I need to sleep.
Sleep.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Sleep is for the weak.
What's a sleep?
I don't know.
I'm about to go to sleep.
You know what, Mike?
Listen, young man, I am old. I get
All right.
Listen, there's a blue beetle on this log, and I'm gonna catch him.
Are you playing Animal Crossing?
Yeah, yeah. You got a problem with that? Yo, why are you
Well, no problem with Animal Crossing. It's just like, are you outside?
I'm dressed
Like,
up
we thought
a
this was
goth
real life.
chick. I'm catching bugs. Hell yeah.
Man.
I'm cross-dressing in my
See,
girl games.
And another thing with Animal Crossing, like I probably wouldn't play it anyways, but I just don't have a Switch, so like even if I wanted to, I can't.
Okay, you want to borrow my copy on the GameCube, dude?
I don't have a GameCube either.
What the hell?
I like how you said that. You're like super confused. Like everybody has a Game Gear. What is this?
yeah, I mean, I have a GameCube.
If you have a
Old
Wii,
man
that
over
works.
here's got one.
In fact,
Yeah, if you
in
got
fact,
a Wii, you have a GameCube. Like what? How?
also,
actually,
if
you're
you have
right,
a
I do.
Wii-
Never
if you have
mind,
a
my
Wii U
bad.
and if you have a Wii U and you're willing to mod your console, you can. That's also a GameCube.
I actually
like, it has a.
What's your excuse, kid?
Okay,
You got 3
all right.
gens
Actually, you're right. I do have a Wii. So
Well,
you
what's
are
your
okay.
excuse,
I guess I do have a GameCube. My bad. All right, man. Maybe everyone does have a GameCube.
Yeah.
Well, actually, wait a minute. Which version of the Wii do you have? Is it the?
That's
Can it
probably
actually?
the micro one.
Oh, is it Wii Mini?
It's the normal Wii.
Well, because there's two versions of
Bought
normal
a
Wii though.
Mini.
I didn't even know there was a
What?
Wii Mini.
They didn't even sell that at game stores, did they?
Oh, dude, what's going on?
It was very
Hold on.
limited, Ron. I think.
Hmm.
It's. I have never seen one in person myself.
Wii Mini?
Yeah, they're like black and red, and they top load.
Oh yeah, look,
Controller ports and stuff.
They look really bad.
I'm telling you now.
They look neat, but
This is the first time I'm learning about them. I had no idea a Wii Mini was a thing until today. So
it came out really late in the lifespan of the console.
Yeah, it's basically like the 2DS, where it's like a cut down, low cost alternative.
Yeah. Yo, I spent $90 on component cables for my GameCube.
That's
Nice.
How's that picture? Like, is it?
Dude, they're component cables. Do you know what component cables do?
I'm sure it's a component that connects to the.
Component cables just give you a pure RGB input.
Yeah, they're let me think. They're the yellow, red, and white cables you get, right? Or
They're red, green, and blue.
See, now back
okay.
in.
Okay,
See-
I'm thinking of VGA. I think no, it's not VGA. What is that then? What am I thinking of?
The composite.
Oh, composite. All right.
Yellow for
see.
the video, red and white.
Yeah, that's composite. I got composite and component.
Back in my day,
Back in
you
my
had
day, we had
you
an
had a-
RF dongle.
Yep, I was just
like
about to
daisy
say
chain,
RF.
like 30 other. Yo, I got
You
like
had to-
10 of those back behind my
you have to
TV, so
screw
you
it
guys wanna
into
see
the
them?
back of your television. And
Oh yeah, no. I
Oh, man.
I had to find like a certain monitor just so I could plug my Genesis.
Your genocide.
No, I only
Yeah,
have
like-
one.
I had to hook up my Genesis to my cable box because that was the only way.
My Genesis, power jack.
Or
port
yeah,
thing,
see, I never had a Genesis, so
What?
because it was like loose, so I just opened it and.
I have a Genesis. I have a 32X, but no games or power supply.
32X. How are
yeah.
those like 6 games, dude?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't have any of them. I don't think I'm missing out much.
oh god.
Well, there are a couple gems in there, but they're probably hard to come by.
A couple, dude. There's like chaotics. And,
I don't really
I
like
think that's
chaotic.
the only game.
Chaotix.
There's like
is
literally 6
janky.
games on the 32X. I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah, no, it's got very few games. It really didn't get anything made for
Yeah,
it.
because they're like, hey, surprise Saturn released like 6 months early.
No, they released it a day after.
What? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, here, let me look it up.
Yep.
I think
It
there
was
was like
really bad.
14 games total.
That's actually what really hurt Sega's reputation.
Because
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
it
because if
too
they're
much.
you know
It
they're
was
releasing this.
oversaturation.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's because all the early adopters, like the hardcore supporters, are like, yeah, we're gonna get the 32X support Sega. Like they said they're
Okay.
gonna support it, and then boom, Sega Saturn drops it, and they just drop.
Yeah,
it.
no, okay, yeah, okay. So the 32X first released in North America on November 21st, 1994. The Sega Saturn first released in Japan on November 22nd, 1994.
Hold on, I'm really like confused right now. Could you repeat that?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So the Sega 32X, it was first released
Okay.
on November.
November. Okay.
The Sega Saturn was released a day later in Japan.
Yep.
November 22nd.
Thanks, Obama.
All right. Yeah, that's GG Sega. You did good.
Yeah, that is one of the biggest mistakes that Sega made.
Yeah.
Straight up. And on top of that, they released it way ahead of schedule in America.
Because they wanted to beat the PlayStation.
Yeah, they wanted to get it out before the PlayStation. So they literally just, at E3, the year they released it, they were just like, hey, it's on sale right now.
Yeah.
But nobody knew, because
I've
everybody
seen-
had like game magazines back then. There was no internet.
Yeah, I've seen that. I saw a video about that and how like all of the stores just blacklisted Sega after that. They're like, yeah, no.
Well, and not only that, it caused a huge game drought because a lot of games just weren't ready.
Mm.
So they didn't have any software.
Too much hardware, too little software.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a good combo. That's what causes a lot of that's usually what causes consoles to like fail, is the fact that they just have no games. Like,
but the biggest issue was the 32X.
oh yeah, that the 32X itself is like I don't know, maybe if you didn't have the Saturn, I don't know. I feel like the 32X just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I feel like with the time frame that it was released in.
Yeah. Maybe if they like, if they took the effort they put into the 32X and instead put it toward the Saturn, then it might be a different story.
Yeah. Well, that's we
Good or what? We can't change it.
To be honest with you, I'm glad Sega isn't like in the console market anymore, just because like I'm a big PC guy, and I think if they were still on in the then again, I feel like Sega is like they feel like the kind of company that like they would be the most likely ones, that even though they're they're doing everything on
I think Sega works really well as a third.
Yeah, they work nice as a third party. But I don't know. I just like I don't want to have to buy a console to play Sonic games, basically.
Yeah.
So, for me, it works out well because I just buy everything on Steam, and then I can play it on my computer. Oh man, this frame is where things are starting to get a little funky because.
Oh yeah, somebody in chat, I just looked at it. Somebody said that there were conflicts between Sega North America and Sega Japan.
Oh yeah, they were like angry at each other.
Oh, definitely. So. Yeah, no, that was definitely apparent in like Sonic Extreme.
Yeah, that was also a really big problem. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, really, Sega Japan wanted to do all this stupid stuff, and
I feel like they both want to do some stupid stuff.
Well, no, the guy that was in charge of Sega of America was actually one of the original founders of the company.
Sometimes the original founders
I remember correctly.
Are dumb.
And he was like, no, don't do this stuff. It's stupid. And then Sega Japan was like, yeah, whatever, we're going to do it. And then they did it, and, well, yeah, you know how that worked out.
Not well.
I think the wildest thing in retrospect was that Sega was initially against bundling Sonic with the Genesis.
Oh yeah, that was what was it? One of their marketing people was like, let's do this, but because that had never been done before.
Yeah, no, like before Sonic, their tie-in game was Altered Beast, and who remembers Altered Beast?
No offense.
Yeah.
No. I mean, no.
Maybe you babies don't remember that.
Actually, yeah, no, I know Altered Beast.
Yeah, no offense to the game. I'm sure it was good, but just the fact that
maybe if you're a boomer, it was good.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah.
I just imagine like how. Do you think Sonic would have been as known if he wasn't like bundled with the Genesis?
Oh no, definitely not. That's a big reason why Sonic 2 in particular got so big is because it's like you're buying it because I don't think they charged extra for it. I think you just got it.
Yeah, no, it just came with the Genesis.
Yeah, and like that was something like Nintendo wasn't doing. So like then you go for the console and stuff, and you got there's the I don't know which one was more expensive. Actually wasn't the Genesis cheaper
than the Super Nintendo?
Yeah.
The Genesis came out before the Super Nintendo.
Yeah, it had a lead. It was
the Genesis was advertised against the NES original.
Yeah.
1989, yeah.
Okay.
I don't. Wikipedia does not list its initial price.
Yeah, finding initial prices for things is really hard.
That Sega of America made the 32X.
However, the Super Nintendo has an introductory price listed at $199.
How much is that today?
Wasn't the PS3 like $600 when it came out?
Oh yeah, dude, the PS3 was ridiculously expensive.
$599 US dollars.
Yep, you got there before me.
Yeah, it was
$599.
Oh yeah, $599. Yeah, that not 600. Is 500 guys. 500. Yeah,
Hold
yeah.
on,
See,
I'm
apparently.
gonna mute. I'm gonna mute for a second. My cat's like indecisive. I'm gonna try to let her out.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. The was it so? Despite the PlayStation 3's price, it was still being sold at a loss. Like they were not making money on it. Apparently.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like-
We're not making money.
Apparently, like a lot of the stuff about the PS3, it's like the PS3, technically really powerful. You know, like a bunch of other stuff, but like it was impossible to code for. Like it was really difficult, so nobody even freaking
Yeah,
bothered.
it was a really complex.
Yeah, and so it's like even though it was like apparently a fair bit more powerful than the Xbox, it's like nobody actually really took advantage of that because it was
kind
hard.
of like the Saturn. Actually.
Yeah, a little
Saturn
bit.
was really
Although with newer generation consoles like the PS4 and now the PS5, those are literally just computers. Like they got nothing fancy going on in them. But you know, it was really hard to code for, and then like nobody you know it was also just really expensive to make, so it was like I think eventually they did make a profit on it though. And they got
off the software, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it was like a big part of it was the games and stuff, but I like eventually they also like with the
Talladega Nights is my favorite PS3 game.
Yeah, with the later releases of the PS3, though, I think they got the manufacturing costs like way down.
Yeah, where's Amy at? She would have laughed at that.
Yeah, she
I'm gonna repeat
had a
that one. How did you guys not get that joke?
What?
Talladega Nights joke.
Oh, look, I have no idea what that is, so that's probably.
Don't
why.
mind me. I'm
PS3
just.
has no games. Talladega Nights was like one of the first Blu-rays.
Yeah.
Everybody was buying PS3s to play Blu-rays.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my god, that's so disappointing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I had went back to doing like finishing up some of the freelance thing. I only got like a couple of cleanup frames left, but
Oh man, we're doing the same thing here.
You remember
we are.
Talladega Nights on PS3, dude?
Look, I feel like
I do.
that name rings a bell to me, but I just have no recollection
Dude,
of what it is.
it's Ricky Bobby shaking.
yeah, it's one of Will Ferrell's movies.
All right, look again. You're saying names and words that like I know, but I have no I can't remember what these things are.
I have no recollection of this place.
What's been going on in the few minutes I've been going?
Hey, do you remember all that software that Sony sold with the PS3?
What, like Linux or PS3 or something? Like, I don't know.
I forgot about that. No, I was talking about all those really cool PS3 games.
Here we go.
What is?
I mean, what are you getting?
Oh, well, my favorite PS3 game was Talladega Nights.
What? I know there are licensed games.
Oh, man. You don't get that joke either. I'm so disappointed. I am actually disappointed.
I don't know what joke you're going for.
Okay, PS3 had no games.
Oh, okay. I've heard that quote. I get it now.
It played Blu-rays and Talladega Nights with Blu-ray movies.
Oh, okay. I think I understand.
Wow.
I think I understand what you're saying now.
Yeah.
I get it.
So
okay.
Yeah.
People were
Everybody
playing
would
Blu-rays.
just say, like, PS3 has no games. I'm like, yo, man, what are you talking about? I just watched.
Yeah.
My Talladega Nights on over here.
All right. Yeah. See, you were losing me on that one.
Man, that's not funny if I gotta explain the
Look,
whole
I'm sorry.
backstory.
It can still be funny.
All right.
It's funny that you guys don't like.
I have no idea what Talladega Nights is. I don't.
I know it.
It's a movie about like.
It's a movie about Shake and Bake.
It's a movie about a race.
Rick and Bobby.
it's basically a movie parodying like NASCAR culture.
Wait a minute. Is it the one with the dude who he's like catches on fire? No, that's a different.
I mean, that probably happens in some
Sort of.
Look, okay, because I'm thinking because there's another movie that fits that description, maybe, or maybe it's the same movie where this dude he's like he's a pro race car driver, but then like he like gets into a crash and like he catches on fire, or maybe he doesn't, but then like then he's traumatized, and then like his father or something like makes him like he has to practice driving in his like driving a car with a I think it's a Jaguar in the car or something or some big cat in the car.
I don't know. I don't remember that movie that well, but
I don't remember if that was it.
I don't know if this is the same movie. Like,
the best thing is that actually sounds like it could be in the movie.
Maybe it is. I don't know.
I think a guy ends up in like a full body cast or something like.
This might be this. It might be the same movie. Let me look this up because if I look it up.
I don't remember.
Oh my god. Dude, just Control F and Jaguar.
It's the same movie. Yeah, it's the same movie. Okay. This is the movie. Yeah. Okay.
It's been a trip.
All right. Yeah. I do know that movie. Never mind. I just don't know its freaking name. Apparently.
That's the best PS3 game you'll ever see.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't have a PS3 at that time. I got it a little after the Slim.
I got it before the Slim because like I got it on my birthday and like I got the one that was backwards compatible, which I think those ones sell for like super high on like eBay.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Because you can't modify them to do it because they have like special hardware.
Yeah, like they had to have the hardware.
No, but I read up about like the PS2 emulation. The reason it's so hard is because like they literally made
they're
like
not
special
I thought they were.
A PS2 in the PS3.
Yeah, because like that's the only way they could reliably play PS2 games.
Yeah, they stopped making that one because they had to put a PS2 inside a PS3, and they're like, look, we don't want to do that.
Like PS2s. So I put a PS2 in your PS3.
Yeah, but whenever I got mine, I was like, look, I want the backwards compatible one because I want to play the PS2 games too. And like I remember we went to like it was the Exchange and they had one there. It was like the only one they had.
About like people getting in car crashes and like burning and stuff. And
that's what happens in the movie. In the movie, like
oh my god, look in chat. Holy moly!
Oh no.
That sucks, dude. My older sister died because of a car accident. I don't know if this is the appropriate venue for that, but all right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I hope you're.
Is there
I
a
hope you.
in the back seat with him?
I hope you and your family are coping properly. That's the best I can say.
Yeah.
I just hope there wasn't a Jaguar with him. It would have been bad.
Oh.
What was that? About a Jaguar? Oh, speaking of large cats, have you guys seen what is it, Tiger King?
No.
Tiger King.
It's that Netflix documentary that like everyone watched.
Yeah, about people that are literal criminals.
They are literal criminals. That like they are
literal criminals.
Like
I'm unfamiliar.
Oh, it's a documentary. It's supposed to be like about like well, I mean, I guess like it's about the like the private zoos that exist where they got like the wild cats in them and there and stuff, and apparently everyone involved with those things is like super like I don't know, like they got a lot going on there. Like so basically like in the first like 5 minutes of it, somebody like loses their arm and they're just like they go to the hospital and the hospital's like, all right, we can reattach it, like you'll have to they'll have to have the whole we can reattach and stuff, and you'll have your arm recover, like it'll take some time and stuff, and they're just like, nah, just lop it off, and then they go back to work a week later at the zoo where they just lost their arm, and I'm just like, bro, you lost your arm, you're going back to work. And honestly, the person who lost their arm and went back to work a week later, that person was the most reasonable of like everybody involved.
Dude, you gotta make money somehow, dude. Like,
I guess. Oh man.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so, in my college,
Yeah.
One of my instructors, like,
Had a big
he
cat?
was running.
Oh, okay.
No,
Unrelated.
he was running, and he was with like a friend. And he was doing this thing where you just like run straight and you just go over whatever obstacle you might come across.
It's like-
Did he come
like
across a big cat and you had to jump over it, or?
No, there weren't any cats.
Okay.
But like he climbed over this chain link fence, right?
Uh-huh.
So he jumped over the top. Well, his wedding ring got stuck in the fence.
Oh
as he
no!
was jumping over, and
Oh,
it
no.
ripped off the top half of his finger.
Ooh.
Oh,
And
I
so,
mean-
Wait,
Okay.
hold on a minute, hold on, wait.
could be worse.
Hold on, why are you like, oh no, and then rips off the top half and we're just like, oh, no big deal.
yeah, well, so yeah, he went and he like found his finger, and they were like near some place, so they went over and they like called the. Oh no, they were like by a police station, I think. So
They
they
get it
go into this
reattached?
place, and the cops are just like, man, what the hell you guys been doing? Like the coat, blood like everywhere. You know, he's like missing a part of his finger.
Yeah.
So the ambulance gets called and they show up.
Did he get his
He's like,
finger
"Yeah, I'm pretty sure
reattached,
they, like-"
or like?
No, he's
No?
like, I think that
Oh,
they like
well.
put my finger in the wrong chemical because they were like, yeah, we can't get that back on.
Well, that's unfortunate.
So yeah, it was pretty funny. He was laughing about it. Oh man. Can you imagine just like ripping your finger off?
I don't think.
And then laughing about it. Like,
See, that's like oftentimes like because I have met people who've had things like that, and like they're always a lot of them are always just like, all right, so funny story about how I got this injury. They're always really excited to tell their story. I feel like years afterwards, like I guess you're just kind of like, it happened, and then you have your wild story to tell about how it happened. And it's always fun to tell. Like for example, I mean I didn't lose like any limbs or anything or fingers, which are not limbs. Not yet. Oh gosh. But like one time I broke my toe, right? And the part that I like about this story is that I broke it on a safety mat, which I think is fantastic because those are
That is
supposed
very
to.
ironic.
Oh yeah, you know, safety mats.
safety man, you gotta be careful of those things.
Oh yeah. Don't trust safety mats. Because whenever I was younger, I used to do like gymnastics type stuff. So I was doing like a front handspring, and you know, it was on the safety mat, and I landed funny, and then my toe broke. And see, it's funny because any time, whenever like after I got it broken and stuff, like I was kind of like, because like if I put weight on my foot, it felt weird. It was only like a hairline, like it was like a fracture, so it wasn't like a full on like my toe was just broken in half, which most breaks aren't like that. You know, but like it felt like there was something loose and like out of place whenever I would walk on it, which I wasn't thinking it was broken at that point. I just thought, but like I don't know what, like I was like, that feels weird, but
jingling around.
But well, at that point, like I was done for the day at that point, you know. But like, you know, then you know what I think is funny is that you know everyone else, like the other kids there, they're like, your toe's not broken. Turns out my toe was broken, and I just think it's funny like how they're just like, Your toe's not
like
broken.
The school nurse is like, yeah, you didn't break it. And, like, there's nothing
luckily-
left in your body.
Oh gosh.
Shattered every bone in there. Yeah, you're
No.
fine.
Luckily, these are just random kids and not like a school nurse. Who I would hope the school nurse isn't like your toe's not broken, but I can very much see that there probably are school nurses that are like that. And then you get home and then you actually go to the doctor and the doctor's like, yeah, bro, you're broken.
There aren't any bones in here. I don't know what you did.
Yeah.
Like, where'd they go?
Well, this has turned into quite a conversation.
Oh yeah. I liven up the room.
You know, at a point I forgot we were still doing a Sonic 2 HDR.
What was that?
I said, you know, at a point I almost forgot we were doing a Sonic 2
No,
HDR.
That's still going
We're
on.
doing art? What?
Yeah.
Don't lie like that.
Dude, I'm still working on it. It's still going. It's almost there. I'm almost done with the third frame.
Don't give me false hopes.
It's not-
Dreams.
It's not false. It's the truth. It's almost done.
I'm waiting for the moment when I get to say it.
What, 14 hours?
Oh,
Like, please don't do this to me.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll just say 12. How about that?
12?
For the actual current stream.
Dude, we hit 12 hours like a couple hours ago.
I know.
No. No. Man. Alright, I'm almost done here.
are you sure about that?
Yes.
Oh, dude, I just got this nice, cool breeze. Yeah, I'm almost done 5 hours later. I'm almost done.
Please.
They hit it with a
I just got
SpongeBob
this
voice.
Cool breeze.
Like
Halfway
12
there.
hours later.
Hold on. Alright.
Halfway there. Halfway there.
We're
halfway
definitely
there.
further than halfway there, although I am going to look back at the stream and, like, and cry. Yeah, I'm just gonna look back at it and cry.
You know, you want to know something interesting? You probably don't even want to know. Because, I mean, I'm doing cleanup tasks, too. You probably don't want to know about how many frames I've cleaned up.
How
in
many
the time
frames?
frame that,
What?
How
sure
many-
you want to know?
Yeah.
Can I guess
Sure.
how many did?
Yeah,
Right
take a
on,
guess.
old man.
I'm guessing at 4 digit.
4
Wait,
digit.
4.
4 digits?
Oh my god.
I'm willing to guess.
Damn, dude.
That's.
Like, 1,000? Is that what you mean? Like,
I will
what?
be genuinely.
Mike, I thought you were like MLG.
Okay, well, the
So you
fact
saying you can't do
the fact
1,000 frames
I
in
will
12
say
hours?
I will say the fact that you reacted like that immediately tells me that I'm wrong.
I
Look,
mean,
Mike's, I like.
I just wanted to make sure.
Just say how many.
Yeah, how
Maybe
many?
you just guessed that accurately.
Maybe it was. How much was it,
He
Mike?
wasn't expecting it.
No,
Caught
I
him
only
off guard.
I only cleaned up 47 frames.
Alright.
Oh, that's it?
What kind?
Yeah.
What kind of? Is it like more standard like line animation? type
Yeah,
stuff? Alright,
line
yeah.
art and coloring. So
Let's see. Yeah, 12 hours. Yeah, I can. If it's stuff like that, I can get those things done like really quickly. Although
yeah,
I tend to do I tend to do frames in parts rather than like whenever it like because I'll do like the line on an arm and I'll just do that on every single frame. So whenever I'm doing like more standard type stuff, but I can get those things done pretty quickly.
Really do much animation myself. Afraid I can't relate.
I'm
really enjoy cleanup. So it's
I
Fun.
both like and hate
So
cleanup.
if you're doing cleanup, does that mean you're almost done?
well, so
Maybe? I don't know how to respond to that.
yeah, it's the final process, the most tedious process,
It is
the
the
longest
tedious
process.
process. It's also
a
like-
process.
The process where it's like this is what people are gonna see.
I
Yeah.
don't know if you got my joke.
I did not get your joke. I don't understand.
He said halfway there. No, not halfway. Almost there. Man, I can't even remember.
Yeah, he
Almost done.
yeah, he said the catchphrase.
You're losing.
Almost done.
Look, man, I'm too
Aw, man,
tired
it's
for
not.
like any jokes, so I'm gonna turn off smart guides here.
Oh, by the way, did you save?
Mike, I need you to get off my back here. Alright,
I
hold
think you
on.
saved recently. Yeah, like last, 8 hours ago.
It might have been 8 hours ago, to be honest with you.
If I work in Illustrator, I save a lot because Illustrator always crashes on me.
Oh, it never crashes on me.
Well, it used to. It might be better now, but back in the day, oh man.
Oh, you're talking about way back.
Yeah, dude, I'm old. Remember?
Well, I
don't
used
even-
Illustrator back then too. Earlier, like with earlier
And
versions.
it didn't have like backup features, so you just
Oh,
be
it's
like, well,
I think it
I'm gonna
still
redo
doesn't.
That whole thing.
I don't think